as well. Of course I haven't forgotten the information about you. Liang Jie and Sasuke exchanged glances, their sage chakra and black flames soaring into the sky. The fourth Raikage of Yunin village. AI was very angry. Since he became a ninja, the last time he was this furious was when he lost a speed contest to the fourth Hokage of Konoha. A few days prior, he received intel that the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails from Awagakure had been captured by a mysterious organization known as Akatsuki, with the capturing members suspected to be from the Eagle team that destroyed Kirigakure. 3 days later, an informant from Sunagakure reported that the Jinchuriki of the One Tail was attacked, and from the analysis of the clothing, it was still the mysterious Akatsuki organization. At that moment, he had a premonition. Although he was unclear about Akatsuki's purpose in collecting tailed beasts, the tailed beast they possessed could very well become the next target. Thus, he recalled 2 people to the ninja village in advance, only for Yuzuki and Killer Bee to refuse with different excuses. Helpless, he had no choice but to increase the number of personnel for protection. As expected, Akatsuki extended its reach to Kumogakure. If it weren't for the Flying Thunder God technique arriving at the battlefield, Yuzuki would likely have already been taken away. Dare to extend your claws into Kumogakure, and I will chop them off. The surrounding lightning chakra surged again, his hair standing on end as the lightning aura prickled against his skin. One must say it is truly fitting that these are ninjas who inherit the name of Raikage. This level of chakra, if it weren't for the implanted cells of Hashirama, it would indeed be difficult to handle with just Sage mode. In merely a few seconds, the charred scars on Liangjia's arm healed, and he circulated Sage chakra to protect his body, preventing injury from the lightning armor in the next confrontation. Amaterasu. Sasuke no longer restrained his killing intent, widening his bloodshot left eye as the flames of Amaterasu suddenly ignited. Unfortunately, right before hitting the target, AI easily dodged with his speed and immediately attacked Liangjia, who appeared to be a greater threat. Heavy flow burst. Crack. Watching AI appear as if he had teleported, Liangjie's pupils constricted. Indeed, so fast. Had he not been prepared, he would have had a hard time reacting to such a swift attack. Bang! At the moment, their arms clashed, several vines wrapped around Liangjia's legs, stabilizing his stance. He exerted all his strength and momentarily found himself evenly matched with AI. This kid. Ace's eyes filled with astonishment. According to the intel, Liangjia was only 14 years old and body technique was not his strong suit. At such an age to possess such strength, it was hard to imagine how powerful he would become at his peak. Furthermore, Uchiha Sasuke was no less impressive, his strength equally formidable. Konoha truly released 2 incredible monsters. Oh, what a pity. Even if I am not the Hokage, thinking from a different perspective, AI still felt heartbroken. If Kumogakure were to produce such 2 rogue ninjas, he would likely feel an impulse to slap himself to death. What is called waste? This is called waste. Now is not the time to ponder such things. AI's thoughts cleared. He was impatient by nature, but would not boast without reason. The intel indicated that the 2 possessed the power to kill shadow-level strongmen. Even if he considered himself stronger than the 2, it was no reason to underestimate his enemies. Chidori. Sasuke stabbed from behind, and relying on the defense of the lightning armor, AI did not dodge. He seized Liangjia by the neck with his left hand, and accompanied by surging lightning chakra, slammed him fiercely into the ground. Lightning release bomb. Boom. Sasuke was forced to halt due to the powerful chakra shockwave creating a pit in the ground. Liangjia lay limply at the center of the pit. AI sensed something unusual and glanced towards the north, where the ground sprouted a white python from which Liangjia emerged. Hiss hiss hiss. The Liangjia in the pit transformed into several white snakes that burrowed into the ground and vanished. Sage Art Snake Substitution. Jigakateno. Sasuke controlled the scattered black flames, forming several long blades to slash down. Swish. AI grabbed Yuzuki to dodge, and seeing the 2 protected within Susanoo, he began to have thoughts of retreat. These 2 brats are too troublesome. Yuzuki is still unconscious. If a real fight breaks out, I won't be able to take care of her too much. If she gets hurt, it would be disastrous. This time consider yourselves lucky. If we meet again, I will definitely kill you. Thinking this, AI turned to leave, but Liangjia would not give him the chance. His departure didn't matter, but Yuzuki could not be let go. After this capture, Kumogakure would definitely strengthen its protection of the Jinchuriki, and next time, it wouldn't be so easy. Swish swish swish. Vines and earth snakes surged endlessly. They couldn't break through the defense of the lightning armor, but relying on their numbers made it difficult for AI to approach even a step. The lightning armor is a problem. Ordinary attacks can't penetrate it. Amaterasu is indeed threatening, but with his speed it is extremely difficult to hit him. Liangjia pondered for a solution. AI clearly knew the danger of Amaterasu. In the original world, he disregarded it to kill Sasuke largely because he thought Killer Bee had died due to Sasuke. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so reckless. The current Raikage was much calmer than during the 5 Kage summit. However, besides Amaterasu, Liangjie could not think of a second method to break through the lightning armor. It's time to develop a high-damage, single-target ninjutsu, Liangjie thought to himself. His current situation was quite awkward. He possessed ample chakra-mastered sage techniques and had 2 bloodline limits, yet he lacked a high-penetration ninjutsu like Chidori. When facing extremely defensive turtle-type ninjas, he could feel somewhat helpless, especially when this turtle had spikes which not only made it strong defensively, but also hurt to touch. Poison is a good method, but it requires altering the terrain first. Sasuke maintained the second state of Susanoo, and Liangjie did not need to worry about a sudden series of attacks. He confidently channeled life force into the earth, concentrating on controlling it. Sage Art Organic Rebirth. Boom, boom, boom. Feeling the tremors of the ground, AI stopped tearing apart the vines. In his astonished gaze, 4 mountains over tens of meters high rose from the earth, surrounding him and trapping him within. Never-ending brats. The Raikage looked at the two with annoyance, his already impatient nature growing increasingly intolerant. Yuzuki is still unconscious, and I can't bring her to attack. AI was caught in a dilemma. His dilemma did not last long, as Liangjie's technique was still ongoing. After the mountains formed, the ground continued to shake, and hundreds of dense trees sprouted, each topped with bright, huge flower buds. Would release pseudo-flower tree world descend. Liangjie currently did not possess the strength to cast flower tree world descend. This was merely a combination of tree world birth with poison buds and snake venom, which was considerably weaker than the true flower tree world descend. However, the goal was not to kill the Raikage, so it was entirely sufficient. Buzz. The petals opened simultaneously, and the pollen mixed with the poisonous mist spread quickly, filling the entire valley. AI held his breath, scanning the surroundings, but failing to find a suitable route. In truth, he did not need to be so passive. If it were not for the need to protect Yuzuki, he would definitely want to confront the two directly. Zzz. Under emotional fluctuations, AI failed to control the amount of chakra, and the lightning armor that covered his body spread, accidentally injuring Yuzuki. Cough, cough. Stimulated by the powerful lightning release, the unconscious Yuzuki slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this scene, AI felt immense joy. Brat, this is heaven not allowing you to leave alive. Obey and die. Lord Raikage. Enizuki Jin forced his eyes open and coughed twice heavily, 2 streaks of blood rising to his ashen cheeks. How are you? A asked with concern. NN still. All right. Yuzuki Jin struggled to his feet. A chakra of the tailed beast seeped from his skin, forming an extremely thin defensive layer. Don't breathe. The mist and pollen are unnatural. Stay close. They'll get you out first. NNA held his breath and focused his will, recoating his body in lightning release chakra before attempting to burst through by sheer force. Ugh. And at that moment, a pained groan echoed forth. Sasuke's chakra fluctuation faltered, and his Susanoo rapidly collapsed. Kneeling on the ground, he clutched his eyes. Blood gushed steadily from between his fingers. Seeing this, A froze mid-motion. He possessed partial intelligence regarding the higher echelons of the Sharingan. Overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared to impose immense strain upon its wielder, and Sasuke's current condition matched the intel precisely. This was a rare opportunity. Yuzuki Jin had regained consciousness. Self-preservation was no longer an issue. If they moved swiftly, eliminating Uchiha Sasuke before departing remained feasible. A glance briefly at Yuzuki Jin, then acted decisively, launching himself skyward with explosive force, shattering obstruction after obstruction. In an instant, he traversed 100 meters, striking like a cannonball directly above the two. Lightning release lariat dance of 1,000 generations. NNA raised his right hand, charged with concentrated lightning release chakra, and, harnessing the momentum of his descent, slammed a palm strike onto the hastily erected wooden barrier erected by Ryosuke. Crack, 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 and splinters flew as fissures spiderwebbed across the wooden wall. With a thunderous roar, Ace surged his lightning release chakra, shattering the barrier entirely and revealing the two figures cowering behind it, their faces contorted in terror. Die, in boom. In from A's position as epicenter, the earth within 100-meter radius suddenly subsided, its surface fracturing into a dense network of radial cracks. Creak, creak, creak. NNA wrenched his fist from the crater's depths and stared down at the two lifeless forms within, his expression darkening instantly. Damn it. And he whirled sharply toward Yuzuki Jin, only to see him still evading the lashing branches. A quiet sigh of relief escaped him. Yuzuki. And in mid-sentence, he sensed something amiss. His chakra flow had subtly destabilized, so faintly that he'd failed to notice it amid the fury of battle. Genjutsu release. A dispelled the Genjutsu himself. His gaze swept the surroundings. Nothing had changed. The crater still held the two desiccated trees, the mountain peak, the sea of foliage, the toxic mist, the writhing vines. All remained exactly as before. Every attack, every sage technique persisted undiminished. Yet Yuzuki Jin, the very linchpin of this entire support operation, had vanished the instant the Jinjutsu dissolved. Wish, 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 and in vines and branches continued lashing empty air, bending, collapsing, or disintegrating spontaneously, as if Yuzuki Jin were still there dodging and struggling. I fell prey to nothing more than a Sharingan Jinjutsu, when exactly, and in furious unleashed torrents of lightning release in all directions. But even such overwhelming power proved utterly futile. I will never forgive you. A roared to the heavens. And then boom, boom, boom. Amid his furious bellow, the pollen-laced toxic mist detonated violently. The unstable mountainside crumbled with a deafening roar. From afar, Ryosuke lowered his sealed hands. Even the raikage, so formidable, failed to pierce your clone's disguise. Suigetsu, shouldering Yuzuki Jin, asked curiously. Unlike ordinary shadow clones would release, clones replicate their original with near-perfect fidelity. To state it plainly, no shinobi alive today could discern one within a short span. Ryosuke replied. Sasuke's ocular fatigue was real, his vision blurred akin to severe myopia, but not so severely impaired as to prevent sustaining his Susanoo. His earlier collapse and eye-clutching had been pure subterfuge, crafted by Ryosuke, who knew his would clone could not manifest the Susanoo. Should we blame the raikage's weak resistance to Jinjutsu, or credit the Sharingan's overwhelming power? Even under constant stimulation from lightning-released chakra, he still succumbed. Karen remarked dryly. He deliberately suppressed his lightning-release armor to tend to Yuzuki Jin, and his speed diminished further while entangled by vines. Though I lack the Mangekyo Sharingan myself, my ocular power rivals that of any Mangekyo user. 2 Mangekyo-level visual forces combined. If they still couldn't ensnare him, that would be truly absurd. Moreover, this was no offensive Jinjutsu. I merely awakened the unconscious Yuzuki Jin, then painstakingly manipulated vines and branches to synchronize with his movements. Only a master of illusion could possibly detect it in an instant. Having finished his explanation, Ryosuke circulated chakra to exit sage mode, surveyed the terrain to confirm direction, and declared, "Next, we proceed to the seal location identified by Zetsu. According to him, our next mission's teammates have already arrived and await us. Regarding tailed beast capture, the 8 tails and 9 tails could be temporarily delayed. The 7 tails housed in a minor village posed no great difficulty. The 3 tails revival was imminent, though its current location remained unconfirmed. The 4 tails had defected and now presented complications. Yet the most troublesome target remained the 1 tail. Following intensive tailed beast operations, especially after the Sand Village's prior assault, it would inevitably reinforce Gaara's protection to the utmost and likely seek Konoha's assistance. Thus, despite their deep aversion to collaboration with other squads, the two had no choice but to comply. They were, after all, the defeated party undone by a wholly unforeseen individual. Arg, why on earth did that man appear in Sunagakure? If he's escorting the 9 tails Jinchuriki, why doesn't he simply steer clear of danger? A mournful wail echoed from a concealed mountain cave. A handsome young man with golden braided hair sat glumly upon a stone. Quiet down. That's your 27th complaint. Sasori snapped irritably. And in, brother Sasori, don't you feel aggrieved too? Deidara turned to ask. And in, resentment changes nothing, Sasori replied. And in, but still, we failed our mission. Precisely because of that, we must personally erase this disgrace. Accepting aid would be humiliating. Deidara grumbled. And in, we've already caused unnecessary trouble. Even if it stings, we must endure. Sasori stated calmly. Sigh. Deidara exhaled deeply, propping his chin on his palms. Even if inter-squad cooperation is unavoidable, why weren't Itachi and Kisame assigned? At least they possess aesthetic sensibility. What if the members of Team Hawk are Philistines? I certainly lack patience for such company. Click. And in, Sasori guided Hiriko from the shadows, his gaze locked on the cave entrance. Someone approaches. And in, this must be the place then. According to Zetsu's coordinates, yes. And in hearing the voices, Deidara rose, annoyance etched across his face, finally arrived. What took them so long? Tap, tap, tap. And in, footsteps drew nearer. 5 strangers clad in black robes adorned with crimson clouds entered the cavern, the largest among them carrying a woman over his shoulder. You are, and in, you're Deidara, correct. And in, before Deidara could speak, Ryosuke stepped forward and addressed him directly. And in, that's me. Deidara responded coolly. And in, tap, tap, tap. Nariasuke strode forward, halting before Deidara. And in, Watts. And in, snap. Ryosuke suddenly clapped Deidara on the shoulder, ignoring the artist's furrowed brow, and exclaimed with genuine admiration. It is you. Long have I heard of your renown. Meeting the legendary artist in person is truly exhilarating. Huh. and Indadura blinked. His irritation, resentment, and frustration evaporating, instantly replaced by swelling pride and profound validation. Gazing at Ryosuke's earnest expression, a smile spread across his lips. This youth truly possesses refined taste. And then for the first time Deidara ceased resisting inter-squad collaboration. And then after all, he was the legendary artist. And legends naturally bore magnanimity toward their juniors. You are quite impressive and have a bright future ahead. Stick with me for the upcoming task, and it'll help you, Source said, Deidara patting Liang Jie on the shoulder with satisfaction. Hearing the voice, Liang Jie shifted his gaze from Deidara, who was still basking in the glory of being a legendary artist, and lowered himself to meet the eyes of Sasori. With excitement in his tone, he said, "You must be the legendary Sasori of the Red Sand. It is said that you are the most outstanding puppet master in the current shinobi world." Sasori slightly raised his head, looking at the excited Liang Jie, and nodded silently in his heart. This kid is quite good. Feeling the change in their demeanor from rejection to friendliness, Liang Jie suddenly thought of a famous scene. "Senior Sasori, Senior Deidara. What is it?" Sasori looked at Liang Jie, who seemed hesitant, and said, "Speak up if you have something to say. You both believe in eternal art and momentary art, and I recently want to learn about art, but my knowledge is shallow, so I don't know which is better. Of course it's momentary art." Without letting Liang Jie finish, Deidara pulled him close and exclaimed, "Only the beauty of the moment of explosion can be called art." "That's not right." Sasori used his tail to hook Liang Jie and pulled him closer, saying, "Momentary art is too superficial, it cannot last long, and it cannot be appreciated by many. Only eternal beauty can be the art that lasts for a millennium." "No way." Deidara pulled Liang Jie even harder, insisting, "True art doesn't need to be widely spread. Momentary art is the best." "You are so disappointing to utter such superficial words in front of juniors," Sasori said as he tugged Liang Jie closer, glaring at Deidara. "Art is eternal. Art is momentary. Eternal. Momentary. Eternal. Momentary." As the two argued, Liang Jie seized the opportunity to escape the eye of the storm. "What were you doing just now? What was going through your mind?" Sasuke approached from the side. He couldn't understand Liang Jie's submissive behavior. The Hawk team was not weaker than them, so there was no need to act this way. At least they are rare, strong individuals. If we can bring them into our camp, it will always be helpful, and besides, it didn't take much effort. Just a few kind words, Liang Jie said with a smile. After all, the Akatsuki seems to be a terrifying organization that shelters rogue ninjas, but actually a few of them have relatively pure intentions. Their stance has never firmly been with the Akatsuki. If they can be swayed, we should try to sway them. These people are valuable allies. Liang Jie's plan was grand. If he relied solely on cultivating Sasuke into an absolute powerhouse to maintain peace, once something happened to Sasuke, the peace in the shinobi world would be instantly shattered. His plan was for Sasuke to maintain peace for over a decade. Even if both he and Sasuke disappeared afterward, peace would not be broken. That is the true solid peace, one that does not need to be forcibly created through personal strength. By the way, are these two really members of the Akatsuki? Shueiwa pointed at the two who were still arguing like children and helplessly remarked, "Their aura is so much weaker compared to Itachi and Kisame." Karen and Chuji nodded in agreement as they recalled the cold aura of Uchiha Itachi and the fierce appearance of Kisame. There are always different personalities among ninjas. You have the water transformation technique, which makes you nearly impossible to kill with ordinary attacks, but most of the time you still fear for your life, Liang Jie said, glancing sideways. Shueiwa was momentarily speechless, unable to respond for a while, and could only chuckle awkwardly. "Well, that's true." Meanwhile, the argument between Sasori and Deidara was nearing its end. Since they started cooperating, such arguments had occurred almost every day, and neither could gain the upper hand. They tacitly stopped arguing and turned their attention to Liang Jie. Deidara loudly said, "Why don't you tell us, is art momentary or eternal?" Under the gaze of the two, Liang Jie's eyelids twitched slightly. This was a question of life and death. Regardless of whether he answered momentary or eternal, he would offend one of them. However, such a difficult question would not stump Liang Jie. After enduring the grind of a corporate life, he had developed a skill that would serve him for a lifetime: the ability to speak appropriately to people, to adapt to situations, and to remain calm even in tight spots. "I am still a beginner who has yet to touch the threshold of art. Since both of you possess profound artistic attainments and cannot distinguish between high and low, how can I casually make a statement?" Liang Jie spoke sincerely. "Profound artistic attainments." Deidara instinctively puffed out his chest. "You are truly impressive." Sasori seldom praised others, but it didn't hurt to compliment an excellent junior a few times. "However, before we debate what art is, shouldn't we focus on the task at hand?" Liang Jie shifted the topic, signaling Chuji to discard the wooden figure. "You're right, we should first seal the tailed beast, and we can discuss our matters later." Deidara agreed. Sasori responded simply as a form of acknowledgement. So what do we do next? Liang Jie asked, spreading his hands. Just wait. When the time comes, the leader will naturally appear, Deidara replied. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange chakra fluctuation emanated from the center of the cave. Turning his head, a phantom figure appeared out of thin air. The figure was extremely faint, only its general outline could be discerned, with the only clear feature being the Rinnegan in its eye socket, which was also the most crucial part of Liang Jie's plan. We need to find a way to obtain it, he said, displaying a harmless smile towards Nagato, controlling the Deva path, while secretly planning several methods to seize the Rinnegan. Nagato gazed at Liang Jie. This was the first time the two had met since the Hawk team joined the Akatsuki. After a long moment, just as Deidara grew impatient, Nagato, controlling the Deva path, summoned the outer path Gedomazo. Whoosh! Deidara, Sasori, and Sasuke leaped onto the corresponding fingers, and moments later shadows appeared on the remaining fingers. Hey, isn't that Liang Jie? Long time no see, Hidan greeted as he spotted Liang Jie below. Liang Jie smiled and nodded, his gaze drifting to Kakuzu beside him, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Since coming to the world of Hokage, Kakuzu was the first and the only one who nearly caused his demise. Kakuzu glanced at Liang Jie and nodded amiably in response to his confused gaze. It was only then that Liang Jie suddenly realized something. Among the current members of the Akatsuki, aside from Nagato and Konan, who were impossible to recruit, he got along fairly well with the rest, particularly with Hidan and Itachi, who were definitely on the same side. Deidara and Sasori were not wholeheartedly committed to the Akatsuki either, so the chances of recruitment were quite high. Kakuzu also inexplicably showed goodwill. The Akatsuki really is a place filled with talented individuals, Liang Jie thought, as he lowered his head, his gaze flickering. Is that Uchiha Liang Jie? Konan also noticed the stranger in the cave. Let's begin. Nagato's words made everyone focus. The outer path Gedomazo opened its mouth and chakra enveloped the wooden figure, quickly stripping the tailed beast's chakra and injecting it into the outer path Gedomazo. During the sealing process, Karen remained vigilant around them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Liang Jie took a portion of the wooden figure's blood and flesh cells for use in the Edo Tensei, while the remaining body was taken by Sasori. A puppet made from a Jinchuriki seems to have a sense of artistry. The scorpion disliked waiting for others even more, so he detested making others wait, so he only performed a simple preservation treatment before storing it in the scroll. Putting away the sealed scroll, he turned to Deidara, who was surrounded by the Hawk squad in the corner, and called out, "Let's go." After saying this, the scorpion walked towards the entrance. After taking a few steps, he paused in confusion as Deidara neither responded nor got up to follow, still completely absorbed in the corner, sometimes scratching his head, sometimes looking frustrated, and continuously muttering incomprehensible words. Deidara, Deidara. The scorpion called out twice more, and seeing that he still did not respond, he could only move towards the position of the others. Suits. Watermoon spread out a row of playing cards, his eyes fixed on Deidara, asking, "Wanna play?" Deidara, struggling to look at his hand, thought for a long time before finally shaking his head, saying no. "Then I'll continue." Watermoon exchanged a glance with Kankuro, received a nod in response, and then confidently threw out a pair. "I only have 1 card left." "1 card? You leave that for me." Deidara angrily threw out a bomb, but before he could continue speaking, Kankuro casually tossed out 2 cards that made his brain buzz. A royal flush. How is that possible? Deidara clutched his head in disbelief. How could a royal flush be in Kankuro's hands? They should each only have 1. "Sorry you fell for it. This is what psychological warfare is, learned slowly," Watermoon said triumphantly, as he threw out a single card to counter the 3 Kankuro had played. "I won, pay up." Watermoon shouted with tears of joy. This was the feeling of winning streaks. It was truly wonderful. "Lost again," Deidara said dejectedly as he handed over a few bills, taking a deep breath to quickly adjust his mindset. "Let's play another round. I'm still not skilled enough. How could I lose to you otherwise?" During the 3 days of waiting, the bored Watermoon and the others played Do-Diju again. Deidara was deeply attracted after just glancing at their game, and couldn't wait to join once the tailed beast sealing was successfully completed, but unexpectedly lost several rounds in a row. "What are you doing?" The scorpion walked over dissatisfied. "Brother Scorpion, you finished dealing with the corpse so quickly?" Deidara asked in surprise. "You know I dislike making people wait too long," the scorpion replied. "There's no helping it," Deidara said slowly as he stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and said to Watermoon, "Let's play again when we have the chance." He knew the scorpion had more to say. If the scorpion had to wait because of Do-Diju, the consequences would be very serious. No problem. Although Watermoon rarely won, he was not overwhelmed by joy. The mission was far more important than winning money. After a simple cleanup, the group left the cave and headed straight for Sunagakure. According to the information provided by Zetsugara was still in Sunagakure, and Jiraiya, who had once helped him escape, had also not left while Konoha had dispatched elite Jonin Kakashi to lead the support team, which was also the reason Nagato decided to have the artistic duo collaborate with the Hawk Squad. Have you not found the location of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki yet? Pain looked towards Zetsu, who was half exposed. The search area has been expanded, but there are still no results. Neither Konoha nor Sunagakure has found him. Could he have been placed in Mayaboku Mountain by Jiraiya? Zetsu analyzed. Continue to expand the search area, Pain commanded. Yes, Zetsu responded, and withdrew underground. Mayaboku Mountain. Nagato murmured in the deepest part of the base. Master Jiraiya, I hope you do not obstruct the path to peace in the ninja world. Setting aside Nagato's thoughts for the moment, on the other hand, Ryokai and the others spent 2 days relying on the convenience of the clay birds to finally arrive near Sunagakure. Found it. Kinkuro opened his eyes, locking onto the Kazukage Tower. There are chakra fluctuations underground similar to the Two Tails and Five Tails, and nearby, there are a dozen strong chakra responses, one of which is comparable to the Reikage. The chakra comparable to the Reikage, if I'm not mistaken, should be Jiraiya, who has not yet left. Ryokai pondered. Crack crack. Deidara cracked his knuckles, glaring fiercely at Sunagakure. Today, he had to avenge his previous humiliation. Let's go. Under the cover of night, the group quietly approached Sunagakure on their clay owl. However, having suffered losses before, Sunagakure did not wait until they were attacked to notice the enemy's infiltration this time. They had specifically requested sensing ninjas from Konoha for support. When the clay giant bird approached the 4-kilometer range of Sunagakure, the ninjas in the village received the enemy attack signal in advance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These guys are so annoying, Deidara said as he maneuvered the owl to dodge the incoming wind blades, pulling out 2 clumps of clay from his pouch. Here's a little greeting for you. Deidara dropped a clay doll that resembled himself, which rapidly expanded as it fell, soon becoming the size of a house. Sealing hand signs to channel chakra, the clay doll's body bulged with several lumps, and the internal chakra became extremely unstable. Deidara excitedly shouted, Artis. Boom. Thunder suddenly roared, and 2 white wolves formed from lightning appeared, rushing through the air to bite and destroy the clay doll. TCH. Deidara felt his anger rising. His art had been interrupted by someone unworthy. There was nothing more infuriating than this. Strictly speaking, Deidara's clay bombs still belonged to the earth release category before they exploded, and thus were still restrained by lightning release, causing the bombs to fail. Damn lightning release ninja, Deidara said as he tore open the clay pouch and scattered dozens of the most basic explosive tags. Let's see how many you can block. Art is an explosion, huh? Faced with the multitude of explosive tags, the 2 wolves began to show signs of struggle, but fortunately the explosive tags were not very powerful, resulting in limited damage. Better conserve some chakra, Jiraiya said as he stopped Kakashi from controlling the lightning wolves to pick up the explosive tags. Kakashi, upon hearing this, dispersed the lightning wolves, wearily wiping away his sweat. The enemy's position is too high, the ordinary attacks won't work. Then let's bring them down first. Jiraiya turned to Maki and asked, have the civilians been evacuated? They have all entered the shelters, Maki replied. Good. Jiraiya bit his finger and struck the ground, the black summoning seal spreading. Let's have a long-awaited collaboration, Fukasaku. Boom. In the smoke, Fukasaku took out his pipe, slightly raised his head to aim at the owl, and opened his mouth to spray out toad oil infused with natural energy, while Jiraiya immediately expelled flames to ignite it. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Roar, roar, roar. A sea of flames surged forth, and the owl could not dodge in time as Ryokai and the others jumped down. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Wind release, 1,000 faces of wind. Wind release, scythe wind. As they landed, dozens of pre-prepared attacks followed in succession. Ryokai calmly formed a circle of ice to easily block the attacks, looking at the ninjas with various expressions. Ryokai infused chakra into the ground. It's my turn now. Would release poisonous vines. The sound of cracking echoed as hundreds of thorny poisonous vines broke through the ground. Those unfortunate enough to be cut by them quickly lost their strength, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. The kunai struck the poisonous vines, erupting in bursts of fiery sparks. Kakashi swiftly retreated to evade the attack, coating his kunai with lightning chakra before finally slicing through a vine. Indeed, it is quite hard. Is this also a form of wood release? Kakashi glanced at Ryoji behind the crystalline barrier. Despite the significant difference in power, these poisonous vines reminded him of someone. Yamato, who had been captured during the Mist mission. Is the purpose of capturing Yamato to master wood release? Kakashi didn't know the answer, but he was certain that Yamato was likely in grave danger. The technique of the chaotic lion's mane unleashed. Silver hair cascaded across the battlefield, entangling with the poisonous vines. Watching Jiraiya, Ryoji's eyes flickered as he retracted the vines with a complex expression. Are you releasing the ninjutsu? Jiraiya looked at Ryoji in confusion, unable to fathom what this young man was truly up to. Both sides fell silent, the atmosphere suddenly growing tense. Lord Jiraiya, could you please refrain from making a move? Ryoji spoke to break the deadlock. You saved my life. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to fight you. Ryoji felt a constant sense of gratitude. Whether it was Sasuke who had cared for him at the beginning of his journey or Aoyama, who had selflessly taught him the mind-reading technique, not to mention Jiraiya, who had genuinely saved his life. He would forever remember these debts of gratitude. What do you think I will do? Jiraiya retorted. So it really comes down to a fight, huh? Ryoji replied helplessly. Smack. Ryoji clasped his hands together, horns sprouting from his head, scales covering his cheeks. Sage chakra flooded the land for miles around, shattering the barriers of the forest, and in an instant greenery emerged in the desert, shrouded in yellow sand. This should be sage mode. To achieve it so quickly is unexpected. The little brat I saved back, then has grown to such an extent. Jiraiya scrutinized the surroundings gravely. If you had anticipated this day, would you still have saved me back then, eh? Ryoji asked. Yes, Jiraiya replied without hesitation. You were a Konoha ninja back then, whether to save you or not has nothing to do with who you are now. That's quite the expected response. Ryoji chuckled lightly. I initially intended to say that I wouldn't kill you today no matter what, but now it seems that would be disrespectful to you. Exactly, then bring it on. Jiraiya laughed heartily, leaping back to dodge the attacks from branches and vines, beginning to channel chakra to summon the two great sages of Mayaboku Mountain. Sage Art Poison Bud. Ryoji summoned 4 vibrant flower buds, turning to Deidara and the others, saying, You go with the 2 seniors to capture the one tail. He'll handle things here. You plan to face all the ninjas alone. Can you manage that? Deidara questioned doubtfully. Don't worry, Ryoji replied confidently. Given his current abilities, facing top-tier opponents wouldn't be easy, but dealing with team-based enemies was quite simple. The Dragon Cave Sage Art would release and poison all had extensive area attack capabilities. Unless facing top-tier foes, such techniques would be difficult to counter. The strongest among the Sunagakure Tail Beast Guard is Jiraiya, and Ryoji was fully confident in that. Alright then. Deidara did not hesitate much. The main task was to capture Gaara, the only way to redeem the art duo. Looking at the exhausted ninjas in the field, Ryoji also seemed far from making empty boasts. Be sure to be careful, Sasuke instructed. Don't worry, don't forget I have another card up my sleeve, Ryoji responded. Karen, lock onto the one-tailed Jinchuriki's location and lead us there, Sasuke commanded. Follow me. A group rushed toward the Kazekage building, but the ninjas attempting to obstruct them were quickly halted by a triple attack of vines, branches, and earth spikes. Your enemy is me. Wind release gale. The vibrant petals slowly opened and Ryoji carefully controlled his chakra, gently blowing the pollen evenly across every corner of the forest. Don't breathe. Kakashi shouted, his Sharingans, 3 tomo linking together. Many comrades had already fallen and they needed to break the impasse quickly. Focusing his ocular power on Ryoji's neck, he thought with Kamui. Swish. Suddenly 2 trees dropped down to obstruct his view, forcing Kakashi to halt Kamui and search for a suitable position again. Yet no matter how he searched, the trees always protected Ryoji, leaving him with no opportunity to unleash Kamui. How could I possibly give you the opportunity? Ryoji smirked mockingly. He was well aware of the information regarding all the strong individuals in the ninja world, including Kakashi, who had a particularly prominent role. How could he ever allow such an unreasonable space ninjutsu, like Kamui, to be unleashed? Such ocular techniques are too dangerous if left to the enemy. Oh, I must find a way to gouge out his eyes, Ryoji thought. The practical value of Kamui is extremely high. Oh, it's not just Kakashi's Sharingan, but if the chance arises, Obito's Sharingan should not be overlooked either. Buzz. Sensing the fluctuations in natural energy, Ryoji redirected his attention to Jiraiya. Bang. After a long period of preparation, he finally summoned the 2 great sages Fukasaku and Shima. Sages, help me enter sage mode. Oh, we're in big trouble. Fukasaku stood on either shoulder, examining Ryoji's transformed body. Shima's expression turned solemn. This truly is a big problem. It seems this is the sage mode of the Dragon Cave. Ooh, I've never seen anyone master it so perfectly in hundreds of years. Fukasaku brought his hands together rapidly, gathering natural energy. Swish. Dodging 2 attacks, Jiraiya asked in confusion, perfect. The more perfect the sage mode, the less the user's body should change. Ryoji had horns and scales on his face, but how could that be considered perfect? The sage mode of the Dragon Cave differs in appearance from that of Mayaboku Mountain. The current form of this kid is the most perfect mastery I've seen in centuries, Fukasaku explained. And this would release little Jiraiya. Even with sage mode activated, it might still be hard for you to win, Shima expressed her concern. How will we know if we don't try? Jiraiya replied. The natural energy here is exceptionally rich. I can quickly enter sage mode, so be prepared. Oh, Jiraiya shouted loudly, the massive sage chakra whipping up a storm. Red lines spread beneath his eyes, almost covering his entire face. His nose swelled with several lumps, and his chin sprouted sharp, silvery whiskers like metal. The chaotic lion's main technique. Jiraiya first used his hair to slice through trees, rescuing the ninjas trapped within. With no more allies in his way, he and Fukasaku simultaneously puffed up their cheeks. Sage Art 5 Right Gate. Jiraiya spat out specially refined toad oil. Ushima unleashed a fire release technique to ignite it while Fukasaku fanned the blaze with a gale of immense force. Scalding oil surged forward, engulfing the forest in an inferno. The temperature spiked violently. Soaring heat constricted breath and pressed upon the senses like the overwhelming might of Sage Art itself. Yet Ryosuke remained unruffled, calmly redirecting his Sage Chakra. Sage Art Inorganic Rebirth. Loose sand drawn together by chakra coalesced instantly into a colossal earthen barrier, curved like a crescent moon, over 10 meters tall and nearly 100 meters wide. Boom, boom, boom. The searing oil slammed into the barrier. Intense heat melted the sand into glassy crystalline shards. But here in Sunegakure's arid expanse, sand was inexhaustible. Drawing on this abundance, the barrier held firm against the torrent. Taste the sting of your own assault. The barrier's deliberate curvature was no accident. Gokaku no Jutsu, after all, relied on tangible physical oil, and thus obeyed the immutable laws of physics. Swish, swish, swish. The arc redirected the oil's trajectory upward, splashing directly onto the Jonin squad. Those who can use Earth Release, now. Kakashi barked the order and slammed both hands onto the ground. A stone wall carved with the visage of a hound erupted before them. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. In unison, the Jonin activated their Earth Flow walls, barely sparing themselves from being deep-fried alive. Go reinforce Gaara. Leave this to me. Jiraiya commanded. Understood. Without hesitation, the Jonin withdrew. This battle had long surpassed their capacity to intervene. I'm afraid I cannot let you depart so easily. Ryosuke dispelled the ice crystals shielding him from heat and swiftly formed hand seals. Dense mist blanketed a 5-kilometer radius. Had it not been night, conjuring such thick fog in Sunegakure's parched wasteland would have demanded extraordinary effort. Sage Art Poisonous Mist. Hush! The milky white fog turned viridian. In the pitch-black night, the change went unseen. Until too late, they realized the mist carried venom. By then, nearly half the squad had fallen to the rest had inhaled trace amounts of toxin. What do we do now, eh? A Konoha Sensornin squeezed his eyes shut, relying solely on hearing to detect approaching threats. The poison Ryosuke wielded had been meticulously formulated by Ichikishimaheim. It entered through respiration, yet also corroded eyes, throat, and internal organs with brutal efficiency. Within the mist, enemies could neither breathe, nor open their eyes, nor speak, and even their sensory perception was dulled by the Sage Chakra interwoven invisibly throughout the vapor. Danger lurked beyond the toxin. Venomous serpents and thorny vines coiled silently within the haze, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Fire release risks friendly casualties. We must clear the fog with wind release instead. Jiraiya burned with urgency, but Ryosuke granted him no opening. Sage Art Explosive Serpent. Shish, shish, shish. Dozens of razor-sharp serpent scales tore through the toxic mist, shattering Fukasaku's concentration just as he began weaving wind release. Jiraiya leapt skyward to evade. This time the scales did not pursue. His eyes lit with sudden hope. Fukasaku-sama, hurry, leave it to me. Fukasaku exhaled a hurricane-force gale. The poisonous mist finally dispersed. Jiraiya scanned the battlefield below and recoiled. Only a handful of Jonin remained standing. The rest lay motionless, faces tinged violet with lethal poisoning. Thud. Jiraiya landed hard on the earth, his gaze locking onto Ryosuke with predatory intensity. Rest easy. I spared them out of gratitude for your past kindness. Ryosuke met his stare with serene composure. From this day forth our debts are settled. Hearing this, Jiraiya's fury receded. A calm inspection revealed steady, unhurried breaths among the fallen. Their lives hung in delicate balance, far from the brink of death. You're truly a shame. A rare kindred spirit through and through Jiraiya's side. Ryosuke's loyalty and sense of reciprocity were uncommon virtues, especially given their opposing allegiances. Jiraiya genuinely mourned the loss for Konoha for Tsunade. Had Ryosuke and Sasuke never defected, they would have become pillars of the village, easing Tsunade's burdens immeasurably. What is your true purpose in capturing the tailed beasts? Jiraiya demanded, voice low and grave. With the escort team decimated and Ryosuke denying any opportunity for counterattack, defeating him swiftly was pure fantasy. Protecting Gaara had failed irrevocably. Better then to extract valuable intelligence while time remained. The reasons run deep, but can be distilled simply. Before I proceed, however, may I request a gesture of goodwill? If this is an exchange of information, let us dispense with hostile intent. Ryosuke smiled faintly as he watched Fukasaku and Shima. Two serpent scales sprouted from his ears, sealing off sound. I know your capabilities well. Sonic Genjutsu is troublesome, but only that troublesome. Countering it is hardly difficult. Hiss. A white serpent emerged halfway from his collar. No need to fret about communication. It hears your words, and thus so do I. Jiraiya's expression tightened. Today offered no reprieve, not a sliver of hope. Returning to our earlier subject, Akatsuki's goal in gathering the tailed beasts is disarmingly simple. Two characters, only peace. Peace. Precisely peace. Ryosuke turned his gaze toward the Kazekage Tower, sensing the subterranean chakra fluctuations settle into stillness. He understood it was over. It is finished. Even with the combined might of the artist duo and the original Hawk Team, Gaara's capture was inevitable. That it took this long already exceeded all expectations. Before I leave, I shall reclaim what belongs to the Uchiha clan. Ryosuke glanced coolly at Kakashi. Within the poison mist, he had singled Kakashi out for special attention, leaving him severely debilitated, his combat prowess reduced to less than a tenth of its peak. The ideal moment to extract the Sharingan. Would release clone. A wooden clone shot toward Kakashi, only for Jiraiya to freeze mid-lunge, halted by a single sentence. If you interfere, I swear, every last one of them dies. Cold glacial light flickered in Ryosuke's eyes. Venomous serpents bared fangs against the throats of unconscious shinobi. Sometimes having too many allies becomes a liability. Damn it. Jiraiya's face paled. He dared not move, forced to watch helpless as the wooden clone closed in on Kakashi. You dare? A thunderous roar echoed from afar. A figure wreathed in cobalt steam hurtled across the desert at blinding speed. Ryosuke's expression hardened into grim dismay. Cursed luck. Kakashi, hold on, the newcomer bellowed. His velocity surged again, covering the kilometer in heartbeats. He launched into the air and delivered a devastating flying kick. Dynamic entry. Boom. The sheer force of the blow sent the wooden clone reeling backward. Might Guy seized Kakashi's shoulder and vaulted clear in a single fluid motion. Are you all right? Guy asked, concern etched deep. Kakashi blinked wearily, voice hoarse. Not dead. Yet. Konoha truly went Allen. Do they not fear Akatsuki exploiting their vulnerability to seize Naruto? Ryosuke's face darkened. Of all shinobi in the world, Might Guy was the one he dreaded most. Once the 8 gates opened, victory was impossible. Even if Guy perished in the process, Ryosuke had no desire to trade his life for a fleeting hollow triumph. Abandoning the Sharingan and retreating seemed the wisest course, yet such an opportunity might never arise again. To surrender it felt like sacrilege. Damn it. Ryosuke clenched his jaw, resolve hardening into steel. I'd hoped to withhold this technique, for intelligence's sake alone, but you've left me no choice. Throughout the history of the shinobi world, aside from a few non-human members of the Otsutsuki clan, anyone facing the fully unleashed Might Guy must prepare for battle. The relentless high-intensity training and his extraordinary talent in taijutsu ultimately ignited by life itself. This is the pinnacle of taijutsu that a mortal can achieve. However, because of this, Might Guy cannot open the 8th gate at the beginning of the battle, which would cost him his life. A Liangjia has ample time to avoid risks. Under normal circumstances, he would stop here. The tailed beast has been captured successfully, and Deidara and the others are retreating, but today, he has a reason he cannot leave. The Kamui Sharingan is extremely important. Its significance lies not only in the destructive power of its space-time techniques, but also in the connection it provides to Obito's Kamui space for Liangjia. Even if Uchiha Obito fundamentally seeks peace, it does not mean that Liangjia can share a consensus with him. A battle between them is very likely. Therefore, if he does not utilize the intelligence he has in advance to prepare adequately, he would not be worthy of his status as a traveler. Although there are simpler ways to obtain the Kamui Sharingan, I think it'll pass. Liangjia glanced at the unconscious Jonin. Given Kakashi's personality, if he were to trade the Sharingan for the lives of his companions, he would undoubtedly agree, but these individuals are meant to repay Jiraiya's favor. He could feel justified in threatening Jiraiya, but he would not use that threat against a second person. Otherwise, what would that be if not a repayment? While Liangjia was contemplating, Jiraiya was also thinking about how to break the deadlock. We need to first deal with the swarm of snakes. This kid definitely won't give us a chance. We need to find someone to cooperate. Kakashi has lost his combat effectiveness, but he can rely on the remaining slightly eccentric Might Guy. I can only trust him now. Jiraiya manipulated his hair to draw a symbol behind him, and Might Guy understood. He transitioned from stillness to movement, unleashing the maximum speed of the 7th gate, racing toward Liangjia. Day Tiger. With a powerful punch, the wind from his fist compressed the surrounding air into a gigantic tiger-shaped air projectile. The tearing air emitted a roaring sound as Liang Jie raised his right hand, and a wooden sprout instantly expanded from his palm into a demonic face shield. Bang! The two collided, and the immense force transmitted through the shield caused Liang Jie to keep retreating under this overwhelming power. Sage Art, Thousand Needle Jutsu. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya unleashed Sage Art, his hair precisely piercing through the heads of every poisonous snake, then used Shadow Clone to rescue everyone. Would release vines. On the other side, while still retreating, Liang Jie performed Would Release, causing vines to sprout from the ground and bind his legs. Snap! 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 The vines binding his legs were directly torn apart by the immense force, but immediately more vines sprouted. Snap! 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 The frequency of the vines breaking slowed down increasingly, allowing Liang Jie to stabilize himself. The chakra from the Sage Art spread down his arm to the shield as a yellow python with metallic sheen emerged from the gaping mouth of the demonic face, but it was crushed by the air projectile before it could even last a second. Seeing this scene, Liang Jie's expression remained unchanged as he released his grip on the shield and formed a seal. Sage Art Eruption. Boom. The remaining flesh of the yellow python exploded and the chakra from the Sage Art rampaged, causing the air projectile to lose stability and shatter the shockwave, sending Might Guy, who was caught off guard, flying. Whoosh! Jiraiya shielded Might Guy to prevent him from suffering a second injury. Step! Steadily landing on the ground, Might Guy looked solemnly at Liang Jie. No wonder you could lead the escort team to total annihilation. Such power is truly rare. This was the first time Might Guy had encountered someone who could withstand the day tiger without a scratch, and an overwhelming fighting spirit surged in his mind. Don't be impulsive. Kakashi, who has been Might Guy's rival and friend for 20 years, could guess what the other was thinking just by the change in his expression. I still have enough chakra left to use Kimui once more. Help me create an opportunity, Kakashi said. All right. Might Guy had never seen Kimui and did not even know what kind of attack it was. He simply trusted Kakashi. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a slight tremor suddenly came from underground. Kakashi was alert and focused on the ground. No, it's not him. Jiraiya suddenly turned to look at the Kazekage building. The chakra belonging to Liang Jie was calm, but the tremor was caused by another chakra that felt somewhat familiar. Liang Jie smiled slightly. Finally, you've come out. With that, a clay owl burst out of the Kazekage building. Art is an explosion. With a shout, the building collapsed and disintegrated in an explosion. Ha ha ha. Deidara laughed heartily. This is Art, the art of explosions. No one on the owl paid attention to Deidara. All their attention was diverted by the tragic scene of Sunagakure. Houses collapsed, the earth shattered, and the sky was shrouded in thick smoke. The escort team disappeared without a trace, and of the 3 remaining Konoha ninjas, one could barely stand. This kid is quite capable, Deidara remarked, his smile fading as he looked at Liang Jie with a surprised expression. He recognized the exhausted Konoha ninja, the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi, who had been famous in the shinobi world many years ago, and the other was Might Guy, who also had considerable renown. Along with Jiraiya, who had once caused them trouble, this situation led to the ability to deal with the escort team, which significantly increased his evaluation of Liang Jie. Glancing sideways at Sasuke, Deidara felt quite helpless. What kind of freakish family is the Uchiha? For such geniuses, if other families produced even one, it would be as if their ancestors had struck gold. In contrast, the Uchiha clan produces several at once. How can other families survive in comparison? You all leave first or I will hold them off, Liang Jie shouted. No way, I haven't finished with Jiraiya. Deidara grabbed his clay and was about to join the battle. Deidara, Scorpion scolded him. Brother Scorpion, this is a good opportunity for revenge, Deidara retorted angrily. The success of capturing the One Tail has already been communicated by Zetsu to the other members. Do not keep them waiting too long, Scorpion said coldly. Deidara gritted his teeth, gripping the clay, picking it up, and putting it down again, before finally dejectedly saying, all right. I leave it to you, Scorpion announced loudly. Liang Jie responded with a gesture. Let's go. Hearing Scorpion's order, Deidara reluctantly controlled the owl to leave. Don't think about escaping. Might Guy leaped 100 meters, his arms striking the air at high frequency, creating blazing flames. Towards the peacock. Whoosh. The figure flashed in front of him, and the wood release clone raised the demonic face shield to absorb the fireball. Wood release, thorn vines. The surface of the shield sprouted several thorns, forcing Might Guy, who had nowhere to gain leverage, to plummet from the sky. Ice release, ice of winter. Liang Jie used ice release to slow down Jiraiya, then awakened the chakra of the Sage Art that spread throughout the ground, causing mountains of sand and stone to rise, and once the peaks stabilized, ice crystals immediately covered them. Step. Liang Jie stood atop the peak with 5 wooden coffins behind him. Let the new round of battle begin, but the opponent is not me, it is them. Bang, bang, bang. The coffin lids clattered shut one by one, revealing familiar faces. Terumi, Mei Rinuri Han Kimimaro, and the fourth Kazakage Raza. Since confronting Might Guy carried a life-or-death risk, he would enlist those who feared death least. Stripping the five of their consciousness while preserving only combat instinct, Raza and Terumi, Mei targeted Jiraiya, Rinuri, and Han engaged Might Guy. Kimimaro faced Kakashi alone. Konoha Great Wind. Might Guy shattered Han's shoulder with a single kick, then whirled to strike Rinuri. Still burning with the 7 gates open, he had no time to waste. Ugh! A deafening roar of steam erupted. Might Guy turned his head in disbelief. Han's wound had healed completely within seconds. Scalding vapor coiled around his body as he charged forward like a runaway steam locomotive. Konoha Great Typhoon. Guy forcibly altered his strike mid-motion, shifting from a downward slash to a sweeping arc that drove both opponents back. They should be long dead. Could this truly be the forbidden technique in pure world reincarnation devised by the second Hokage? Might Guy gazed at the two reanimated shinobi with grim hesitation. In outright combat he was confident, but against such an unscrupulous technique he had few effective counters. Shink! Jiraiya dodged a stream of corrosive acid, then joined Kakashi in kicking Kimimaro aside. In pure world reincarnation can only be sealed via sealing jutsu, but first we must immobilize them. After brief engagement, Jiraiya observed a crucial pattern: the more grievous the injury, the slower the reanimated shinobi regenerated. Inflicting mortal wounds would buy ample time for sealing. Heh! Ryosuke let out a faint chuckle, vanishing into the mountain peak as he manipulated Kimimaro to unleash the early fern dance. Crack! 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 Countless bone spikes erupted from the earth, forcing all three to leap clear. Ugh! Steam roared anew. Han burst forth from the thicket of bone, head-butting Kakashi and hurling him far away. Kakashi! Might Guy cried out, stamping a foot to shatter bone spines beneath him, seeking leverage to rush to his comrade's aid. Shink! The other reanimated shinobi instantly converged ahead, blocking both men. Get out of my way, Daytime Tiger! Desperate Guy ignored the devastating toll repeated use of Daytime Tiger exacted on his body, and launched a thunderous straight punch. Hidan. Sage Art Great Flame Bullet. Jiraiya expelled blazing oil. The inferno raged as if it could consume all things. Magnet Release. Sansi Torrent. Lava Release Lava Blob Technique. Lightning Release Explosive Lightning. The reanimated shinobi retaliated fiercely, not matching their foe's raw power, yet undeterred they held the two at bay with fearless tenacity. The battlefield is successfully divided. Now, Ryosuke emerged from the mountain's base, hands clasped. A toxic forest of creeping vines descended once more. Han channeled steam to its utmost, then drove a crushing blow into Kakashi's abdomen, blinded by the sudden haze. Thud! Kakashi spat blood and flew backward, only to be caught by a net of thorny vines. Barbed tendrils pierced his skin, siphoning his last reserves of chakra. Depleted chakra venom and internal trauma combined to plunge him into unconsciousness. Acquired. Ryosuke cleanly plucked the Sharingan, lingered no longer, and vanished using Earth Release. Once far enough away, Ryosuke dispelled the impure world reincarnation and contacted Suigetsu through a white snake. He did not head for the sealing site. Instead, he made for the hollowed-out village of Konoha, where something vital awaited. Sunagakure lay near Konoha. Within Ryosuke's speed, a single night sufficed. I wonder if the sealing formula has been altered. Gazing upon Konoha, Ryosuke formed hand seals, then transformed his appearance, posing as an ordinary villager strolling toward the gates. Few elite shinobi remained in Konoha at present, but he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Using Jinjutsu to subdue the guards, he entered openly and without restraint. I recall Ino's flower shop lies this way. Following memory, he rounded a corner and collided with a young man. Thud! Ryosuke stood unmoved, while the bullier youth crumpled to the ground. You ran into someone. I told you not to run so fast. A girl hurried over, bowing apologetically to Ryosuke. I'm terribly sorry. Then without pause she smacked the youth's head. And you apologized too. Sorry, the youth mumbled, clutching his skull. It's fine, Ryosuke said, gently offering a hand to help him up, his gaze softening as he recognized the boy's familiar face. You're still as reckless as ever. Be more careful next time. He patted the youth's shoulder and walked on. Bewildered, the youth scratched his head. Does he know me? The girl didn't answer. She simply stared transfixed at the figure fading into the crowd, then sprinted after him. Where are you going? Ichiraku ramen isn't that way, the youth called, puzzled. Not hungry anymore, she shot back, weaving urgently through the throng, yet the man vanished without trace. The youth caught up, watching her anxious expression. What's wrong? Didn't he remind you of someone? Who? Ryosuke. Hearing that name, his body stiffened. Ryosuke, a teammate he'd mourned ceaselessly. Yudo drew a slow breath, forcing a smile. Impossible. He'd never returned to Konoha. It was him. I'm certain, said Yuzuki firmly. Come with me. Where? His home. The Uchiha compound housed the graves of every clan member, including Ryosuke's parents. If that man truly was him, Yuzuki refused to believe he wouldn't visit their resting place. They raced to the Uchiha compound. Years of abandonment had left the courtyard overgrown with weeds, and fresh footprints marked the earth clearly. Yuzuki and Yuto's pupils dilated slowly. Someone was just here. Following the prints to the rear garden cemetery, they led straight to a grave adorned with two pale, yellow chrysanthemums. This was Ryosuke's parents' tomb. Their eyes met, joyful and credulous. That man had been Ryosuke. Plink. A faint sound came from the eaves. They looked up, just in time to catch a flash of crimson, three tomo swirling within a Sharingan eye. Whoosh. Even this gave me away. Ryosuke appeared, instantly steadying them both, mildly exasperated. He'd underestimated them. A casual remark he'd thought would leave no trace, yet they deduced his return from a single glance. He carried them inside, laid them gently on the bed. Rest well. Yuzuki possessed the ability to dispel Jinjutsu, but when the gap in power was vast, self-liberation became impossible. Tap. He closed the door softly and left the Uchiha compound, wandering into the food district. He savored his favorite dishes and quietly paid the bill for a certain pork-loving, perpetually grinning friend. Night fell swiftly. Ryosuke arrived at the memorial stone, placed flowers before it, and murmured, "Forgive me, I must disturb your peace." Tap. With one hand pressed to the ground, he appeared outwardly like any ordinary villager paying respects, while beneath the surface a serpentine earthen construct slithered silently among the buried coffins. Not this one nor this. The memorial stone held countless names, so many that half an hour passed before Ryosuke finally located the one he sought. At last, I found you. He directed the earth serpent to tear off a desiccated patch of skin, brushed dust from his clothes, and strolled away unhurried and serene. Liang Jie left Konoha and casually found a tavern in a nearby town to check in. After confirming there were no enemies several times, he finally felt at ease and closed his left eye. With caution, he sealed his left eye and took out the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan and inserted it into his eye socket. A surge of vitality rushed into his eye. Within mere seconds, his injuries healed completely. He lifted his eyelid and tentatively injected chakra. Whether it was due to the Uchiha bloodline or Hashiroma's cells, the transplanted Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan showed no signs of rejection, as if it had always belonged to him. He first activated the 3-tomo Sharingan, and then increased the chakra infusion. The 3-tomo in his left eye spun rapidly, connecting into a coherent pattern. This is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Oh, I wonder when my own will evolve. Liang Jie smacked his lips and glanced at the cup. Kamui. The space twisted around the cup, and as the distortion grew, the space could no longer bear it, and tore open a small hole. With a crack, the shattered cup was drawn into the other space by the gravitational pull. It's a bit hard to control. Liang Jie closed his bloodshot left eye. As the swelling sensation subsided slightly, he weakened the chakra infusion based on the previous result and activated Kamui on another cup. With a hum, the space twisted and fragmented, and the cup was drawn into the other space intact. Liang Jie revealed a joyful expression and then attempted a larger target. Kamui. If Kakashi knew Liang Jie was lavishly practicing Kamui, thanks to Hashirama's cells and abundant chakra, he would surely have mixed feelings. Alright, the training ends here. Liang Jie wiped the blood from his cheek. Even with his physique, he could not easily endure the intense continuous use of the Mangekyo techniques. Would release Shadow Clone. He created a clone and immediately used Kamui on it. Slow down. Slow down. Liang Jie focused entirely on controlling the chakra, and the range of the spatial distortion gradually increased. Just before it shattered, he perfectly enveloped the entire clone. With a whoosh, he released the chakra, restoring peace to the space. Liang Jie covered his left eye, panting heavily. I succeeded. The wood-release clone fell into the Kamui space. Standing on the furniture in the tavern, he surveyed the nearly identical surroundings, forming seals to create 6 more clones. 7 clones scattered and searched, darting around various blocks. When the ninja world transitioned to dawn, the clones finally made a discovery. A solitary grave, a wooden plaque stuck in it, but with no inscriptions. At the top lay a Konoha forehead protector with flowers inserted on both sides for tribute, suggesting that someone had visited recently. I'm sorry. He removed the thick soil brought from outside, revealing a crystal coffin buried within. Inside the transparent coffin lay a girl who, despite the passage of over a decade, still looked vividly alive, as if forever frozen in the moment of her closed eyes. It wasn't in vain. It's time for the main body to come over. The clone lacked the ability to use Kamui. Even if he found the target, he couldn't extract the flesh and blood cells. Crack, crack, crack. The clone transformed into a withered branch, transmitting memories to the main body. Indeed, it's in the Kamui space. Liang Jie sprang up from the bed, picked up a pendant, and held it before his eyes, focusing intently as the space twisted around the pendant. With a whoosh, he entered the Kamui space, arriving at the grave based on the memories relayed from the clone. I apologize for the intrusion. Liang Jie lifted the coffin lid and collected a small amount of cells from the blood hole in the girl's chest. He then closed the coffin and restored the soil. Crack. He picked up the withered branch that was once the clone and inscribed a few words with a kunai. Uchiha Obito no. 5 seen here. He placed the withered branch in front of the gravestone and activated Kamui to leave. With a hum, he landed on a soft bed, enjoying a deep sleep after several sleepless nights. The next day, when checking out, he took out an additional 40,000 ryo. Sir, what's this? The boss asked in confusion. Occasionally satisfied guests would leave tips, but it was unimaginable for someone to produce 40,000 ryo. The bed was very comfortable, but perhaps the furniture style could be changed a bit, Liang Jie hinted. Yes, welcome next time, the boss replied. Although this guest was somewhat peculiar, he would acknowledge him given the money. As he watched Liang Jie leave, the boss ordered the cleaning staff to tidy the room. Yet within half a minute, the cleaner ran down the stairs in a panic, exclaiming, "It's bad. All the furniture in the guest's room has disappeared." What? All of it is gone. The boss leaped to his feet and rushed to the room. Inside it was, as the cleaner said, an empty room with only a bed remaining, and all the furniture had vanished. That's why I said to change the furniture, the boss said with a wry smile. He thought he had encountered a money-dispensing boy, but it turned out to be an equivalent exchange. After replacing the furniture, there wouldn't be much left from several tens of thousands ryo. Next time, don't come back, that guest. Liang Jie sneezed, rubbed his nose, and raised his hand to signal. Boss, 3 more orders, please. Are you taking them with you? Just set them here. 3 Konoha ninjas will come by shortly. 2 men and a woman. Just say I invited them. Liang Jie pressed the money under the plate and hummed a tune as he left the sushi restaurant. As he left, the Konoha ninjas rushed in, surveying the few remaining patrons. Finding no targets, they prepared to move on to the next establishment. Please wait, guests, the boss called out to the trio. What is it? The man replied with a harsh tone, not wanting to waste time. The boss paid no heed and cheerfully said, just now a guest ordered 3 servings of sushi and mentioned that 3 Konoha ninjas would arrive shortly. 2 men and a woman. I believe you are them. What does he look like? Yudo asked urgently. He looks quite handsome, about your age, the boss thought for a moment and added, by the way, that guest's button on his sleeve was quite peculiar. Peculiar? Yes, it was strange. I've never seen a button like that. It resembled a round fan, somewhat like the Uchiha clan emblem. Aoyan interjected. Yes, exactly, the Uchiha emblem, and the color matches as well, the boss suddenly realized. Aoyan and the others exchanged glances, confirming that the guest was indeed the Uchiha Liang Jie they were searching for. We arrived a step too late, Mayu said, disappointed. It's not about arriving late. Liang Jie sensed our chakra a long time ago. Even if we had come earlier, we wouldn't have seen him. Aoyan sighed. Teacher Aoyan. Yudo looked down at the sushi, which was their usual flavor. Is there really no hope of him returning? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ryosuke entered the Kamui dimension at the appointed time, arriving beside the grave. Obito had yet to appear. Just as Ryosuke prepared to sit and wait, a cold, gleaming kunai pressed against his throat. Who are you really? Staring at Ryosuke's back, Obito burned with the urge to kill him on the spot, but reason held him back. Without Kamui active, he stood little chance against this opponent. Moreover, he burned with a deeper curiosity. How had his identity been uncovered? He could scarcely recall the chill that seized him upon seeing the name etched onto the withered branch. For so long, he had believed himself the unseen puppeteer pulling strings from the shadows. Yet those stark characters declared plainly he was not the only one. Uchiha Ryosuke. I didn't ask for your name. Obito tightened his grip. The kunai pierced Ryosuke's neck, and a single drop of blood welled and fell from its razor-sharp tip. Shush! The instant the blood struck the ground, Ryosuke's form flickered, and Obito heard only a sharp whistle of displaced air. His mind went blank. His footing vanished. He staggered sideways, stumbling backward over a dozen frantic steps before barely regaining his balance. There's no need for such hostility, Ryosuke said, arms crossed, his scaled cheeks lifting in a faint, unsettling smile. Before we talk, something requires attention. Glup! And as the words left his lips, a sickening wet sound rose from Obito's body. Pale viscous matter surged forth in thick clumps from his skin. This? Obito's brow furrowed deeply. He knew the cause. This was the unique spore technique of the white zetsu. It seems your every move has been observed by someone from the very beginning. Inosuke drew forward a white zetsu clone, extinguished one with a wave of his hand, and sealed the other temporarily using a sealing jutsu. Fortunately, it wasn't activated. only capable of tracking, not gathering intelligence. Otherwise, things might have grown rather troublesome. Ryosuke's gaze settled upon Obito, his expression disarmingly cheerful. Now let us begin our conversation. Tell me, shall I address you as Uchiha Madara, or Uchiha Obito? Perhaps as Madara's heir, the architect of the Eye of the Moon plan, or as the fourth Mizukage. Oh, and yes, the shadow behind the Nine-Tails assault that claimed the fourth Hokage's life. That title suits you well too. With each identity, Ryosuke named Obito's face darkened, until by the end it had turned the deep mottled purple of a bruised liver. And who are you? Uchiha Ryosuke. In this world, I hold no other identity, Ryosuke replied, sincere and unflinching. Then how did you learn all this? Obito asked, voice low and heavy. And for the first time since resolving to dismantle this rotten world, he felt, truly felt, that events had slipped beyond his control. Such questions were irrelevant now. Ryosuke was no longer the frail, secretive boy who once feared exposure. Even without explanation, no one could challenge him. This is Rin Nohara's grave, isn't it? Ryosuke shifted tone abruptly. With a flick of his right hand, he produced a cluster of white chrysanthemums, then continued almost to himself. Rin Nohara, formerly of Team Minato, the fourth Hokage's squad. She died beneath Kakashi's lightning blade. That final moment was witnessed by a boy presumed dead, a sight that shattered a bright, kind-hearted youth devoted to his comrades, plunging him into darkness. Later on the day his sensei's wife gave birth, he invaded Konoha, unleashed the Nine-Tails, and sacrificed both his master and mistress, while countless shinobi perished in the carnage. Oh, and one more thing. Ryosuke placed the flowers before the tombstone, his tone laced with quiet irony. You may not know this. No, you certainly don't. You cared only for Rin. Kakashi perhaps counted for half. Ryosuke rose and met Obito's gaze directly, enunciating each word. Rin's parents also perished in the Nine-Tails rampage. And in silence, Obito clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. And by the one who loved her most. In silence, and cast her into the abyss, himself. I said, silence. And Obito roared, hands flying through seals as a roaring dragon of fire erupted from his mouth. Ryosuke remained unruffled. His right arm transformed into a massive white serpent, jaws wide, swallowing the fire dragon whole. His left hand deflected a whip-like kick, then seized the ankle and hurled Obito hard onto the ground. Their eyes locked briefly. Calmly, Ryosuke asked, would you like to hear the truth behind Rin's death? Tap. And Ryosuke lifted his foot from Obito's chest. Freed Obito lay motionless, neither rising nor retreating. Ryosuke observed the scene and spoke. Rin became the Three-Tails Jinchuriki and prepared to wreak havoc upon Konoha, only to die by Kakashi's hand. You've always believed this was Kirigakure's scheme and that you'd later manipulate the Mizukage to further oppress them. Rin's death weighed heavily upon that conviction, yet everything feels suspiciously convenient. Why precisely did you witness that final moment? Have you ever wondered why Kirigakure went to such lengths to select Rin Nohara when far more suitable candidates existed? Why did their attack timing feel so unnatural? Is it truly beyond your grasp? Or did you simply refuse to consider it? In each word Ryosuke uttered struck Obito's heart like a hammer. His pupils trembled violently. His composure shattered. This entire affair reeks of artifice. Yet you avoid speaking of it, and no one else knows your true identity, so none dare mention it either. I offer you another version, a resolute young woman choosing to die by the hand of the man she loved, to protect her village. Still, even this explanation leaves a question unanswered. If her intent was clear, why not take her own life? Why rely on another's blade? To others this would seem incomprehensible, but for you the answer should come easily. The cursed seal on her chest. Obito's pupils dilated wildly. In his near catatonic stare, Ryosuke's voice turned scathing, until her final breath. Rin upheld the shinobi's creed, sacrificing herself for Konoha. And what did you do? You murdered the teacher she revered. You sought to destroy the very village she gave her life to defend. Even her corpse was denied rest at the memorial stone, the hallowed ground where heroes belong. You erased her will. If Rin knew all you've done, how do you imagine she'd feel? Would she praise you? Be moved, and then stop. Just stop. Obito growled, a wounded beast's rasp. Gazing at Rin's grave, his voice cracked raw and hoarse. This is only your version. Why should I believe you? You already do believe me, don't you? Ryosuke released the seal, freeing the white Zetsu clone, then formed hand seals and channeled chakra. Since denial persists, allow me to show you someone. Fwoosh. And an intricate black marking spread across the Zetsu's surface as its body melted and reformed, revealing a face that froze Obito in stunned silence. Rin. And Obito raised trembling hands toward her face, then recoiled as if shocked, withdrawing completely. He simply stared, transfixed. Shall I awaken her consciousness? Ryosuke asked softly. And no. and Obito cradled his head in agony, pressing his forehead to the earth as tears streamed down his mask. What have I truly done all this time? Obito's core ideal had always been peace, but it sprang solely from Rin. He'd long sensed reality ran deeper than appearances suggested. Yet the truth proved far more brutal than even his darkest imaginings. After an indeterminate span of silence, Obito slowly lifted his head. Why? Tell me the truth. And at his question, Ryosuke's lips curved faintly upward. The fish had taken the bait. Uchiha Obito, a tragic character, but this is not the reason for Ryokai's recruitment. It is not out of pity or recognition. The core reason lies with the true mastermind Kurizetsu. There is very little detailed information about Kurizetsu. Originally, Kurizetsu's final outcome was to be sealed along with Kagaya Otsutsuki. Ryokai is uncertain whether the power of Senjutsu can kill it. Therefore, before that, Uchiha Obito must enact. Otherwise, Kurizetsu would replace his chess piece, leading to unexpected changes. Moreover, he needs someone to monitor Kurizetsu's movements. Uchiha Obito is the optimal choice. Ryokai does not wish to experience the resurrection of both Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki. The fewer troubles, the better. My goal is the same as yours for peace. Ryokai pulled Obito up, and before the latter could speak, he interrupted, finishing the unfinished sentence, but I do not agree with the Eye of the Moon plan. The so-called Eye of the Moon has been a deception from the very beginning. What I'm about to say you can choose to believe or not. Do you know Kagaya Otsutsuki? Ryokai asked. Kagaya Otsutsuki. Obito hesitated and shook his head. To put it differently, Kagaya had two children, one named Otsutsuki Kagaya, who is rumored to have founded the ninja religion. In the following time, Ryokai detailed the matters regarding the Otsutsuki to Obito. After hearing the entire account, Obito felt his head spinning, struggling to digest the information, unsure of what expression to wear. You? Huff. He took a deep breath and asked the same question for the third time. Who exactly are you? This time, Ryokai did not give the same answer. To gain Obito's trust, he needed at least a somewhat credible response. The ninja world is facing a catastrophic crisis in the future. I am from 50 years later. My purpose here is to rewrite history to save our timeline. The turning point of the ninja world was initiated by you during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Before traveling through time, I sealed some information in my mind that I can share with you. Ryokai presented an enigmatic answer. How will you share it? Obito asked, bewildered. Don't resist. Ryokai's Sharingan shone with a strange light. Thanks to the enhancement of the Mangekyo Sharingan on Genjutsu, he could barely construct a long-lasting and stable illusion space. After slightly altering the details, Ryokai pulled Obito into the illusion space. Half an hour later, Obito, feeling dizzy, exited. He had spent 2 days inside, during which he witnessed the Fourth Great Ninja War and Kagaya's resurrection. Do you believe now? Ryokai said with a faint smile. Yes, Obito replied, holding his forehead, quickly organizing his chaotic thoughts. Besides this, there is no other possibility. The scenes in the illusion space were too vivid, with various details. His repentance, his use of Kakashi's Raikiri to break the curse, marked the resurrection of Uchiha Madara, Kagaya's revival, and the passing of power from the Sage of Six Paths. All of these, if not thoroughly understood, could never be fabricated into such a story. After several minutes, Obito finally sorted through his thoughts. Besides me, who else knows your identity and what is about to happen in the ninja world? Only you. You will let me understand the truth, probably, because I can contact Kurizetsu, right? Obito analyzed. Exactly. He looked up at the void space. In just a few hours, he had learned too much information and felt a bit at a loss. Don't feel pressured. I have the most suitable plan. As long as we proceed step by step, we can not only save the future, but also ensure peace in the ninja world. Join me, Obito. Ryokai sincerely extended his hand in invitation. Do I have any other choice? Obito replied helplessly. If he disagreed, he believed Ryokai would surely kill him to silence him. Pleasure to cooperate, Ryokai said with a smile. Obito extended his hand to shake his expression becoming serious. What should I do? You don't need to change anything. Before you have the ability to kill or completely restrain Kurizetsu, you must not show any flaws. We will continue to execute the Tailed Beast Collection plan, led by Nagato. The 10 tails is something we must possess. Ryokai said. Are you planning to involve Nagato as well? Obito asked. No, it's best if only you and I know the truth. Before collecting all the tailed beasts, we need to take away the Rinnegan. All right, Obito nodded heavily twice. By the way, the Sharingan cannot be returned to you for now. Before dealing with Kurizetsu, if you want to make contact, it must be in the Kamui space. This is the safest place. That's fine. Obito activated his dojutsu, distorting space, leaving behind a final sentence as he returned to the ninja world. What I sent out, I never intended to take back. Buzz. Watching the slowly recovering space, Ryokai smiled and shook his head, then activated his dojutsu to leave. The Kamui space returned to tranquility once again. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ninja world, the leaders of the 4 great ninja villages gathered. After the incidents involving the destruction of the Hidden Mist Village and the heavy losses in the Sand Village, they clearly recognized that the Akatsuki organization could not be resisted by any single ninja village. The combat power openly displayed could easily annihilate any of the remaining 4 great ninja villages, even the most profound Konoha. Currently, the confirmed rank rogue ninjas accepted by the Akatsuki organization include Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Ryokai, Uchiha Sasuke, from Konoha Deidara from the Sand Village, and Kisame Hashigaki, from the Mist Village. The secretary of the 4th Raikage Mabui organized the information currently available to everyone. There are also several members whose information is unclear. The leader's information is unknown. The organizational structure is unclear, and the organization's location is suspected to be in the Rain Village. The Rain Village. Mifyun's eyes flickered. He had a somewhat special relationship with the former leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo. Indeed, it has quietly grown into a colossal entity. One of you present should understand it better than the other ninja villages. Wouldn't you agree? Sasuke, who had employed the Akatsuki organization for a long time. As words drew everyone's attention to Inoki. Regarding Iwagakure's employment of rogue ninjas, not only A, but the others also felt disdain and anger. I merely hired them briefly. There is no deeper relationship between Iwagakure and the Akatsuki organization. How could I understand more? Inoki remained calm. At his age, such a situation was trivial, and with a single sentence he redirected the focus to Konoha. If we are talking about true acts that support the enemy, Konoha is the one truly aiding them. Capturing the 2 tails, capturing the 1 tail, and destroying the 3 Uchiha from the Mist Village were all rogue ninjas from Konoha. Upon hearing Inoki's words, Tsunade's already volatile emotions were instantly ignited. Boom. She smashed the wooden table with a slap, veins bulging on her forehead. Is this the situation I wanted to see? If the 3 Uchiha were loyal to Konoha, none of the gathered Kage would dare to have such an attitude. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Ryokai, Sasuke, and Itachi. This top-tier fighting force instantly expanded to 5 people. Wouldn't they be able to strike wherever they wished? Which other ninja village would dare to act recklessly? Lord Hokage, Lord Sasuke, we should best cease the pointless accusations. Isn't our purpose in gathering here to discuss the matters of the alliance? Mitsubun timely interrupted, preventing the meeting room from turning into a battlefield. As long as a certain elder who is reluctant to step down keeps quiet, I won't have much to say. Tsunade was not someone who was out of touch with the situation, but Inoki's blunt words greatly displeased her. Sharp-tongued little girl. Inoki snorted and refrained from saying more. As Mitsubun stated, they were not gathered here to assign blame, but to find a way to eliminate the Akatsuki organization. When dealing with the Akatsuki, we must first avoid using a human wave tactic. They possess various large-scale attacks, and we can only adopt an elite strategy. The temporary representative of Tsunade Chio spoke first. Uchiha Ryoka has mastered the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. According to current intelligence, he has summoned up to 5 deceased at once, which must be considered in terms of enemy combat power. Tsunade interjected. Isn't it enough to bring the sealing team to counter Edo Tensei? Aoi scoffed as he believed that one's own power was the most practical and everything else was mere trickery. The sealing team is not strong against enemies, and how to survive under the Akatsuki's large-scale attacks is a difficult problem, Inoki replied. As the words fell, the meeting room fell into a brief silence. Indeed, it was very difficult for the sealing team ninjas, who were relatively unskilled in combat, to protect themselves under large-scale ninjutsu. When protecting the 1-tail, Jiraiya once successfully sealed the 5-tails Jinchuriki, so we can consider that as a countermeasure, Tsunade said. Jiraiya? Inoki acknowledged he is a ninja one can trust. Besides the insufficient intelligence on Akatsuki members, we also need to understand why they are collecting tailed beasts. Chio brought up another key point. Currently, it can be confirmed that the captured tailed beasts include the 1-tail, 2 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails, while the 3 tails and 4 tails remain missing. Each village currently only has the 7 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails left. Regardless of their purpose, protecting the remaining Jinchuriki is of utmost priority, Inoki stated. Takigakure lacks the capability to protect tailed beasts, and Kumogakure can assist in safeguarding the 7 tails Jinchuriki. Aoi looked at the young man who had been silent since the beginning. He was the leader of Takigakure, the only village with a tailed beast, and thus was invited to this meeting of the shadows. This is truly a stroke of luck, Shigemura said joyfully. With Takigakure's strength, wanting to protect the tailed beast is simply a wishful thinking. Kumogakure's offer of assistance is indeed a blessing. Our ninjas will accompany you back to Takigakure shortly, to escort the 7 tails Jinchuriki to Kumogakure. Aoi said nonchalantly. Kumogakure already needed to protect the 8 tails Jinchuriki, and having one more 7 tails Jinchuriki made no difference. It was merely a matter of lending a hand. No need to wait. Fu and I have already come to the Land of Iron. Even if Lord Raikage does not mention it, we will proactively ask for your assistance. Shigemura said with an embarrassed smile. That is indeed convenient. Aoi nodded and turned to Tsunade. If necessary, the 9 tails can also be sent to Kumogakure. Not needed for now. Naruto is training in a very safe place, Tsunade declined. She was not lying. Naruto was not simply hiding in Myobokuzen to evade capture. Considering the need to enhance the Jinchuriki's self-defense capabilities, Naruto had begun training in Sage Mode 3 days ago, and the progress was quite promising. Moreover, even without a place like Myobokuzen that was isolated from the ninja world, Tsunade would not feel at ease handing him over to Kumogakure. Until now, the Kage of various villages had not truly realized the severity of the problem. In their view, no matter how strong the Akatsuki was, it could never surpass the united effort of the villages, and the alliance would eventually shatter. Konohagakure was not like the weak Takigakure. How could Tsunade entrust Naruto's safety to others? It seems Lord Hokage still harbors suspicion towards the other members of the alliance. Aoi said in a low voice. Tsunade remained unmoved and retorted, then why don't you hand over the 8 tails Jinchuriki to Konohagakure for safekeeping? Although we have faced many disasters, it is still within our means to safeguard 2 Jinchuriki. Humph. Aoi snorted and did not respond. He was indeed more suited for combat, and engaging in a verbal spat with Tsunade was clearly futile. It was wise of him not to make things awkward for himself. Observing the two engaged in a war of words, others chose to ignore it. Inoki took a sip of hot tea and said, aside from the Akatsuki, there is also a suddenly emerging organization in the ninja world that you are all aware of, right? I sent someone to investigate. It is a cult mostly comprised of ordinary people, Chiyo stated. It is indeed a religion, and the followers are ordinary people, but the leader of the evil god cult is certainly not an ordinary person. Inoki put down his teacup and said, one of the members of Akatsuki, Hidan. He seems to be a rogue ninja from Takigakure. Aoi took over the conversation, pondering for a moment, and said, I also sent someone to investigate, but the spies cannot infiltrate the upper echelons. They don't even know the exact location of the real base. Lord Hokage, what are the reconnaissance results from Konohagakure? All eyes were on Tsunade, who gently shook her head. Konohagakure also could not gather more intelligence. Additionally, Orochimaru, who is connected to Ryoka and Sasuke, has also changed his base, and we have yet to locate him. Before the official declaration of war, we should send people to gather intelligence. We cannot overlook both the Akatsuki and the evil god cult. As for Orochimaru, we can rely on a human wave to search for him. Aoi suggested. I have no objections, Tsunade replied. Inoki and Chiyo exchanged glances and nodded, saying no objections. This matter will have to trouble you all, Mitsubian said honestly without putting on a facade to save face. Samurai are not as skilled in infiltration as ninjas. Seeing that there were no objections from all sides, Aoi continued, since everyone has no objections, let's proceed according to the plan and select candidates for infiltrating the Akatsuki. As for Shigemura, he had long been selectively ignored by various factions, and he himself was self-aware, completely lacking the intention to interject. Sunagakure nominates the elite Jonin Maki. Chiyo put forward the only elite Jonin in her village. Tasked with guarding Garamaki, had been hiding in the Kazekage building when he was poisoned by Sasori's specially made poison. Fortunately, after Tsunade's treatment, he was currently not in serious danger. Iwagakure nominates Roka. Inoki recommended his own son. Kumogakure nominates Ki, who excels in medical ninjutsu and possesses sensory abilities which might yield unexpected results. Aoi glanced at the blonde Jonin standing nearby. My subordinate will not fail to meet your expectations. Ki lowered his head. Their strength is not particularly impressive. Tsunade recalled the intelligence regarding the 3 of them. The top-tier strength of the Akatsuki was not weaker than that of the Kage from each village. While infiltrating required consideration of various aspects, strength was also an extremely important criterion, at the very least to ensure they could retreat unharmed if discovered. In that case, Konohagakure nominates Jiraiya and appoints him as the leader of the infiltration team. Does anyone have any objections? Tsunade surveyed the group. No objections. Everyone agreed. Jiraiya was undoubtedly deserving of this leadership role in terms of both qualifications and strength. Then there is the base of the evil god cult, where a secret technique of a clan in the mountains can read memories. Any spy from the villages embedded within the evil god cult can pinpoint the exact location if they can capture any core member. Kongsho continued, the main action plan for the future is tentatively set like this. Next we will discuss the details. The framework for action has been established, and each village continued to express their views on the details, but they did not notice a person standing next to the 3 boats appearing to be an ordinary warrior from the Iron Country. What an interesting plan indeed, Baiju's clone said, a smile hidden beneath the helmet. After discussing all the details, the 4 shadows returned to their villages to mobilize, and Ju also conveyed the intelligence to Obito in its entirety. I understand, do not act rashly for now. Buzz. Obito entered the Kamui space where Liangjie had been waiting for a long time. The 4 great ninja villages and the Iron Country have sent people to infiltrate the Rain Ninja Village to gather intelligence along with the evil god cult led by Hidan, who aims to capture core members to utilize the clan's secret technique to learn their exact location. He'll notify Hidan. Share the infiltration plan of the 4 great ninja villages with Nagato. Where are the remaining tailed beasts? The 4 tails is currently being captured by Deidara and Sasori. The 3 tails has not yet been revived, the 7 tails is in the possession of the Cloud Village, and the whereabouts of the 9 tails are unknown. Thank you for your hard work. From now on proceed according to your previous plan, and be careful not to attract the attention of Kuroju. Rest assured, Obito replied. That won't be a problem. By the way, let me show you something. Liangjie extended his right hand. What? Obito asked confused. Liangjie slowly opened his fist, and at the moment Obito was fully focused, he launched a sudden attack. Puff! The right hand pierced into his chest, and Obito's body jolted as the long-standing feeling of restraint abruptly disappeared. Puff! Blood gushed out, and Liangjie covered the wound with a hand enveloped in emerald green chakra. Healing technique. Buzz! The rank healing technique exhibited effects far beyond comprehension in his hands as the gruesome wound on Obito's chest healed at a visibly rapid pace. Thus Obito completely broke free from the control of Uchiha Madara. After completing this, Liangjie continued to relay some matters before returning to the ninja world, pushing open the door to the room where the sounds of shouting flooded his ears. Call the landlord. Once bought, it's done. Leopard. The banker takes it all. At that moment, the once empty base was now filled with followers. The square was divided into several areas centered around a fountain, each with different gambling methods, and in the farthest corner some were even playing mahjong. Under the conspicuous evil god statue knelt dozens of people, and the noisy environment had no impact on them whatsoever. I wonder if the advice I gave Hidan back then was correct. Is it really okay to center such an organization around this base? Liangjie fell into deep self-doubt. The evil god cult had truly gone awry. Tap, tap, tap. Walking to Hidan's side, he patted his shoulder and said, "Follow me." Oh, wait a minute. Hidan turned back and quickly slammed down the cards in his hand. Airplane. Royal flush. Double. Give me the money. Hidan stuffed wads of cash into his pocket before leaving the gambling table. Watching this scene, Liangjie couldn't help but twitch his eye. This evil god leader had become even more absurd. Arriving at a soundproof room, Liangjie disclosed the fact that the 4 great ninja villages were preparing to target the evil god cult. Hidan's expression darkened upon hearing this. He didn't know how to respond. The current evil god cult was too weak. The followers were only adept at amassing wealth and deceiving hearts while completely lacking in combat skills. No need to worry, the evil god cult will not perish because of this, Liangjie comforted. The evil god cult relies on money and faith to win over followers. Its operation differs from ordinary organizations, granting it uniqueness. Even if the base is destroyed and all core members are slaughtered, the evil god cult would only experience a temporary silence and would eventually rise again. How about we recall the core members to avoid contact with the outside world? Hidan suggested. That's useless. The evil god cult has too large of a target. It's not as easy to hide as Orochimaru. Even if spies can't play a role, they will eventually be found through manpower searches to pinpoint the exact location. Then what should we do? Hidan was completely out of ideas. Abandon the base and disperse the followers. They should carry masks all day, and members do not know the true faces of each other. Even if someone gets caught, the remaining members won't expose themselves. When the Akatsuki organization formally goes to war with the ninja world, the ninja coalition will not pay attention to the seemingly less threatening evil god cult. This war is a good opportunity for expansion. In Liangjie's mind, the evil god cult has never symbolized high-end combat power. The future top combat forces would solely rely on himself and Sasuke. The middle forces also have Uchiha Itachi and others, not to mention the extraordinary Orochimaru. If the bottom line is not considered and sufficient experimental materials are provided, he could mass-produce Jonin. If waiting for a decade or so, even shadow-level powerhouses would not be out of the question. The evil god cult symbolizes the weakest and most numerous lower-tier ninjas, and even ordinary people. Once the 4th Great Ninja War begins, even if Liangjie possesses the ability to end the war, he absolutely would not allow the conflict to last merely a few days like in the original world. He wants to ignite the flames of war onto everyone's heads, making ordinary people who are already at the bottom detest the war even more. Then the evil god cult will transform into an organization dedicated to protecting ordinary people, earning unparalleled prestige. Peace enforced through power is ultimately full of loopholes, and the evil god cult just happens to possess the ability to fill in these gaps. Therefore, it is crucial to retain the core foundation for as long as possible, otherwise the filling plan will be delayed indefinitely. Just endure for a while longer, Liangjie advised before asking, is Kakuzu in the evil god cult? I need to find him for something. In the innermost room. You carry out the plan, the sooner the better. Liangjie left the room, bypassed the gamblers in the square, and approached the room where Kakuzu was located. Knock, knock, knock. Kakuzu lifted his head from among the ledgers, slightly puzzled by the knocking sound. No one else would disturb him in the evil god cult apart from Hidan, and as for Hidan, he never knocked. Come in. Creak. An unexpected person walked into the room. It's you. Kakuzu squinted his eyes. Since the last time you almost killed me, this is our first genuine meeting, isn't it? Liangjie said. Are you here to seek revenge? Kakuzu moved his fingers as the cursed technique within him began to operate. Although they were in the same organization, that did not mean Liangjie wouldn't seek revenge. Kakuzu had indeed killed many companions before. Relax, if I wanted revenge, I wouldn't have waited until today. Liangjie calmly sat on the sofa, locking eyes with him, and smilingly said, I have an idea that could possess the wealth of the world. Would you be interested in hearing it? Half an hour later, Liangjie left the room with a smile, having successfully recruited important foundational members. Next, it was time to enhance Sasuke's power. Currently, Sasuke still possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although he had the third form of the curse seal, he was still lacking compared to formidable opponents like the third Raikage. The method to swiftly elevate Sasuke's strength was right before him, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi and Sasuke were both in the land of rivers, saving the time needed to search for them one by one. Meanwhile, Zetsu, under Obito's orders, was uniting the ninja world with Kumogakure, taking in the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, and Jiraiya reporting on the intelligence-gathering mission. Zetsu vanished into the ground, and Pain gazed toward the land of fire, murmuring, Teacher, you ultimately chose to stand in front of peace. In the Akatsuki's underground base, Konan fell into a long silence after listening to Nagato's account. After a while, she spoke with a complex tone, Are you going to kill Teacher Jiraiya? If he continues to stubbornly stand in the way, Nagato replied coldly. Perhaps he will understand Akatsuki's actions. Konan spoke again, not wanting to see her former teacher die at Nagato's hands unless absolutely necessary. Jiraiya had provided a foundation for the three of them, a kindness that had yet to be repaid, or perhaps could never be. But we know better. Teacher has his own theory of peace, an overly idealistic one. He will understand Akatsuki, but he will not support us. Konan opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but couldn't think of a counterargument. Nagato was right. Jiraiya would not support Akatsuki just because he understood their approach to peace. He was destined to be an obstacle. Looking at Konan, who was silent with her head down, Nagato softened his tone. Peace is within reach. We are just one step away from success. The Three Tails is about to be revived, and both the Seven Tails and Eight Tails are in Kumogakure. Once we deal with Teacher Akatsuki, we'll take the initiative to attack Kumogakure, and will surely succeed in capturing the two-tailed beasts. But the whereabouts of the Nine Tails remain unclear. Konan pointed out another issue. The Hokage will eventually find out. They only need to use the human path to read memories to learn the precise location. Nagato looked back at the outer path statue behind him and quietly said, Yahiko, it's almost time. We are close to the peace we dream of. Meanwhile, the four Kage preparing for the operation had no idea that their plan had already been known to Nagato. Jiraiya, whose injuries had healed, followed orders to head to the border of the Land of Fire to rendezvous with the other members of the infiltration team. Lord Jiraiya. Hiki of Kumogakure bowed respectfully, while Maki and Odo also showed their respect. There's no need for such formality. We are not inexperienced kids, Jiraiya said, raising a hand to stop them. Everyone is aware of the mission's objectives. Akatsuki possesses many rank rogue ninjas, and there may be rogue ninjas unknown to our intelligence. The main focus is on gathering information, and if danger arises, prioritize your own safety. The current situation was not easy. The four people present were the backbone of the village, and he did not wish to see anyone lost here. Understood, the three responded. Let's go. The location of the Rain Village was not a secret, and the group crossed the border, arriving at the rainy and overcast Rain Village the same day. Quack, quack, quack. A toad the size of a basin floated up from the water, opening its mouth wide as an arm emerged from its throat. Goo goo goo. Jiraiya struggled to crawl out of the toad's mouth. The size difference between them made one wonder how a fully grown man could fit inside a toad. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sound came from beside him. Turning his head, he saw Hiki covered in stomach fluid, using river water to wash himself off. The rain is still falling, Hiki said with a frown as she paused her washing. What's wrong? What's wrong? Jiraiya asked. This rainwater is strange. It contains someone's chakra, somewhat similar to the village protection barrier formed by the Mist Village through natural mist, Hiki analyzed. So our actions have already been sensed by Akatsuki? Odo inquired. Hiki nodded. It's just a hypothesis. Should we continue deeper or retreat? Maki looked at Jiraiya, needing the leader to make the decision. We can't just leave without saying anything. Jiraiya wrapped himself in his cloak and stepped into a tavern in the village. Such places were always the best for gathering intelligence. Entering the tavern, Jiraiya habitually ordered 4 hostess girls. Sitting beside the scantily clad hostesses, the youngest Hiki appeared particularly shy, while Odo curled up in the corner like a ball, and Maki, slightly better off, remained silent and indifferent. Jiraiya downed a cup of sake and said, "It's their first time in such a place, it don't mind them." The hostesses smiled and nodded as they occasionally encountered such customers and had their own ways of dealing with them. After several cups of sake, Jiraiya casually remarked, "It's been a long time since I last visited the Rain Village. I remember the leader was Hanzo the Salamander back when I came last time." Crack. The hostess froze and placed the bottle, slipping from her hand and shattering. Please don't say any more, sir." The hostess stuttered. Jiraiya pretended to casually glance at the 3 of them and pressed, "What? Did I say something wrong?" The hostess looked around to see if anyone was paying attention, then discreetly covered one side and whispered, "Don't mention Hanzo the Salamander in the Rain Village. Since the new leader Pain killed him, that name has become taboo." Pain. Jiraiya committed the name to memory and continued to ask, "What kind of person is he, eh?" The hostess hesitated, not daring to say much. "Well, I was just curious. If it's difficult for you, never mind. Let's drink." Jiraiya took the bottle, sweeping his right hand over the cup and sprinkling Tsunade's specially formulated powder. This powder could enhance the alcohol's nerve-paralyzing effects, making it easier to extract information. After downing several more cups, the usually unshakable hostess began to feel dizzy, struggling to maintain her composure as she poured more sake with trembling hands. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya asked again, "I'm still quite curious about the new leader Pain. I'm actually a wandering poet and have learned about the leaders of other ninja villages." Hick. The hostess hiccuped and said hazily, "The new leader is a god in the Rain Village. He pacified the wars by himself and brought us peace." Pacified the wars by himself? Jiraiya was utterly shocked. The strength of Hanzo the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village, was incredibly formidable. Jiraiya's title as one of the legendary 3 was granted by him, and the fact that Pain could resolve matters alone meant his true strength was unfathomable. After settling the bill and leaving the tavern, as they walked down the street, Hiki's expression turned grave. "No wonder he can surpass even Shrank rogue ninjas. Pain's power is stronger than we anticipated." "That's to be expected. We need to find a way to locate where Pain is." Jiraiya surveyed his surroundings. When he saw a figure floating in the sky, he immediately froze. "Is she still alive?" Lord Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya. Huh. Hiki's call brought him back to his senses. Looking at the woman perched on the eastern tower, he took a deep breath. No need to search any further. Arriving at the location where Conan was waiting, Jiraiya was delighted to see Pain, only to be shocked to discover there were actually 6 of them, all possessing the Rinnegan. One of them was his once-dead disciple Yahiko. After more than 20 years, the joy of a teacher and student's reunion was absent as they engaged in a fierce battle, each with their own stance. Truly spectacular. Obito sat atop the spire, witnessing the battle unfold. As the tumultuous waves gradually settled, he opened his Mangekyo and dove into the distorted space. Thud. Upon landing in the Kamui space, Obito approached Ryokai, who was awaiting the battle's outcome. "It's over, Nagato has won," Obito stated. "What about the situation with the 4? Ryokai inquired. "Konoha's Sharingan has perished. Soon as Maki is seriously injured. Jiraiya has lost an arm, while the unremarkable Kori suffered no injuries." Obito replied. "Just an arm lost." Ryokai raised an eyebrow. "What?" Obito immediately asked, "Is this different from the original world's progression? According to the original world line, Jiraiya should have died in Amagakure, but without any allies, it's logical that he survived with the addition of 3 helpers." Ryokai relaxed his brow. "Will Jiraiya's survival cause any extra troubles?" Obito expressed his concerns. "It's fine. Jiraiya is strong, but his limits are low." Ryokai said flatly. "Is Sage Mode Jiraiya strong?" "Strong. However, his strength is limited, and he is far from the 6 paths level, which won't have a decisive impact." Exiting the Kamui space, Ryokai arrived at the concealed basement entrance where Sasuke and Itachi sat on either side. Sasuke wore a cold expression, while Itachi occasionally moved his lips as if wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent. To this day, Sasuke still hadn't forgiven Uchiha Itachi. After all, Itachi was the direct culprit behind the Uchiha Massacre. Unlike in the original world where death would be the outcome, Sasuke's heart always held grudges. Ryokai stood before Sasuke and asked, "Have you made up your mind?" After a long silence, Sasuke slowly but firmly nodded. "I am willing to accept Uchiha Itachi's power." A day prior, Ryokai had arrived in the Land of Rivers. He first found Itachi, who agreed without hesitation to grant his Mangekyo Sharingan to Sasuke, leaving the recipient in a conflicted state. Sasuke loathed Itachi and naturally did not wish to accept anything related to him. However, wishing to bear peace required stronger power, leaving him ultimately to yield to the plan. The process will take a while, just bear with it a bit. Ryokai first injected the paralysis toxin into both removed Itachi's eyes, gently pushed Sasuke's eyes back, and then placed Itachi's eyes in their stead finally, securing them with bandages. He had previously inquired about the method to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan from Obito, confirming that the method is fusion rather than simple transplantation. The Sharingan contains both of their spiritual energies, and as long as they are in prolonged contact and resonate, the Mangekyo will fuse under spiritual guidance. This process would take several days. Initially confirming the method, Ryokai couldn't help but feel disappointed. He had hoped to allow both Sasuke and Itachi to obtain the eternal Mangekyo simultaneously, but that now seemed utterly fanciful. Next, Ryokai unfurled the sealing scroll and retrieved the bottle containing Shizui's eye, summoning a crow with a wave of his hand. He took out the two eyes and implanted them into Itachi's empty eye sockets, his right hand covering the eye area, as emerald green chakra quickly flowed in. "Open your eyes and take a look." Ryokai withdrew his hand. At his words, Itachi's eyelids fluttered slightly, slowly opening. As he surveyed the surroundings, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Such a clear world was truly a long-lost sight. "Use Shizui's eye sparingly. If it goes blind again, there won't be a Mangekyo to replace it," Ryokai advised. Itachi replied softly. "By the way, regarding your physical ailment, the potion has been successfully developed. It is currently being tested on subjects, and it's expected to be usable very soon." Ryokai continued. Itachi's issues were not limited to the rapidly deteriorating Sharingan. He also suffered from a very serious illness. Ryokai had given a small sample of Itachi's cells to Orochimaru for research. According to him, Itachi was already critically ill, and it was a miracle that he had survived until now. Optimistically, if he ceased fighting, he could live for another year and a half at most. Ryokai certainly would not allow Itachi to die so simply. Through experiments, Hashirama's cells could effectively alleviate the ailment, but the risks associated with transplantation were too high. Orochimaru was attempting to reduce the danger by discarding would release while preserving vitality. Itachi lowered his gaze, his words caught in his throat, finally expressing a complex gratitude after a long pause. "No need for thanks, you just owe me more," Ryokai replied nonchalantly. Itachi's lips moved slightly, but before he could speak, the Akatsuki ring on his fingers suddenly glimmered. "The summoning of the tailed beast has probably succeeded with the capture of the four tails," Itachi explained. "Let me go instead." Ryokai removed the Akatsuki ring from Sasuke's hand and placed it on his own. He circulated chakra to respond to the ring, feeling a wave of dizziness before regaining consciousness, discovering himself in a cave, standing on the fingers of the outer path golem. "Why are you here? Where is Sasuke?" Conan asked. "Sasuke is recuperating, so I'm taking his place for this sealing. Is that all right?" Ryokai answered vaguely. "Injured? What injury?" Conan pressed. "Chakra backlash from developing forbidden techniques," Ryokai replied nonchalantly. "All right, let's get started." Pain interrupted Conan, who was about to ask more, forming hand seals to release the outer path golem. Crack, crack, crack. The chains fell to the ground. The chakra dragon enveloping the four tails Jinchuriki floated in midair as chakra surged into the outer path golem, commencing a sealing process that would last 3 days. During this time, the severely wounded Jiraiya's team returned to Konoha. Upon learning of Shien's sacrifice, the fourth Raikage flew into a rage, personally leading a team to attack Amagakure, only to find it deserted with all the rain ninjas vanished, leaving behind only some ordinary villagers with no combat capability. Boom, boom, boom. A pushed his anger onto the buildings. They were not mindless villains. No matter how furious they were, they wouldn't involve ordinary people. This was also a key reason why Nagato felt at ease temporarily abandoning Amagakure. For several days thereafter, there was no trace of the Akatsuki organization in the ninja world, and the cult of the evil god also vanished, as if they had never existed. "Sasuke, Karen brought a bowl of hot porridge, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Sasuke opened his mouth as Karen slowly brought the spoon of porridge to him. I'm feeding Sasuke, come on, Karen giggled mischievously. "Why does it feel so creepy?" Mizuki said speechlessly. Karen shot a fierce glare at Mizuki, but didn't pay much attention, continuing to focus on feeding porridge. "How do you feel?" Ryokai asked. "Not bad, I can clearly sense Itachi's power," Sasuke replied. "That's good. Next we need to leave for a while. The current situation in the ninja world is tense, so we need to transfer you to the Dragon Cave. Rest and recuperate there." Ryokai formed hand seals and slapped the ground with tadpole-like seals swirling around Sasuke. With a bang, Sasuke vanished. Ju confirmed the locations of the 7 tails and 8 tails. Pain coldly turned his head and commanded, "Let's go." "Yes." Deidara elongated his tone, creating 3 giant clay birds, and the members of Akatsuki leaped onto them. Looking around at his companions on the bird's back, Deidara excitedly said, "Isn't this our first collective action?" The six pains Liangjia, Itachi, Kisame, Deidara, Sasori, and Hidan along with Kakazu gathered together, excluding Konan and Sasuke. Nagato's thoughts were very clear. The Akatsuki's action to collect the tailed beasts was tantamount to announcing it to the world. The allied forces could not be unprepared, yet the Seven Tails and Eight Tails remained conspicuously in Yunlei Gorge with no additional guards assigned. The allied forces were not fools. The only reasonable explanation was that they were laying an ambush. Thus the self-proclaimed God Nagato reluctantly brought other members to act together. Swish! 3 conspicuous white birds cut through the sky, and the sensory ninja constantly monitoring the surroundings immediately sensed them. Akatsuki really came. It seems almost all members are mobilized. They are indeed cautious, Tsunade remarked. Regardless of whether all members are mobilized, they must die here today. AI glared with fiery anger. In order to eliminate the Akatsuki, he first lost the pillar of their strength Shi, and then broke the vow made many years ago to never let Kurabi fall into danger. He even used his younger brother as bait. Just thinking about this made it impossible for him to suppress his anger. Just hold back for a moment, waiting for the Tsuchikage to launch the attack, first Tsunade advised. She was also furious at this moment, especially recalling the tragic sight of Jiraiya losing an arm, but ninjas cannot be ruled by emotions. Onoki had long ambushed above the clouds, everything still needed to follow the plan. I know. AI gritted his teeth, the lightning chakra surging at his surface. Fortunately, the Akatsuki came to capture the tailed beasts as planned. If they chose to attack the ninja village to weaken our forces, that would be troublesome. Chiyo was relieved. The combined elite ninjas from each village barely outweighed the Akatsuki, and they dared not disperse, otherwise they could easily be picked off one by one. Thus they used the Seven Tails and Eight Tails as bait to make the Akatsuki abandon their attack on the ninja village. This was a gamble. If they won, the Akatsuki would fall into their trap, and if they lost, the other 3 villages would suffer catastrophic disaster. As things stand, they had won their bet. Lord Hokage, your expression seems off. Is something wrong? Chiyo asked. It's nothing, just a feeling in the dark, Tsunade said anxiously. For others, gambling was merely about luck and skill, but for her it was an exceptionally mystical matter. Normally she would lose every gamble, but once something bad happened she would rarely win. This time the fear that they would lose and the Akatsuki would take advantage to invade the ninja village made her even more worried. Don't worry, all of us are here. The Akatsuki won't escape, AI said confidently. Let's hope so. Tsunade could not shake off her worries. Swish! The white giant birds approached closer, and the Akatsuki also discovered the allied forces gathering below. Should we greet them first? Deidara excitedly picked up the clay. Nagato nodded in approval. C2 giant dragon. Deidara spat out a dragon-shaped clay, which elongated with the wind flapping its wings to fly into the sky and release dozens of clay bombs. Lightning released lightning net. AI threw dozens of kunai wrapped in lightning chakra, connecting them tightly to form a large net that ensnared the clay bombs. TCH. Deidara grimaced and reluctantly abandoned his plans for an airstrike. Swish! The white bird passed through layers of clouds and AI, and the others' gazes followed. As they passed through an extra thick layer of clouds, the group tightened their fists nervously. Dust release, original world separation technique. A square beam of light fell from the sky, and sensing the destructive aura within the hungry ghost path, jumped up to block it. Sealing technique, absorption. The hungry ghost path was enveloped in the power of the Rinnegan, and with arms extended it resisted the light beam. The dust release, capable of annihilating anything, suddenly vanished under Onoki's shocked gaze. I didn't expect even dust release could be absorbed. Onoki suppressed his shock, staring at the expressionless hungry ghost path. A mere corpse could possess such power. It was indeed the legendary Rinnegan. Jiraiya had brought back detailed intelligence about Pain's abilities. Sage Art, lightning release, wind release, and earth release could all be absorbed without harm. He just didn't expect that even bloodline limits couldn't escape this fate. The positions of the Seven Tails and Eight Tails are changing. White Zetsu's clone suddenly said. We cannot miss this excellent opportunity. Onoki's dust release can't be broken by anyone, and the hungry ghost path must stay here or quickly eliminate him. Nagato quickly made a decision, leaving the Deva path with the ability to float, and the hungry ghost path, which relied on the white bird to fly, to deal with Onoki, while the other Pains and Akatsuki leaped down together. Ju was tracking the Seven Tails and Eight Tails. With its abilities, the chance of being discovered was very low. It would be better to eliminate the elite of the allied forces with resistance first. Doing so would also facilitate capturing the yet-to-appear Nine Tails. The Deva path floated opposite Onoki and commanded, you all go deal with the allied forces. Whoosh! Liangjia took the initiative to choose AI as his opponent. The power of the fourth Raikage was among the strongest in the shadow level, and any slight misstep from the other members could lead to danger. At this time, it was more accurate to say that the Akatsuki belonged to Liangjie rather than Nagato. He naturally had to bear the risks. Raikage, long time no see, Liangjie greeted. Crack. AI said nothing more as lightning armor instantly covered his body, and he swung his arm. Liangjie captured the two-tails Jinchuriki himself and toyed with him using Jinjutsu. The person he most wanted to kill was Liangjie. Heavy flow burst. Bang. The collision of their arms caused the Raikage's body to suddenly halt, while Liangjie's arm trembled slightly, his feet remaining completely still. This little brat. AI stared in astonishment at Liangjie's relaxed expression. During their last encounter, Liangjie had a tough time withstanding heavy flow burst and needed to rely on vines. In just a few days, he was able to resist it with his own strength. This speed of improvement was unprecedented. Leaf Hurricane. Liangjie unleashed all his strength to push AI away, then turned and delivered a whip kick to his chest. Bang. AI skidded back several meters along the ground. His expression became extremely grim. Even though he relied on the lightning armor to avoid injury, he still didn't gain the upper hand in this physical confrontation. This was the first time since he became famous in the ninja world. In a while, I will completely catch up with Senju Hashirama. Liangjie's arm, injured by the lightning armor, healed on its own. When he initially transplanted Hashirama's cells, he had perfected his sage body, but it was still far inferior to Senju Hashirama's sage body. With continued development and frequent use of sage mode in battle, his sage body would become increasingly perfect. In the future, even if he couldn't reach the level of the six paths, he would at least not be weaker than Senju Hashirama. After Liangjie intercepted the seemingly strongest Raikage, other members of the Akatsuki organization also found their opponents. Scorpion faced off against Chiyo, and the two top puppet masters engaged in a fierce battle. Unfazed by death, Hidan confronted Might Guy. This was the battle that Liangjie was most concerned about. He specifically arranged for Hidan to face Guy, hoping to use the unknown death technique to kill him before the 8 gates were fully opened. In the entire ninja world, few could pose a threat to someone of Six Paths level, and Might Guy was among them. Naturally, Liangjie would not allow such a character to survive. Itachi Uchiha confronted Tsunade, while Kisame faced the one-armed Jiraiya. Kakuzu, with his massive area-clearing abilities, teamed up with Deidara to encircle the elite ninja forces. Swish, swish, swish. Chiyo manipulated 5 puppets simultaneously, with her fingers dancing in rhythm, showcasing a skill that surpassed the limits of ordinary puppet masters. She truly deserved the title of the strongest puppet master. However, Scorpion had already surpassed her. Clang. The crimson flowing tail was maneuvered with impenetrable precision, making it impossible for the 5 puppets to breach the defense. Crack. The crimson flowing tail dipped in hundreds of densely packed poison needles shot out from its mouth. Chiyo, seeing this, twitched her little finger, and her puppet opened a barrier to block the needles. Crack. A gap opened in the barrier, and Chiyo gazed at the crimson flowing tail, saying, "It's been over 20 years, do you now dare not show your true face? Then let's see if your skills warrant me using my other puppets." Scorpion raised his crimson flowing tail, and even from behind it, Chiyo could feel his chilling gaze. "Honestly, I'm just an old woman in retirement who wants to meet her grandson," Chiyo sighed, but her hands moved swiftly as her puppet brandished a mechanism blade towards Scorpion. Leaf Hurricane. Become a sacrificial offering to the evil god. Compared to the artistic and intricate battle between puppet masters, Hidan and Might Guy were locked in a brutal physical confrontation. Damn, this guy is so fast. I don't even have a chance to draw blood. Hidan swung his triple-bladed scythe, the handle suddenly elongating. Whoosh. Just as the spikes were a finger's breadth away from Guy, his form flickered as he dodged. Before Hidan could react, a tremendous impact hit his right ribcage like being struck by a giant elephant. Hidan lost control and flew out, crashing through several trees until he finally stopped against a stone wall. "Ha, damn it," he grunted as he emerged from the pit, shaking off the dust, and fiercely shouted, "That hurt. I will definitely kill you. What the hell is up with this guy's body?" Might Guy felt increasingly heavy-hearted. Hidan had taken several full-force hits. For an ordinary person, it would either mean spitting blood or losing the ability to fight, yet Hidan seemed completely unaffected. "Die!" Hidan roared as he charged in. Might Guy had no time to hesitate. He opened the 6th gate, unleashing a surge of green energy as he threw a powerful punch. If the clash between the two was a brutal physical collision, the battle between Kisame and Jiraiya on the 4th battlefield was a feast of ninjutsu and sage techniques. Water-style great exploding water wave. Kisame unleashed a torrent comparable to a lake, merging with his Samahata to transform into a half-shark, half-human monster with chakra levels rivaling tailed beasts. Water-style rained 4 sharks. For sharks made of water leaped forth as Jiraiya whipped his hair, wrapping it around himself, peering through the gaps to observe the battle between Tsunade and Itachi. For some reason, Itachi was not using the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, merely dodging Tsunade's powerful attacks. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt relieved. He gathered chakra, his hair stood on end, transforming into barbed spikes that tore through the sharks, then opened his mouth to spew out toad oil, which being lighter than water quickly floated up to form an opaque oil film. Water-style 1,000-feeding sharks. Even with one arm severed, Kisame dared not underestimate the situation, quickly summoning thousands of sharks to interrupt Jiraiya, who was still spraying out toad oil. Lord Shinsaku, leave it to me. Shinsaku harnessed the surrounding environment to condense high-density water streams that sliced through the sharks. Its speed was swift, but the rate at which the sharks formed was even faster. As the swarm of sharks approached, Shinsaku stopped using water style and shouted, "You son of a bitch." "Oh, gugwa gugwa gugwak." Shinsaku's cheeks puffed up. The clear sound of toad croaking resonated throughout the water sphere, causing thousands of water sharks to disperse under the special sound waves. Kisame's expression stiffened as he recalled the intelligence Liangjia had provided, and without hesitation, he shattered the hearing organs hidden beneath his skin. Transformed into a half-shark, his sense of smell and sixth sense would be greatly enhanced. Losing his hearing for a short time was of no concern. He could recover as long as he received treatment after the battle. What? The illusion didn't work? Shinsaku exclaimed in shock. That kid destroyed his own ears. Shinsaku observed the two blood mists emanating from Kisame's head. It seems we can't win so easily. Jiraiya glanced at the last battlefield. Although there were many elite ninjas, they were still being pushed back under the dual bombardment of Kakazu and Deidara. Several massive creatures rampaging through made the situation even worse. That's that beast that splits whenever it's attacked. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. No worries, focus on the fight. Shinsaku connected mentally with Mayaboka Mountain, summoning the three Toad brothers without the need for hand seals. Go support. Yes. Wentai led the Toad brothers out of the water sphere, crashing down from the sky. Technique collapse of the stage. Boom. Wentai landed heavily on the head of the splitting dog, looking up to use the water iron cannon to strike down the Yata, while Toad Ken held back the rhinoceros, using all his strength to flip it over. Toad Hero sliced through the chameleon's long tongue, his muscle taut, as he jumped up, driving his blade into the descending Yata's throat. In the blink of an eye, the four summoned beasts were easily subdued by the three Toad brothers. Roar! The splitting dog howled in frustration. Be quiet. Wentai slapped it hard across the face. The humiliated splitting dog fell silent for less than 2 seconds before erupting into even louder cries. Walk. The chameleon and rhinoceros shouted as well. The three brothers, annoyed by the noise, sought ways to silence them. Crack. The soil near Wentai bulged upwards, going unnoticed due to the sounds of the cries. Shut up. Unable to tolerate any longer, Wentai gathered his strength. Just as the frog arm came crashing down, a giant snake, with silver-gray scales shimmering with a metallic sheen, burst forth from the ground, its fangs easily piercing his leg. Wentai winced in pain, swinging his blade down. Night King dodged nimbly, spraying poisonous mist at Wentai, who was having trouble moving, while Toadkin and Toad Hero wanted to assist, but were entangled by the chameleon and rhinoceros. As time passed, Wentai's speed in swinging the blade grew slower. The skin on his leg had already turned purple, and dark blood gushed out from the wound. Is this the Wentai who repeatedly failed against the serpents? Night King knocked the blade away with his tail, disdainfully saying, "That guy really is a useless piece of trash. With this, there will be no problems." Liangjia withdrew his observing gaze. The battlefields were unfolding as he had envisioned. Next, he only needed to stabilize the fourth Raikage and obtain his blood. His plan was simple. First, Might Guy had to die. The threat of the 8 gates being fully opened was too great, so it was better to extinguish it early. As for the others, he would try to avoid killing them as much as possible. This was not a change of heart or compassion from Liangjia, but rather that the Raikage and the others had other uses. In the future, it would be Sasuke who needed to bear the title of the Star of Death. To intimidate the world, he naturally needed corresponding achievements. Who is the strongest ninja in the hearts of most people? The answer is simple: the Kage of each ninja village. They did not understand that Might Guy with all 8 gates opened possessed power far beyond that of the Hokage, nor did they comprehend who was stronger between Tsunade and Inoki. However, they were absolutely certain of one thing: the Kage is the strongest ninja in the ninja village. Therefore, the Raikage and the others could not die yet. At the very least, they could not die today. Raikage hot knife. Lightning suddenly flickered at the corner of his eye. Liangjia stepped forward, and several ice pillars erupted from the ground. Clang, clang, clanged. AI did not stop due to the obstacles violently smashing through the ice pillars, still charging forward. Prepared, Liangjia dodged to the side. He reached out to grab Ace's wrist, But before he could extend his hand, a tremendous force suddenly descended upon him. Bang! Liang Jie was sent flying dozens of meters away, struggling to rise from the pit, holding his dizzy head, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had indeed dodged the attack, but only in body. Touching the painful horn on his forehead, Liang Jie wished he could break it off. It was in the way. Lightning suffering level Chio dance. AI pressed forward, leaping high and then diving down. Liang Jie's eyes narrowed as wooden stakes converged to form a barrier. Boom! Ace's body shook violently, and his right hand curled unnaturally. The sharp knife hand that once sliced through the left horn of the Eight Tails could only leave slight cracks on what seemed to be an ordinary wooden wall. Would release all bag technique. Liang Jie increased the amount of chakra injected, and a wooden hand emerged, gripping the Raikage's arm and forcefully smashing him into the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Opening the wooden wall, Liang Jie surveyed the battlefield once more. The situation in other battles was stable, but Hidan had quickly fallen behind after Might Guy opened the 7th gate. If it weren't for his special physique, he would have long been beaten to death. Leaf-destroying rock rise. Bang! Might Guy delivered an elbow strike that sent Hidan flying, then swiftly formed an unconventional seal, his hands launching a compressed air tiger-shaped air bullet. Day Tiger. The fierce punch wind pinned Hidan down, and before the air bullet arrived, fine wind blades had already carved numerous wounds on his skin. Damn it! Hidan exerted all his strength to slowly rise against the force of the punch wind. However, the speed of the air bullet was simply too fast, arriving before he could fully stand. This is it. Hidan gritted his teeth. He could feel the difference in the attack from the might of the punch. Even with his special physique, taking it Hidan would not be pleasant. Senjutsu, inorganic rebirth. In a critical moment, a stone wall rose to block the Day Tiger. Although it shattered within a second, it greatly reduced the attack's power. Boom! The air bullet crashed down, causing the ground to sink hundreds of meters around Hidan. Dust and smoke billowed up, while Might Guy kicked apart the earth spikes, leaping into the air with his left leg bent and right leg extended towards Hidan. Prelude to power. Whooshed. The Might Guy who had opened the 7th gate was entirely different from the one who had not. The same technique unleashed vastly different powers. Due to the rapid descent, his body created a fierce friction with the air, generating roaring flames crashing down like a meteor. Serpent body technique, tail whip. A shadow enveloped Might Guy, and a giant tail with a whoosh swept him away from the side. Hiss. Night Lord retrieved his bloodied tail, exhaling sharply. It hurt so much. Even after smashing 3 toads back to Mayaboka Mountain, he had not sustained such serious injuries. Infuriated Night Lord spewed a cloud of poison mist, then exploded into white smoke and retreated to the dragon cave to recover. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The plants that came into contact with the poison mist wilted en masse. Seeing this, Might Guy hurriedly held his breath. Unfazed by the poison, Hidan seized the opportunity to attempt to change his disadvantage. No, I still overestimated Hidan's resilience. I must quickly deal with the Raikage to assist him. Liang Jie created a vast forest of trees and earth spikes to aid Hidan, but how could the Raikage just stand by? Boom, boom, boom. A violent tremor shook the ground, causing it to collapse in layers. The Raikage leaped out from within, grabbing his shoulder with one hand and pressing Liang Jie's head into the cliff with the other. This was not the end. The Raikage stamped him deeper, using the recoil to leap up, gathering all the lightning chakra into his right foot. Righteous Thunder Fury Axe. This technique is a staple of Ace arsenal. Unlike the similarly chakra-concentrated knife, the Righteous Thunder Fury Axe relies on sheer force and strength. Countless Jonin and elite Jonin have died under this move. If hit solidly, even if not severely injured, one would at least suffer the pain of a fracture. Liang Jie was not a masochist and immediately stopped hiding his strength. Wood release, Wood Dragon technique. Roar. The Wood Dragon roared out, and the Raikage had no time to change direction, only able to fall into its mouth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The lightning chakra coursed through the Wood Dragon's body. Liang Jie altered the seal, and the Wood Dragon absorbed the lightning chakra, sprouting trees. Thud. Liang Jie jumped from the cliff, and the Wood Dragon expelled AI, who was unconscious due to the chakra depletion, and pointed him like a blade to carve a wound, collecting a small amount of blood before remanipulating the Wood Dragon to swallow him again. Sleep well. The Wood Dragon burrowed underground, and Liang Jie turned and dashed into the poison mist. He first released the mist concealment technique to increase the water content in the air, then immediately performed the ice release. Crack, crack, crack. A chill swept through, and the poison mist instantly solidified into 1,000 deep green ice spikes. Senjutsu Ice Release Poison Spike Rain. Liang Jie spread his fingers, and the floating poison spikes turned their tips towards Might Guy. Quick! He clenched his fingers tightly, and 1,000 poison spikes shot out simultaneously. Might Guy had nowhere to retreat. With knees bent and fists hammering the air like phantoms, his fists created flames through friction with the air, looking spectacular from afar, like a fiery peacock spreading its tail. Morning peacock. Boom, boom, boom. The intense flames melted the poison spikes. Liangji's expression remained unchanged as he pressed his hands against the ground, injecting senjutsu chakra. The ground split wide open, and with the sudden loss of support, Might Guy fell to the side. The flames deviated from their trajectory, and the poison spikes penetrated, melting from body temperature, causing the poison to flow into his limbs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blue steam extinguished, a sense of powerlessness enveloping Might Guy. He barely opened his eyes, gazing at the approaching Hidan. Countless fragments flashed through his mind, his heart resuming its beat, stronger than ever. I absolutely cannot let you harm Konoha. Might Guy's eyes widened, crimson steam erupting from his body. Eighth Gate of the Eight Gates. PFFF. The thick earth spike was faster than Might Guy's movements. Liangjie sat at the cliff's edge, looking down at Guy, whose heart was pierced, whispering, "You are a true ninja, but I'm sorry I cannot allow you to shine in your final moments. Farewell, blue beast of Konoha." After eliminating the most dangerous Might Guy, Liangjie felt his tense nerves slightly relax. Hey, we agreed you were my opponent, so why are you intervening in the battle? Fadewan complained indignantly. If I hadn't come, you would have been beaten to death by him, Liangjie retorted with a sidelong glance. I didn't go all out just now, otherwise I would have surely offered him to the evil god. Fadewan stubbornly insisted. Instead of being stubborn, you might as well go support the others, Liangjie tossed out, then charged towards the water sphere covered in oil film. Support. Fadewan looked around the battlefield, feeling doubtful. Several powerful adversaries couldn't be defeated, making support seem pointless. Chio had the qualifications to become a sacrifice, yet it was a battle of grandparent and grandchild. Fadewan wasn't foolish enough to go that far. As for the already defeated elite shinobi, he had even less interest. Forget it, it'll keep you company instead, Fadewan said, drawing a blood-stained ritual array before lying down with his eyes closed and hands placed on his chest, resembling someone preparing for a romantic farewell with Might Guy. Fire release fireball. On the other side, Jiraiya, free from the water sphere, immediately expelled flames, igniting the oil film and causing the water temperature to soar. Kisame struggled in pain, afraid to disperse the water sphere, otherwise he would be greeted not by boiling water, but by fierce flames. Senjutsu cold fire attachment. Ice crystal fragments swept through, freezing the water sphere along with the flames. Kisame, still suffering from the pain of being cooked in high temperature, was soon turned into a magnificent ice sculpture. Struggling to move his eyes for some reason, even a tough man like him felt the urge to cry. Senjutsu ice spike rain. In the outside world, Liangjie used the ice sphere to unleash countless ice spikes to push back Jiraiya, hurriedly dispersing the ice sphere and releasing the pitiful Kisame. How do you feel? Liangjie asked tentatively. I damaged my ear and now I can't hear anything. Kisame forced a stiff smile. Is it because of the sound illusion? Liangjie deduced the reason for Kisame's damaged ear. Even with prior information, it was difficult to counter sound-based illusions. Not everyone could use the sage mode of the dragon cave to alter their body structure like him. Sage art. Suddenly, white hair interrupted the healing process. Liangjie quickly shielded Kisame behind him, forcefully stepping on the ground to raise a water curtain. The moment his long hair touched the curtain, ice crystal fragments floated by, transforming the water curtain into an incredibly solid ice wall. Hey! Jiraiya yanked twice, seeing his hair caught, and unable to move, he decisively abandoned it, leaping back to dodge the ice spikes, and spewed burning oil to change the combat environment. It's troublesome with just one arm missing. Liangjie sighed as sage chakra surged down his legs, raising the forest from the ground. Would release birth of the tree world. Sitting on a tree, Liangjie controlled the branches and poisonous vines to engage in battle with Jiraiya while treating the pitiful Kisame. Looking at other battlefields, Itachi wasn't engaging Tsunade, Hidan relying on his vastly superior speed to entangle her. Though Tsunade was anxious, there was no way to quickly determine a victor. In the duel between the two puppet masters, as the 100 Puppets technique and the 10 Shinobi of Kinsaku exchanged blows, Chio had no powerful puppets left, while Sasori swiftly took out the third Kazekage to gain the upper hand. Of victory was merely a matter of time. As for the elite shinobi forces, they had already been defeated, with only a few remaining competent shinobi struggling. The last Anoki was similarly in a dire situation. The ineffective dust release alone was enough to put him in a predicament, not to mention that Pain could manipulate gravity from a distance. Universal pull. Pain raised his right arm, and gravitational force emanated from his palm, grabbing Anoki. Earth release heavy stone technique. Anoki fell to the ground, firmly stabilizing himself with an increased weight of several times. Pain's fingers clenched, increasing the gravitational pull, trying to forcibly lift him. Anoki sensed the loss of weight beneath his feet and quickly created a rock arm to cover himself, once again releasing the heavy stone technique to increase his overall weight to counter the gravity. From the distant tree, Hollow Nagato continued to maintain the gravity of pain, dividing a portion of his focus to control the Azura path to activate its head mechanism. The black barrel concealed a terrifying amount of chakra, which after a brief buildup was compressed into a laser beam that sliced through the rock arm. With a clear opening atop Anoki's head, gravity acted directly on his body, lifting him up. Crack! Two crisp sounds echoed at his waist, and excruciating pain shot up his spine to his mind. Ugh! Dust release. Anoki grit his teeth against the pain, pulling out a flickering white cube with both hands, hoping to force the hungry ghost path to come to the center of the two to disrupt the gravity. Naive. The hungry ghost path remained unfazed, and Pain's right hand suddenly sank, causing Anoki to drop even faster. Boom. Lying in the pit he created, Anoki attempted to rise, but the increasing pain in his waist rendered him completely powerless. I really am getting old. Anoki reluctantly looked at the Azura path as it opened its palm to activate its joint mechanism. 5 fingers missile. Swish, swish, swish. 5 flickering missiles expanded rapidly in Anoki's eyes. He desperately tried to dodge, but it was utterly futile. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles exploded with a thunderous roar. As the Azura path dispersed the smoke, Anoki lay in the pit covered in injuries, silent. After dealing with Anoki, Pain looked towards the still ongoing battle. Liangjia noticed the gaze upon him, forming seals to summon a wood dragon, which devoured Jiraiya, who was forced out of sage mode, before flying above Tsunade. Seeing this, Itachi cast an illusion to assist the wood dragon in swallowing Tsunade. Pain shifted his gaze to the last battlefield, where Sasori had already gained the upper hand, but had yet to deliver a lethal blow. Impatiently, he raised his hand. The 7 tails and 8 tails had already run far away, and there was no time to waste. Universal pull. An invisible force seized Chiyo, catching her completely off guard as she collided with the sharp blades, blood staining her front. Looking at her grandson, her lips trembled continuously, but in the end no words came forth as she slumped down. 0 funeral. Sasori suddenly turned around, clenching his fists tightly as the blades in the mechanism clanged. Pain ignored Sasori's reaction and commanded Deidara, "Let's go." Okay. Deidara remade the clay bird and Liangjia pulled Fadewan as the group leaped onto the bird, following the guidance of the white Zetsu clone to track the tailed beasts. Once the group moved far away, the calm battlefield suddenly stirred. Crack! An aged arm broke through the ground, and Anoki climbed out of the pit. Cough, cough, cough. Anoki coughed twice while holding his waist, glancing at the wooden clone that had turned into a dead branch, then fixated on the small black dot in the sky. Why did that little brat save me? Anoki wondered, unable to comprehend Liangji's inexplicable act of kindness. Boom, boom, boom. A slight tremor made him turn his head, and he saw the wood dragon extending half its head with Tsunade emerging from its mouth, followed by Jiraiya, who was carrying Reikage on his shoulders. Tsunade looked up at the sky, even more bewildered than Anoki. The crowd rushed forward, quickly catching up to their target thanks to the real-time updated coordinates and the convenience of the clay birds that required no evasion of terrain obstacles. At the same time, Karabi and his companion also discovered the enemy in midair. How is it possible that they could catch up? That means... A horrifying thought flashed through Kirabi's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. Impossible. There are only my elder brother, the Hokage, that Tsuchikage, and Chiyo, along with Jiraiya, who are no weaker than Kage, and there are also powerful Jonin. How could they easily be defeated? In extreme shock, Karabi even forgot his usual habit of rapping. The Akatsuki organization is an exceedingly terrifying combat group, which everyone in the ninja world is aware of, but with less than 2 hours until the battle, including the time needed for pursuit, how could the coalition possibly be defeated in such a short time? This is impossible. What should we do, big brother? The 7 tails Jinchuriki Fu also realized this terrifying possibility. Calm down, my brother won't lose easily. The Akatsuki must be using some means to temporarily hold him off, Karabi speculated. The Akatsuki is a mysterious organization composed of rogue ninjas from various villages. The leader possesses a more mysterious Rinnegan, making it possible to develop a barrier capable of restraining the Kage with knowledge gathered from all the villages. That's right. It must be this way. Fu, how has your learning of the method to harness the tailed beast's power been progressing? I can manage to use the tailed beast's power to a degree, but I still can't fully transform into one, Fu replied dejectedly. It's okay, you've already made great progress in just a few days, Karabi reassured her. I've said it's fine, every ninja is different. Your character is fantastic. If you get through today, I'll make an exception and take you as my disciple. Karabi tried to appear relaxed, doing his best to lessen Fu's guilt. He slowed down, waiting for the clay birds to approach overhead, then suddenly stopped, concentrating his chakra into a solid form that shot skyward. Tailed beast 8 tails. 8 tentacles wrapped around the massive body of the ox demon, swirling and whipping up a storm as a gray tornado formed, tearing the clay birds to shreds in an instant. This guy is different from the previous tailed beasts. Hidan crossed his arms in front of his chest, spinning with the wind in the tornado. Bang! A vine wrapped around his waist and pulled him out of the storm while Raikage held up an ice-covered wooden shield to protect everyone. The attack range of the tailed beast 8 tails is vast, but its actual lethality is not particularly strong. Its core relies on centrifugal force to whip and strike, and for such blunt attacks Raikage has various countermeasures. Bang bang bang. The ice spheres landed and rolled out for dozens of kilometers. At this distance they might be seriously injured. Karabi calculated the distance in his heart, stopping his body from spinning, and opened his mouth wide as he proportionately condensed yin-yang chakra. As time passed, the tailed beast ball grew larger, ominously taking on the form of a pursuing 8 tails. Senjutsu Myojinman. Swish swish swish. A series of shadows enveloped the 8 tails as a red torii gate fell from the sky, the last gate striking its neck, forcing it down. The volatile energy within the tailed beast ball went out of control, accompanied by a blinding light that could illuminate the entire Yunlei Gorge, a chakra sphere swollen, several times larger than the tailed beast itself, obliterating everything within hundreds of kilometers. Buzz! A large amount of Senjutsu chakra surged into the Ana-faced wooden shield, the shield continuously destroying and reforming as Raikage steadily absorbed the hit from the tailed beast ball. Boom boom boom. The chaotic chakra fluctuations gradually calmed down. The wooden shield opened a gap, and everyone emerged unscathed, looking at the battered ox demon. Raikage said, "We'll handle this here. Boss, you go capture the 7 tails." "Fine," Pain replied, coldly nodding and gestured to Deidara. The two rode the clay birds to track the 7 tails, but the ox demon raised its tail to obstruct their path. Before it could fully lift, a menacing wooden dragon burst forth from the side, tightly wrapping around it. That bastard, how despicable! Karabi struggled desperately, but the wooden dragon remained unmoved, tightening its grip instead. Crack, crack, crack. Trees sprouted from the wooden dragon's body, and Karabi could clearly feel the chakra of the tailed beast within him continually draining away. Helpless, he could only release his transformation and return to his normal size to escape, but before he even landed, an ice spear came flying towards him. Drip, drip. Blood dripped into the waiting mouth of the white snake. After collecting enough blood, the white snake handed it to Hidan, who easily dealt with it, using his jutsu of death through blood. Kisame dragged the severely injured and unconscious Karabi to the side, while the remaining members surrounded Sasori. "What do you want?" Sasori glanced around at everyone. "Nothing much, just want to talk to you about something." Raikage smiled and said, "If the leader were to change, would you still plan to stay in the Akatsuki?" "Change the leader?" Sasori grasped the implication in the words. "Have you all united? Let's just say we share common goals. You don't seem like someone who would be loyal to a particular organization, so it wouldn't matter to you even if the leader changed, right? Rest assured, I have far more intelligence than you can imagine. All I need is a clear answer from you," Raikage said. "If I don't join, I suppose I can't leave safely," Sasori replied helplessly. Hearing a satisfactory answer, Raikage extended his right hand. "Welcome aboard." Sasori extended his hand to shake with him, asking, "What is your plan?" "First, we'll go to the agreed-upon location and wait for Zero Burial. We can chat slowly on the way there." The group quickly left the area, while Sasori, hanging at the back of the line, gazed in the direction Pain had left as a faint mechanical sound emerged from within. The reason he agreed to join was not solely due to the situation. He was also very displeased with Pain's interference in the death of Chiyo. Even though he had also prepared to kill Chiyo, that was his own business, and it was not up to an outsider like Pain to interfere. If we were to rank the Jinchuri of Takigakure by strength, the 7-tailed Jinchuri Fu would undoubtedly take the top position. Even though she learned to wield the power of the tailed beast from Karabi, she still remains relatively weak. However, thanks to her ability to fly, Deidara was unable to catch up for a time, which infuriated him, ultimately leading to nearly 2 hours spent in this Catan mouse game. Bringing the 7-tailed Jinchuri to the predetermined location, Ryokai and the others waited for a long time. Pain said nothing and directly summoned the Outer Path Golem to begin sealing the tailed beast. Watching the other 5 Pain surrounding the corner of the cave, Ryokai quietly signaled to everyone with his eyes. "Once the sealing is complete, we will act immediately." Everyone blinked in acknowledgement, patiently waiting for the moment the sealing would end. Meanwhile, chaos had already erupted within the ninja world. The elite of the ninja villages suffered a devastating blow in their fight against the Akatsuki organization, and with the capture of the 7 tails and 8 tails, it was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling, with everyone wearing a grim expression. After a long time, Tsunade finally broke the silence, asking, "What should we do next?" In fact, the power of the Akatsuki organization has not exceeded our expectations. The only variable is Uchiha Ryokai, who possesses strength far beyond what he has previously revealed. Inoki chimed in. Before the war, the Allied forces had tried to elevate their assessment of the Akatsuki members. In reality, the strength of Pain and others matched expectations, except for Uchiha Ryokai, who even without using Edo Tensei still had the power to swiftly defeat the Raikage, leading directly to the defeat of Might Guy Jiraiya and Tsunade. Otherwise, the Allied forces would not have lost so decisively. And that kid's strange actions quietly saving us while being merciless to Might Guy must involve some conspiracy. Tsunade stated. Ryokai should harbor no hatred towards Might Guy. Although killing him would pose no issue from a standpoint, the strangeness lies in his subsequent actions. Since he could spare the 3 Sannin and Jiraiya, why would he kill Might Guy? This is indeed too peculiar. Regardless of the conspiracy, the Akatsuki must be eradicated. The Raikage, drowning in the pain of his brother's death, raised his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. Eradication is necessary, but there must be a method. Inoki sighed. The Akatsuki operated in the shadows while the Allied forces remained in the light. They never had the initiative from the beginning. Using the tailed beasts as bait could lure them out, but he worried it would end up like the 7 Tails and 8 Tails, giving themselves up so easily. Sigh. Someone sighed softly, and a sense of helplessness immediately enveloped everyone. Time flew by, and with the last remnants of the tailed beast's chakra merging into the outer path golem, the floating Karabi completely lost his life force. Thud. The body fell to the ground, and Scorpion, as per custom, sealed it in a scroll for future puppet creation. Boom, boom, boom. The outer path golem sank into the ground, and Nagato could not help but show a look of joy. Yahiko, we are about to welcome eternal peace. We go. Whoosh. Just as he was about to issue a new command, an unexpected change occurred. Pretending to be nonchalant, the group of people suddenly launched an attack on the 6 Pain. They gathered their chakra and struck at the fastest speed, inflicting heavy damage on Pain. Except for Deva Path, who barely managed to repel Ryokai, with Shinra Tensei the remaining 5 were not spared. What? What is going on? Deidara stood frozen in place. All members had taken action. Even Scorpion, who was supposed to be an ally, did the same. For whatever reason, he was undoubtedly isolated from the others. What to do? What to do? Deidara's mind raced. Since he was isolated, if they killed Pain, there was a high chance they would turn on him afterward. If that were the case, it would be better to stand beside the leader and confront the others together. However, facing 6 with just 2, especially against the powerful organization members, he truly lacked confidence. Damn, when did these people get in touch? There was clearly no chance to meet, and even Scorpion abandoned me so ruthlessly. Is it because we have different artistic views? Deidara was momentarily at a loss. Scorpion noticed Deidara's dilemma and said, if you don't want to oppose us, just stay there and don't move. Okay. Deidara decisively betrayed Pain. After all, he hadn't voluntarily joined from the start, so there was no need to fight to the death for him. So Scorpion didn't abandon me after all. Deidara was deeply moved. Are you all going to betray me? Devapath Pain said coldly. Don't put it that way. You should know better than anyone that no one truly obeys you, let alone betrayal. Ryokai picked up the chakra transmission rod that had fallen from the Azura path, and learning from Naruto, pierced it into his arm. A chakra fluctuation from tens of kilometers away clearly entered his mind. It's up to you guys now. Ryokai instructed, then turned and left the cave, heading straight for Nagato's location. The Rinnegan is a crucial part of the entire plan. Without the Rinnegan, one cannot control the outer path golem, let alone become the 10 Tails Jinchuri. Even without the Rinnegan residing in Nagato, Ryokai could still use the information he possessed to make Sasuke activate the Rinnegan. However, it should be noted that Uchiha Madara did not activate the Rinnegan shortly after acquiring Hashirama's flesh. He succeeded in activating it only before his death in old age. Ryokai could not wait for decades, so he must obtain Nagato's Rinnegan as a substitute. Shinra Tensei has a cooldown time of 5 seconds, while gravitational manipulation is not restricted. This is merely a dead body, so Hidan's curse won't take effect. There's also the sealing technique, called Chibaku Tensei, which requires long-range ninjutsu to attack its core. Itachi recalled the information he received from Ryokai, activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and a faint skeletal phantom flickered around him with battle imminent. At this moment, 30 kilometers away in a tree hollow, Nagato's joyful expression suddenly turned extremely grim. Conan noticed the change and asked, what's wrong? All members of the organization have betrayed us. 5 out of 6 paths have been destroyed, with only the Deva path surviving, and Uchiha Ryokai is on his way here. What? Conan's pupils constricted in disbelief. All have betrayed. How is that possible? If it were just Ryokai and Sasuke betraying him, or even including Itachi, Conan wouldn't feel too much. But this was a complete betrayal. Anyone who could become a rogue ninja had a temperament more peculiar than ordinary ninjas. This could be seen from the fact that the Akatsuki usually paired members. Even in small teams, they occasionally killed each other for various reasons. A complete betrayal could not be spontaneous. Someone must have taken the lead and contacted others. Analyzing the current situation, it was highly likely that the person playing that role was the approaching Uchiha Ryokai. How did he persuade such eccentric members to collectively betray the organization? According to the feedback from the chakra Black Rod, Nagato could clearly sense the speed at which Liangjie was approaching. With his and Conan's speed, there was simply no way to evade, so he chose to stay. Even though his main body could not withstand high-intensity combat, he had no other choice. Liangjie's speed was astonishing. Within 10 minutes, he had covered over 20 kilometers and reached the edge of the forest. The figure standing silently ahead caused him to halt. Looking at the indifferent enemy, Liangjie smacked his forehead in frustration, having completely forgotten about Nagato's capabilities. Nagato usually dispersed the 6 paths abilities among 6 puppets, but that did not mean he couldn't reclaim those abilities. With the animal path and 5 others destroyed, he could easily reclaim the animal path's abilities and then summon the Deva path using summoning techniques. This meant that only Itachi and a few others were left in the sealed cave, while the enemy they were supposed to face had appeared before Liangjie. It seems I have to fight after all, Liangjie said, somewhat helpless. He had hoped to acquire the Rinnegan more easily, but it turned out violence was unavoidable. Well, since I'm better at fighting than talking, I guess. Liangjie withdrew the chakra Black Rod from his arm. The Black Rod was not only a means for Nagato to control pain. If they were too close, it could also affect the chakra within Liangjie. Flap flap. The sound of wings flapping came as Conan descended from the sky, her right arm waving, and the paper surrounding her transformed into a spear. Liangjie remained unmoved. The 2 gigantic trees closest to him fell perfectly, blocking the paper spear. Since Nagato had chosen the forest as a hiding spot, not utilizing the environment properly would be a disservice to the sea of trees. Senjutsu, double inorganic rebirth. Liangjie's massive chakra was instantly reduced by more than 30% as all the trees expanded several times. Vines clung to the trees, and the entire forest came alive in an instant. Conan's secret technique, dance of the Shikigami, was exceedingly shameless. When performing this technique, her body would transform into countless pieces of paper, making her immune to most physical damage. Even ninjutsu would find it difficult to inflict harm. However, since it was a secret technique, it required chakra to perform, and the poisonous vines had the ability to drain chakra. Thus, this technique was not merely a means to restrict pain, but was truly advantageous. Swish, swish, swish. The Deva path pain swung the Black Rod to shatter the vines, but soon more vines and branches surged forth, seemingly endless. To break this technique, a large-scale area clearance move would be necessary. The Deva path pain only possessed 2 kinds of large-scale attack techniques. One was the Super Shinra Tensei, capable of destroying the Hidden Leaf Village, and the other was the Chibaku Tensei, which had the power to seal-tailed beasts. The focus of Shinra Tensei was on its range, while its offensive power was slightly weaker. Using it would leave the Deva path weakened. Liangjie was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he hoped Nagato would make a rash decision and unleash the Super Shinra Tensei. As for Chibaku Tensei, it possessed immense power, but had obvious weaknesses, and he had many methods to defend against it. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions was incessant. Liangjie glanced at Conan. In the original world, 600 billion explosive tags had indeed amazed many, but that required a long time to prepare. If one disregarded the 600 billion, the threat Conan could pose was truly limited. Shinra Tensei. The impatient Deva path unleashed an enhanced version of Shinra Tensei, shattering the branches within a 100-meter radius. Seeing this, Liangjie manipulated the vines to ensnare his ankles and quickly hurled him away. Ice release, cold forge. Crack, crack, crack. The icy spears exuding a chilling aura enveloped his right arm. The earth erupted in a wave of soil to block the retreat, forcing Pain to give up dodging and confront Liangjie directly. Bang! As they collided, the chakra Black Rod shattered into several pieces, and the tips of the ice spears were also shattered. Liangjie briefly paused in midair due to the recoil, manipulating the soil wave to push back Pain, while the ice spear transformed into a blade descending upon him. Swish! 2 black rods extended from his palms, and Pain crossed his arms to block his chest. Clang! A dazzling spark erupted as the ice blade easily sliced through the black rods. Boom! Pain crashed into the ground. Looking at the ice blade, which had created 2 dents in his hands, Liangjie was astonished by the physical strength of the Deva path Pain. The ice blade contained a large amount of Senjutsu chakra, hard enough to rival top-tier weapons. Even so, it could not sever Pain's arm. As for the poison mixed within it was ineffective since Pain was already dead. Dance of the Shikigami, paper rain. Conan flew up, breaking free from the vines, seizing the chance to attack Liangjia. She spread her wings and thousands of explosive tags rained down like a deluge. Would release great forest technique. Liangjia raised the Oni face shield to defend against the explosive tags while manipulating the earth to bury the Deva path. Once the explosions weakened slightly, he formed a hand seal with one hand, unleashing a surging tide. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Paper softens when it meets water. To avoid this obvious weakness, Conan had painstakingly developed a secret technique that could transform paper into oil paper, so she was not afraid of the overwhelming tide. Liangjia was also aware of this point, not expecting the water release to have any effect. This was merely a prelude, as the tide covered Conan from all sides. A cold current swept through immediately afterward. Senjutsu, ice storm. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, Conan was frozen into an ice sculpture, appearing beautifully like a piece of art, while the vines pulled her slightly further away. To be honest, Liangjia did not dislike Conan and Nagato. If not necessary, he did not wish to take their lives. Witnessing peace together sounded quite pleasant. However, before that, he still needed to deal with the Deva path pain. To speak calmly with someone, the prerequisite was to subdue the opponent. Shinra Tensei. As the 5-second cooldown elapsed, Pain, buried 20 meters underground, immediately used repulsion to break through the earth. After a brief exchange, Nagato gained a deeper understanding of his power, realizing that he could not continue to entangle. Coincidentally, Conan was thrown to a distant spot. Though unaware of Liangji's actions, it fortuitously created an excellent opportunity. Buzz. Nagato in the tree hollow condensed a black sphere and released a paper tree, the black sphere quickly rising into the air above the battlefield. Chibaku Tensei. With his hands clasped together, Pain unleashed a seemingly ordinary small sphere that immediately erupted with an irresistible gravitational force. The ground cracked and massive chunks of soil soared into the sky. Liangjia considered several methods, ultimately choosing the safest option. Kamui. Liangjia dove into the twisted space, leaving the Chibaku Tensei without a target. That eye. Nagato's eyes widened in shock. Though only for a moment, he clearly saw the pattern in Liangji's left eye just before he entered the twisted space, which was identical to that of the mysterious ninja who called himself Uchiha Obito. What is the relationship between the two of them? Could they be the same person? Just as this thought arose, it was immediately dismissed. The masked man had appeared long ago, and Liangjia was just a little kid back then. Can the Sharingan evolve into the same pattern? Nagato did not know the answer, but he felt deep down that there was some connection between the two. It's about time. Liangjia had waited a long time. As he emerged from the space, a gigantic sphere floated above him. Pain gazed at Liangjia and asked, "What is your relationship with him?" "Him? Who?" Liangjia feigned ignorance. "You know very well." Nagato was not deceived. "I don't know who you were talking about. If you intend to use this technique to buy time, I advise you to give up quickly." Liangjia continued to feign ignorance. The fact that he had taken Kakashi's Sharingan had long spread throughout the ninja world. However, Kakashi had never revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan. Others did not know, but he was certain about the facts and would not simply use the Mangekyo Sharingan to connect him with Obito. He was unaware if Obito was watching the battle, so he naturally dared not disclose any information regarding Obito. Ice escape cold casting. Liangjia raised the ice spear again, attacking Tendo Pain with the combined forces of poisonous vines and branches. Pain continuously severed the vines, but compared to earlier, his movements were noticeably slower after using the Earth Explosion Star, first battling Inoki, and then enduring 6 days of sealing. His body was beginning to show signs of exhaustion. If it were the healthy Nagato, Liangjia would not have been so confident in defeating him, but there were no such hypotheticals now. Senjutsu Serpent Scales. 2 black phosphorus serpents surrounded the battlefield, and as the black serpent let out a roar, thousands of scales descended like a dark cloud. With nowhere to escape, Pain could only raise a repulsion barrier to defend himself. Some of the scales, influenced by the repulsion, returned along their original path, colliding and sparking. Liangjia widened his left eye, the space around him twisting. Just before he entered the alternate space, he formed seals to detonate the serpent scales. Thousands of serpent scales exploded violently, a chaotic surge of chakra sweeping across several kilometers. Trees were uprooted and shattered in midair. From above, what was once a lush forest now appeared as if a god had erased a section with an eraser, looking strikingly out of place. As he exited the Kamui space, a charred pit still emitted wisps of smoke, with a battered Pain lying at the center, his right arm gone, and several gaping wounds on his chest. With a crack, the chakra black rods on Pain's face shattered into pieces. Without the support of chakra, Tendo's eyes lost their luster, reverting to cold, lifeless orbs. Having dealt with Tendo Pain, Liangjia paid no heed to Conan, who was still sealed in ice escape, and headed straight for Nagato's location. Stopping outside the paper tree surrounded by a forest of trees, Liang Jie chose a more cautious approach instead of recklessly entering. Hundreds of poisonous snakes surged through the gaps in the trees with intense chakra fluctuations emanating from within the paper tree. Nagato did not give up the fight, but the previous battles had drained too much of his mental energy. Despite Liang Jie continuously summoning poisonous snakes, the incapacitated Nagato was eventually bitten on the shoulder, instantly feeling dizzy and losing control of his body. Liang Jie stepped in slowly, looking at the emaciated Nagato. Without hesitation, he swiftly pressed down on both of his eyes. He placed the Rinnegan into a pre-prepared container, sealed it in a scroll, and then took out another glass container containing ordinary eyeballs. He inserted the eye into Nagato's hollow eye socket, using healing technique to accelerate the healing. After doing all this, Liang Jie did not leave. Instead, he fashioned a chair from wood release and quietly waited for the snake venom to wear off. Nagato's constitution was extraordinary. The snake venom, which could incapacitate a jonin for hours, lost its effect in just a few minutes. With a flutter of his eyelids, Nagato slowly opened his eyes, looking at Liang Jie lazily lounging on the chair, basking in the sun. He opened his mouth, his tongue still partially numb, and could only ask vaguely, "What exactly is your purpose?" Liang Jie did not harm Conan, who was sealed in ice escape, which was enough to perplex Nagato. Moreover, Liang Jie's subsequent actions deepened his confusion. Awake now? Liang Jie tilted his head with a faint smile. The eyes were just a random choice. If they're not suitable, you can think of a way to replace them yourself. Hearing this, Nagato's skeletal face twitched again as he asked, "What exactly is your purpose?" This time, Liang Jie did not bother with other pleasantries and answered directly, "A dream similar to yours, which is why I need the Rinnegan." Upon hearing the answer, Nagato fell silent. He refrained from preaching the theory of suffering because in his heart, Liang Jie, who had witnessed the slaughter of his entire clan, had the right to speak of peace. "Your ideals are noble, and you have fought for them, so I do not dislike you. However, we have different views on how to achieve peace, so I apologize for that. What do you intend to do?" Nagato's gaunt face was surprisingly calm, devoid of anger or frustration, and there was no bitterness typical of a defeated foe. His failure felt inevitable. Rather than lamenting, he was more concerned about this point. Gather the power of tailed beasts, and with the strength of the Akatsuki, pressure the ninja world, actively initiate war, and bring the flames of conflict to everyone, especially the vast number of ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Nagato's expression immediately became excited, but Liang Jie's following words calmed him once more. "Don't worry, I just want everyone to have a deeper understanding of the suffering that comes with war, to feel fear, but not to actually die. I am neither a war maniac nor a psychopath. Killing ordinary people is not my desire. When people are tormented by war, yet feel helpless, the evil God Church will appear as protectors, and together with the Akatsuki, they will allow people to once again experience peace. The brainwashing method of the evil God Church is flawless. Before long, people will be subtly transformed into followers of the evil God. As long as we deal with the vast number of ordinary people, given the current number of ninjas in each village, they won't be able to stir up much of a storm, especially with someone like Sasuke, who possesses a higher level of power to suppress them perfectly. Against nations using unmatched strength to change the current situation, abolish all countries, and establish the entire world as a superpower. At that point, there will be no land of fire or land of wind, and what awaits the people will be a whole new country. It's ridiculous to still divide such a small place into over a dozen countries." Liang Jie's tone revealed disdain. According to Uchiha Madara, this world is so small, and even without considering the territories that might exist beyond the seas, just looking at the sizes of each country, even if combined, it still cannot be considered a behemoth. Even if a new country is formed, how do you intend to govern it? Nagato posed another question, which was also the reason he chose to threaten the ninja world with power rather than attempting to rule the world. If governance encountered problems, ordinary people's lives would only become more difficult. The governance will still be left to the various daimyos, Liang Jie replied. "Do you plan to coerce them with power?" Nagato asked. "There's no need to threaten with power. They will willingly follow my plan and will work diligently without ulterior motives. We possess two of the strongest genjutsu, the Shisui's Eye. While the Shizui's Eye does have a cooldown of over a decade, if used by someone like Liang Jie, who possesses Hashirama's cells, the cooldown will be significantly reduced, and using both eyes simultaneously combined with Liang Jie's mental power ensures a greater effectiveness. At that time, aside from the ninja villages, everyone would lean towards the newly formed superpower. Over time, some ninjas within the villages would surely be influenced, especially those in resource-scarce villages that cannot sustain themselves. Meanwhile, Liang Jie could use Kodo Amatsukami to influence the rulers of the ninja villages. Achieving peace is not mere talk, relying on Liang Jie's plan, which isn't the best, but certainly not bad. What do you think? This method? Nagato's expression was dark as he bowed his head without answering. Seeing this, Liang Jie approached him, and whispered in a volume only the two could hear, "Your failure has long been destined. How can a pawn kept in the dark interfere with the game with its own will?" "What did you say?" Nagato suddenly raised his head. "Your Rinnegan was not awakened naturally. It is merely being temporarily housed within you." Liangjie spoke softly. "Impossible." Hearing this, Nagato felt a chill down his spine as a series of images flashed through his mind, finally settling on a mysterious figure wearing a whirlpool mask. "I was just saying it casually, but whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. Your body is weak, so you should find a place to recuperate. Otherwise, even if peace arrives, you won't be able to enjoy tranquility. What a pity that would be." Liangjie threw down a comment and left the tree hollow without looking back. Flap, flap. The sound of wings flapping echoed as Conan rushed in from the air. Seeing Nagato and Scythe, she let out a sigh of relief, retracting her wings and landing. Just as she was about to inquire about the situation, she caught sight of a pair of distinct black and white eyes instantly freezing in place. "Your eyes." "They were taken by Uchiha," Liangjie, Nagato replied. "What should we do about our plan?" Conan said anxiously. Without the Rinnegan, they could not control the outer path golem, nor could they create a new 6 paths. With the entire Akatsuki organization betraying them, they had vanished at the moment the anomaly occurred. Relying solely on her and Nagato's strength, achieving peace was utterly impossible. Liangjie has a better plan. I don't know whether to believe it or not, but I can only trust him. Nagato gazed directly at the sunlight piercing through the gap in the tree wall, squinting his eyes, as he said softly, "It's been a long time since I've looked closely at this world." On the other side, Liangjie hurried back to the ceiling cave at the fastest speed. "Liangjie." Uchiha Itachi approached, his tone filled with regret. "Pain has escaped. It happened suddenly, and we couldn't stop him." "It's fine. I've already dealt with pain," Liangjie replied. "That's good." Itachi nodded gently. "Did you invite Deidara to join the new organization?" Liangjie looked at Deidara, who was squatting alone in the corner. An invitation was extended, but Itachi's expression became somewhat nuanced. "He didn't agree," Liangjie exclaimed. Given the current situation in the ninja world, how could Deidara refuse the olive branch Liangjie offered? Itachi first nodded, then shook his head, his expression difficult to articulate, leaving Liangjie puzzled. Why was an answer that was either yes or no so mysterious? He decided to approach the corner directly to ask the person in question, but just a few steps in a murmuring stopped him. That kid Liangjie actually became the leader. His strength is sufficient, but he is still a junior. To follow the orders of a junior isn't that too embarrassing? Deidara leaned helplessly against the wall, turning to look at Scorpion, who was repairing a puppet, and voiced a question from the depths of his soul. "Brother Scorpion, what do you think? Is it really okay to follow the orders of a junior? It's quite embarrassing. He's only 14, 4 years younger than me." Scorpion glanced at Deidara, then turned back to continue repairing the puppet, too lazy to answer such a boring question. "Is the reason the senior doesn't want to join the new organization simply due to age?" Liangjie walked up to him. "That's right," Deidara admitted generously. "I see." Liangjie took a few steps closer, gathering his strength before suddenly shouting, "Senior, you are so disappointing." The sudden shout startled Deidara, causing him to bounce up from the ground. "What's wrong?" With a firm clap on Deidara's shoulder, Liangjie lamented, "I thought you were an artist who could overlook anything for the sake of art, but unexpectedly you care about something as meaningless as age. It's truly disappointing." "Huh? Art? What art?" Deidara asked blankly. "The art of the moment. There are too few in the current ninja world who understand art. This world needs artists. Especially great artists like you, Senior." Liangjie first placed a high hat on him, then pointed at the innocent Scorpion. Brother Scorpion readily agreed to help me spread the name of eternal art across the world. It would have been enough with just Brother Scorpion, but I am not one to favor one over the other. I am always thinking of you, Senior. But just now Itachi said, "What Itachi, or whatever?" Liangjie interrupted Deidara, his expression falling. "What do the children of today dream of? Powerful ninjas, wealthy merchants, or other professions? Why is there no artist among them? Has the senior ever thought of a day when a mother asks her child what their dream is, and the child stands tall with a sweet voice, yet unwavering in determination? Mom, I want to be an artist. I want to be a great artist like Senior Deidara." Liangjie took Deidara's hand and walked outside the cave, brushing past the green trees and mountains, loudly proclaiming, "I have a dream. A dream that one day the whole world will understand the true essence of art. A dream that one day, because of art, traitorous ninjas can sit down with ninjas and discuss grand ideas. Because of art, people will abandon prejudice. And because of art, people will no longer kill." Liangjie's voice grew louder, and as he shared this impactful narrative, Deidara became increasingly excited. "This is my dream. For this dream, we can disregard everything. With this dream, we can change the world. With this belief, what is age?" At this moment, Deidara was already flushed with excitement, and Liangjie grasped his hand, adding fuel to the fire. "At that time, the whole world will praise the progenitor of momentary art, which is you, Senior. The Hokage Rock of Konoha will be completely chiseled away, replaced with the 5 large characters, momentary art, and your statue will be carved below, with children making wishes beneath it. Under your influence, more and more artists will emerge in the ninja world. This is the future. So, as the atmosphere reached its peak, Liangjie roared, Senior, do you still care about the issue of age? I don't care. Deidara shouted with red eyes. What are we going to do? Liangjie raised his arm high. Blow up the damn ninja alliance. Deidara raised his arm in agreement. Let us abandon prejudice. Abandon prejudice. Everyone is an artist. Everyone is an artist. Senior Deidara. Little brother Liangjie. Deidara's eyes were filled with tears as he read. This was not pain, but rather the excitement of meeting a kindred spirit. Everyone is an artist. Deidara was lost in this excitement. Seeing this scene, the others who followed out turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch. This kid is great in every way, but is just too naive and easily deceived. Hidan acted for the cult Kakazu for money. Itachi, out of guilt. Kisame followed Obito's orders, and even Scorpion made a voluntary choice. Only Deidara was entirely swayed by Liangjie's words. Easily persuading the lame Deidara, thus all members of the Akatsuki organization belonged to him. Without mentioning loyalty issues, it is definitely better than the time when Nagato was in charge, where everyone had their own hidden agendas. Great artist. Great artist. 10 minutes passed, and Deidara was still lost in joy, unable to extricate himself, prompting Liangjie to interrupt. I understand your joy, but can we calm down first? We have other matters to attend to. What matters? Deidara was not dissatisfied about being interrupted. We need to mold 2 clay birds, and then we will head to the land of rivers, Liangjie stated. Why go to such a desolate place? Deidara asked in surprise. To welcome our general, Liangjie replied. General. Deidara was even more surprised. The title of general not only symbolizes a military commander, but sometimes a general is more like a ruler akin to Nagato previously. Liangjie gazed in the direction of the land of rivers, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The general Uchiha Sasuke. It had been over 10 days since the transplant of Itachi's eyes. Due to the dual factors of natural energy and his own physique, the fusion of the 2 eyes was happening faster than expected. On the last day of sealing the tailed beast, Liangjie received news that Sasuke had left the dragon cave. Crossing the sea and traversing the land of soup into the land of fire, the group boldly flew through the sky, occasionally passing over the Leaf Village without a care. Given their current lineup, the ones to fear were not the Akatsuki, but the Leaf Ninjas acting as the hosts. Shall we greet them? Deidara mischievously grabbed 2 handfuls of clay. Sure. Hidan perked up, peering down at the ninjas below, but soon lost interest. Forget it. All faces were unfamiliar since he had no impression of them. They were certainly not strong. Boring. Seeing Hidan's expression, Deidara clicked his tongue and retracted the clay. He also did not have a habit of bullying the weak. He was merely bored earlier. The clay birds soared through the sky until they were far away, while the hearts of the Chunin below were still racing. It was too frightening. Ninjas did not fear sacrifices, but they avoided meaningless losses. That direction leads to the land of rivers and the land of wind. What conspiracy does the Akatsuki have? Shingetsu Chuyin said anxiously. You are scared too. The nearby steel iron forced a smile. Aren't you also scared? Shingetsu Chuyin snorted. At least I'm stronger than you. I look at that sweat on your forehead. Steel iron glanced at him. Ha! The 2 exchanged a smile, the tense nerves easing with the jokes. Let's report the situation to Lady Tsunade. Steel Iron turned to his comrades and said, let's go. Yes. The Leaf Squad, prepared to rest for the night, no longer lingered while the Akatsuki continued deeper into the territory, with Deidara lying bored on the bird's back, listening to the whistling wind, starting to feel drowsy. After a long yawn, Deidara rubbed his eyes, propping his hands behind his head, and called out to Liangjie, who was standing at the front. Liangjie. Liangjie turned slightly. What's up? You mentioned that Sasuke is the general. Oh, I have a question. I want to state beforehand that I do not care about his age, even though he is 3 years younger than me and joined the organization later, still a junior. But I truly do not care about age. Deidara rambled on. Liangjie twitched his eyes twice. Isn't this called not caring? You are just short of writing the words care on your face. Ignoring the subtle expressions of those around him, Deidara continued. Age is not a problem. On the path of art, age does not matter. Even if there is an age gap, recognition should still be given. But who? Hearing the word, but several voices of exhalation sounded around. Finally, he was about to get to the main point. To become a leader, one must at least have the strength, right? If one cannot even defeat the organization's members, what kind of leader is that? Deidara pointed out the crux. Indeed, whether it was Nagato or Liangjie, both possessed strength that convinced everyone. Oh, otherwise, why would they follow orders? As for Uchiha Sasuke, everyone's impression of him was still based on when he first joined the organization. He was strong, but far from enough to be a leader. Don't worry, since he has to bear the responsibilities of a leader, Sasuke will surely have the corresponding strength. Do you want to make a bet with me, senior? What kind of bet? Deidara asked with interest, finding it quite amusing to place a bet during boring times. Once we meet up with Sasuke, you will battle him. If he wins, you will obey his orders as a bet. If you win, you will take on the role of this general. How about that? If he can win against me, then obeying his orders isn't a problem, but if I win, I won't be the general. Deidara had plenty of self-awareness. Although he did not know how Liangjie managed to gain the recognition of the other members, he was certain that if it were him, no one would acknowledge it. There was no need to be so clueless. No problem. Since you take a step back, Sasuke will too. You and Senior Scorpion have partnered long enough to have a rapport that others do not possess. You two can join forces to deal with him. Are you sure? Scorpion paused his actions of repairing the puppets. Being able to defeat two people at once is a basic prerequisite for becoming a leader. No need to, I can handle him myself, Deidara said bluntly. Two people teaming up against a junior. He couldn't afford to lose face. Isn't that Sasuke up ahead? Hidan suddenly said. In the sky directly ahead, a majestic eagle flew in, and upon closer inspection, there were 4 ninjas dressed in black cloaks with red clouds standing on its back. Looking down at the environment below, it happened to be a desolate plain very suitable as a battlefield. This is the place, let's go down, Liangjie said. All right. Deidara controlled the clay bird to descend, and upon seeing this, Sasuke similarly ordered Yugo to control the eagle to descend. Jumping off the bird's back, Kisame and the others watched Sasuke with expressions ready for a good show. Sasuke sensed the subtle atmosphere and asked Liangjie, who was approaching, what happened? Liangjie repeated the content of the bet verbatim. Do you have confidence? Don't ask obvious questions. Sasuke walked up to Deidara looking disdainfully. You can team up with Scorpion. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but isn't that a bit too underestimating? Deidara said coldly. Clap, clap. Liangjie clapped twice to draw their attention. Any means can be used during the battle until one side admits defeat or loses combat capability. Is that okay? No problem, Sasuke replied. Just to let you know, I won't hold back. Deidara inserted his hands into his clay pouch. By the way, Liangjie remembered something important and leaned closer to Sasuke, whispering, do not mock Deidara's art during the battle, absolutely not. Deidara's thought process was slightly different from ordinary people. If he were overly provoked and lost control, wanting to unleash a big star, there would be nowhere for him to cry. Don't win too quickly, let Deidara show all his techniques before you counter. Liangjie advised. The answer is evident, but winning requires a method. Itachi Uchiha once eliminated Deidara with illusion, yet he always felt he was merely defeated by the Mangekyo Sharingan, not completely overpowered by Itachi himself. This is why he constantly wore a miniature microscope designed to train against illusions, specifically developing C4 Garuda and claiming it had the power to kill Itachi. From all this, Deidara still harbored the belief that he could defeat Itachi by evading illusions. Liangjie did not want the members of the organization to hold such thoughts. Sasuke must possess an authority as unyielding as Pains with the strength to comprehensively crush the members. Aside from Deidara, the remaining members of the Akatsuki were all proud individuals. Some even looked down on Liangjie, staying in the organization for various reasons. To gain their recognition, Sasuke needed a spectacular battle. As the saying goes, to kill a chicken, to warn a monkey. Even if Deidara did not take the initiative to appear, he would find a chance to sow discord. This actually saved a lot of effort. Tap. Liangjie picked up a small stone, gently tossing it twice, and said the drop of the stone marks the beginning. The two at a distance of 100 meters confirmed the rules clearly, and Liangjie flipped his wrist, slowly releasing his grip. Swish. The small stone fell under everyone's gaze. Liangjie vanished in an instant. Deidara tore off a large chunk of clay, and Sasuke crouched slightly, adopting an offensive stance. Clap. Whoosh. The moment the stone hit the ground, Sasuke transformed into an afterimage. So fast. Faster than I imagined. Deidara's heart sank, no longer underestimating the situation. He threw out dozens of clay spiders with both hands while he himself used the opportunity to create distance. Lightning release can counter clay bombs. Sasuke recalled the intelligence on Deidara, planted his feet firmly to halt his advance, drew his sword, and lightning burst forth from his palm. Chidori stream. The lightning spread around the sword body, and the clay spiders that could not dodge were instantly shattered, turning into ordinary clumps of soil. Tisk lightning release users are truly annoying, Deidara said irritably, but he was glad to have anticipated Sasuke's strong lightning release, and had prepared a backup plan after throwing the clay spiders. Who? A fierce wind swept through as Deidara rode a giant dragon soaring into the sky. He formed hand seals, and from the ground, that Chidori stream could not reach. Hundreds of clay grasshoppers erupted. Your lightning release cannot cover a wide area. Enjoy the art of explosion, huh? With a shout, flames surged among the grasshopper swarm, and an ear-splitting boom suddenly erupted. Not enough, it's not over yet. Deidara bit off a large chunk of clay and infused it with a massive amount of chakra, creating a proportionally smaller Deidara clay doll. Bang bang bang. A wooden wall quickly formed to shield Liang Jie and others. Deidara carelessly tossed the doll. The doll grew in the wind, expanding 100-fold in mere seconds. Art is explosion, ha! A blinding light eclipsed the sun. The entire plane trembled violently. Deidara fervently gazed at the center of the explosion, shouting, "This is art! Art!" A detached voice rang from behind. Deidara's pupils trembled. Before he could react, an elbow strike struck his neck. Boom! Deidara crashed down the explosion, and flames abruptly halting like a tape. The next moment, with the sound of shattering glass, the destruction caused by C3 returned to its original state. Damn it! Deidara crawled out of the pit in disarray, stepping on the scattered clay spider fragments, unwillingly looking at Sasuke, who stood atop the giant dragon. Even my specially trained eyes cannot resist the Sharingan's illusions, but it's fine. My art will surely surpass the Sharingan. Your art is simply... Sasuke was about to taunt, but suddenly remembered Liang Jie's specific reminder, forcing the unfinished words back into his throat. Sasuke's Sharingan has changed. Kisame sharply noticed the anomaly and asked, Itachi, both of your Sharingan patterns have altered. Could it be that the Mangekyo Sharingan can evolve again? Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a higher level of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Liang Jie explained, but only Sasuke has achieved the evolution. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, is this your assurance for betting against Deidara and wanting me to join the battle? Scorpion glanced over. Exactly. Liang Jie crossed his arms, smiling. Senior, please join the battlefield. Without a clear understanding of Sasuke's strength, you won't be able to acknowledge it. No need. Scorpion unexpectedly replied. Facing Liang Jie's slightly surprised gaze, Scorpion helplessly said with such confidence, you must believe that Sasuke can defeat us. My puppet has just been repaired. I have no time to redo it. I see. Liang Jie nodded. Scorpion, unlike Deidara, was older and more stable, considering things more comprehensively. However, this would prevent Sasuke from showcasing his full power. There's no choice. I can only trouble Deidara. It didn't have to be this way. Liang Jie gestured to Sasuke, who understood, covering himself with lightning-release chakra and descending upon the giant dragon. As a return for the art, let you witness the true power of the Uchiha. As he spoke, a purple skeleton descended onto the battlefield, flesh and veins attaching to it, evolving into its previous ultimate form. With these eyes, I can still go further. Blood vessels spread from his eyes, and the deep purple chakra, mixed with his ocular power, surged into the sky. Not enough. With 2 days of familiarity with the eternal Mangekyo, Sasuke knew he was far from his limit. However, whether due to using it for the first time or another reason, he felt a sense of impotence, as if he had strength but could not utilize it. Concentrate for me. Hiss. 2 white serpents emerged from his back, their scales covering his cheeks, the eerie edges of the Mangekyo sprouting with serpentine fangs, the output of ocular power abruptly increasing. Bang bang bang. Susanoo evolved once again, its bulky frame becoming leaner, ancient armor covering it, its visage resembling that of a tengu, thick wings spreading out, and Susanoo's right hand grasping a chakra-long sword materializing out of thin air. Not at my limit yet, but it's enough. Sasuke no longer frantically infused his ocular power, only retaining enough to ensure Susanoo would not collapse. What is this? Looking at the towering figure, nearly 50 meters high, everyone was astonished. They were not surprised by its size, but by the heavy sense of oppression that continually emanated from it. Their battle-honed sixth sense told them that this move could easily kill them. Could it be that it's only 50 meters because it's the first use and not yet proficient? Liang Jie pondered. The complete form of Susanoo in his memory was even larger. After all, this was the first use, so there was no need to force it. The complete body of Susanoo, the true power of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke adjusted his ocular power, and Susanoo raised its long blade as a fierce wind howled, deepening the weight in everyone's hearts. Now I can kill anyone. With a chilling declaration, the long blade slashed down, carrying a terrifying momentum. Boom. 100-meter blade of light swept across the land, leaving a deep ravine over dozens of kilometers. The might of a single strike could split mountains and sever peaks. This is the ultimate force representing destruction from the Uchiha clan. Even if it is not in its most perfect form, its might is beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Gulp. Deidara felt his throat dry. It was not due to the power of this strike, but rather the manner in which it was unleashed. If he had used his ultimate self-detonation, Deidara was confident he could cause greater destruction, but there is an essential difference between the two. Using self-detonation requires a sacrifice of life. In contrast, the seemingly effortless attack from Sasuke with its horrifying might was merely a casual strike. He still had plenty of energy left, and with Susanu's astonishing defensive power, this one move alone was sufficient to dominate the ninja world. This is just cheating. Deidara helplessly raised his right hand, saying, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. As fellow organization members, Sasuke did not mock the instant arts, so when confronted with the disparity, Deidara could generously admit defeat without any psychological burden, or else it would have been a different scenario. How's it going? Ryangji asked with a smile. The little brat from back then has grown to this extent. Time really does not spare anyone. You're still a little brat now. Kakuzu retorted with a couple of sharp words, then coldly added, It doesn't matter who the leader is, you just don't forget what you promised me. My thoughts have always been clear. Kisame revealed a grim smile. The power of the Uchiha is very interesting. If turned into a puppet, it would definitely be magnificent. Just as Scorpion finished speaking, a cold gaze pierced over. Looking at Itachi, who had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, he helplessly said, Don't get too excited. Ooh, I wasn't prepared to act just yet. Ordinary people will eventually die. There will be time for that. After Scorpion turned himself into a puppet, he was significantly different from ordinary people. He had a longer lifespan and was not lacking in patience for waiting. You will die too, Itachi said flatly. Scorpion sensed the threat in his words, but did not mind. He had already begun to conceive what kind of puppet he would make of Sasuke. Buzz. Susanoo dissipated and Sasuke walked over with Deidara. A few days ago, the summoned beast had relayed back information about the Akatsuki organization, so they would not be at a loss. Continuing on, Ryangji tossed over the ring that belonged to Nagato, and Sasuke naturally wore it on his right thumb. Everyone is here. I will first explain the organization's upcoming action plans. Ryangji drew everyone's attention and said the primary task is to continue gathering tailed beasts. The Nine Tails is not a concern for now. Based on the timeline, the Three Tails is about to resurrect, and capturing the Three Tails is the highest priority order at present. Next, regarding the various ninja villages, we have two options. The first is to remain hidden until we gather all the tailed beasts and have a 100 victory rate before striking, and the second is to immediately ignite the Fourth Great Ninja War. Ryangji surveyed the crowd with varied expressions, finally fixating on Sasuke. Regardless of the reason, the one making the final decision should be the newly appointed leader. Under everyone's watch, Sasuke decisively declared, immediately ignite the Fourth Great Ninja War. As expected, Ryangji had anticipated the answer. This is the correct answer. Deidara and Hidan were quite satisfied. It's somewhat exhilarating. Kisame loosened the bandages wrapped around his samahata. I hope there will be fewer sacrifices, Itachi silently thought. Give me 20 million Ryo. Scorpion spoke. What do you need so much money for? Kakuzu's nerves immediately tightened. To buy materials for repairing puppets, as well as materials needed for creating new puppets. Scorpion replied. We don't need that much. Kakuzu retorted. To face the upcoming war, we need more puppets. Scorpion stated matter-of-factly. Kakuzu's temples throbbed, yet he could not refute. In the end, he could only painfully say, I'll give it to you when we return to the base. Let me clarify in advance. Our aim in igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War is not merely to destroy the ninja villages. Considering the future, we need to declare this before officially starting the war. Plus, with the leader changing, there should be a grand appearance. Ryangji said. Grand? What counts as grand? Deidara asked. You'll know if you follow me. Ryangji smiled mysteriously and leaped onto the eagle. Hey, tell me first. Deidara hurriedly chased after. The more Ryangji concealed, the more curious he became. You'll find out in a few days. Hey, tell me first. I won't tell you. Ryangji left a trail of laughter as he rode the eagle back the way they came. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Fire Nation Alliance, the various shadows were discussing matters regarding the attack on the Akatsuki organization, the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind. Tsunade was quite agitated as she could not fathom the purpose of the Akatsuki organization's actions. The Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind do not harbor any tailed beasts. The only possibility is to attack Sunagakure, but if that were the case, it seems too ostentatious, as if deliberately enticing the various villages to come to aid. Currently, there are no residents in Sunagakure. All the Chunin and Jonin are participating in battle, while the Genin and villagers are hiding in various shelters, at most damaging some buildings. Hiro, who replaced Chiyo, said, Having finally discovered the location of the Akatsuki organization, we cannot let it go unchecked, he said angrily. Regarding Killer Bee's death, he now wished he could tear apart every member of the Akatsuki organization. How could he possibly remain composed? Lady Tsunade, the sensing unit, has conveyed news that in the Land of Rivers, traces suspected to be left by the Akatsuki organization have been discovered. Yamanaka and Noichi, wearing auxiliary equipment, suddenly said, What? Stood up abruptly. Is the information confirmed? Tsunade asked. Yes, 3 days ago, when the sensing unit detected the Land of Rivers, there were no traces. The range of the traces is quite large and does not seem to be the work of ordinary ninjas. What kind of traces? Inoki asked. A chasm 10 meters wide, 40 meters deep, and nearly 40 kilometers long. Inoichi replied. Such traces. Inoki searched his mind, but found no matches with the combat styles of any Akatsuki members. Could it be that a new member has appeared? Inoki speculated. Not necessarily. Don't forget Uchiha Ryangji's Edo Tensei. It is possible that a ninja skilled in earth techniques has been summoned. Tsunade said. Can we confirm the current location of the Akatsuki organization? I asked anxiously. I'm sorry, the sensing unit did not find. Wait. Inoichi's words were interrupted, and then he urgently said, the third sensing team has discovered the traces of the Akatsuki organization. They have currently entered the Land of Fire and are heading towards Konohagakure. Since the headquarters is located in Konoha, Naruto must not be on Turtle Island. Without the intel agent, Baiju, the Akatsuki's ability to gather information has significantly declined. Fortunately, Liang Jie possesses mind-reading techniques and easily retrieves some intel from the minds of the Coalition's ninjas. In the face of superior combat power, the Coalition can only resort to a strategy of overwhelming numbers, which results in casualties. In just a few days, various factions have managed to assemble a force of 70,000. Water release rain cloud. The mist mingles with the white clouds, darkening the sky, and faint flashes of lightning flicker. Preparing himself, Liang Jie turned to Corinne and asked, what is the position of the rakeage? Although Sage Mode possesses extremely strong sensory abilities, Liang Jie cannot maintain it at all times. For most of the time, he still relies on Corinne. The rakeage chakra is moving outward along with two unfamiliar chakras likely belonging to the Hokage and Tsuchikage, Corinne said. Proceed according to plan. With that, Sasuke leaped off the flying bird. Purple chakra, surged armor covering his body. With a flap of his wings, Susanoo soared directly above Konoha. It seems to have grown larger. This wasn't its limit before, Deidara said in astonishment. The sight of Susanoo, which had shattered 40 miles, left a deep impression on him. This kind of power still has room for growth. Sasuke has just activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and his various abilities are still in the process of being familiarized and explored. He will be stronger than he is now in the future, Liang Jie said. Wind release, great breakthrough. Controlling the raging wind to push the dark clouds, adjusting the wind speed according to Sasuke's position, ensuring that he remains directly beneath Susanoo. This is... The rakeage and others still at the base all looked up, and without needing to rely on sensory ninjas, they could all feel the overwhelming chakra. Rushing out of the base and gazing at the colossal entity in the sky, Kabe's pupils dilated to almost cover his entire eyes. There's someone inside. The sharp-eyed Tsunade noticed something unusual, but due to the distance and chakra interference, she could not see the mysterious person's appearance. Byakugan. The Hyuga ninja activated the Byakugan, using its perspective ability, finally seeing the mysterious person's face. He is Uchiha Sasuke. What? Tsunade exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. The mysterious powerhouse, which had exerted immense pressure from afar, turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke, who had defected 2.5 years ago. Damn it, Tsunade gritted her teeth. The existence of Liang Jie, whose strength exceeded expectations, had already caused headaches for the Coalition. Now they had another situation with Sasuke. Crack, crack. Thunder rumbled, dark clouds obscured the sun, and the heavy sky pressed down on everyone even more. Whoosh. Susanoo flapped its wings in the opposite direction, steadily hovering in midair, while the lightning beast emerged from the clouds, obediently crouching beside it like a well-trained pet. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed. The spectacular scene of taming a natural disaster was something they had only seen in dreams. Except for the shadows and a few elite jonin, the rest felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Boom, boom, boom. The earth suddenly trembled violently. 100-meter-high peak rose from the ground, accompanied by a loud crashing sound. The peak was inexplicably shaped into a staircase with tens of thousands of venomous snakes crawling up on either side, forming thousands of arches. In the next moment, fine ice crystals swept across the staircase and snakes covered in a thick layer of ice, with each snake arch forming a circular fan. Roar, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Flames and water coalesced into two giant dragons swirling on either side. Susanoo dissipated and Sasuke landed at the peak, walking down the staircase at a measured pace. Thud. The footsteps were light but resonated clearly in everyone's ears, and as the footsteps grew louder, sweat trickled down their cheeks. Such might felt as if a deity had descended. Wow. This is great, this is great. If I get the chance, make one for me too. Make one for me too. It would be perfect if those two dragons were replaced with bombs. On the adjacent ground, Suigetsu, Hidan, and Deidara squatted together, marveling at the spectacular scenery. In contrast to the relaxed demeanor of the three, Liang Jie was utterly exhausted. To ensure Sasuke's grand entrance, he first summoned the necessary rain clouds for Kirin, then used inorganic reincarnation to create the heavenly ladder, summoned the snake swarm, employed ice techniques to sculpt, summoned the water and fire dragons, and finally used chakra to amplify the sound of footsteps. The process was exhausting, but fortunately, it was not in vain. The Raikage and others had elevated Sasuke to a level far beyond his own, but this still did not satisfy Liang Jie. Hidan, stop looking and get to work. Coming. Calling Hidan over, Liang Jie asked, what about the Raikage's blood I gave you before? Here it is. Hidan took out a bottle containing the blood. Can you use it to perform the technique with this distance? Liang Jie inquired. Hidan gazed toward Konoha, estimating in his mind, and affirmed, I can. Drink it. Gulp. Hidan drank a small amount of the blood, then poured the remaining blood onto the ground. The 3-month sickle stained with blood drew a ritual array, and he stepped into the center of the array, black and white colors spreading across his body, appearing exceedingly sinister. Ultimately, mere theatrics are still mere theatrics. To intimidate the 4 great ninja villages, these things are still insufficient. Sasuke finally stopped halfway down the staircase. The thundering footsteps that shook the heart finally ceased, and everyone collectively exhaled. Why is it only Sasuke? Where did the rest of the Akatsuki go? Only then did Tsunade and the others realize the critical issue. Just now, due to the overwhelming pressure, they hadn't thought of it. According to the intel received from the sensory unit, aside from the leader Pain, all members of Akatsuki had entered the land of fire. Currently, only Sasuke had appeared. Where the rest had gone was crucial. Standing 50 meters high in the air, Sasuke could clearly see the Uchiha clan grounds. The walls and houses of the clan grounds had fallen into disrepair. 3 years of time could not account for such decay. The only explanation was that someone had vented their grievances against Liang Jie and Sasuke on the defenseless buildings. Fortunately, the graves in the inner courtyard had not been damaged, otherwise he wasn't sure if he could suppress his anger. Regaining his composure, Sasuke looked down at Tsunade and the others, coldly stating, I have 2 things to inform you of this time. Inform? The arrogant little brat. The irritable Raikage immediately activated his chakra, transforming into a flash of lightning as he rushed up the stairs, his anger over his brother's death still needing an outlet, and Sasuke was just in time to present himself. Facing the Raikage charging straight at him, Sasuke did not dodge. He simply widened his right eye, and the lightning suddenly halted. The Raikage trembled and lowered his head, blood spurting from his chest. His vision darkened, and he lost the strength to support himself, falling down the staircase, soon becoming silent. Who exactly is being arrogant? Sasuke mocked. In an instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence, and everyone lost their ability to think, their eyes only remaining on the bleeding corpse of the Raikage. Silence. A silence so terrifying. Under the suffocating stillness, people struggled to breathe. The 4th Raikage, a man renowned in the ninja world for many years, has died so quietly. Could this be possible? Tsunade and others were reluctant to accept it, even suspecting whether they had fallen into an illusion. Otherwise, how could the 4th Raikage die so easily? Bloop. The blood that no longer flowed dripped down his body. The pungent smell of blood invaded the nostrils, and under this dual stimulus, Tsunade recalled the feeling of hemophobia once more. Hokage. Tsunade. The shout jolted her awake, her heart pounding, and she felt beads of sweat covering her forehead. You look terrible, are you all right? Inoki asked. I'm fine. Tsunade gently shook her head, her pale face gradually regaining color. It's understandable to react this way when faced with such a scene. Inoki sighed, still not fully free from his tremors. There were no chakra fluctuations, no substantial techniques, no visible attack methods. Everyone only saw Sasuke's eyes widen and the Raikage's heart shattered in an instant. The only reasonable assumption was that it was caused by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet even the famous Uchiha Itachi, or the strongest of the Uchiha in history, Uchiha Madara, could not possess such an eerie ability. The Raikage was human too. Death was a very normal occurrence. If the two had engaged in a fierce battle, even if Sasuke overwhelmed him, it would be better than dying suddenly and silently. Such a method was the most terrifying. Without seeing the attack, how could one talk about defense? Moreover, since Sasuke could kill the Raikage, it indicated he could easily kill any ninja from the allied forces, including Tsunade. Sasuke was like a blade hanging over the allied forces, making it hard for them to breathe. No one knew how or when this blade would fall, but they all understood one crucial fact: this blade was lethal, and there was no escape. With that annoying guy gone, we can finally have a good talk. A cold voice shattered the silence. Looking at the people below, who were as silent as the grave, Sasuke felt satisfied with the current effect. You have formed an allied ninja forces with the intention to destroy the Akatsuki organization. A good idea. Uchiha Sasuke will lead the Akatsuki in response. Lead the Akatsuki. Inoki seized the key point. Well, you probably don't know yet. Let me give you some free intel. Pain is dead, and now I am the leader of the Akatsuki. What? Tsunade and the others were in disbelief. Pain's strength was evident. Even Jiraiya's infiltration required the sacrifice of a team member and an arm. How could this? Halfway through their thoughts, they fell silent as they looked at the Raikage's corpse. Indeed, Sasuke was no longer the frail youth. He possessed this power, so it was not surprising that he killed Pain. What is your goal? To take revenge on Konoha? Tsunade questioned. As the fifth Hokage, don't be too short-sighted. Sasuke replied sarcastically. The Uchiha Massacre taught me many truths, especially after learning the whole truth. I am weary of conflict and do not want others to endure my suffering. Since the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, disputes have been continuous. You are too obstructive. Eliminating the ninja villages will clarify the decay and create a long-lasting peaceful world. This is the goal of the Akatsuki. Peace. You really dare to say that? Even if you eliminate all ninjas, what difference will it make? As long as there are people, disputes will persist. Inoki interjected. The long years had taught him many truths, including that eternal peace was but an illusion. You are correct. Conflicts will always occur among people, Sasuke acknowledged. Before Inoki could speak, he continued. I cannot guarantee everlasting peace, but at least I can stabilize it for 100 years or even longer. Sasuke shifted his gaze to the samurai of the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron made a wrong choice, abandoning neutrality and joining the war, so they must bear the corresponding consequences. As he spoke, he raised his right hand. The lightning chakra connecting to the lightning beast. An overwhelming sense of danger enveloped everyone. Let you all perish in the sea of lightning, annoying ones. Boom. The sound of thunder resonated through the heavens as the lightning beast suddenly fell, unleashing the devastating power of nature to its fullest. The world turned into a sea of silver. Those who could not defend themselves were swallowed without even having time to scream. Sasuke turned coldly and used the body flicker technique to leave. In the next moment, the 100-meter staircase collapsed, burying the allied forces under the falling earth. Back at the location where the Akatsuki gathered, Ryuka, having released Sage Mode, was resting. Konan maintained her gaze with the divine eye, watching all around, while the unreliable trio of Hidan, Sujetsu, and Deidara were actually playing cards again. Kisame, draw a pair of 3s. Hidan obediently lay in the sacrificial array, maintaining this posture for half an hour, otherwise it would be disrespectful to the evil god. Draw a pair of 2s to crush. Being unable to move did not hinder Hidan from having fun. He spent 500,000 Ryo hiring Kisame to help him draw cards, and the latter was enjoying it. Sasori and Hidan circled around with interest, occasionally asking questions, and Deidara was responsible for answering. Sasuke ignored these people and walked straight up to Ryuka. Seeing this scene, Itachi quietly approached. According to your plan, Inoki and Tsunade have not been killed. What should we do next? Sasuke inquired, feeling somewhat puzzled. Clearly, there was an opportunity to completely destroy the Allied forces' headquarters and kill all the ninjas present, yet Ryuka chose to spare them. After years of friendship, Ryuka understood what Sasuke was thinking. He slowly opened his eyes and said, "We are not seeking to obtain peace through the simplest military suppression. For long-term stability, the recognition of the civilians is essential. To speak frankly, in peacetime, the harm ninjas bring to civilians is minimal. In fact, they provide great assistance. Even during wartime, ninjas try to avoid fighting in civilian areas, so most civilians are quite satisfied with the current situation. In such a situation, if we were to initiate war, we would definitely not gain the approval of the public. While we could temporarily suppress them with force, it would pose hidden dangers in the long run. We must first change their perception of the ninja villages, and the fundamental method is to make them suffer the pain brought by the Allied forces. Therefore, we cannot rush to eliminate them. We still need to leverage our identities. Select large towns, use transformation techniques to disguise ourselves as the Allied forces to engage in battle, and during the confrontation, aim to tarnish the reputation of the Allied forces while showcasing the Akatsuki's grandeur. Ideally, we can stage a scene where an Akatsuki member sacrifices their life to protect the residents. Ultimately, the Allied forces will destroy the town, leaving people homeless. The cultists among the residents will take the opportunity to incite unrest. In this way, the image of the ninja villages will become increasingly negative through repeated events, while the image of the Akatsuki will emerge as a positive force, striving for peace against the oppression of the ninja villages. However, the positive image of each hidden village is deeply rooted. If someone stands up to explain that all the events were caused by the Akatsuki organization, even if not everyone believes it, the effect would undoubtedly be greatly diminished. Itachi couldn't help but interject. So this is just the follow-up plan. For now, we must confront the hidden villages directly and try to consume their living forces without suffering losses on our part, forcing them to huddle within their villages and remain inactive. At that point, we will hold the power of discourse, but we cannot destroy them completely. We must create the illusion that both sides are in a constant battle. Kyuka activated his 3-Demo Sharingan, channeling his ocular power into the minds of the two, and a scroll map slowly unfolded. This is the map copied from the summoning beast during the chaos earlier, with clear markings of each troop's location. The closest one to us is the 1st Division, located at the southwestern border of the Land of Fire. Let's start with them. Dispelling the illusion, Kyuka glanced at Hidan and asked, how much longer do you need? 10 minutes. If it's 10 minutes. Kyuka bit his fingertip, forming seals and striking the ground as tadpole-like markings spread out. They'll be back shortly. Reverse summoning technique. Upon arriving at the Dragon Cave, Kyuka wasted no time opening his Manjikyu Sharingan and diving into the Kemui space. He could not confirm whether Zetsu was monitoring him, so he needed to conceal his entry into the Kemui space to avoid suspicion. Landing on a strangely shaped platform and inspecting his surroundings, Kyuka discovered a note with the words "tomorrow at 8" written on it. He had made an agreement with Obito. Both would enter the Kemui space once a day. If there was something to communicate, they would set a time. This way they could exchange information under Zetsu's watchful eye. As he exited the Kemui space with the note, preparing to return to the ninja world, Shichibuheim suddenly appeared and blocked his path. The sage is looking for you. Looking for me. Kyuka stopped forming seals. Yes, follow me. Shichibuheim turned and walked into the mist. What could he want with me at a time like this? Kyuka had no clue but had no choice but to follow. Passing through the mist infused with rich natural energy, the two arrived at the shrine where the white snake resided. Creak. The dark red shrine door opened on its own. Shichibuheim stood beside the door and said, the sage wishes to speak with you privately. Oh, Kyuka was somewhat surprised. Under any circumstances before, there would always be attendance by the white snake sage's side. The request for a private meeting today indicated that the matter was serious. Stepping into the shrine, the white snake sage coiled upon a stone chair, opened and closed his eyes. You have arrived. Ham said you have something to discuss with me. Kyuka asked directly. He did not have time to waste. I have heard from White Ash about your actions in the ninja world. There is something I wish to remind you of. The white snake said. White Ash and White Serpent, the names of the dual serpents born with the sage mode. Upon hearing this, Kyuka pulled out White Ash from his pocket. The feeling of being watched was quite uncomfortable, even if the other party meant no harm. White Ash flicked its tongue, wearing a fawning expression on its serpentine face. Don't think this will let you off the hook, Kyuka said irritably. Don't blame it, as serpents cannot escape my control, the white snake sage said. White Ash nodded frantically in agreement with the white snake sage's words. Seeing this, Kyuka felt both amused and exasperated. I'll let you off this time, but if there's a next time, I'll definitely deal with you. Casually placing White Ash on his shoulder, Kyuka looked up and asked, so what do you want to remind me of? The purpose of collecting the tailed beasts is to fuse them into the 10 tails, right? Are you aware of Otsutsuki Kagaya? Kyuka's eyes narrowed, and judging by his expression, the white snake sage calmly said, do you even have intel on Otsutsuki Kagaya in the future world? Future world? Does that mean? Kyuka's eyes twitched slightly. What had White Ash revealed to the sage? Even Obito's words had been conveyed verbatim. This was indeed a beautiful misunderstanding. You don't seem surprised, Kyuka asked with interest. Traveling from the future to the present is hard to believe from any perspective. The white snake sage leaned down, his lantern-sized vertical pupils meeting Kyuka's gaze. Before, I bet everything on you. I specially went to Maboka Mountain to seek out the old toad, but even it couldn't see through it. The originally clear prophecy has also become muddled because of you. At that time, I suspected you were from the same world as Otsutsuki, or from different worlds. Uchiha Kyuka was merely a body that had been replaced. Later, hearing White Ash's account of the Kemui space was shocking, but not hard to accept. Looking at the reflection in the snake's eyes, Kyuka explained Otsutsuki Kagaya was resurrected once in history, and various details have been disclosed. There are ways to avoid it. That's good. Continue to execute your plan. The white snake sage coiled his body back. Kyuka bowed his head in respect and vanished in a puff of smoke. The future. The white snake sighed deeply, closing his eyes once more. Back in the ninja world, Hidan had finished the sacrificial ritual. Following the battle plan, he led everyone towards the location of the 1st Division of the Allied forces. That afternoon, when they were still 1,000 kilometers away from the planned location, Kyuka detected thousands of chakra responses 20 kilometers ahead. Even if the communication devices were destroyed, the headquarters still had ways to contact the troops. The foundation of each hidden village should not be underestimated. While using the summoning beast to copy the map, Kyuka had also asked Shichibuheim to destroy the communication devices of the Allied troops in the mountain. This was supposed to delay the intelligence gathering speed of the various troops, but it seemed to have had little effect. Forget it, it's not too bad. Let's greet them, Kyuka said to Deidara. It's up to you. Don't worry, I will definitely create the most perfect opening. Under layers of chakra protection, Deidara rose into the sky with his clay bird hiding within the clouds. He took out his clay bag, plunged his hands inside, and began to voraciously consume the clay. I'm always curious whenever I see it, how does that mouth on your palm work? Is it natural, or did you acquire it through some means? Kyuka asked curiously. Of course it's not natural. To be honest, even I don't know. When I was practicing explosive clay as a child, it just suddenly appeared. Anyway, there are no normal people in the organization. I guess I was destined to join the organization from that time on. Deidara chuckled. Normal people. Hearing this topic, Kyuka glanced around at those nearby. With the fusion of the cursed Kaku, the immortal Hidan, the body-modified puppet Sasori, the shark-faced Kisame, the water transformation master Kaigetsu, the naturally born sage body Yugo, even Itachi, and Kyuka, strictly speaking, were not normal people, not to mention Sasuke, who possessed various powers with the Cursed Seal's third form. This is not the Akatsuki organization, it should simply be renamed the Monster Alliance. Kyuka couldn't help but complain. Everyone behind, hurry up. Darui roared, then surged forward alone, accelerating without pause. Some shinobi could no longer increase their speed, yet they clenched their teeth and pressed on with desperate resolve. Not only Darui, but every one of them grasped the dire urgency of the situation. Uchiha Sasuke. Darui's eyes burned with savage fury. The fourth Raikage. That towering, indomitable man was dead. Had the news not come directly from Tsunade herself, he would have dismissed it as a cruel jest. Faster now, the group raced onward in grim silence, wishing they could teleport straight back to Konoha. At last, they've arrived. As the first division reached its designated position, a puppet, growing ever larger with the wind, shattered through the clouds, casting a vast shadow over the assembled shinobi. It's Deidara. Darui instantly recognized him, having memorized every scrap of intelligence on Akatsuki members by heart. He halted mid-stride, dropped into a low crouch, and unleashed black lightning nature chakra that crackled across his body, coalescing into the shape of a leaping panther. Lightning released Black Panther Strike. The chakra panther soared across the void, jaws wide, lunging toward the puppet. That's exactly why I despise lightning nature shinobi. You run into them everywhere. A disgruntled voice echoed down from the clouds, followed by Deidara's signature shout, just before the puppet detonated in a blinding flash, mere instants before the panther's jaws closed. Boom! A grayish-white mushroom cloud billowed across the sky. A shockwave of searing heat slammed downward, pinning weaker shinobi helplessly to the ground. Battling the gale, Darui scanned the devastation and felt a surge of grim relief. If such force erupted at a mere 1,000 meters altitude, a direct strike upon the unit's center would have been catastrophic. Wait, what is that? His relief had barely faded when a new anomaly seized his heart. An icy dread. Thick clumps of clay burst forth from the mushroom cloud, rapidly expanding under the shockwave's momentum until they blanketed the entire first division overhead. Spare the weaker ones. Leave them wounded, not dead, Ryosuke instructed calmly. Fine, though it'll be tricky. Deidara formed the unhand seal. The massive clay mass fragmented into tens of thousands of miniature clay spheres infused with precharged chakra, each transformed instantly into a tiny clay spider. In an instant, the sky rained spiders. All lightning nature users, release your techniques now. Earth nature users, coordinate defenses with earth barriers. Darui bellowed the order. Once more the black lightning panther erupted, but this time it charged not alone. Hundreds of jagged lightning bolts surged alongside it, weaving a vast shimmering net of silver-blue radiance, like a churning ocean of stormlight. On contact with lightning nature chakra, the clay spiders lost their explosive properties, reverting to inert clay. Any stragglers that slipped through the lightning barrage still failed to breach the thick, reinforced earthen walls. Deidara excelled in large-scale warfare, but his weakness was glaringly apparent. With prior intelligence, his tactics were far from insurmountable. The Allied forces knew this well, and Deidara knew it better still. Thus he'd prepared a subtle contingency. Deidara glanced sideways at Ryosuke. I leave it to you. 200 meters beneath the earth, a wood clone opened its eyes. Chakra surged, and 100 colossal trees erupted from the soil, each branch thick with clinging clay spiders. Clay only becomes explosive when infused with Deidara's unique chakra, otherwise it remains ordinary clay, making it unsuitable for wide-area traps. Such massive chakra signatures would blaze like fireflies in darkness, easily detectable by sensory shinobi. Hence he entrusted Ryosuke to conceal the clay spiders. 200 meters underground soil muffled the chakra fluctuations to near inaudibility, rendering them undetectable. SSSSSK. The clay spiders leapt from the branches, clustering in swarms to latch onto shinobi. Deidara formed his seal's face alight with fervent delight as he cried, Art is explosion, ha! Boom, boom, boom. The thermal blast overturned earthen ramparts. Individually weak, the clay spiders gained terrifying power through sheer accumulation, triggering a cascade of violent transformation. Huff, huff, huff. Deidara slumped spent onto the bird's back. Sweat streamed down his pallid face, Ragged gasps did nothing to ease his profound exhaustion. 2 waves of clay spiders had drained him utterly. Remaining conscious at all was now a feat in itself. Leave the rest to us. Ryosuke clapped Deidara's shoulder. Chakra flowed into the flying beast, seizing control seamlessly. By then the explosions had ceased. The basic clay spiders detonated only once briefly. A swift wind release dispersed the smoke, revealing the First Division's horrific state. Bloodied figures lay sprawled across the ground, limbs and torsos scorched black. Yet their breaths, though labored, remained steady and even. With prompt medical intervention, none faced imminent death. A handful of elite shinobi had miraculously evaded harm. Among the unscathed stood Darui, master of advanced lightning techniques, and unexpectedly another figure who gave Ryosuke pause. Gazing upon the familiar face, Ryosuke murmured, "You've become a jonin." Yudo Mujiwa, Ryosuke's former teammate from his Jinin days, wore the darker-hued vest of a seasoned jonin, unmistakable at a glance. A 15-year-old jonin, part of Naruto's generation. In the original world, he must have played some role. Ryosuke frowned, chalking it up to the butterfly effect, the subtle, unseen turbulence his own existence had stirred within the shinobi world. How dare you compare a mere jonin to Uchiha Ryosuke, the man who shattered Kirigakure and reshaped the entire shinobi world? Yudo's voice was cold, his expression stony. What exactly do you intend? Why does everyone ask me that? I'm utterly weary of answering. Let's change the subject. How far have you and Miyuki progressed? Ryosuke grinned, watching Yudo's jaw tighten. Don't try to deflect, answer me. Even if I answer, you won't believe me, Ryosuke sighed. What? Yudo pressed. Peace. Peace. Yudo swept his gaze across his battered comrade's, voice rising in bitter outrage. This, you call peace? Exactly, I told you. You won't believe me. Ryosuke shrugged. Shoo. A projectile sliced the air. He sidestepped just in time, dodging a flying kunai. Kisame and the others had already engaged their opponents. A victory would come swiftly given their overwhelming strength. Shink. Yudo drew a kunai, chakra flaring instantly across its blade. You can't beat me, Ryosuke said calmly. I'll fight, even if I lose. Yudo's resolve was absolute. This had nothing to do with sentiment or bonds. It was purely a matter of principle. Fine. Ryosuke feigned drawing a kunai, then snapped his head upward. But Yudo's eyes remained fixed on the ground, narrowly avoiding eye contact with the Sharingan. You've grown cleverer, Ryosuke chuckled. I won't make that mistake twice, Yudo replied. But Ryosuke's form blurred, then reappeared instantly beside Yudo. Even if you evade the Sharingan, how precisely will you contend with me? Thud. A crushing elbow strike sent Yudo staggering. Ryosuke didn't relent. His phantom-like form pressed in, relentlessly landing blow after devastating blow in the blink of an eye. Konoha, great breakthrough. Crack. A sickening snap echoed clearly. The bone fracture sealed Yudo's defeat. The gulf between their powers was simply too vast, no amount of willpower could bridge it. Rest well for several days. Ryosuke turned and strode calmly toward the other battlefields. Ryosuke. Yudo strained to lift his arms, struggling to rise, but his limbs refused to obey. Defiance burned in his eyes, until darkness swallowed him whole. On that day, the news of the First Division being ambushed by the Akatsuki returned to the Konoha headquarters. The division leader Darui was killed in battle, and several elite jonin and shinobi sacrificed themselves. The remaining members were severely injured and unable to fight in the short term. With less than 6 hours until the declaration of war, the Allied forces had already lost nearly 1/6 of their strength, a loss that Tsunade could not accept. Bang! A pale hand slammed down on the table, shattering it in an instant. This was the 3rd table destroyed today. Looking at the markings on the map, Tsunade felt a deep sense of helplessness. A small organization with only 11 core members had rendered the entire shinobi world powerless, a scenario that would have seemed like a dream in the past, yet it was happening in reality. Creak. Jiraiya pushed the door open and, seeing the disheveled office, bent down to pick up the scattered documents. I've heard about the First Division. It's a bit strange. Yeah, the targeting is too obvious. They only killed elite jonin and jonin. Of the 3, Chunin 2 died due to delayed treatment, and the rest are safe. Tsunade rubbed her brow and asked another crucial question: how is Naruto? Jiraiya placed the organized documents aside. Naruto has already mastered Sage Mode. There's no reason to keep him at Mayaboka Mountain any longer. If we force him to stay, even a fool would notice something is off. Naruto's talent exceeded everyone's expectations. Based on his previous mastery of summoning techniques and the Rasengan, Jiraiya estimated that it would take at least half a year for him to master Sage Mode. The Allied forces had ample time to deal with the Akatsuki, but no one anticipated his learning speed would be so fast. We should delay as long as possible. If necessary, we can use coercive measures. According to the Intelligence Department's investigation, excluding the 3 tails for now, only the 9 tails is still unsealed. We do not know the Akatsuki's goal in capturing the tailed beasts, but we absolutely cannot let them achieve it. Tsunade stated resolutely. It's easy to say but difficult to do. That kid is stubborn and doesn't listen to warnings or reason. If he learns about the situation in the shinobi world, he will definitely rush out recklessly. Jiraiya sighed. Even if we forcibly detain him, what if one day he figures out a way to escape Mayaboka Mountain through reverse summoning? It would only cause more trouble. Our understanding of Sage Mode is quite superficial. According to what you said, Naruto seems to have greater talent and mastery than you. How powerful can Naruto become with Sage Mode? Tsunade inquired. It's hard to say. The power of Sage Mode largely depends on the user's foundation. Moreover, activating Sage Mode requires time to convert Senjutsu chakra, and it cannot be used for extended periods, which are all critical flaws. Additionally, Uchiha Sasuke mastered Sage Mode long ago, and with the mysterious power of Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto's chances are slim. Jiraiya sighed. Naruto's chances are slim, but the allied forces might not be without hope. Danzo, who was sitting nearby, interjected. Tsunade and Jiraiya turned to wait for Danzo's next words. According to the intelligence, Sasuke's Sharingan evolved into a higher-level Mangekyo Sharingan during his battle with Itachi. However, during today's invasion, his Sharingan showed obvious changes indicating it has evolved again through some means. Although the enormous creature he controls differs greatly from our understanding, it should still be the Susanoo. Susanoo. Tsunade pondered for a moment and asked, can dust release counter Susanoo? I haven't tried it, but I think it shouldn't be a problem. It's just that Sasuke's Susanoo is too massive, and with my chakra amount it might be a bit strained. Danzo replied. There are solutions for chakra. If we can ignore Susanoo, the key point remains the eye technique that can kill the Reikage. Tsunade stated. Even if Susanoo is enormous, it still has a physical form, while the eye technique that kills the Reikage is too mysterious. The conditions for activation, the form of attack, and how to defend against it. The allied forces still had no clue. No matter how perfect the strategy was, if Sasuke could eliminate Tsunade and Danzo like he did with the Reikage, it would all be in vain. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Tsunade turned her head. Come in. Creak. Shizen walked in holding a stack of reports. She first bowed her head in greeting, and then said the examination results regarding Lord Reikage have come out. Based on the thorough examination, Lord Reikage's brain has not been damaged, ruling out the possibility of being controlled by Genjutsu, leading to chakra backfiring and harming himself. So it's not Genjutsu, but rather an offensive eye technique similar to Amaterasu, Tsunade contemplated. 3 years ago, Jiraiya sealed Amaterasu during his battle with Itachi, and he had released it from the scroll previously. The allied forces had researched it. Amaterasu still has a physical form, while Sasuke's eye technique is formless, and that's the challenge, Danzo stated. Sasuke, the formless eye technique. The fatal wound in his chest. Jiraiya pondered a possibility flashing through his mind. He suddenly raised his head and said, could we have walked into a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding. Tsunade frowned. Exactly, a misunderstanding. Sasuke's performance has caused us to overlook too many things. If he could truly rely on his eye technique to eliminate the Reikage, then there would be no need to let us go and choose to leave. There are 2 possibilities. Jiraiya extended one finger. The first possibility is that the eye technique has strict usage limitations, placing a great burden on the user and preventing its use for a second time in a short period. He then extended a second finger and in a low voice said the one who killed the Reikage was not Sasuke. During the tailed beast guardian battle a few days ago, it was Uchiha Sasuke who fought the Reikage. Sasuke commanded the wooden dragon to swallow the Reikage, and by the time I entered the dragon's belly, the Reikage had already fallen into a coma with multiple wounds on his chest. Could it be that during that time something was tampered with and Sasuke only needed to activate a technique or something else that had been hidden in the Reikage's body to kill him? Jiraiya's words plunged the office into silence as everyone quickly contemplated the possibilities. If it really is the second possibility. Danzo slowly raised his head, his eyes shining with insight. Sasuke is not as terrifying as imagined. He is still within the realm of ordinary shinobi. But this is just speculation, Tsunade said, not relaxing in the slightest. After the Reikage sacrifice, her decisions involved every member of the allied forces and even affected the future world situation, so she had to be cautious. I will go test him, Jiraiya volunteered. No, the uncertainty is too high, Tsunade rejected. Then what method do you have? Jiraiya stated firmly. Testing Sasuke requires a certain level of power as a foundation, and since this idea was proposed by me, no one is more suitable than I am. But Tsunade was still unable to make a decision. She had already made one resolution and could not bear to see Jiraiya walk into the abyss a second time. Last time losing only an arm was lucky. This time, with the slightest mistake, the loss would not be as simple as just an arm. There are no buts. You know me, there's nothing to worry about when it comes to life and death. Jiraiya interrupted Tsunade's unfinished words, looking directly into her eyes, and said, "Trust me." Facing his determined gaze, Tsunade knew that further persuasion would only tarnish Jiraiya's faith. She took a deep breath and forced out a single word through clenched teeth. Okay. The coalition launched their operations based on Jiraiya's speculation, while the Akatsuki organization lurking in the shadows as predators remained unhurried. In recent times, battles had been incessant, and the group lacked rest. They settled in an ordinary town in the Land of Fire, and everyone who had seen them had been subjected to illusions, so there was no concern for exposure. Ryoji proceeded to the Kamui space to meet Obito as agreed. What? Kaguya is missing, Ryoji exclaimed in shock. Yes, since the day you took the Rinnegan, not only has Kaguya distanced herself from the Akatsuki, but I can no longer contact her either. Recently, I've only been receiving messages through the White Zetsu clone. Obito said helplessly, believing he had executed everything perfectly unaware of where Kaguya had seen the flaw and vanished. Things have become troublesome. Ryoji's mood grew heavy. Kaguya, in terms of combat power, is quite weak. Even if she successfully ambushed Uchiha Madara at the last moment, it was due to multiple factors. Ignoring her difficulty in being killed, her combat ability is relatively weak even within the entire ninja world, but that does not mean she poses no threat. Kaguya has been plotting in the shadows for thousands of years, making it hard to say she has no other backup plans. Even if she doesn't, her two characteristics of being difficult to kill and her longevity can still cause turmoil in the future ninja world. Unable to defeat Sasuke. Unable to contend with Ryoji. No worries. Both Ryoji and Sasuke are human, and every human will eventually face the end of life. Kaguya is not short on time, nor lacking in patience. After enduring for thousands of years, an additional 100 years is trivial. At worst, she could wait for Ryoji and Sasuke to die of old age before continuing her plans. Tisk. Ryoji could only feel a dull pain in his molars. As long as Kaguya exists in the ninja world, he would never find peace. What do you plan to do? Obito asked. I don't know. There is very little information regarding Kaguya. I only know her origin and purpose. The rest is a mystery. Ryoji replied helplessly. The original world still has many undisclosed aspects, and most of the information about Kaguya falls into this category. Once I obtain the power of the six paths, I should have a solution. Probably. Ryoji said uncertainly. I will try to contact Kaguya, and you all need to speed up your actions. Obito said. It's not our problem. It's about when the three tails will be revived. Ryoji replied. For now, we can only wait. I will strive to obtain a definite location. Obito finished speaking and left the Kamui space. Ryoji did not linger either. He returned to the ninja world to bid farewell to the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru's base was not far away, and he was curious about the progress of the experiments, so he decided to pay a visit. The location of the new base was very secretive. Even knowing its location in advance, Ryoji still took a long time to find the entrance. Release. Breaking through layers of barriers and traps, Ryoji finally entered the base. He passed through a dim corridor and entered the laboratory at the end, where Orochimaru was intently staring at a tank filled with green liquid within which floated a reddish substance the size of a fingertip. Ryoji approached the glass tank for a closer look. Orochimaru glanced sideways at him, and then returned his gaze, saying, How is it? Beautiful, isn't it? Do you have a misunderstanding of beauty? Ryoji responded with a strange tone. Creating life in a way that defies common sense isn't that beautiful, Orochimaru said with a broad smile. All right, if you say so. Ryoji was unwilling to delve further into this topic and changed the subject, asking, How is the research on the vitality potion coming along? There's still a long way to go. The absorption capacity of sage cells is too strong, making it difficult to cleanse them completely. Orochimaru shook his head. Keep up the good work. I have to go now. Ryoji turned to leave. Aren't you going to stay a little longer? Orochimaru asked politely. Forget it, this place makes me feel uncomfortable. Ryoji closed the laboratory door and after taking a few steps happened to encounter Kabuto, who was holding a tray. The two nodded in greeting. Click. Looking back at the tightly closed iron door, Ryoji felt a hint of emotion. The troublesome Kabuto who had caused so much headache in the ninja world might not appear again. Leaving the base, Ryoji did not continue to wander around, but directly returned to the town to find Sasuke. Just now, when he mentioned the vitality potion, he suddenly recalled something that he had almost forgotten. To become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, in addition to reviving the Ten Tails and controlling the outer path golem with the Rinnegan, there is another necessary condition. A qualified body. Not to mention becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, even a normal-tailed beast Jinchuriki must be carefully selected. Finding the most suitable candidate is essential. Not just anyone can qualify as a Jinchuriki. Sasuke's physical quality is not strong. Even with the third stage of the cursed mark, he still cannot be considered strong, so his physique needs improvement. Disregarding the risks, Hashirama's cells are the best choice. Unfortunately, the cells at Orochimaru's place have been mostly exhausted, and Ryoji can only settle for his own cells. According to the results of numerous experiments by Orochimaru, both my cells and Hashirama's cells have high absorptive and repulsive properties, making transplantation very risky. Although you have been exposed to natural energy early on, there is still a risk. To be safe, let's make some preparations first. Ryoji took out a bottle containing 4 Sharingan from the sealing scroll. This was a trophy obtained during the battle with Danzo. After performing a simple minor surgery, Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was replaced with a regular 3-Demo Sharingan. Ryoji then pulled him into the illusion space to share the usage method of Izanagi obtained from Danzo. This way, even if the cell transplantation fails, the worst-case scenario would be the loss of a 3-Demo Sharingan, which would not endanger his life. Are you ready? Ryoji made a final confirmation. Yes, Sasuke replied. Hearing this, Ryoji rolled up his sleeves and used a kunai to cut off a piece of flesh. Buzz! Without needing to channel chakra, the cells automatically overflowed with vitality to heal the wound, and within just a few seconds the bleeding stopped. Ryoji did not pay much attention to this. He carefully shaved off flesh from the same spot on Sasuke, and then embedded his own flesh into the wound. Mastering Sage Arts. The green light accelerated the healing, and once the wound scabbed over, Ryoji hurriedly wrapped it with bandages to prevent it from being torn off during the fusion due to pain. After completing all the preparations, Ryoji asked, "How do you feel?" "It's okay not to." Just as he was halfway through his sentence, Sasuke's face suddenly flushed red, and then he turned pale at an observable speed. Sasuke let out a suppressed groan of pain. Sweat flowed in torrents, his hands gripping the wooden chair, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The third stage of the cursed mark activated on its own, and dozens of white snakes emerged from his back. In a roar, the right-wing white snake transformed into withered wood, while the left-wing white snake transformed into ice. Huff, huff, huff. Sasuke gasped for breath, and with the natural energy gathered from the cursed mark, the pain weakened significantly. Crack, crack, crack. The withered wood and ice shattered, and a sinister purple shadow faintly emerged as the violent cells gradually calmed down. It worked. Ryoji's eyes brightened, and he immediately cut off a larger piece of flesh to transplant onto Sasuke. Since Sasuke displayed a high acceptance rate for Ryoji's cells, there was no need for him to be hesitant. During Sasuke's fusion with the cells of the sage body, Liangjie was not idle either. He transplanted the flesh and blood he had shaved off Sasuke onto himself. The information regarding the Rinnegan appeared clear, yet there were still ambiguities. In the history of the shinobi world, only 4 individuals possessed the Rinnegan: the Otsutsuki mother and her sons, as well as the Uchiha ancestors. The distinction of Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Sage of 6 Paths from humans is temporarily set aside. Sasuke relied on the Sage of 6 Paths inheritance from the underworld, a path that is equally irreplicable. Ultimately, the only slightly hopeful route remained with Uchiha Madara. According to Uchiha Madara, the Rinnegan is a blend of the powers of the Senju and Uchiha clans, and there are also theories suggesting a combination of Indra and Ashura's bloodlines. Liangjie decided to employ both methods as he himself was an Uchiha and had previously transplanted Hashirama's cells. The conditions set forth by the first theory had already been met. Regarding the second theory of bloodline combination, Hashirama is the reincarnation of Ashura, while Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra. Although they are not from the same generation, it seemed unlikely there would be significant differences. Even if it proved ineffective, he could always seek out Naruto's cells for transplantation later. With both potential conditions fulfilled, all that remained was to wait patiently. The Rinnegan only awakened for Uchiha Madara shortly before his demise, and Liangjie knew he had a long time to wait to unlock it. With a hum, the 2 types of cells quickly fused. Liangjie's physique surpassed Sasuke's, allowing the fusion process to proceed smoothly, and he felt no pain. Suddenly, as he relaxed his guard, an unusual chakra surged forth from the cells, flowing into his right eye via the blood vessels. The sour sensation caused him to involuntarily blink, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. After a significant period, the sourness began to ease. Wiping away his tear stains, he formed a seal, conjuring an ice mirror. Looking at the 3-Demo Sharingan reflected within, Liangjie felt disappointment as he dispersed the ice mirror. The earlier anomaly had briefly enhanced his ocular power. Having combined Sasuke's cells, he initially believed the Sharingan had evolved, however, in hindsight, that seemed somewhat presumptuous. At that moment, Sasuke also broke free from his torment. He exhaled a puff of white frost, and the cold swept through the basement, covering the floor and walls with ice crystals. Without needing to say more, it was evident he had gained the power of ice release. "How do you feel?" Liangjie asked. Sasuke clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, joy evident on his face as he replied, "The enhancement is significant." As he spoke, Sasuke's expression froze. A portion of his vision vanished without warning. It must be that the duration of his energy has ended, causing the Sharingan to go blind. "Do not move." Liang Jie extracted Sasuke's blind Sharingan, replacing it with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This time there was no need to utilize medical ninjutsu for assistance. Awakened with a new capability, Sasuke, like Liang Jie, healed himself independently. Although the speed was slightly slower, it was a good start. His physique had reached the threshold of the sage body. The two left the basement and gathered the members together. After a day of rest, it was time to continue with the plan. Orochimaru's infiltrator within the Allied forces has relayed information. The third unit has withdrawn from the Land of Wind and is currently within the territory of the Land of Rivers, less than 800 kilometers from us. There are two small towns along the way. The plan to weaken the Allied forces and destroy the towns can proceed simultaneously. Liang Jie pointed at the annotations on the map. Who will weaken the Allied forces and who will destroy the towns? Scorpion inquired. "We will all go together," Liang Jie responded. "Is it really necessary for us to act together? The third unit lacks strong fighters," Deidara questioned. "On paper it seems unnecessary, but all Allied forces are converging towards the Land of Fire. If we cannot decisively end the battle, we may face the full force of 60,000 ninjas from the Allied forces. Excluding medical units, they still have a considerable number of 50,000 combat personnel. If only a few go, even if victorious, there will surely be casualties." Liang Jie explained while pointing to the annotations on the map. "If the Allied forces gather, will we still have to fight them?" Scorpion asked. Liang Jie had never concealed the plan, and they understood that the time for the decisive battle had not yet arrived. As long as it is not a complete annihilation, there will be no problem. Other aspects can be resolved in their own way, Liang Jie said confidently. Rolling up the map, the group did not linger, departing the small town and heading straight for the Third Allied Forces. Without mentioning the traveling Akatsuki organization on the other side, Jiraiya, who had proposed the hypothesis, made ample preparations. Residing in Mount Mayaboku to gather natural energy, he was immensely grateful for the pre-battle maneuvers. At that time, due to disbelief in auxiliary machinery, he made secondary preparations for intelligence gathering, leaving toads from Mount Mayaboku in each unit. With this, he only needed to prepare adequately at Mount Mayaboku. When the units encountered the Akatsuki organization, he could use the reverse summoning technique through deep summoning to lock onto the toad coordinates and directly materialize at the location of the units. Pervy Sage. "I've mastered Sage mode and Senjutsu, so why can't I go back?" Naruto complained loudly. 20 days, a full 20 days. If he continued to stay, Naruto seriously doubted whether he would develop some issues. It was not due to the loneliness of being without humans in Mount Mayaboku, nor was it the fatigue of training, but purely a matter of food. Having grown up alone, he often ate expired food due to carelessness and occasionally had to go fishing to improve his diet. Naruto was never picky about food, but Mount Mayaboku was simply too much. He loved ramen, but he did not like bugs that resembled ramen at all. Bug sashimi, salad bugs, sauce bugs, and all bug feast. There had not been a single meal that was remotely normal in the past 20 days. He had never missed Ichiraku ramen so much. Sigh. Jiraiya sighed, reaching out to pat Naruto's shoulder. He had similarly experienced the fear of being dominated by bugs while training in Sage mode. However, sympathy aside, Naruto's desire to leave Mount Mayaboku was absolutely not permitted. "I can go back for a meal and come back, right?" Naruto pleaded. "No way." Jiraiya flatly rejected. "Why not?" Naruto nearly broke down. "The path of training cannot be abandoned midway, even for just a simple meal. Do you really think you have perfectly mastered Sage mode?" Jiraiya questioned. "Isn't that so?" Deep Summoning Sage said that I am the most perfect Sage mode in the history of Mount Mayaboku. Naruto replied. "From appearances, you have indeed mastered it perfectly, but perfection and proficiency are two different matters. If you were not in Mount Mayaboku, how long would it take you to enter Sage mode by relying solely on your own strength? Uchiha Liang Jie requires only a few seconds to enter Sage mode. You must at least reach this level to be considered qualified. Do you want to defeat Sasuke?" I forgot to mention Sasuke has made significant moves during this time. His strength is on par with Liang Jie, if not higher. Just relying on Sage mode, how much confidence do you have in victory? The series of questions left Naruto in silence. After a long pause, he raised his head and said with determination, "I understand now. Oh, I won't shout about returning to the shinobi world. I will definitely defeat Sasuke. That is a promise." Time passed second by second, and Jiraiya suddenly opened his eyes and looked to the right. In the next moment, the green-skinned toad left behind by the 3rd Division appeared in that empty space. "The troops have come under attack, and it's not the Akatsuki, it's a necromancy technique controlled by someone else," the green-skinned toad said quickly. "Uchiha Ryoji." Jiraiya gritted his teeth in anger. He deeply despised this forbidden technique that toyed with the souls of the dead and immediately asked, who else is involved? The fourth Reikage Terumi, May the fourth Kazakage, and, seeing the toad hesitating, Jiraiya pressed further, who else? The toad hesitated for a few seconds, then looked up and said, your teacher, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya's face stiffened, and he bitterly remarked, I knew this day would come. Since the day he learned that Ryoji had mastered the necromancy technique, Jiraiya had suspected he would eventually face Sarutobi Hiruzen. He just hadn't expected it to happen so abruptly. After a long silence, he suppressed the complexity in his heart. This was not the time for reminiscing. The combat strength of the 3rd Division was not strong, and without support casualties would likely be very heavy. Little Jiraiya, are you ready? Shinzakura asked. Please take care of it, Jiraiya said as he slightly crouched, and Shinzakura jumped onto his shoulder. Sage mode. 2 deep red marks flowed from his eyes, and his body began to take on toad-like characteristics. His sage mode was not perfect, so when he entered it, he exhibited toad features unlike Ryoji, who had horns and scales on his face. According to the White Snake Sage, the most perfect sage mode in the Dragon Cave is to transform into a dragon. Not changing at all would be abnormal. Reverse summoning technique. Boom. At the moment Jiraiya disappeared, Naruto, far away on the training ground, turned his head. Relying on the perceptive abilities granted by Sage Mode, he could clearly sense the overall situation of Mayaboka Mountain, including Jiraiya gathering natural energy and Shinzakura leaving with him. What has happened in the ninja world? Naruto seemed like a hot-blooded fool, but he occasionally displayed a thoughtful side. The various anomalies clearly indicated that something was wrong in the ninja world, and it was closely related to him. Could it be Sasuke? Naruto suddenly raised his head and said, we need to find a way to get out. However, he had no idea how to leave Mayaboka Mountain, and as he fell into deep thought, on the other side, Jiraiya, returning to the ninja world, was ambushed before he could even stabilize his stance. Boom. A black iron rod tore through the smoke and crashed down. Retreating to dodge it, he followed the iron rod's trajectory and saw a slightly hunched old man. Old man, Jiraiya said with a complicated tone, I never expected that one day I would face you. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said regretfully. There's nothing that can be done if someone is controlling you, Jiraiya comforted. It was Ryoji, wasn't it? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, his tone was extremely certain. He had previously been resurrected by the necromancy technique and retained some memories. Yes, Jiraiya replied. The current ninja world. Get away. Halfway through his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly shouted, then swung the iron rod towards Jiraiya. In Sage Mode, Jiraiya's various abilities were greatly enhanced. Even without a reminder, a direct attack would not have much effect. He sidestepped to avoid the iron rod, the fierce wind, causing his skin to sting. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen struggle, he said solemnly, Don't worry, I will definitely free you as quickly as possible. Please do, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his arm muscles bulging as he swept the iron rod sideways against the earth. Jiraiya leaped up, his long hair flowing, as if a torrential downpour of silver-white strands. Sarutobi Hiruzen focused his mind, retracting the dozens of meters long iron rod to a normal size, wielding it with such skill that it became impenetrable. Clang, clang, clanged. The sound of the iron rod clashing echoed as Shinzakura continuously stimulated the activity of the head cells with Sage Art Chakra. The white hair that fell away began to regrow, indeed resembling a torrential downpour endlessly flowing. What is the situation in the ninja world now? From the troops' attire, it looks like a coalition of 4 ninja villages and the samurai of the Land of Iron, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired while resisting. Sasuke has replaced Pain as the leader of the Akatsuki. The 4th Reikage was killed by him. The 1st Division of the coalition has suffered heavy losses, and the tailed beasts have been captured one after another. Currently, only Naruto remains alive, Jiraiya said quickly. Sasuke killed the Reikage. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in shock. Yes, but it is highly likely that Ryoji was behind it all, Jiraiya explained. Ryoji. Hearing this name, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tinge of bitterness. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary boy who barely managed to stand out on a daily basis would bring such turmoil to the ninja world? He should have heeded Danzo's advice back, then even if he didn't kill him, he should have at least brought him into the Umbu or root instead of allowing him to grow unchecked. By the way, has the teacher heard of a higher level of Sharingan beyond the Mangekyo? Jiraiya asked. A level above the Mangekyo. Could it be that Ryoji awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Sarutobi Hiruzen said in disbelief. Indeed, there is a higher level, but it is not Ryoji, but Sasuke. His Mangekyo pattern has changed, Jiraiya explained. I also heard from Tobirama Sensei that Uchiha Madara fused with his brother's eyes, causing his Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve. Not only did he regain his power, but he also surpassed the other clan heads. Only the 1st Hokage could match him. Could Uchiha Madara with his intangible eye technique kill a ninja on the level of the Raikage in an instant? Jiraiya asked the crucial question. I haven't heard of that. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. It seems very likely that it was Ryoji's doing. Jiraiya became more certain of his guess. Clang, clang, clang. During their conversation, the white hair continued to crash against the iron rod. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his hands growing heavier until it became extremely difficult to even turn once. Looking closely, he saw that the clumps of white hair had already entangled the iron rod. As the rod came to a halt, the unimpeded rain of hair struck Sarutobi Hiruzen. But it wasn't over yet. To prevent him from retreating, the white hair quickly grew and bound him, looking from afar like a giant cocoon. Jiraiya did not waste this rare opportunity. He gathered the Rasengan in his palm, continuing to infuse it with sage chakra, and the fist-sized Rasengan instantly expanded several dozen times. Rip! A tearing sound suddenly echoed. Jiraiya glanced over and saw the iron rod break free from its bindings and rush toward him at high speed. Water slash! Shinzakura did not waste the hard-earned opportunity, opening his mouth to release a high-pressure water stream to counter it. Diamond prison wall. A muffled grunt came from the cocoon as the iron rod transformed from 1 to 3, and then from 3 to 9, forming a cubic protective wall that descended from the sky, enveloping Sarutobi Hiruzen within. All of this was completed in an instant. After the protective wall formed, Jiraiya's ninjutsu was barely taking shape. Listening to the incessant sound of his hair snapping, he no longer hesitated, pushing the expanding Rasengan towards the protective wall. Sage Art Super Giant Rasengan. The iron rod of Sarutobi's daybreak is transformed from the monkey demon, who possesses an indestructible body that cannot be harmed by celestial techniques, but this only applies to the monkey demon itself. Its clones have relatively weaker defenses. Jiraiya had seen the adamant imprisoned several times and was well aware of its pros and cons. Instead of using clever tricks, he chose to break it with sheer force, launching a Rasengan straight towards the sharp tip formed by several clone iron rods. Celestial Art Super Giant Rasengan. The already enormous Rasengan, about the size of an ordinary room, expanded once more, its brilliant azure light becoming the focal point of the battlefield. Clang, clang, clang. The iron rods erupted with sparks under the onslaught of the chakra turbulence, cracks spreading from the tips. Jiraiya's eyes widened as his sleeves were shredded by the chaos, revealing the bulging muscles of his bare arms. Huh! With an angry shout, the azure orb suddenly spun in the opposite direction, the ear-piercing sound of shattering echoing relentlessly as the iron rod clones dissolved into dust. Did it succeed? Shima exclaimed joyfully. Not yet, Fukasaku replied, his brow furrowed. Rip! As if to respond to Fukasaku's words, an aged hand pierced through the shell and grasped the intact iron rod, sweeping it forcefully, instantly shredding the Rasengan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chakra turbulence sent Jiraiya flying, skidding across the ground for several meters before finally stabilizing. Looking at the iron rod in Sarutobi's hands, he shouted angrily. Monkey demon, the teacher cannot control his own will, but you should understand the teacher's thoughts. Why do you still assist the Akatsuki? In response to Jiraiya's question, the iron rod trembled, but offered no reply. Monkey demon, Jiraiya called out again. The monkey demon will not help us, so we need to use some special means. Don't say that a mere summoning beast can escape the Sharingan, even a tailed beast cannot. Sarutobi's expression shifted, and he spoke with a youthful tone. Uchiha Ryoka, Jiraiya recognized the person using Sarutobi's body to communicate. If I recall correctly, I should have let you go several times already, but this time it won't be like before unless you can leave on your own. Leave on my own. Jiraiya laughed twice, and Ryoka joined in the laughter. Without needing a response, he already knew the answer. Indeed, if he truly chose to leave, then he wouldn't be Jiraiya. You are very cunning. To make us fear Sasuke's power, you certainly have gone to great lengths. The Raikage wasn't killed by Sasuke, was he? Ryoka was momentarily taken aback. He had been controlling the third Raikage the whole time, so he hadn't heard the conversation between the two. Jiraiya inadvertently revealed the truth, causing a noticeable shift in his expression. As expected, Jiraiya observed Ryoka's changing expression, confirming the validity of his speculation. How did you find out? My plan should have been perfect. It's quite simple, because you have a critical flaw, which is... Jiraiya deliberately slowed his speech, attempting to capture Ryoka's attention. Don't waste your effort. Ryoka grabbed the iron rod and swung it backward, producing a dull thud as a ninja suddenly appeared in the open space, taking a hit and flying out several meters while spitting blood. Hiding technique. A decent ability, but unfortunately the user's power is too weak, Ryoka lamented. Jiraiya's expression turned grim. It seemed that a surprise attack would have no effect. In a Hidan confrontation, dealing with Sarutobi was manageable, but now there was also Ryoka watching closely. Jiraiya wouldn't naively think that Ryuka could only control Sarutobi, his real body must be nearby. Tsunade could teleport to the battlefield using the heavenly transfer technique, but just having Tsunade would not significantly change the situation. The other main forces were still converging, and even the nearest would take at least 20 minutes to arrive. 4 books converging hands. The third Raikage rampaged through the allied forces as if in an uninhabited land. The alliance's sealing efforts against Mei Terumi and Rashi had already come at a great cost, and facing the remaining strongest the third Raikage, they had no way to respond, only trying to minimize losses while waiting for reinforcements. Seeing the dire situation of the allied forces, Jiraiya's anger erupted. 2 sages, please. Leave it to us, Fukasaku responded, his mouth tightly closed, cheeks puffed up as sage chakra gathered in his throat. This rod seems to be used like this. Ryuka swung the iron rod, creating a myriad of rod shadows attempting to interrupt Fukasaku's spellcasting. Though he substituted his will, his body remained Sarutobi. Facing sound-based illusions, Sarutobi did not have effective means of defense, and similar to Kisame's self-destructive method of destroying his auditory organs, it couldn't be used due to the regenerative abilities of Edo Tensei. The true body of the monkey demon. Ryuka threw the iron rod, which landed on the ground and transformed into the monkey demon, glaring with crimson Sharingan. The monkey demon pounded its chest and howled, charging forth on all fours in the most primal stance. Has it lost its rationality under the influence of the Sharingan? Jiraiya leaped back to dodge the attack. The 2 sages required a brief moment to prepare their illusions, and during that time, he couldn't allow them to be disturbed. Shadow clone technique. Taking advantage of the moment when the monkey demon was entangled with Jiraiya, Ryuka controlled Sarutobi to produce 4 clones surrounding Jiraiya in a semicircular formation, while both the body and clones performed hand seals simultaneously. 5 elements, great multi-ball technique. The 5 individuals each released ninjutsu of 5 different attributes combining in the air to form a vast and encompassing composite ninjutsu. Sarutobi was not merely known for his understanding of various ninjutsu, he could also skillfully apply them, far exceeding the norm. For an ordinary ninja to use composite ninjutsu, even mastering 2 attributes is quite difficult, let alone 5. Yet Sarutobi effortlessly accomplished this. Had he not been aging, it would be uncertain whether he could be replaced, even with Orochimaru and the incomplete versions of the first and second Hokage. Damn it, it's the old man's composite ninjutsu. Ryuka's Edo Tensei actually restored his power to its full strength, as in life. Jiraiya clenched his teeth. The vast composite ninjutsu loomed over him, and with his speed, he couldn't evade it, especially with the monkey demon entangling him. The sages still need a few seconds. I can only hold on. Jiraiya pushed the monkey demon back with a punch, his hair wrapping around his body for defense, and just as the defense was completed, the composite ninjutsu crashed down. Roar! The magic monkey, suffering from indiscriminate attacks, howled in pain, bearing severe injuries as it was forced back to the summoning realm. Ryuka surveyed the range of the ninjutsu. Without sage mode amplification, he could not detect the situation through the ninjutsu's cover. Gugwa! A sudden croak echoed, and the surrounding space shook abruptly. Even using the strongest ninjutsu, he couldn't interrupt the casting. To prevent being caught in the illusion, he could only reluctantly sever the mental link, and his consciousness returned to his body. Illusion technique, Toad summoning. Though the impure world reincarnation grants an immortal body, restoration requires time. The more severe the injury, the longer the recovery period. This interval presents the optimal window for sealing. Kero Karakuro. A deafening frog croak reverberated through space, and Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself abruptly displaced into an unfamiliar realm, surrounded on all sides by 4 massive toads brandishing gleaming blades. Rest in peace, old man. Taking full advantage of the opening, Jiraiya swiftly sealed him away, leaving only the third Raikage, an opponent unmatched in strength, as the sole remaining adversary. Hell stab, triple piercing palm. The third Raikage erupted into a tempest of lightning, carving through the allied forces like a celestial drill, then pivoted mid-charge and plunged once more into their ranks. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Earth release, earth wall. Wind release, thousand-faced wind. Dozens of jutsu surged forward to block his path, but the third Raikage neither flinched nor evaded. His lightning nature chakra armor blazed anew, radiating raw ferocity as he charged headlong into the storm of techniques. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions roared without pause, yet not a single technique could even force him to halt his advance. The third Raikage's supremacy extended far beyond sheer offensive might, the pinnacle of the shinobi world. His speed and defensive resilience were equally legendary. Ordinary shinobi could neither track his movements nor, even if they did, pierce his lightning armor to strike his true form. These 3 attributes had once enabled him to stand alone against 10,000 Iwagakure shinobi for 3 days and nights. Now amplified by boundless stamina and chakra reserves, he could, given sufficient time and no intervention from peers of equal caliber, annihilate the entire 3rd Division single-handedly. Yet fate placed Jiraiya upon that battlefield, a master whose sound-based Jinjutsu covered vast areas spread instantly and required no precise targeting, making it the perfect counter to the Raikage's overwhelming physicality. Kero. Shima and Fukasaku repeated their signature technique. The frog croak enveloped the battlefield in an instant. Hundreds of shinobi ensnared by its resonance were drawn into the Jinjutsu dimension, each one laboriously kicked back into reality by Jiraiya. Demonic illusion Toad Sage chant. The 3rd Raikage's pupils trembled violently. The savage lightning chakra surging across his body began to subside. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Seal him now." Yes. The sealing team snapped into action, unrolling their scrolls, wrapping the Raikage tightly, inscribing binding seals, and completing the hand signs. Thus the 3rd Raikage was fully sealed. At last, we've sealed this monster. A triumphant cry erupted from the crowd. Turning toward the voice they saw, astonishingly, it came from a Cloud Village shinobi. If even comrades from the same village reacted thus, the sheer magnitude of pressure the 3rd Raikage had imposed upon the allied forces becomes unimaginably terrifying. Don't rejoice too soon. We've merely sealed a few already dead shinobi, while Akatsuki suffered no losses whatsoever. We, however, have lost hundreds. What kind of victory is this? Jiraiya's words struck like a bucket of ice water, silencing the cheers instantly. As eyes fell upon their fallen comrades lying motionless on the ground, all joy dissolved into grim silence. Indeed, Akatsuki had paid no price, yet the cost to the alliance had been devastating. Sealing a handful of reanimated shinobi. What kind of achievement is that? Without the 3rd Raikage, the 2nd Raikage remains. Without the 4th Kazekage, the 3rd Kazekage still stands. Throughout history, countless peerless shinobi have risen, talents enough for Ryosuke to expend at will. From the very moment they engaged the reanimated forces the alliance had already lost. Prepare yourselves, the true battle is about to begin. Jiraiya's gaze locked onto a tiny black speck beneath the heavy clouds on the horizon, where several colossal chakra signatures pulsed with ominous intensity. Yes, even though they had just been routed, they reformed their formation with astonishing efficiency, truly worthy of a unit composed entirely of Chunin or higher. We've been spotted. Ryosuke observed the reorganized allied forces from afar. Let's go in now, Deidara declared eagerly. Charging headlong into a force of 10,000 was hardly unprecedented. Deidara held absolute faith in the organization's strength. Hold your eagerness, for just a little longer. Ryosuke completed the final hand seal of the impure world reincarnation, and his consciousness instantly projected itself hundreds of miles away, merging with a reanimated shinobi. Surveying the chaotic battlefield, he withdrew his awareness, then visited several other fronts. Seeing each allied division successfully detained by reanimated shinobi exactly as planned, he finally exhaled in quiet relief. It was true, the Akatsuki possessed power capable of challenging the entire shinobi world. Yet the unified might of the alliance was no trivial force either. The organization was not yet invulnerable. Ants could still gnaw through its flesh. With Black Zetsu lurking unseen in the shadows, and before Sasuke became the Ten Tails, Jinchuriki, utmost caution remained imperative. Reinforcements from other divisions won't arrive in time. The only remaining enemy force is the 3rd Division's 7,000 survivors. Ryosuke stilled his mind, fully relinquishing control over the impure world reincarnation, and declared, "We move in." Got it. Deidara excitedly guided their flying beast toward the alliance. As distance closed, enemy shinobi unleashed barrages of jutsu, but Sasuke, eyes wide, activated his Susanoo, which enfolded the creature completely. Hundreds of techniques consumed only a negligible fraction of his ocular chakra. Roar, roar, roar. The beast burst through walls of flame. Yet still more techniques rained down relentlessly. Sasuke's expression tightened with palpable impatience. Annoying pests. VRRM. A 5-meter upper torso of Susanoo manifested, its chakra infused with both ocular power and spiritual force. In its right hand a bow, in its left a drawn string, black flames of Amaterasu coalescing midair into a blazing arrow. Go! The black flame arrow shot forth. Well-trained shinobi instantly erected defensive barriers, but Sasuke regarded them with faint disdain. Naive. Shush! The arrow pierced the barrier effortlessly, black flames blooming outward from the impact point like a macabre lotus. Roar, roar, roar. Black fire devoured earthen walls with terrifying speed. Kakashi poured chakra continuously to generate fresh earth blocks, countering the blaze. Freed from the constant drain of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could now sustain such techniques effortlessly, where once they'd been unsustainable. The visual impairment caused by losing one eye had also been resolved. War demanded sacrifice, and though acquiring a second Mangekyo Sharingan remained impossible, ordinary eyes were plentiful. After the battle at the Cloud and Thunder Gorge, Tsunade transplanted the eye of a fallen comrade into Kakashi. Though his ceiling diminished, his foundation grew stronger, a modest solace. Sensei Kakashi, was it Uchiha Sasuke who launched that attack? Kakashi affirmed quietly. Uchiha Ryosuke is aboard the flying beast, as well isn't he? Lee murmured, head bowed. Yes. Hearing the answer, Lee clenched his fists, trembling not with fear, but with fury compressed to its breaking point. The very man who had slain Might Guy stood before him now. Yet Lee could do nothing but cower behind Kakashi, humiliated and helpless. Sensei Kakashi, I wish to avenge him. Lee trembled violently, not from terror, but from rage suppressed beyond endurance. He revered Might Guy as both mentor and father. Guy had guided him onto the right path, shielding him from ridicule, offering unconditional love, and giving him purpose. According to eyewitnesses of the Cloud and Thunder Gorge battle, Guy never activated the 8th gate. The Crimson Beast never bared its fangs until the end. Therefore, Master Guy, rest assured, I shall fight, not only for myself, but for you as well. Add earthly fate. As most of the ninjas lost their resistance, Sasuke immediately extinguished Amaterasu. Just like last time, try to ignore the weaker ninjas and focus on single-target assassinations of elite Jonin and some stronger Jonin. Ryuka said, what's Jiraiya going to do? Deidara asked. They were aware that Ryuka had deliberately spared Jiraiya multiple times, a fact they learned from Hidan. Sparing a life-saving benefactor was not excessive if Ryuka continued to do so. They had no objections. I want to kill those 2 frogs, Ryuka said. Without Shinzaku Shima's assistance, Jiraiya's threat level would drop significantly. For instance, this time without Shinzaku, it would be difficult for Jiraiya to win against Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 3rd Raikage. Let me see who the remaining enemies are. Hidan looked down, locking his gaze on Kakashi, who had dispersed the earth wall. Without the Sharingan, Kakashi, who wants him? I have some connections with him. Scorpion interjected, seizing the target. No problem, let me see who else is there. Hidan continued to look around, and when he spotted the watermelon-headed guy nearby, he suddenly recalled the formidable Might Guy. That person resembles Might Guy. Ryuka followed Hidan's gaze and introduced Rock Lee, a direct disciple of Might Guy. According to my deductions, he can open the 6th gate of the 8 gates. What do you think? Want to give it a try? Forget it, I can't bring myself to defeat my master and bully his disciple. Hidan decisively refused, selecting an elite Jonin from a Wagakure as his opponent after much consideration. Leave those Jonin to me. I want those few people. Soon everyone quickly divided the few strong members of the allied forces, then jumped down from the bird to find their opponents, leaving Sasuke as the only one without a selected opponent. Thud. Ryuka had just landed on the ground, and before he could make any move, a green, energy-covered leg suddenly kicked from the side. There was no time to evade, so he could only raise his arm to block. Uchiha Ryuka, seeing the murderer so close, Lee shifted all his strength into a kick filled with anger. Konoha's dynamic entry. Bang. Ryuka took the kick, heat in his feet, not moving an inch. Even in his normal state, the 6-gate Rock Lee posed no threat to him. There was no comparison between Might Guy and himself. Though both opened the 6th gate, the reality was worlds apart. Damn it. Lee gritted his teeth, pressing down on Ryuka's arm to use leverage and leap into the air, twisting his body with force, bringing his left leg down in a slicing motion. Activate. Konoha's dynamic entry. A more powerful heavy leg came crashing down, and Ryuka crossed his arms to block above his head. The force transmitted down his arms. He crouched slightly as the ground shattered under the immense power. Lee's strength feels off. Ryuka was astonished. Compared to the original timeline, Lee's strength had improved significantly. But it's still not enough. Pushing Lee's arms away, Ryuka exerted force from his feet, closing in swiftly and delivering a Konoha whirlwind to Lee's chest. Bang! Lee crashed heavily to the ground, the earth around the impact point fracturing in layers. Ryuka no longer paid attention and turned to look for Jiraiya, but suddenly a surge of chakra boosted several times made him stop in his tracks. The 7th gate, the gate of shock. Open. Blue steam erupted from the ground, and Rock Lee's face turned red, veins bulging, exerting tremendous pressure just by standing there. Whoa, this is a bit excessive. Ryuka turned in shock. Lee, who could only open 6 gates during the 4th Great Shinobi War, was now able to open the 7th gate slightly earlier. Ryuka couldn't understand. Although he had greatly influenced the timeline, he shouldn't have affected Lee. The difference in Lee's ninja journey was due to Might Guy's sacrifice, but that event was still less than half a month ago. The 8 gates required years of training as a foundation, and it was impossible to break through in a short time due to anger. Besides Might Guy's sacrifice, there was another inconsequential change during the Chunin exam years ago. Substituting Lee's battle with Gaara spared him from severe fractures in his arms and legs. However, according to Tsunade, her surgery had completely healed Lee and his strength improvement wouldn't be affected. Truly unexpected, it seems I can't simply let you go. Ryuka brought his hands together, intending to enter Sage mode. The 7th gate provides a substantial boost. It would be somewhat challenging to face an opponent in his normal state. I will never allow you to enter Sage mode. Whoosh. Lee instantly closed in front of him, a straight punch, interrupting the process of converting natural energy into Sage Chakra, followed by a knee strike to the chin. Ryuka blocked with one hand and quickly retreated. Although he failed to enter Sage mode, he could still see through Lee's movements with the Sharingan, albeit slightly slower. Whoosh. As the Wheel of Fortune turns this time, it was Lee who pursued Ryuka. Dynamic prelude. Lee leaped up for a flying kick, the increased kinetic energy igniting flames as his right leg brushed against the air. Ice released triple thorns. A chill swept across the battlefield and hundreds of ice spikes formed between the two. Seeing this scene, Lee's eyes widened in anger, flames soaring as if a fire phoenix darted into a thicket of thorns. Under the high temperature, the ice thorns melted instantly. Without mixing in Sage Chakra, most of Ryuka's techniques would weaken significantly. Otherwise, even if the triple thorns couldn't stop him, they would greatly diminish the impact rather than allowing Lee to pass through effortlessly as he did now. Would release Great Wall technique. Ryuka raised a second layer of defense, a wooden hand bracing against the shield, while he quickly accumulated natural energy. For some unknown reason, the natural energy in this area was exceptionally weak. Otherwise, he would have gathered enough natural energy to support Sage mode in just a brief second. Boom. The fire phoenix crashed directly into the demon face, shield the flames exploding into countless sparks. The Great Wall technique could withstand even the slicing attack of Susanoo, let alone a mere flying kick. Finally finished gathering it. Natural energy transformed into Sage Chakra. Deep purple shadows appeared, snake scales covered his cheeks, and much thicker horns emerged from his forehead. With repeated use of Sage mode, Ryuka's understanding of this technique deepened. He could vaguely sense that his current form was not the end. Is the end what the White Snake Sage referred to as transformation into a dragon? Ryuka's mind was swirling with thoughts, but now was not the time to ponder, as Lee had already circled around to his back. Damn, he still managed to enter Sage mode. Lee did not become arrogant because he opened the 7th gate. He had a clear understanding of himself. If he did not open the 8th gate, the final gate of the 8 gates, facing Ryuka in Sage mode, left him with no chances of victory. But it had come to this. He could not back down, nor did he want to. Teacher Guy, this strike contains your youth. Lee formed a peculiar hand seal, unleashing a punch that carried the compressed air into a familiar tiger-shaped air bullet. Seriously. Ryuka's pupils suddenly dilated. Daytime tiger. The roar of the tiger reverberated across the battlefield as a colossal air blast engulfed Liang Jie along with his shield. The highly compressed air turbulence continued to tear apart instantly, shredding his clothes, and pains surged through his body. Liang Jie struggled to raise his hand to form seals, his smooth skin quickly transforming into scales. This was the strongest defensive immortal technique of the Dragon Cave, immortal mode. Shaoli, being weaker than Might Guy, would not sustain injuries even when facing the daytime tiger. At this speed, it was only a matter of time before Shaoli activated the 8 gates. Coupled with his hatred towards me, I must resolve this today. Liang Jie steeled his resolve. Judging from potential rock, Lee posed a far greater threat than Jiraiya. Ignoring objective factors, the 8 gates could indeed inflict tremendous damage at the 6 paths level, and for this reason alone Liang Jie could not allow him to survive. As the air turbulence began to settle, Liang Jie erupted with chakra, conjuring towering ice spears that pierced through the air, causing the winds to sweep across the battlefield. Landing on the ground, Liang Jie did not dispel the scales covering his body, as he had no spare clothes. Damn it! Shaoli struggled to rise, but collapsed after several attempts, overwhelmed by his inability, and fainted in a haze of deep resentment. No wonder you are recognized as a genius in taijutsu. You might even surpass Might Guy. But I'm sorry. Liang Jie flicked the snake scale, sending it slicing through the air, aimed directly at Shaoli's neck. In a moment of crisis, a plume of white smoke erupted unexpectedly, and immortal chakra gushed forth. A figure burst from the smoke, kicking the snake scale away. Whoosh! The snake scale grazed his face. Wiping away the blood, the wound quickly healed under the influence of his life force. Upon seeing the distinctive transformation on the newcomer's face, Liang Jie suddenly realized, no wonder I couldn't find you anywhere. You were hiding in Mayaboka Mountain training in the immortal mode Naruto. Indeed, the one who suddenly appeared to save Shaoli is none other than Uzumaki Naruto, whom the Akatsuki had been searching for a long time. I intended to seek you out in the end, but I didn't expect you to come to me. Liang Jie said with a smile. If I were to face Naruto after acquiring the full power of the Nine Tails, I might choose to retreat. However, against a mere sage Naruto, I have absolute confidence in my victory. Instead of worrying about capturing him, he was more concerned about the storage issue. The three tails could not be sealed before the nine tails, otherwise complications would arise. This was Nagato's assertion. Liang Jie had doubted its authenticity, but until he grasped precise information indicating the order of sealing did not matter, he would adhere to this principle. Liang Jie, Naruto shouted angrily. How could you go so far as to try to kill Xiao Li? Is that really so surprising? Liang Jie replied as a matter of course. What about a fatal strike between enemies, eh? Even though you've joined the Akatsuki, can you truly disregard the bonds of former comrades? Naruto questioned. By your logic, if I fell into the hands of the Hidden Leaf Village, would they honor our past friendship and let me go? Liang Jie countered. I will do my best to ensure your safety, Naruto replied without a moment's hesitation. Looking at Naruto, who didn't seem insincere, Liang Jie was momentarily at a loss for words. I really can't tell if you're simply naive or naively simple. At this point, you still believe the Hidden Leaf Village would let us go? Indeed, whether it's you or Sasuke, the sins of slaughtering the Mist Village are too great. He was not oblivious to the situation, he just harbored illusions in his heart, dreaming of being able to return to 3 years ago. Slaughtering the Mist Village. Liang Jie was taken aback, surprised. Are you still stuck on the stage of avenging the Mist? Stuck? What do you mean? Naruto asked, confused. I see, it seems the village has cut off information from you, and you are completely unaware of recent events. Liang Jie shook his head with a smile. What are you talking about? Naruto shouted loudly. You really are slow. Liang Jie pointed to a certain part of the battlefield. Take a closer look. Naruto followed Liang Jie's direction only to discover a critical point. When he returned to the ninja world, he noticed that the ninjas on the battlefield belonged to different villages, but failed to notice that the ninjas from different villages all wore the same forehead protector. What is going on? Naruto stiffly turned back. As you can see, explaining would take a long time, so it's better if someone else answers you. Liang Jie called out to Sasuke, who was entangled with Jiraiya. It's time for a change. Kagetsuchi. With a black flame arrow, Sasuke forced Jiraiya back and instantly vanished. Earth-style earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall blocked the rain of arrows. Seeing Naruto appear on the battlefield, Jiraiya hurried to support him. He had mastered the Sage Mode long ago. Although his proficiency was lower than Naruto's, he could still estimate the general level of power. It was difficult to defeat Sasuke. Even survival would be challenging unless he could harness the power of the Nine Tails. However, since the Akatsuki planned to capture the tailed beasts, they must have measures in place to deal with them. If Naruto failed, the Nine Tails would be captured. Although the ninja world was unaware of the Akatsuki's purpose in gathering the tailed beasts, they would never allow the situation to deteriorate to such an extent. Two sages. Jiraiya shouted as he clapped his hands together with Fukasaku, and the immortal chakra surged into him. His Sage Mode was imperfect, thus requiring Fukasaku's cooperation. The process was quite cumbersome, but from certain perspectives the Trinity Sage Mode had advantages that the ordinary Sage Mode lacked. Fukasaku could provide a continuous supply of immortal chakra, allowing Jiraiya to maintain the Sage Mode without worrying about chakra consumption. Sage Art Exploding Serpent. The snake scale blocked the path as Liang Jie appeared in front. This is troublesome. Why hasn't Tsunade arrived yet? Jiraiya was in a state of anxiety. Information regarding Sasuke had long since been transmitted back. Tsunade should have joined the battlefield through the Heaven's Transportation technique, as per the battle plan, to help buy time while waiting for Inoki's reinforcements. However, minutes passed, and there was still no sign of Tsunade. Lord Jiraiya. The voice of Yamenka Ino suddenly echoed. Finally got in touch. Oh, what is the headquarters doing? I'm sorry, the headquarters was attacked by the Impure World Reanimation Ninjas, and the amplifier was destroyed. We barely managed to re-establish contact. What about the other battlefields, eh? Jiraiya realized something extremely important. They faced similar attacks. The words came to an abrupt stop. Haichi. Jiraiya could not confirm whether Yamenka Ino was interrupted by a secret technique or had encountered an accident. He frantically called out several times without any response. Simultaneously attacking various units and cutting off headquarters contact, isolating the third unit as bait, and ambushing all primary forces in advance. Are they trying to repeat the demise of the first unit? A chill ran up Jiraiya's spine as he suddenly felt that the coalition had made a grave error. If the third unit met the same fate as the first, the already passive coalition would lose any chance of turning the tide. It seemed that the coalition still had 50,000 troops left after losing the first and third units, but the Akatsuki had not merely wiped out units. Only elite Jonin and Jonin had truly perished. Thousands of wounded Chunin needed care and protection, which would consume a portion of the forces, coupled with casualties caused by Impure World Reanimation, leaving few ninjas available for the coalition to mobilize. When Liang Jie blocked Jiraiya, Sasuke and Naruto, the brothers entangled for several lifetimes, finally met again. Sasuke's Sharingan glowed with a cold light. In contrast, Naruto's expression was complex, filled with the joy of meeting a friend, anger, and more poignantly sadness about their current positions. I swore that I would definitely bring you back to Konoha, Naruto said hoarsely. So I said I dislike fools. At this point you still hold such naive thoughts. Sasuke scoffed. Naruto placed his hands behind his head and tightened his forehead protector, stating, bringing you back is a promise. Lowering his hands, his gaze became firm. This is the only thing I want to do. As for you, be prepared to atone for what you have done. Looking at the heavily casualties of the allied forces, Naruto understood that there was no second outcome. Even if he could forgive Sasuke, others in the ninja world would not agree. There was only one thing he could do and must do. This looks somewhat decent, but just by you. Sasuke's eyes widened, and the black flames condensed into several arrows, locking onto Naruto and shooting out. Naruto's nerves were taut and his perception was at its peak, deftly dodging amidst the rain of arrows. What? Seeing this scene, Sasuke was slightly surprised. He could sense the abundant sage chakra within Naruto. Based on the shadow of his eyes and the frog-like horizontal pupils, he inferred that Naruto had mastered sage mode and reassessed his own strength, realizing he had underestimated it. Additive Earth Command. Sasuke decisively changed tactics. The arrows transformed into a fishing net. However, Naruto did not give him the chance. Sensing the change in Amaterasu, he immediately released the suppressed speed, rushing to Sasuke's front in an instant and delivering a straight punch to his face. With an attack speed like this, I could dodge it even with my eyes closed. Sasuke disdainfully turned his body, his left fist imbued with lightning chakra struck toward Naruto's waist, ensuring its power was sufficient by also mixing in Amaterasu's black flames. When the lightning was just centimeters away from his waist, a glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes. At this rate, the Jinchuriki will be caught. Bang! His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sudden heavy blow. Sasuke clutched his head as he slid back, while Naruto took advantage of the momentum, landing several punches on Sasuke, leaving him somewhat dazed. With eyes wide open in fury, Sasuke's Susanoo suddenly formed, launching Naruto away. What on earth is going on? Sasuke, holding his dazed head, felt puzzled. Just like at the beginning, he clearly dodged the punch, yet still suffered an attack, as if an invisible fist was assisting Naruto, and its force was overwhelming. If not for the enhancement of the third stage curse seal and Hashirama's cells, those punches alone would have been enough to end the battle. Recalling the details of the battle, Naruto noticed that when he launched his attack, the natural energy around him seemed to change. Is the ability to manipulate natural energy for cooperative attacks a gift from the sage mode of Myaboku Mountain? Sasuke deduced the ability of the frog group hands, but was unsure of its attack range. To avoid the attack, he could only keep his Susanoo activated for an extended period. Forget it, it's time to end this. A deep purple chakra that obscured the sky surged. Sasuke's right hand clenched into a fist, the chakra solidifying into armor, a long sword, wings, and a Tengu mask, as a fully formed Susanoo towering over 100 meters stood in the arena. With a hum, the sword was unsheathed, sending chills down everyone's spines as the fear of death enveloped them. This move is getting larger and larger. I really don't know where the limit is. Deidara exclaimed. Speaking of which, Sasuke isn't even a member of the Akatsuki. We need to come up with a plan, Hidan murmured. Only with strength surpassing the ninja world can I achieve my goal. Kisame silently thought. I wonder how much strength can be retained if he becomes a puppet. Looking at the further strengthened Susanoo, the Akatsuki members had various thoughts, yet they remained relatively calm. As for the thousands of ninjas in the allied forces, despair was all they felt. What is this? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Susanoo, the ultimate power of the Uchiha. A strange voice echoed from within, and the surrounding environment transformed. The battlefield vanished, replaced by a massive cage within which lay the Nine-Tails fox, radiating a menacing aura. This was Naruto's first time in the mental space, but the Nine-Tails felt oddly familiar to him, leading him to speculate. Nine-Tails. It's me, the Nine-Tails answered succinctly. What do you want? Naruto questioned. I can help you defeat Sasuke, provided you release this disgusting cage. The Nine-Tails stated. Are you really being so kind? Naruto questioned with distrust. You can choose not to believe me, but you have no other choice. The Nine-Tails appeared completely in control of Naruto. Naruto, where he found it hard to trust the Nine-Tails, yet knew deep down that it wasn't wrong. Sage mode truly couldn't contend with Susanoo. Don't think for too long. A time in the mental space synchronizes with the real world, the Nine-Tails reminded. Upon hearing this, Naruto looked straight at the Nine-Tails. Why do you want to help me? Compared to giving you power, I want even less to return to that guy's body, and besides, this is the only time. The Nine-Tails huffed. That guy? Naruto caught onto the key point. You don't need to know. Either break the seal, or wait to die, you choose. The Nine-Tails turned its head, no longer paying attention to Naruto. After a brief struggle, Naruto ultimately succumbed to the terrifying power of Susanoo. How do I break it? Naruto asked. Hearing Naruto's words, the Nine Tails became energized, quickly rising from the ground, its sharp claws pointing at the ceiling tag on the door. Tear this off, and I can lend you all my power, otherwise just a small portion won't be enough to face Susanoo. As the water in the spiritual world lifted Naruto up, he nervously swallowed, finally, making up his mind to pull down his arm. With a hum. Just as Naruto attempted to remove the seal paper, a figure appeared from the side, wanting to intervene, but seeing Naruto's clear eyes, his hand stopped midair, smiling with satisfaction as he silently vanished. Meanwhile, knowledge about how to lift the 8 trigram seal flooded into Naruto's mind. Ripping it apart. The sealing paper was completely torn off, revealing the sealing lock hidden behind it. Naruto lifted his clothes, the sealing technique, spreading from his palm, his fingers covering his abdomen and rotating to the side. Click, click, click. The sealing lock slowly opened, and as the last lock piece was retracted, the Nine Tails eagerly pushed open the prison door, letting out an ecstatic roar. After roaring a few times, the Nine Tails looked at the wary Naruto and grinned. Don't look at me like that, I will definitely fulfill what I promised you. Besides, if we don't cooperate, neither of us alone could possibly defeat the little devils outside. The Nine Tails crouched down, extending its fist in front of Naruto, fist bump. Naruto extended his fist, colliding with the Nine Tails, which was now gentler and more massive than before as its chakra surged into him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden chakra enveloped his body, dense patterns resembling Tomo appearing below his neck. Feeling the change in his body, Naruto was astonished by the power of the Nine Tails. Compared to the power he was borrowing now, the previous instances of borrowing were merely the tip of the iceberg. What's wrong? Have you been scared, silly? Looking at Naruto's unfocused eyes, Sasuke felt immense disappointment. Even though his power surpassed Naruto's in many ways, he still did not underestimate him, especially considering Naruto's indomitable spirit. After all, facing a power that far exceeds common sense, it is only natural for the mental defense to crumble under pressure. I thought this fool wouldn't be scared, but it seems I was wrong. Nine Tails, I will accept you now. Injecting the power of the Susanoo, Sasuke felt a sudden surge. He drew his long blade to his waist, gathered strength briefly, and then unleashed a blade of energy hundreds of meters high. To control the force without causing death is truly difficult. Sasuke scoffed loudly, not believing Naruto had a way to counter it. Boom, boom, boom. The blade of energy sliced through the ground with unmatched force. As it approached Naruto, Sasuke even began to dispel the Susanoo. Goodbye. Clang. Unlike the sound of shattering earth, looking at the massive creature amidst the dust, Sasuke hesitated, hastily re-injecting his eye power and chakra to maintain the Susanoo. Uchiha brat, who were you saying goodbye to just now? A roar echoed across the battlefield as a fierce wind revealed the monster hidden within. A gigantic fox with 9 tails stood tall, with Naruto enveloped in bright golden chakra above it. That is. Liangjie turned his head, observing Naruto clad in golden light alongside the orange-furred Kurama. After a moment's thought, he remarked, "It's not the golden phantom 9 tails, but rather the ordinary appearance of a tailed beast." Naruto is not in the state of complete harmony with 9 tails. It seems the 9 tails has reached some sort of consensus with Naruto due to the pressure of the seal. Mastering various intelligence, Liangjie instantly analyzed Naruto's current phase. As long as it wasn't the final state of mutual understanding, Sasuke would not lose. It's just that capturing the 9 tails now requires some time and confinement. It's a bit troublesome. Liangjie pondered the best method to confine the 9 tails. Is that Naruto? Liangjie could see the 9 tails standing proudly on the battlefield, and naturally others could see it as well. Observing the greatly altered Naruto, Jiraiya felt a bit uncertain. Throughout the history of the ninja world, there have been dozens of Jinchuriki, but it was the first time he saw Naruto in this golden light state. No doubt that's Naruto. Perhaps he can now defeat Uchiha Sasuke, said Shinsaku. In that case, I cannot afford to lose easily either. With a soaring spirit, Jiraiya declared, "Sage art hair needle, 1,000 winds." Jiraiya launched a barrage of fine hair needles while Liangjie waved his hand to conjure an ice wall to block them. Forget it, I'll think about it once I capture it. At worst, I can have Hidan watch over it through self-harm. Liangjie viewed Jiraiya through the ice wall. Rather than thinking about how to confine Naruto, he was more inclined to deal with the bothersome Shinsaku and Jiraiya first. Sage art, inorganic rebirth. The two resumed battling together. In the remaining battlefields, aside from the heartbroken puppet and the not fully exerted scorpion, the others had already settled their victories. The only unresolved duel remained between Sasuke and Naruto. This is the 9 tails sealed within Naruto. Truly, it is the strongest tailed beast. The other 8 tailed beasts cannot compare to it at all. Sasuke's gaze sharpened slightly as the size of his Susanoo subtly increased. Susanoo, truly an unpleasant technique. The 9 tails grumbled. Every time it met an Uchiha, nothing good came of it. This unfortunate clan deserved to be eradicated. Thinking of this, its mood lightened. Deserved it. This guy. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he perceived a hint of pride in the fluffy face of the Ninetales, a feeling that was quite irritating. He was not the type to suppress his annoyance, so, gripping his blade, igniting flames, he slashed. However, the ever-vigilant Ninetales would not easily take a hit. Clang. Compared to that person, you are still far from enough. The Ninetales let out an angry roar, using its four tails to forcefully bat away the long blade. The Susanoo stumbled back uncontrollably for 2 steps, and the Ninetales seized the opportunity to entangle its tails around Sasuke's ankles, using all its strength to lift him up. Boom. The Ninetales stood upright, pressing down on the Susanoo with one paw, opening its mouth, as Yin-Yang chakra coalesced in proportion. To prevent Sasuke from having time to react, it immediately released the tailed beast bomb before it fully formed. Boom. 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 Numerous small-tailed beast bombs exploded in succession, and Sasuke found himself unable to move under the pressure, only able to continuously pour his eye power to stabilize the Susanoo. In just a few seconds, the consumption of eye power was enough to blind an ordinary Mangekyo. Boom. 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 The small-tailed beast bombs seemed endless, and the repair speed of the Susanoo was quickly outpaced by the rate of destruction. After another explosion, cracks appeared for the first time on the complete body of the Susanoo. Seeing this scene, Sasuke did not panic. To prevent such unforeseen circumstances, he had long been prepared. The initial attack from Amaterasu against the allied forces was not solely to cause damage, it also aimed to increase the battlefield temperature. Coupled with Kisame's large-scale water release during the battle, the air on the battlefield became extremely humid, and the sky was already overcast. Chomishin. Sasuke formed hand seals with one hand, connecting the lightning chakra with the thunder beast above. Kirin. The thunder beast struck down first, with the sound echoing leisurely from behind. Naruto, who was positioned above the Ninetales, was the first to suffer, followed by the massive Ninetales. The small-tailed beast bomb exploded directly in its mouth before it could be released. Seizing the opportunity to escape, the Ninetales grasped Sasuke, flapped his wings, and soared into the sky, drawing a bow and shooting arrows engulfed in raging black flames. Screech. The Ninetales let out an angry roar, unleashing chakra to break through the thunder beast. Naruto crouched down, and golden chakra formed 2 large hands, rapidly shaping a spiral Rasen Shuriken centered around the tailed beast bomb. Tailed beast Rasen Shuriken. The Rasen Shuriken emitted a sharp sound as it flew out rapidly, with the deep purple arrowhead colliding violently with the wind blades. Boom. The 2 energies collided violently, forming a chakra black sphere that radiated an aura of annihilation. Anything in front, whether cliffs or sand and stones, turned to dust. Everyone involuntarily turned to witness this terrifying clash. Boom. 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 The chakra sphere continued to expand, and Liangjie glanced at Jiraiya, deciding without hesitation to retreat. Continue fighting. What a joke. This clash between Naruto and Sasuke, even if it did not surpass the Valley of the End, still exceeded all the techniques he had ever witnessed. If he were caught in the attack range, even he would not fare well. Using Kimui to dodge was a good method, but considering the Akatsuki members lacked effective defensive means, he had to give up on it. Everyone gather here. Hearing Liangjie's shout, the Akatsuki members instantly disengaged from battle, quickly arriving nearby through various means. Wood release, wood wall technique. Wood release, tree world wall. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Ice release, cold casting. 4 layers of defense instantly formed. Uncertain, Liangjie used inorganic rebirth to sink 300 meters underground. At the moment of being fully prepared, the dark chakra sphere that had expanded to its limit suddenly exploded. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The violent tremors passed through layers of defenses, making everyone feel as if they were at the core of an explosion. How deep are we underground now? Shueiwa said, fearfully hugging her shoulders. Initially, it was about 300 meters, and now it has sunk about another 100 meters, Liangjie replied, continuously infusing chakra into the wooden wall to stabilize the defenses. Are you kidding me? 400 meters underground can still transmit this level of energy. Shueiwa loosened her collar, feeling a bit of breathlessness, unsure whether it was due to the confined environment or Naruto's power. Now this is true art, Deidara said, covering his chest as his mouth under his clothing twitched with excitement. He wondered which was greater, the ultimate art or this clash. Deidara expressed great curiosity. How's Sasuke doing? Liangjie asked Xianglin. In the chaotic state of chakra, the perception ability granted by Sage Mode could not quickly lock on a Sasuke's chakra. Fortunately, Xianglin's Kagura Shingon was not affected. Sasuke's chakra is a bit weak, but it's stable. He shouldn't have sustained serious injuries, Xianglin said, anxiously wanting to rush out immediately, but feeling powerless. Boom, boom, boom. As the tremors weakened and the chakra fluctuations stabilized, Liangjie hurriedly manipulated the surrounding materials to raise a protective wall. Click. The hard protective wall opened an exit. Looking around, the once flat battlefield transformed into a basin over 100 meters deep, with nearby cliffs vanished and waterfalls cascading through the gap. Click! A hand caked with dirt broke through the valley bottom as a disheveled Sasuke climbed out from underground, wiping the blood off his cheek and surveying the altered battlefield with a solemn gaze that finally rested on the equally disheveled Naruto. This guy. Sasuke forced himself to stand, clutching his stinging eyes. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had been forcibly reverted to the 3-to-mo Sharingan. Although the eternal Mangekyo would not cause blindness, excessive use of ocular power would still be taxing and require time to recover. However, due to the Hashirama cells and his incomplete sage body, the recovery time would be significantly reduced. It has been 3 days, and I still haven't completely familiarized myself with the power of the eternal Mangekyo, Sasuke said through gritted teeth, filled with frustration. If he could fully master the power of the eternal Mangekyo, he believed he wouldn't have suffered such a devastating defeat in the recent battle. Huff. Huff. Naruto gasped heavily, every part of his body aching. If it weren't for the Ninetales absorbing him at the last moment, the pain would be far worse. Ninetales, can you not use your power anymore? Naruto asked inwardly. The tailed beast transformation was too hasty. The connection between us is still unstable, and I can't use it a second time in a short period, the Ninetales replied. Understood, Naruto said, adjusting his breath. He took out the tattered sealing scroll from behind, spreading it open, and looking at the relatively intact technique, relieved. Fortunately, it hasn't been destroyed. Summoning technique. Naruto summoned a shadow clone that had accumulated sage chakra in Mayaboku Mountain. The clone dissipated on its own, and the abundant sage chakra flowed back to the original, allowing him to re-enter sage mode. Huff. Naruto's expression returned to normal. The pain eased significantly under the effects of sage mode. Faced with the weakened Sasuke, the scales of victory seemed to tilt in his favor, but unfortunately timely reinforcements from the Akatsuki tipped the scales back. Sasuke. Xianglin rushed over nervously, tearing up her sleeve to offer her arm to him. Without hesitation, Sasuke opened his mouth and bit down special energy, flowing into his body, rapidly restoring his injuries and chakra. Releasing his mouth, Sasuke exhaled deeply, looking at the weakened Naruto, and coldly said, "It's over." Not necessarily, Naruto replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Sasuke turned to Xianglin, who understood the implication and expanded her perception beyond just Sasuke's chakra, sensing the entire battlefield, her expression suddenly stiffening. What happened? Have reinforcements arrived? Sasuke asked anxiously. On the contrary, all the chakra fluctuations from the allied forces have vanished. It seems they took the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield, Xianglin reported quickly. Hearing Xianglin's account, a smirk appeared on Naruto's face. After witnessing Susanoo, he realized that Sasuke was not an opponent he could contend with. Even after obtaining the power of the Ninetales, he did not let his guard down. Most of the allied ninjas had lost their combat effectiveness. Battles among massive creatures could easily involve them. Thus, while transforming into a tailed beast, he used the multi-shadow clone technique to assist the allies in retreating. Entering sage mode earlier was also to attract attention and buy some time. So it's just him left? Sasuke asked in surprise. From the chakra feedback, it appears, so Xianglin affirmed. Then let me say this, Sasuke suddenly smiled. Do you really think you can stand against all of us alone? Or are you preparing to walk into a trap? Neither, Naruto replied calmly. I will fulfill the promise I made, Sasuke. Next time I will definitely defeat you. Boom. With that, Naruto transformed into smoke and vanished. Watching where Naruto had disappeared, Sasuke's expression darkened significantly as he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Reverse summoning technique. Sasuke felt a surge of anger. The best opportunity to capture the Ninetales had slipped away right before his eyes. How could he remain calm? It's a bit of a pity, but it's alright. There's no need to rush in capturing the Ninetales. The important thing is that we have already achieved our goal, Liangjie consoled. The ambush on the 3rd unit was never about capturing the Ninetales. Losing the extra bonus was inconsequential. They would eventually obtain it. After calming Sasuke, Liangjie turned to Hidan. Have the followers of the Jashin been arranged? Don't worry, Hidan said, unable to hide his excitement. After enduring hardships, the cult was finally about to grow. Would release clone technique. Liangjie created 2 wooden clones, opened the map, and pointed to 2 small towns on the battlefield side, saying, according to the plan, it'll be in a group with Sasuke, and the rest of you will be in another group. The acting will be left to the wooden clones and the followers of the Jashin. Everyone monitor the towns and prevent any ninjas from causing trouble. Rest assured. Receiving the response, Liangjie looked at Uchiha Itachi, who lightly nodded in acknowledgement. Let's set off. Liangjie said. Deidara formed clay birds, and the 2 wooden clones leaped onto their backs, while Liangjie performed the summoning technique to summon an earth serpent for transportation. An hour later, Liangjie and Sasuke arrived at a small town about 100 kilometers away from the battlefield. The once peaceful town was now filled with anxiety. Mayor, shouldn't we run quickly? The explosion just now was terrifying, or it feels like it could hit the town at any moment. Yes, Mayor, my house has collapsed from the shock. People gathered nervously, feeling fear, even though it had been a long time since any sound was heard. This was no mere ninja battle. Those unaware might think a natural disaster had struck. Quiet. Even if we run, where can we go? It's more dangerous outside during wartime. As long as no ninjas enter the town, we will be completely safe. The mayor spoke to calm the crowd. As he said, during the Ninja World War, unless under special circumstances, ninjas usually avoid ordinary people's residences. However, the premise was clear: no ninjas could enter, otherwise the pursuing ninjas from the other side would not hold back. Under the village chief's soothing words, the residents gradually calmed down. The ninja world was not new to large-scale wars. In the past, ordinary citizens mostly lived in peace until the wars concluded. After all, they were not the pitiable citizens of small nations, and the likelihood of being displaced by war was extremely low. Why are these ninjas always going to war? The days of peace have come to an end again, complained a resident. Exactly. All they do is fight and kill. In my opinion, they might as well all just die off, another resident angrily remarked. Who said that? You're just jealous because your son didn't have the talent to become a ninja, someone interjected. That's not true. My boy just hasn't received systematic training, otherwise he would at least be a jonin, the resident retorted, his face flushed with anger, eliciting laughter from bystanders. The food is still out there being collected. What if it gets destroyed? Enough already. Who isn't in this situation? When war comes, there's nothing we can do but accept our fate. I wonder which ninja village we're at war with this time. How would we know? The world of ninjas is too distant from us, someone else responded. Who says so? There's that one person, Hidan, he must know something. Hey Hidan, tell us what you know, they urged. At a time like this, you shouldn't keep it to yourself. Hearing the calls from the crowd, the man rubbed his bald head and replied in a deep voice, I only know a little. Wars aren't suddenly initiated. Rumors have been circulating since I lived in Konoha. Then you should tell us more. The person who called out to Hidan shouted. The rumor is that there is an organization called Akatsuki composed of rogue ninjas who chose to defect from their villages due to oppression from ninja villages, Hidan explained. So this war is Akatsuki's retaliation against the ninja villages, someone asked. I'm not sure, maybe. At least that's what the ninja villages are saying, Hidan replied ambiguously. Come on, can you be clearer? It's driving me crazy, another person urged, finding his style of speaking most irritating. Well, I can share this, but don't say it was me who told you, Hidan warned. Just hurry and say it. Hidan cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no strangers, and then whispered, I heard they want to bring a better life to the people, and this war is initiated for the sake of permanent peace. Peace. But the ninja villages have no impact on us, someone questioned. Come on, the ninja villages are just war factions. The last time they came to kill rogue ninjas, they accidentally harmed my son, and to this day, there hasn't been an explanation, an old man with a white beard interjected. Wasn't your son just injured? Another person asked. It wasn't just an injury, he was beaten up. How could we dare to speak the truth? The old man lamented. A year ago, crops outside the village were also destroyed due to battles between ninjas, the old man's son added. The crowd recalled the mature crops that had been destroyed a year ago, initially believing it was due to a wild wind at night, only to find it was also the fault of the ninjas. And there's more. The residents began to take turns revealing the misdeeds of the ninja villages, and the atmosphere turned fervent. Seeing this scene, the person who had called out Hidan exchanged glances with those exposing the ninja village's flaws, both wearing smug smiles. Hey Hidan, when did you get that tattoo? A sharp-eyed resident noticed something different. It's quite popular in Konoha, so I got one too. Hidan replied nonchalantly, pulling down his sleeve to cover the mark of the evil god cult on his wrist. The evil god cult still has its uses occasionally, Sasuke acknowledged. After all, they have long been neighbors. As long as they're not lying constantly, people are usually willing to believe them. Even the village chief is a cult member, it's too easy to incite emotions. Ryokai chuckled lightly. The evil god cult's base is the ordinary populace. They may lack combat power, but when it comes to inciting public opinion and leading the masses, no one does it better than they do. Would release, would clone. Ryokai created 2 clones, one transforming into a battered Konoha ninja, while the other wore a mask that completely covered his face with a forehead protector of a rogue ninja from Konoha tied around his forehead. Go! The Konoha ninja obeyed the order and dashed into the small town first. At this moment, the town's residents were still immersed in their collective denunciation of the ninja villages when a sharp shout suddenly pierced the air, silencing their outcry. People gaped, their pupils trembling with fear. Someone is chasing a Konoha ninja and has come to the town. The worst fears had come true, and those who feared being implicated scattered in panic. Everyone stop. The Konoha ninja roared, striking the ground with his hands, causing earthen walls to rise around and trap the townsfolk inside. Huff! Huff! The Konoha ninja held his wound, gasping heavily, looking back at the pursuing enemies, breathing fire and encircling the residents. Don't come any closer. Otherwise I'll kill them. The Akatsuki member halted abruptly, looking at the terrified residents, his expression grave as he asked, "What do you intend to do?" "Let me go or I'll kill them all," the Konoha ninja demanded. "Don't you ninjas of Konoha want to protect the residents of your own country?" "Shut up, you worthless scum," the Konoha ninja retorted viciously. The old man trembled as he raised his hand, saying, "Sir, we pay taxes every year so that the Fire Country can allocate funds to Konoha. How can you endanger our safety? You should feel honored to save a jonin with your humble lives. Say another word and I'll kill you first," the Konoha ninja growled. The old man staggered back 2 steps, clutching his chest, his face pale as he said, "This is what Konoha ninjas are like. This is what Konoha ninjas are like." The residents, already filled with resentment towards Konoha from their earlier denunciation, erupted into a riot at this scene. "You damned bastard. You deserve to be hunted. You should go to hell. Everyone shut up." The Konoha ninja stomped the ground, flames erupted fiercely. Under the threat of death, the residents fell silent, each wearing a look of suppressed anger. "You've made me quite unhappy. Let's deal with you first," the Konoha ninja said as he grabbed the old man, tightening his grip around the latter's neck. "Stop!" The rogue ninja halted the Konoha ninja, his voice deep with authority. "What exactly do you want?" "It's simple, just let me go," replied the Konoha ninja. "What did you say?" The rogue ninja's anger surged as he shouted, "Even if you once persecuted fellow villagers, it could be understood as a faction issue. But to think you wouldn't spare even the civilians outside the village. They're just a bunch of worthless people. Since you've already become a treacherous rogue ninja, why pretend to care about the public?" The Konoha ninja mocked. "I am different from you. It is precisely because I have endured so much shame like this that I chose to leave Konoha and join the Akatsuki organization." The exchange of words between the two revealed several key pieces of information, and given the current situation, the residents began to trust the words of Hotaru even more. The Akatsuki organization is a sacred group genuinely striving for peace, comprised of those who were left with no choice. "So what will you choose?" The Konoha ninja activated a jutsu and the earth walls erupted with sharp spikes, slowly compressing the already limited safe space. Boom, boom, boom. As time ticked away, when the surrounding civilians were injured by the earth spikes, the rogue ninja resignedly lowered his head. "Just stop." He raised a kunai to his neck, filled with hope. "If I die, you will definitely let them go, right?" "Of course." The rogue ninja couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Hurry up and do it." Clenching the kunai, his veins bulged as he gritted his teeth, ready to end his own life, when suddenly a twist of fate occurred. "Get out of my way." Unbeknownst to him, Hotaru, who had moved nearby, leaped into action, using all his strength to knock over the severely injured Konoha ninja, shouting loudly, "Don't think I lived in Konoha for nothing." Seizing the opportunity, the rogue ninja swiftly approached the kunai, accurately piercing the ninja's nape, grabbing his collar, and tossing him into the flames before he turned into a withered branch. "Hotaru, thank you." The rogue ninja extended his hand to pull him up. "Do you remember me?" Hotaru inquired. The rogue ninja removed his mask, revealing a handsome face. "Do you remember me?" "Brother Maruyama," Hotaru exclaimed in surprise, standing up. He turned to the village chief and said loudly, "Chief, this is my neighbor from when I lived in Konoha. He is especially kind." After the introduction, Hotaru turned back, filled with confusion. "Brother Maruyama, how is it that in just half a month you became a rogue ninja? I couldn't tolerate what Konoha has done. There is too much filth behind the village, and your brother is also in the organization," the shadow clone said, while putting on a mask. "Don't spread the word about today's events, or you will be in trouble." With that, the shadow clone vanished like a phantom. Roar, roar, roar. The flames had yet to extinguish, and reflecting on everything that had just occurred, the townspeople's good impression of Konoha burned away along with the shadow clone. "The Konoha ninjas wanted to kill us, but the rogue ninja saved us." The village chief, appearing much older, turned around tremulously. Everyone dispersed, treat today's events as if they never happened. The residents silently returned to their homes. That night, the members of the evil god sect gathered at the village chief's house to discuss how to maximize the impact of these events. However, that was a story for another time. Ryokai and his partner successfully completed their task. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha and his group were nearing the end of their operations. Although the village chief of this small town was not a member of the evil god sect, he still cooperated well with the wooden shadow clone to tarnish Konoha's reputation. In the following days, Ryokai took advantage of the opportunity presented by the reanimation to incite battles in various places. Using the same method, he defamed the ninja villages across the nations. With the assistance of the evil god sect, the results were extraordinarily gratifying, especially among the residents of smaller countries who already held a very negative impression of the ninja villages. 6 days later, Ryokai ceased his defamation of the ninja villages because the long-awaited Three Tails had finally resurrected. He had long sent summoning beasts to monitor the lake where the Three Tails was resurrecting in the original world. Everything he had done had not affected the Three Tails, so he speculated that it would most likely resurrect in the original location, and indeed that turned out to be the case. Gazing at the calm surface of the lake, who could have imagined that beneath it lay a beast that instilled fear in countless hearts? The Three Tails excels in water ninjutsu. We must force it out first to capture it. Kisame, can't you handle it? Deidara asked in surprise. The lake water is filled with the Three Tails chakra. The environment is inherently unfavorable, but we can give it a try. No need, let's use a more reliable method. Ryokai entered sage mode and said to Deidara, create a few clay bombs, as many as you can. Without specific shapes or multifunctional requirements, Deidara quickly crafted the clay bombs. Ryokai utilized the technique of inorganic rebirth to give life to them. The clay transformed into a giant serpent tracking the chakra source, and soon found the slumbering Three Tails at the lake's bottom. Using the sage chakra and natural energy to deceive the Three Tails senses, the earth serpent gently coiled around the Three Tails' body, suddenly tightening. The Three Tails jolted awake, but it was already too late. Detonate, Ryokai commanded. Art is an explosion, ha. Boom. The clay giant python exploded, sending a massive wave of water soaring, and a purple skeleton materialized to shield everyone. The formation speed seems to have slowed down a bit. It appears that replacing the right eye with the Sharingan has had some effect, Ryokai observed as he looked at Sasuke's lightly purple-eyed pattern. I'm just not used to using one eye. After a while it should be fine, Sasuke replied. That's good. Ryokai felt relieved. It made sense after all. Even Uchiha Madara could use Susanoo after losing both eyes, not to mention Sasuke still had one eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Once the explosive aftermath subsided, Kisame jumped into the lake to retrieve the unconscious Three Tails. Tap, tap, tap. The faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Seeing the coalition ninjas rushing over, Ryokai paid them no mind and swaggered away after securing the Three Tails. The coalition ninjas merely watched from afar, not daring to obstruct or follow. Arriving at the pre-selected sealing site, Sasuke summoned the Outer Path Golem and commenced the 3-day tailed beast sealing ceremony. Even Sasuke couldn't seal the tailed beast instantly like Uchiha Madara. After all, it wasn't his own eyes, so he couldn't wield them perfectly. Over the 3 days, Ryokai's efforts to sow discord between the ninja villages and the residents continued to ferment with the help of the evil god sect. The ninjas entering the small town could noticeably sense the change in the residents' attitudes, but they had no way of knowing the reasons for this change, and the fearful residents did not dare to speak the truth. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sealing of the tailed beast completed. The group stopped the chakra transmission, moving their stiff bodies, the joints popping with cracking sounds. Only the Nine Tails remains. After years of hard work, they had finally reached the last moment before tasting the fruit of their labor. Although the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has become incredibly powerful, we are sure to win, Deidara declared confidently. Kisame nodded in agreement, his eyes shining with a blinding golden light, as if he could see countless winged bills flying towards him. Peace. Well, Itachi Uchiha gazed at the Outer Path Golem with only one eye open, his expression particularly complex. There are still a few interesting individuals among the remaining ninjas of Konoha, Scorpion said, clutching the scroll behind him. Konoha not only had materials for making puppets, but also Kakashi, who had narrowly escaped. Direct invasion is indeed a good proposal. Kisame grinned, his shark-like teeth glinting with a cold light. Seeing the members' fervent emotions, Ryosuke sighed in bemusement. Everyone please calm down. Capturing the Nine Tails doesn't require invading Konoha. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki wouldn't be foolish enough to come out alone, would they? Isn't there another way aside from invading Konoha? Deidara asked in surprise. The other members felt the same way. They couldn't think of a second method to capture the Nine Tails. Even if the target left Konoha, it would likely be in a group, making it no different from a direct invasion. There is not just one Nine Tails in this world, Ryosuke stated in a flat tone, leaving everyone in shock. Not just one. Is there another Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Kisame questioned in disbelief. There are only 9-tailed beasts, a consensus in the ninja world. Recently, they had learned a little about the 10 tails from Ryosuke, believing that 10-tailed beasts were the limit, only to find out there was still one more. To be precise, it's half of one. The 9 tails that Konoha possesses is also half. Together, they make a complete 9 tails. During the time of the Edo Tensei, I obtained quite a bit of interesting information, one of which is about the 9 tails. Ryosuke casually used an excuse. He had long been able to reasonably obtain information through his abilities, and no one would raise suspicions no matter how he did it. At such times, Ryosuke was increasingly grateful to Alway from the mountain village. The mind-reading technique had indeed helped him a lot over the past 3 years. He shook off the sudden nostalgia and continued, years ago during the Nine-Tails Rampage, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze died in battle. The cause of death was not the fierce battle that outsiders claim, but because he used the top-sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, the Shiki Fujin. At the cost of sacrificing his soul, the fourth Hokage split the Nine-Tails in two, sealing half into his son Naruto Uzumaki, and the other half into himself, sacrificing it to the Shinigami. As long as we can reclaim Minato's soul from the Shinigami and use the Edo Tensei technique, we can obtain the other half of the Nine-Tails. Hearing Ryosuke's words, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. Naruto only has half the power of the Nine-Tails. It is said that Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha both possess the power to easily subdue the Nine-Tails, yet here, he was being overwhelmed by even half of it. Still, too weak. Noticing Sasuke's emotional shift, Ryosuke placed a hand on his shoulder and consoled him. Don't take it too much to heart. Your power has evolved too rapidly, and without time to acclimate, you cannot fully unleash your original strength. This was not mere consolation. Sasuke had awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and then transitioned to the Sage Body and now to the Rinnegan in just a few days, leaving him no time to familiarize himself with his powers. Unlike Naruto and the Nine-Tails, who could cooperate, he had to rely solely on his talent to adapt to his abilities in battle. He was still in a phase of rapid growth. To put it bluntly, even without implanting the Rinnegan, Sasuke was now stronger than when he fought alongside Naruto. Can we really achieve such an unbelievable feat as reclaiming a soul from the Shinigami? Deidara questioned. Of course, it's not the first time. Ryosuke smiled. Is it the same method as last time? But you haven't prepared the sacrificial offerings. Suigetsu peered around inquisitively. I had originally prepared it, but someone was willing to resolve this matter while changing vessels, saving me quite a bit of trouble, Ryosuke said, looking toward the entrance of the cave. Come in, Orochimaru. Upon hearing this name, the crowd's emotions subtly shifted. Regardless of the reason, it was an undeniable fact that Orochimaru had left the organization. Scorpion and Deidara had once been ordered to hunt him down, ultimately failing due to his various strange abilities. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed clearly, and the sunlight illuminated a slender shadow. The footsteps grew closer, and finally Orochimaru, looking much gentler than before, walked in slowly, with Kabuto pushing a sealed cylindrical container behind him. The day has finally come, Orochimaru said, gazing eagerly at the outer path golem. He had a premonition that Sasuke, who had obtained the power of the Ten Tails, could provide experimental materials that surpassed the level of ninjas. Unlike the reanimation that required frequent body swapping, immortality was no longer a fantasy. The allied forces are still being obstructed by the Edo Tensei ninjas. Let's take advantage of this opportunity and get started quickly. Ryosuke threw the Shinigami mask to Orochimaru. Orochimaru caught the mask steadily and looked at Kabuto, who hurriedly opened the container that held the expressionless Yamato. Just from the surface, one could imagine the inhumane treatment he had endured. Not only was he subjected to various experiments, but he ultimately also had to become a vessel. They really squeezed every bit of value out of him, Ryosuke remarked. After all, materials like this are incredibly rare, Orochimaru said, putting on the mask. He was not unfamiliar with the method of reclaiming souls. Even Ryosuke had obtained the technique from him. Buzz. The moment he donned the mask, a cold wave swept through the cave. Even for members of the Akatsuki, each one felt a sense of being shrouded in death deep within. I really don't want to go through this strange feeling a second time, Suigetsu complained. Orochimaru followed the correct procedure to release the fourth Hokage's soul. Just as the soul was about to be harvested, the original body detached from its physical form and possessed Yamato. Watching this scene, Suigetsu suddenly asked Karen, by the way, do you know the Shiki Fujin? Isn't that technique derived from the Uzumaki clan? I haven't learned it. I left the Uzumaki clan too early, and I don't have the bloodline like Tsunade's Byakugo. I haven't mastered many of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, Karen replied regretfully. I see. Suigetsu turned back, lost in thought, not knowing what he was pondering. Edo Tensei. Ryosuke sacrificed the near-death experimental subject that Orochimaru had brought and successfully performed the Edo Tensei, sealing the fourth Hokage's, well, without giving him a chance to speak. Let's begin the sealing, he said. I thought I could rest for a while. Deidara punched his shoulder and jumped to his designated position. Swish. The others leaped up as well, and Sasuke formed hand seals, special chakra floating from the mouth of the outer path golem, enveloping and gradually extracting the Nine-Tails chakra from Minato's body. During this time, Ryosuke cautiously observed the surroundings, preventing Black Zetsu from causing trouble at the last moment. He had previously filled the cave with earth snakes, so even if he couldn't sense chakra, any physical collision would not escape his perception. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Liang Jie continuously channeled chakra, and standing beside him, Sasuke appeared increasingly puzzled. He sensed that his chakra had undergone significant changes within just a few days, not merely in quantity, but also in quality, becoming deeper and more mysterious, creating a suffocating feeling, as if he were plunging 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Initially, he thought it was the change brought about by the Rinnegan. However, as he deepened his understanding of the Rinnegan over the past few days, he realized that this transformation was not granted by it, but rather stemmed from something else. What's wrong? Liang Jie noticed Sasuke's confusion. Your chakra has changed, Sasuke stated bluntly, as he never held back when inquiring with Liang Jie. Oh, you mean that? Liang Jie kept his right hand steady while his left hand lifted his shirt to reveal the sealing technique mark on his abdomen. There's an old monster here that dreams of transforming into a dragon. Ew, I suppose I now barely qualify as a unique Jinchuriki. Would a guy who has lived for over 1,000 years willingly be sealed within someone else? And aren't you worried? Sasuke asked directly, not caring whether the White Serpent Sage could hear him. I cannot handle the upcoming situation on my own. The White Serpent Sage cannot achieve his millennium-long goal without me. It's a mutually beneficial cooperation. Is the Ten Tails that hard to deal with? Sasuke's heart sank. The Ten Tails isn't difficult to deal with. No matter how powerful it is, it's ultimately just a creature formed from chakra. As long as one can withstand that terrifying chakra, there should be no problem. What's truly challenging is the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Liang Jie explained. The will of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Sasuke mulled over this statement. He was not unfamiliar with the name, having heard it several times from the White Serpent Sage, but his understanding was merely superficial. We cannot be certain either. Many details were deduced by the White Serpent Sage and me. You've heard the story of the formation of the Ten Tails. I will explain it directly. Liang Jie looked around at the organization members whose expressions showed no change. Their conversation was taking place in a mental space constructed by illusion techniques, so there was no need to worry about being overheard. The outer path golem is the shell of the Ten Tails, which has lost its chakra. Due to its special relationship with Kagaya Otsutsuki, it can also be seen as Kagaya's shell. This shell lacks critical power, which is provided by the nine-tailed beasts. The combination of the outer path golem and the nine-tailed beasts can create the Ten Tails. However, this is only in terms of power. To draw a comparison, it's akin to a divine tree that has just borne fruit. The outer path golem is the tree trunk and the nine-tailed beasts are the fruit. Sealing the Ten Tails within one's body is equivalent to consuming the fruit and thereby gaining power that transcends human limits. This is the normal process, and the most challenging part is not to be lost by the temptation of power. However, Kagaya Otsutsuki was the first to consume the fruit and subsequently merged with the divine tree, resulting in the birth of the Ten Tails. From that moment on, the real Kagaya Otsutsuki disappeared, leaving behind a fusion entity known as Kagaya Otsutsuki in the ninja world. Thus, the complete Ten Tails comprises the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the divine tree, and the divine tree's fruit, with Kagaya's will being the most dangerous, yet seemingly useless part. However, the connections among the three are very close, and her will could exist in various places. While the most likely location is on the moon, we cannot ignore other possibilities. We want to acquire power, but we must not allow Kagaya to be resurrected. The only way is to split the power in two, allowing us to each take a portion, so that Kagaya Otsutsuki cannot meet the resurrection conditions. This way the power may be significantly weakened, but it can still surpass human levels and carries minimal risk. One part may very well harbor the will of a certain being, however, whether it is the will of the divine tree or Kagaya's will cannot be confirmed. Though your spiritual power is strong, I have undergone various enhancements to my ocular powers. Essentially, they are quite similar, and considering my other abilities, my capacity for endurance is higher than yours. Therefore, I will take on the part that harbors the will. To be cautious, bringing the White Serpent Sage along is evidently more secure. The White Serpent Sage is willing to be sealed by me, relying on Kagaya Otsutsuki's power to transform a snake into a dragon. The continuous stream of words granted Sasuke a clearer understanding of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "What happens if we cannot withstand the erosion of the will? One's own will would be suppressed, losing control over one's body, and the one who remains alive would effectively be Liang Jie, whose essence is Kagaya Otsutsuki." Liang Jie said, "No." Sasuke decisively rejected Liang Jie's plan, yet he could not forego acquiring power. He suggested, "I will absorb the part that contains the will. I have awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which will strengthen my spiritual power a bit more." Liang Jie gently shook his head, speaking lightly. "Don't be fooled by the fact that my Sharingan is merely a 3-demo. In reality, my ocular power has long surpassed that of an ordinary Mangekyo, and with some assistance from the Rinnegan and the White Serpent Sage, the risk will be lower." When it comes to mental strength and soul intensity, Liang Jie considered himself not inferior to anyone. The Otsutsuki came from outer space, while Liang Jie came from another Earth, Neither was from the Naruto world, so who was afraid of whom? Seeing that Sasuke still wanted to say something, Liang Jie directly interrupted him. Alright, let's not argue about this. I am fully prepared, so don't worry. No. Sasuke still disagreed. How about this? We each absorb half of the power. If I can't handle it, you can use the Rinnegan to take the power from my body. Liang Jie said helplessly. Fine. Sasuke reluctantly accepted this method. The two exited the illusion space, and the organization members focused on sealing did not notice any abnormalities between them. Itachi Uchiha sensed a slight anomaly, but said nothing further. As days passed, Liang Jie remotely controlled the previously summoned Edo Tensei ninjas to restrict the coalition's movements. Hundreds of mindless Edo Tensei ninjas were stored in various locations awaiting orders. This continued for 6 days of Edo Tensei. If it weren't for the chakra of the White Serpent Sage, it would have been impossible to expend so much chakra while maintaining the seal. As the time reached the third day, Kurizetsu had not appeared. Perhaps he had shown up, but chose to retreat upon seeing the layers of summoned snakes guarding the cave. Most likely he had been lingering nearby. Kurizetsu was unaware of Liang Jie's understanding of Kagaya Otsutsuki. From his perspective, Sasuke becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki aligned perfectly with his plan. Sasuke, being the reincarnation of Indra, met the necessary conditions to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki, which would save a lot of trouble. In fact, while capturing the tailed beasts, Kurizetsu might have secretly assisted in various ways, but no one knew. Whoosh! At last, the last fragment of the Nine Tails chakra was sealed within the outer path golem. Its 9 eyes all opened wide and the chains around its mouth shattered. The vast cave could not withstand the terrifying chakra and began to collapse with large chunks of debris and summoned snakes crashing down. Liang Jie employed inorganic reincarnation to temporarily stabilize the situation, shouting, "Go!" Deidara hurriedly created a clay bird, and the group leaped onto its back. The bird flew vertically out of the cave, hovering nearby to observe the trembling mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Rocks and soil fell away, and countless flying birds and beasts ran in panic. For gigantic fissures crisscrossed the mountains, accompanied by a roar resonating deep within their souls, causing the peaks to collapse. This is the Ten Tails. Hidan stared in shock at the monstrous figure towering atop the shattered peaks, nervously swallowing his saliva, his voice trembling as he said, "It's truly hideous." Boom, boom, boom. The foreign demon statue unleashed its own power, and in just a few seconds the entire mountain was flattened. This is the power of the Ten Tails. The members of the Akatsuki organization were in shock, and Deidara even felt a twinge of pity for the allied forces. Facing such power, there was only one outcome. "Let's begin," Liang Jie said softly. With a whoosh, Sasuke controlled the Susanoo to fly into the sky. Under the suppression of the power of the Rinnegan, the Ten Tails ceased its destruction of the mountain, allowing Sasuke, who had deactivated the Susanoo, to stand on its head. Sasuke formed hand seals as the Ten Tails' head softened and drew him in. Roar! The Ten Tails opened its mouth wide, its pupils trembling violently. As its body suddenly contracted, everyone felt a heaviness in their hearts, sensing that a monster was being birthed. Watching Sasuke seal the Ten Tails, Liang Jie felt no worry. He had done all he could, and if anything were to go wrong, it could only be said to be fate. Thud, thud, thud. The powerful heartbeat resonated through the clouds, and cracks began to appear in the chakra crystal enveloping Sasuke. Crack! A pure white hand tore through the crystal, swiping to the side, causing the crystal to explode into a dazzling display, and Sasuke, transformed, floated in the air. Is this Sasuke? The differences in their appearances were so vast that if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have connected the person before them with Sasuke. His hair and skin were nearly pure white, draped in a pristine white divine robe, with mystical patterns emblazoned on the back, and 8 orbs of truth floated behind him. "The leaked chakra has diminished significantly, and it continues to decrease," Scorpion said solemnly. Sasuke did not emit the fearsome chakra of the Ten Tails. Its quantity was reduced by more than half. This did not mean that the power of the sealed Ten Tails was weaker, but rather that Sasuke was more adept at controlling power. His overall strength had not weakened, but instead became even more unfathomable. There is some chakra that cannot be controlled. Sasuke closed his eyes and sensed his internal situation, realizing that there was energy distinct from ordinary chakra. It seems this is the part that harbors will. Based on the chakra's circulation, Sasuke formed hand seals again, and an unknown substance erupted from his back. Upon careful observation, he could tell from the distinctive eyes and body color that what was expelled was none other than the Ten Tails he had just sealed. He spat the Ten Tails out again. Oh, could there be an unexpected situation? Deidara quickly glanced at Liang Jie. Sasuke cannot afford any accidents, otherwise the great artist's dream will be unachievable. Don't worry, what has been spat out is only a part. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Liang Jie appeared to be focused on Sasuke, but in reality he had already dispersed his attention and perception over several kilometers, constantly on guard against the possible appearance of Black Zetsu. Sasuke becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki is such a significant matter. Black Zetsu cannot possibly be absent. It is surely hiding somewhere. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 tails that crashed to the ground rapidly expanded, its body structure collapsing as its back continuously rose into the sky. Deidara maneuvered his flying bird backward, allowing the full view of the 10 tails to come into sight. It transformed into a towering ancient tree, and instead of a lush canopy at the top, there was a gigantic, beautiful flower bud. The 10 tails' abdomen and limbs turned into roots that plunged into the earth, greedily absorbing all the surrounding energy. That place. Sasuke casually glanced at a section of the root exposed at the cliff's edge. After gaining the power of the 10 tails, a faint chakra suddenly appeared there. It's not that it suddenly appeared, it was lurking there long ago. I just recently gained the ability to sense it, Sasuke analyzed briefly and concluded. Black Zetsu. Sasuke had heard the story of Black Zetsu from the White Snake Sage, and regarding the source of the White Snake Sage's information, it was claimed to be Liang Jie, who traveled from the future to the present. He received much information through the mouth of the White Snake Sage. As a being of the same era, no matter how secretive the information was, it would raise no suspicion. Stepping onto the clay bird, he arrived beside Sasuke. The two exchanged glances and entered a specific illusion space. I found Black Zetsu. Where is it? Liang Jie asked. On the exposed root at the waist of the northern cliff, Sasuke replied. That position is a bit far. Liang Jie thought for a moment and decided to temporarily let Black Zetsu go first, seizing the power of the divine tree. Exiting the illusion space, Liang Jie lifted his clothing at the abdomen, gathering chakra in his fingers to cover the seal, and suddenly twisted inward. Release. The moment the seal opened, Liang Jie's body underwent a transformation, with white snake scales covering his skin. His legs fused together, and his body merged with his limbs, rapidly expanding to exceed the size of the complete Susanoo. However, compared to the divine tree, it still appeared remarkably small. But that was enough. Sasuke floated at the same height as the snake's head, wielding the sword transformed from the orbs of truth to slash a gap in the divine tree. Hiss! The white snake opened its massive jaws, its several meter-long sharp teeth piercing through the gap, its eyes shifting to Rinnegan, beginning to devour the chakra contained within the divine tree. The flowers at the top of the divine tree gradually wilted as chakra flowed away. Seeing this, Black Zetsu, hidden in the cliff, was extremely anxious but dared not show itself. Sasuke, who had acquired power from the same source, could sense its movements. Recklessly revealing itself would only lead to worse consequences. Liang Jie was equally aware of this, which is why he dared to openly devour the divine tree. Black Zetsu's successful ambush on Uchiha Madara in the original world was not because Madara couldn't sense it, but rather because he was not on guard. As the chakra within increased, Liang Jie and the White Snake Sage could sense a certain will awakening, its intensity very weak. The two easily suppressed it without effort, yet they could not erase it no matter what. The will attached to the divine tree and chakra was extremely weak, unable to directly affect the Jinchuriki, and only had a seduction effect. The true will should still be on the moon. The infinite Tsukuyomi's purpose was not just to gather the scattered chakra of the ninja world, but also to rescue Kagai's consciousness. This is why Black Zetsu would exhaust all means to induce Uchiha Madara. With the conclusion reached, Liang Jie and the White Snake Sage no longer hesitated, increasing the speed of chakra absorption, and the divine tree's flowers withered at a visibly rapid pace. When the last trace of chakra merged into his body, the White Snake Sage's body trembled violently, shedding large patches of snake scales, and her delicate body sprouted faint golden scales. 2 long whiskers protruded from the corners of her mouth, and the hat she had worn for years was blown away by the wind, revealing her bald head adorned with 2 sharp horns. Unlike Liang Jie's short and straight horns, these branched out as they grew. Her neck was covered with pure white patterns, with a reverse scale adorning the bottom of the pattern. Her claws burst through her abdomen, and her form soared with the wind, exuding a formidable aura without anger. With the power of the 10 tails, the White Snake Sage finally fulfilled her millennium-long wish. Although the level of power differed greatly from Liang Jie's imagination and appearance, she had transformed from snake to dragon. Huh! The White Snake Immortal laughed maniacally, having achieved a long-held wish after a millennium. No words could describe the excitement in his heart. In the spiritual realm, Liang Jie saw this scene, and helplessly said, "No matter how excited you are, you should tone it down a bit." The woman transformed from the white snake slowly closed her mouth, her eyes shimmering, as she looked at Liang Jie. "Little one, how should I repay you?" Not only did her true form change, but her human guise also underwent a radical transformation. The image of an elderly person vanished, replaced by a charming woman exuding a mature aura. However, looking at the White Snake Immortal before him, Liang Jie felt nothing but a chill. It wasn't merely a difference in species, but the long-standing elderly image she had was hard to shake off. No, there's no need, don't mind me, Liang Jie firmly replied. Hearing Liang Jie's flustered words, the white snake smiled and said, don't worry, I have no interest in you, little one. But since my wish has been fulfilled, I will honor our agreement and provide power while you are alive, remaining sealed. That is enough. Liang Jie pushed against the ground with his right hand, preparing to stand up. Having finished absorbing the power of the divine tree, it was now his turn to take the stage. However, before he could rise, a wave of dizziness struck, causing his head to crash to the ground, and turmoil erupted in his spiritual space. Liang Jie existed in a spiritual form, not a physical body, and such a reaction could only mean one thing: he was under a powerful illusionary attack. No need to panic, the link between us is established through the seal. The energy you swallowed naturally includes a share for you, the white snake explained, slightly leaning back as a stone share appeared from nowhere. Upon hearing the white snake's explanation, Liang Jie felt relieved, but he had no time to reply. His mind was fully focused on dealing with the divine tree's chakra. Ugh! Pain surged through his mind, and even with his endurance he could not withstand the agony and let out a groan. The active natural energy enveloped him, and two sharp horns emerged from his forehead. Like the white snake, immortal Liang Jie's dragon horns also branched out. The snake scales on his cheeks shed, leaving his skin remarkably smooth. However, a circle of slightly golden white scales emerged around his neck, with one scale near his jaw differing from the others, and the dark aura from the dragon cave, immortal mode, became overwhelmingly potent. As the transformation ended and the pain dissipated, Liang Jie examined his body, slightly disappointed. Is this what it means to transform into a dragon? It's quite different from what I imagined. Although the dual horns and reverse scales resembled the legends, both the power level and certain subtle features were far from his expectations. Only by absorbing a fraction of the Ten-Tail's power could you reach this level, which still relies on your innate superiority over serpents and my accumulated chakra over a millennium. The white snake immortal was in good spirits. No matter how she evolved, crossing beyond the level of a serpent was sufficient. Observing Liang Jie's silence, she inquired, having gained the power of the six paths, when did you become so greedy? It's not greed, rather I hold high expectations for dragons. Liang Jie shook his head with little more to say. Dragons unseen but familiar to many, especially to Liang Jie, who once lived in a land filled with various dragon legends. Forget it, I will leave that will to you to suppress. Liang Jie set aside his fixation, leaving behind a single phrase as he exited the spiritual space. Rest assured. The white snake stretched lazily, resting her right hand against her cheek as she glanced at the blazing white sphere bound by chains which contained the faint will of Kagaya Otsutsuki. At this moment, the massive form of the dragon-transformed white snake disappeared, and Liang Jie, having significantly altered physical characteristics, floated in midair like Sasuke. Buzz. A special chakra gathered behind his eyes desperately sought an outlet for release, but neither Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan nor Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan could merge with this energy. Could it be? Liang Jie pondered, taking out a sealing scroll containing his Sharingan. He removed Obito's Kingi Sharingan and replaced it with his Three-Demo Sharingan. Buzz. Life energy healed his wounds, and his vision gradually cleared. The moment full recovery was achieved, the accumulated energy surged into his Sharingan like a flood, sending sharp pain through his nerves. But for Liang Jie, who had already endured the agony of dragon transformation, it was nothing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three tomo spun rapidly, and a faint purple snake fang pattern emerged within. As half the energy remained the tomo, and snake fang patterns slowly ceased their rotation. Compared to those of Sasuke, Itachi, and even Obito, Liang Jie's design was far more intricate, resembling a dragon coiled in a loop. The evolution of the Mangekyo should be stimulated by the special chakra from love turned to hate. Could the Ten-Tail's chakra or Kagaya's chakra, being closer to the source, also facilitate evolution? Liang Jie was unaware, and no one could answer. To date, only the Sage of Six Paths, he and Sasuke, possessed the power of the Ten-Tails. Even including Madara and Obito from the original world, they had already transcended the Three-Demo Sharingan before gaining the Ten-Tail's power, offering no reference value. His doubts did not linger long, for crucial questions remained unresolved, and the other half of the chakra was still accumulating behind his eyes. He removed the Sharingan that had evolved into Mangekyo and affixed another Three-Demo Sharingan that had yet to evolve. Pain surged once more, and after the chakra was released, the Sharingan also evolved into a Mangekyo Sharingan. With each eye possessing distinct abilities, Liang Jie had just awakened and had yet to fully grasp their capabilities, unsure which to use. Just as Liang Jie was in distress, the white snake, immortal, who was observing the external situation, suggested, just like Sasuke, fused with Itachi's eyes, try merging your left and right eyes. Is that possible? Liang Jie hesitated. The Uchiha brothers' eye fusion is a legitimate method for evolving into eternal Mangekyo. As for merging the left eye with the right, this method was unheard of, but fundamentally, it possessed a certain possibility. Your eyes are no longer mere Sharingan. They had already mixed with the natural energy of the dragon cave, and now they are further fused with the special energy of dragon transformation, so trying it wouldn't hurt. The white snake, immortal, insisted. You seem to know something. Liang Jie detected an undertone. Just a baseless guess, the white snake, immortal, said mysteriously. After a moment of hesitation, Liang Jie gritted his teeth and chose to trust the white snake, immortal. After all, even if it failed, the loss wouldn't be significant, merely some wasted time. He brought the Sharingan close to his left eye, and the moment they touched, the special chakra that had already merged surged forth, entwining and fusing the two eyes tightly together. As expected, the white snake quickly formed several hand seals, and golden chakra surged into Liang Jie's eyes, promoting the fusion of his Sharingan. Liang Jie did not master the sage mode through conventional means. On the day he evolved into a Jiaolong, his Sharingan bore a pattern of fangs that should not have existed. It was not only Liang Jie, Sasuke experienced a similar change after gaining a portion of the white snake sage's power. However, this change ultimately vanished when he fused with Itachi's eyes to evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Buzz. A massive amount of chakra accumulated in the small eyes, the edges of which radiated a faint golden light. Within, a dragon coiled vividly, slightly tilting to lock onto the black Zetsu, who believed himself safe as the dragon pattern slowly rotated. High heaven. The surging eye power spanned nearly 2 kilometers, directing itself straight at the cliff. Black Zetsu sensed danger and prepared to flee, only to be shocked to find that not only movement, but even the slightest twitch of a finger was a luxury. The space is sealed. Black Zetsu's face was filled with horror. Attacks that can affect space are extremely rare, but they do exist. For example, Obito's Kimyu Sharingan, both eyes possess spatial abilities, and one just happened to be right where Liang Jie was. Black Zetsu was aware of this information and noticed that Obito had recently entered the Kimui space with unusual frequency. The white Zetsu spores and the heart curse had also disappeared, raising his suspicions. However, Liang Jie's ability to seal space from such a distance was not a technique of the Kimui Mangekyo Sharingan. The one who devoured the power of the god tree must be the white snake sage of the dragon cave. How could such a being willingly be sealed? What exactly did those two do to Mother's power and will? Black Zetsu struggled desperately, but it was futile. No matter the enemy's space-based attacks always proved remarkably effective. Swish. The two appeared directly above as Liang Jie seized the Seekers of Truth from Sasuke's back and hurled it at Black Zetsu with great force. The moment the spear left his hand, Black Zetsu suddenly felt lighter, and the spatial seal became ineffective. However, the spear descended so rapidly that it afforded Black Zetsu no time to react, piercing him instantly. Damn it, I can only abandon my body. Black Zetsu resolutely split its right half into fragments with eyes and a mouth. This maneuver would plunge it into a state of weakness lasting several years, if not decades, and never before had anyone made it so embarrassed in thousands of years. Uchiha Liang Jie, I will return soon. Black Zetsu cast a sinister glance at Liang Jie, then burrowed underground, its presence vanishing without a trace. What? The incident was so sudden that Liang Jie initially believed the Seekers of Truth could restrain Black Zetsu. Yet he did not expect it had a means to escape. Realizing this, he attempted once more to use High Heaven to seal the space, but before the eye technique could take shape, the gathered eye power suddenly became chaotic. The ability to seal space cannot be used frequently. Liang Jie angrily covered his eyes. Although they had gained the power of the 6 paths, allowing Black Zetsu to remain in the shinobi world was always a hidden danger. Damn it, I can only look for another opportunity, Liang Jie said fiercely. However, after this incident, Black Zetsu would surely be more cautious. A portion escaped. Oh, what should we do with the remaining things? Sasuke hesitated, slightly uncertain how to accurately describe the discarded body left by Black Zetsu. Destroy it, Liang Jie replied. Under normal circumstances, it was challenging to kill Black Zetsu, but the discarded body no longer possessed special chakra, and ordinary sage arts would suffice. After dealing with the body, the two took the clay birds and left with the Akatsuki members. Looking at Sasuke, who had returned to his normal appearance, Liang Jie sighed in relief, having initially feared Sasuke would not recover. Regardless of power, that appearance was far less pleasing than an ordinary human. At this point, sufficient preparation had been made regarding power. What remained was how to encourage the populace to willingly form a superpower. Regardless of the class, even among ordinary residents, discrimination existed. The most common was the discrimination between nations, where residents of great nations like the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning believed themselves superior to those of smaller nations, leading to dissatisfaction when forced to treat others as equals, even though their statuses were inherently no different. They arrived at the headquarters of the evil god in the Land of Fire. The previously abandoned underground base had become lively again after a month as the coalition and various countries had no energy to deal with the evil god cult, allowing the headquarters and various outposts to resume operations. Hearing that Hidan had returned, the guard Izumi rushed out of the house with bloodshot eyes and a weary face, indicating he had not rested for a long time. Izumi was one of the first ninjas recruited by the evil god cult. He was sociable and had passed Kakuzu's tests. Once disguised as the village chief, he now had the authority to issue certain orders in place of the absent Hidan. According to your instructions, the evil god cult has received a large number of residents displaced by the war. Currently, more than half of the residents from 9 countries, including the Land of Hot Water, the Land of Rain, the Land of Grass, and the Land of Birds, have joined, while a small number of residents from the Land of Waterfall, the Land of Rice, and the Land of Rivers have also joined. Even the 5 great nations see over 1,000 new believers joining daily. Izumi's tired eyes could not hide his joy. The larger the evil god cult grew, the higher his status would become. How could he not be excited? Well done. Hidan offered his praise generously. Report the recent financial statements to me, Kakuzu said. They are all in your room. Izumi responded respectfully. Kakuzu nodded in approval, dismissing the others and returning to his room. With hundreds of thousands joining in a short time, it would likely take a long while to grasp the financial situation. Fortunately, the upcoming plans did not require his involvement, allowing ample time for organization. After Kakuzu left, everyone found their respective tasks. Kisame maintained the Samahata, while Suigetsu, Daidara, and Hidan shuffled between gambling tables. Scorpion found a quiet place to continue making unfinished puppets, and Yugo communicated with the pets raised by the cultists while the remaining members discussed the upcoming action plans. Smaller nations are relatively easier to integrate, but the real challenge lies with the 5 great nations and the Land of Iron. Even if they are integrated, maintaining stability will also be a significant challenge. It's impossible to rule using the evil god cult. In the short term, we will still rely on the original personnel from the various countries, Liang Jie stated. If the evil god cult were to rule the nations, it would only spiral into chaos until its destruction. The daimyo of various countries will certainly not willingly submit. Even if they appear unable to struggle on the surface, they will undoubtedly resort to petty tactics behind the scenes. That's right, said Karen. It doesn't matter, as long as the residents recognize the rule. In the short term, any underhanded moves will be futile. As for the long term, Liang Jie paused, glancing at Orochimaru, and inquired, how is the progress of the replication experiment? Replicating appearances is very simple. With your assistance, transferring memories is not a problem. Results can certainly be achieved within 6 months. Orochimaru replied. Regarding Karen's concerns, Liang Jie had already considered them. Suitable positions should be occupied by suitable individuals. For stabilizing the nation, the daimyo and their subordinates from various countries were undoubtedly the most fitting. In the short term, suppressing with power, while Orochimaru was responsible for creating clones, implanting their memories, and embedding commands for absolute loyalty, the problems would naturally be resolved. Currently, the task at hand is quite simple: to continue suppressing the coalition with power formidable enough to dominate the entire shinobi world, fundamentally stifling any possibility for them to regain their reputation. Additionally, we will select 2 countries for a trial integration to identify issues early on. Liang Jie pointed at the map and recommended the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass are adjacent to the 3 great nations of Fire, Wind, and Earth. Given that we need not fear their formidable national strength, it is an excellent position. Moreover, there is one point: Liang Jie did not mention both the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass possess a ninja village, but the Rain Ninja Village is precisely the base of the Akatsuki organization. It poses no resistance, rather it is a tremendous aid, while the almost extinct Grass Hidden Village can be selectively ignored as they lack any voice in this matter. Isn't it a bit too early? Xianglin expressed her concerns. These 2 countries have always been crucial development nations for the evil god cult. Even before the war, many residents were followers of the evil god. Now we just need to deal with the daimyos of both countries. The timing and circumstances are quite favorable. Liang Jie explained. You understand the situation better than I do. If you believe it can work, then I have no choice but to trust you, although I reserve my opinion. Don't worry, after planning for so long, I won't let it fail, Liang Jie replied confidently. Integrating nations is a matter of significant impact, but with ample preparation, Liang Jie believes it to be manageable. Firstly, concerning the most crucial residents, Liang Jie plans to have the evil god cult leak some hints to avoid any sudden news that could leave them at a loss. The reasoning is that amidst the war, national strength has been severely damaged. To preserve their nations, a choice to restructure with neighboring countries is a rationale acceptable to both residents. Leaving the room, Liang Jie seized Fade Wan, who was engrossed at the gambling table. After all, as the nominal leader, even though he must obey orders within the Akatsuki, he should maintain an aura of authority in front of the followers. That's how it is. I need you to issue orders to the disciples. Lianjia explained the situation. I'll just handle this matter as you see fit. Fadewan waved his hand dismissively and once again plunged headlong into the gambling game. Watching Fadewan, who was overly excited and shouting raucously, Lianji's eyes twitched slightly. It seemed time to initiate an image management plan. A leader of a cult can be wild, but not a crazy gambler. However, these are matters for the future. He called for the guards around the area to issue instructions. In the following days, rumors of the impending merger between the two countries spread rapidly among the residents. During this period, Lianjia manipulated the resummoned Impure World Reincarnation Army to cut off the coalition's exits. The Impure Army stationed around the coalition forces never taking the initiative to attack, but as soon as the coalition stepped out of headquarters, the Impure Army would launch a torrential assault. Lianjia also specially dispatched an elephant clone to guard against Naruto, overpowering the Impure Army. An elephant clone possessing 30% of chakra is sufficient to handle various unexpected situations. Of course, the simplest method would be to directly kill Naruto, thereby acquiring the last half of the Nine Tails, but Lianjia preferred a more troublesome approach rather than this. A living Naruto is far more useful than a dead one. Once the rumors had fermented to an ideal level, Lianjia alone arrived at the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Grass. Wishing to avoid causing too much of a stir, he chose to infiltrate. The hundreds of guards at the mansion were as oblivious as air, failing to notice the intrusion of a stranger. In fact, not even an ordinary elite jonin could detect someone of Lianji's caliber who had surpassed the level of ninjas. Although the daimyo is the highest ruler of a nation, the reality is quite different. The highest military group, which symbolizes power, does not completely obey orders. Many times they are merely superficially compliant, and may even coerce the daimyo in reverse. For example, during Nagato's leadership of the Rain Ninja Village, he would not dare to speak loudly, which exemplifies how oppressed he felt. In such situations, daimyos, seeking a sense of security, usually recruit ninjas, often choosing homeless wanderers or rogue ninjas in hiding. The daimyo of the Land of Grass did the same, using wealth as bait to painstakingly recruit several competent rogue ninjas, who after altering their appearances physically became personal guards. Relying on their special status and the daimyo's dependence, the once fearful and homeless rogue ninjas began to bully the maids and guards of the mansion, leading to a cacophony of complaints. The guards had no means to retaliate and could only endure, but now if someone were to enter the cabinet, they would witness an extremely shocking scene. The rogue ninjas, who were accustomed to showing off their might, were now trembling and kneeling at the feet of a young man. They actually chose to submit without hesitation. Lianjia noted with some difference. If it were the ninjas of Konoha, or even those from other villages, they would never abandon their dignity in the face of death. The moment they became ninjas, they had already cast aside the notion of life and death. Such a situation is indeed rare. Do any of you recognize me? Lianjia broke the silence, and upon hearing this, the rogue ninjas visibly relaxed. As long as they could communicate, it meant there was a chance of survival. Their greatest fear was an enemy who could not communicate. Your honorable and impressive form is unforgettable in our minds. The rogue ninjas flattered. It is said that one should never strike the person who extends a hand in greeting. Well aware of this, the rogue ninjas did their utmost to secure an opportunity to survive. No need to be too nervous. I am not someone who indiscriminately kills the innocent, Lianjia replied lightly. The rogue ninjas nodded vigorously, the sweat accumulated on their foreheads, slipping down due to their excessive movement. Indiscriminate killing of the innocent. Indeed, there has been no wanton slaughter. It is said that the casualties among the Chunin in the coalition were almost non-existent. From this perspective, the Akatsuki organization, which shows mercy towards its enemies, indeed seems to be not bloodthirsty. However, the hundreds of fallen jonin and elite jonin are not mere decorations, and the surviving Chunin have all sustained serious injuries. Moreover, as rogue ninjas, they cannot be considered innocent either. Lord, you have come to the daimyo's mansion today. May I ask if there is anything of importance? If there is any way we can assist, please feel free to command us. The rogue ninjas hurriedly expressed their value. Don't be misled by our appearance. We still hold a certain status. Since you say so, there is indeed one matter. Lianjia said. The rogue ninjas were highly unstable factors. He originally planned to extract their memories and eliminate them directly, but seeing how understanding they were, he felt a bit guilty about resorting to underhanded means. Forget it, considering I am also a rogue ninja, I will give you a chance. Lianjia decided to spare the rogue ninjas, then inquired, where is the daimyo of the Land of Grass? At this time he should be having a meal. Should we bring him here? The rogue ninjas hurriedly asked. No, let him enjoy this meal in peace. After Lianjia finished speaking, he pulled over a chair and sat down to wait. The atmosphere fell silent once more. As time passed, the mental pressure on the rogue ninjas grew heavier. Just as they were about to reach their limit, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door. Finally arrived. The rogue ninjas exchanged glances, each seeing a trace of relief in the other's eyes. These damned fellows never helping when needed. Now they have caused me a heap of trouble. The man cursed as he walked into the daimyo's residence, feeling quite displeased. The damn ninjas have stirred up war once again. If it were just that, it wouldn't be so bad, but this time it has affected ordinary residents. In just half a month, more than 20 towns have been destroyed, and there are even rumors that the land of grass is going to merge with the land of rain to rebuild. These worthless fools, the man grumbled angrily. The powerful ninja villages play a significant role in the country's diplomacy, but unfortunately, with the strength of the Kusagakure, there's little difference between having them and not. Every year they still take away vast amounts of funds. Keeping a dog would be more useful than them. With a kick, he overturned a flower pot placed nearby, surveying the surroundings of the cabinet, and shouted loudly, "Zwichuan! Zwichuan!" After calling several times without receiving any response, he stormed out of the daimyo's residence to question the guards. "Where are those idiots?" "Reporting, my lord, they were just inside," the guard replied, trembling. He knew the other party would not be satisfied with this answer, but he genuinely did not know. Deceiving the daimyo would only lead to a more tragic fate. These bastards are well-fed and well-cared for daily, yet when something happens they vanish without a trace. Just a few rogue ninjas. Do they really think too highly of themselves? When one is in a bad mood, it seems as if everything is against them. The daimyo couldn't help but become more enraged. Looking at the trembling guard, he fought to suppress the urge to kill. Returning to the cabinet, he violently pushed open the wooden door. Before he even stepped inside, the sight before him left him dumbfounded. The rogue ninjas had been found, but it would have been better if they hadn't. "Good morning, esteemed daimyo," a young man greeted gently. "Who are you?" the daimyo responded warily. The rogue ninjas were unharmed, and there were no signs of a struggle in the room. It could be inferred that upon seeing the young man, they chose to surrender. Based on this deduction, the young man must at least be an elite jonin. Having someone of this caliber sneak into the daimyo's residence surely bodes ill. "Before you introduce yourself, please come into the room first." Liangjie raised his hand, a powerful force erupting from his palm. The unprepared daimyo was yanked forward, stumbling and landing directly beside the rogue ninjas. Seeing the neatly arranged, for he couldn't help but smile. Liangjie wasn't doing it on purpose. Having dealt with ninjas for so long, he subconsciously overlooked the fact that the other party were ordinary people and momentarily lost control of his strength. Damn it. The daimyo found himself sprawled on the ground, his already overflowing anger surging in his mind. As the daimyo of a nation, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? If it were a shadow from one of the 5 great ninja villages, he could barely swallow this indignation, but the other party was just an unfamiliar boy. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Please don't be too impulsive, it won't benefit either party." Liangjie's voice was calm, yet it sent chills down the daimyo's spine. Suppressing his anger with rationality, he slowly stood up. "Who are you, and what business do you have with me?" "I am Uchiha Liangjie." Liangjie smiled. The daimyo furrowed his brows slightly. This name sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. "Wait a minute. Uchiha." The daimyo finally reacted. He had received intelligence that included not just the name, but also more detailed information. Uchiha Liangjie was an important member of the faction that instigated the Ninja World War. But what is he doing here? It's no wonder the daimyo couldn't imagine it. Since the establishment of the first ninja village, the relationship between ninja villages and countries has been delicate. However, regardless of the situation, battles among ninjas have never involved the nations. This has always been the case during the many ninja world wars. You must have heard the rumors about the land of rain and the land of grass merging and rebuilding, right? Liangjie asked knowingly. "So what?" the daimyo retorted. "It's simple. I want to facilitate the merger of the 2 countries, so I need your cooperation," Liangjie replied. "You can't." Liangjie interrupted, the daimyo chakra surging forth. Unable to withstand the pressure, the daimyo fell down again, feeling the air thickening due to the massive chakra. The rogue ninjas pressed their heads tightly against the ground, not daring to move, silently praying that the daimyo wouldn't reject the proposal and would quickly let this plague leave. "Let me remind you, I am not seeking your opinion. I am here to inform you," Liangjie said as he helped the daimyo up. His voice, whispering like a devil's, penetrated the daimyo's ears. "My lord, times have changed." Gently smoothing out the wrinkles in the daimyo's clothing, Liangjie continued, "Tomorrow someone will come to issue specific orders. You just need to cooperate and not have any ulterior thoughts. Otherwise, even as a puppet daimyo, I believe your son would be very willing. They'll leave it to you. Goodbye." With a swish, Liangjie vanished like a ghost. The rogue ninjas relaxed their tense nerves only to feel a wet sensation on their backs, unaware that their sweat had soaked through their clothes. "He truly is as terrifying as the rumors say." Zhuan took a deep breath, turning to look at the humiliated daimyo. I advise you not to engage in any underhanded actions. With the terrifying strength of the Akatsuki organization, not even the Land of Grass, let alone the Land of Fire, would be able to withstand it. As a ninja, Zhuan knew more details. The coalition of the 4 great ninja villages and the samurai of the Iron Country had suffered repeated defeats, and their overall strength had diminished several times compared to the initial days. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki organization had not suffered a single casualty. Had it not been for their recent inexplicable silence, the coalition would likely have been wiped out. Akatsuki is a terrifying organization capable of countering the world and gaining absolute dominance. This is a shared understanding in the ninja world. Leaving the Land of Grass, Liang Jie headed straight for the daimyo's residence in the Land of Rain. Compared to the daimyo of the Land of Grass, the daimyo of the Land of Rain was very perceptive and readily agreed to the request. Accustomed to being under the control of ninja villages, he was more concerned about the situation in the ninja world and understood better what the Akatsuki organization represented. Since he was already under their control, there wasn't much difference now. Moreover, it wasn't a complete abolition of the daimyo. As long as he followed orders, he could still govern the territory belonging to the Land of Rain in principle. Living a life is not easy, one must try to come to terms with it, the daimyo of the Land of Rain constantly reassured himself. The next day, news of the merger and reorganization of the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass spread across the world, causing a stir. Throughout history, although there have been annexations between countries, there has never been a peaceful reorganization without any war between the two nations. The most intense reactions came from the generals and officials of both countries. However, under the absolute power of the Akatsuki organization, protests failed to create any waves. The voices of the residents in protest were relatively subdued, especially since life did not worsen after the merger. The daimyo of the two countries instead issued regulations beneficial to the residents, and the intervention of cultists from the evil god sect further softened the waves brought about by the merger, which turned out to be much smaller than anticipated. The Rain country is temporarily under the management of Xiang Lin, who once served as the head of Orochimaru's southern stronghold. She is one of the few members of the Akatsuki organization with experience in management. While the two concepts cannot be directly compared, she is certainly stronger than most of the others. As for the Grass country, it is entrusted to the care of Jinwei Quangu. Liang Jie can see that he is an ambitious fellow who usually performs quite well, and he doesn't mind giving him a little push. The sweeping reforms are progressing in an orderly manner. Occasionally, envoys from other countries come to understand the situation. Liang Jie does not resort to violent expulsion, but rather politely invites them in, allowing the daimyo to state the facts, claiming that they cannot afford the losses of war. He then politely asks them to leave. Although the envoys sense something amiss, they cannot pinpoint exactly what is wrong, and can only return with their hearts full of questions. The members of the Akatsuki organization are busy with their own affairs, and Liang Jie is no exception. The day after the news spreads, he brings Sasuke to the Grass Hidden Village. Hovering in midair and surveying the entire Grass Hidden Village, Sasuke questions, can this even be considered a ninja village? It's no wonder Sasuke looks down on it. In comparison, not only is Konoha the most prosperous, even Orochimaru's Sound Village, which lacks proper management, is far superior. Other ninja villages may merely be called villages, but the Grass Ninja Village is truly just a village. This disparity is self-evident. After all, it is merely a small ninja village nestled between the 3 major ninja villages. Unlike the Rain Ninja Village, which has strong figures like Hanzo and Pain ruling over it, it is fortunate to have not been destroyed yet, Liang Jie remarked. During every great ninja war, the Grass country caught in a tight spot inevitably becomes a battlefield. The fact that it has survived until now is already a miracle. Anyway, ruling the Grass Ninja Village is not about enhancing combat power. Being weaker makes it simpler, Liang Jie stated. Sasuke nodded in agreement, and without further delay they descended from the air. The two of them released their concealment of chakra fluctuations, and instantly all the ninjas in the Grass Ninja Village sensed a massive chakra reaction. Such a magnitude of chakra did not even require the use of sensing ninjutsu. What is happening over there? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The overwhelming chakra made it hard for them to breathe. If it weren't for the absence of a giant creature, they might even suspect that a tailed beast was descending. The effect is quite remarkable, Liang Jie observed as he looked at the gathering ninjas of the Grass Hidden Village, feeling a sense of unspeakable satisfaction. An open invasion is indeed much more exhilarating than a cautious infiltration. Next, after most of the Grass Hidden villagers had gathered, Liang Jie snapped his fingers, and a towering ice wall erupted from the ground, trapping everyone inside. Seeing the panicking crowd, Liang Jie reassured them, "Everyone, please remain calm. We mean no harm." "Mean no harm? The leader of the Akatsuki is here. I don't believe you just came for a visit," the Grass Shadow said loudly. Upon recognizing Liang Jie and Sasuke, he was already mentally prepared for the village's destruction and naturally felt no fear. Of course, this is not a visit, but it is also not aimed at destroying the grass-hidden village. Though it may sound harsh, the strength of the grass ninjas is insufficient to warrant our personal attention, Liang Jie replied. The grass shadow was momentarily speechless. He couldn't refute, nor could he argue. As stated, if the Akatsuki truly wanted to destroy the grass-hidden village, they could simply send any member. There would be no need for Sasuke, as a leader, to come personally. The presence of someone of such status undoubtedly indicates a compelling reason for their arrival. In truth, this is something the grass shadow has overthought. Liang Jie brought Sasuke along merely because he felt a great imbalance seeing the other party so relaxed. With the intention of creating trouble for them, this led to the current situation where the two most powerful individuals in the ninja world arrived together at the grass-hidden village. Have you heard about the merger of the Rain Country and the Grass Country? Liang Jie wasted no time and got straight to the point. I know, the grass shadow replied, somewhat perplexed. Could the merger of the two countries be related to the Akatsuki in some undisclosed way? You now have two choices. One is to obediently stay within the territory of the grass-hidden village. Before receiving permission, no ninja is allowed to leave the village. Otherwise, Liang Jie's gentle smile turned a bit sinister. Though you did not participate in the ninja world war, you must have gathered quite a bit of information. If you don't want the grass-hidden village to come to an end, it's best to behave yourself. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a chill in their hearts. Threats are not frightening. What is truly terrifying is that the other party has the ability to carry them out. What is the other choice? The grass shadow asked in a low voice. To accept the rule of the Akatsuki, Liang Jie replied. Impossible. Even if we were to destroy the grass-hidden village, we would never ally ourselves with the Akatsuki. The grass shadow said decisively. Being weak does not equate to being timid. As ninjas, the grass-hidden village still has its own pride, and even if they were to be killed in the next moment, they would not waver in their resolve. Don't speak so definitively. Whether for ordinary people or ninjas, one should always leave a way out. Liang Jie gently shook his finger and said, even after you belong to us, the grass-hidden village will still be the grass-hidden village. The Akatsuki will not interfere too much in village affairs, nor will we involve you in wars. Instead, we will provide certain support. The situation in the ninja world is already clear. The coalition's defeat is merely a matter of time. Why follow them to certain death? Even if you are unconcerned, what about the residents of this village? What about your families? There are even some children who know nothing. Is it not too cruel to deprive them of their chance to live with a single word? A hint of hesitation appeared on the grass shadow's previously resolute face. The ninja villages are not a united front. Based on the Akatsuki's performance, the coalition has no way to turn the tide. Submitting to the strong is a survival rule that has existed since ancient times, and there is nothing disgraceful about it. I have plenty of time, so I'm not in a hurry for an answer. You can hold a meeting and listen to the opinions of the residents and ordinary ninjas. However, before you provide an answer, I advise you to put away any useless thoughts. Liang Jie glanced at Sasuke, who understood immediately. Their combined chakra mixed with their ocular powers coalesced into a complete Susanoo nearly 200 meters tall. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, swept it across, and sheathed it in one continuous motion. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and in the dazed expressions of the crowd, a distant mountain peak was split in two. Crack! Crisp sounds continued to echo as several ninjas could not help but slap their own faces to confirm whether they were still dreaming. I look forward to your answer. For today, let's leave it at that. Goodbye. Liang Jie leaped onto the Susanoo, which then soared into the sky. Watching its departing figure, the grass shadow remained motionless for a long time until a nearby ninja softly called out, breaking him from his stupor. No wonder the coalition was powerless to resist, the grass shadow muttered. No amount of hearsay could compare to witnessing it firsthand. Coming into close contact with this godlike power, all remaining thoughts of resistance vanished completely. In the land of rain, in the village of rain ninjas, it was drizzling as usual today. This was not a result of Nagato's rain tiger-free technique, but rather an ordinary natural phenomenon. In an inconspicuous, small house, Nagato sat quietly by the edge. Ever since his Rinnegan was taken away, he had settled here, enjoying a peaceful and leisurely life without any disturbances. After a period of quiet recuperation, his complexion had improved significantly. Tap, tap, tap. Conan came in carrying 2 cups of hot tea, placing them beside him, gently pulling the wheelchair back to prevent the splashing rain from wetting their clothes. Nagato took a small sip of the hot tea, exhaling a breath of warm air, leaning back in his wheelchair and gazing up at the gloomy sky. The daimyo of the land of rain has issued new regulations reducing taxes for residents and increasing subsidies for merchants. It must be Ryokai's decision. The land of rain wouldn't easily part with so much money, Nagato replied. It must be him. Everything is developing in a positive direction now, but Ryokai certainly won't be satisfied with ruling just 2 countries. The Allied forces cannot compete with Akatsuki, and the world will inevitably face a great unification. However, the key lies after the unification. A slight misstep could lead to everything being in vain. That's true, Conan said worriedly. It's quite simple. Before Nagato could respond, a youthful voice came down from the roof. Stability is easy, but it requires someone to help. Thud. Ryokai leaped down from the roof, kicking up a bit of dirt. Upon seeing this, Conan frowned slightly and manipulated a piece of paper to clean it up. You really live up to your style by entering someone else's home without knocking, Nagato remarked. Don't say that, it makes me sound like a thief. Ryokai waved his hand. What else could it be? Conan stared intently at the Rinnegan. This isn't stealing, but taking. Even if we discuss it, it's more like banditry than thievery, Ryokai asserted. Hearing such shameless words, even the usually indifferent Nagato couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. He put down his teacup and self-deprecatingly said, What brings you here? It can't just be to observe the daily life of a so-called loser. I don't see you as a loser, Ryokai said seriously. Nagato was taken aback, slowly lowering his head and falling silent. Tea. Conan handed him the hot tea that was originally prepared for herself. Thank you. Ryokai casually said as he took the hot tea. I plan to establish a ninja school specifically for ordinary residents. I currently need a principal and a vice principal. Are you two interested? You want to involve ordinary residents in the war? Nagato was about to question him, but after some thought he realized that training ordinary ninjas would take at least a few years. The Fourth Shinobi World War wouldn't last too long. There must be another reason. He then fell silent, waiting for an explanation. Since the concept of chakra was born, people have only used it as a weapon for killing. But in my view, chakra and ninjutsu have other uses. If farmers Master Earth released, their work would become much easier. Workers could enhance their physical strength through training in taijutsu, significantly improving work efficiency. Ignoring a series of secret techniques and bloodline limits, even the most common 5 types of release techniques and taijutsu are closely related to daily life. I want to promote ninjutsu to realize more possibilities. Ryokai came from a world of technological explosion and was naturally unsatisfied with the era of the Naruto world. The revolution he spoke of was not just about peace. What do you think? Ryokai smiled. If it's not about training residents to become cold-blooded killing machines, we would be very willing. It's just. Nagato shifted his tone, puzzled. Why come to us? From any perspective, the relationship among the 3 of them did not seem close enough to assign such an important position. There are no suitable candidates. Ryokai said somewhat helplessly. Looking at the current members of Akatsuki, Hidan and Kakuzu had to be excluded first. Deidara was too young, Sasori was overly paranoid, Suigetsu was too impulsive, and there was no need to mention Yugo. Kisame was a qualified ninja, but certainly not suitable for educational work. Itachi Uchiha seems quite suitable, Nagato suggested. I asked him, but he disagreed, claiming he is a sinner and lacks the qualifications to educate children. Ryokai shrugged. I see. Nagato stopped dodging the question. When will the ninja school be established? It's just an idea for now. The specific location, construction, and various necessary equipment have yet to be determined. At the earliest, it will take about half a month, Ryokai estimated. Half a month. Nagato fell into thought. By the way, since you're taking on the job as a reward, I'll give you a small gift. Ryokai extended his right hand to touch Nagato's emaciated leg, connecting mentally with the White Snake Sage. Chakra surged as he activated his dragon transformation mode, continuously infusing life force and yang chakra, causing Nagato's withered skin to visibly restore. After a moment, Ryokai withdrew his right hand, looking at Nagato, who was filled with astonishment, and said, Try standing up. Nagato closed his mouth, using his hands to push against the armrests, trembling as he slowly stood up. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Though his steps were unsteady, there was no doubt that Nagato's legs had recovered. With some time for adjustment, he would return to being no different from an ordinary person. Thank you, Conan's voice was somewhat choked. The deaths of Yahiko and Nagato's disability were her eternal knots in her heart. Now that one of them could be untied, it was hard for her to contain her emotions. No need to thank me. I can't have my principal being disabled. Someone will notify you in a while. You two should prepare in advance. Ryokai left a sentence and instantly disappeared from the courtyard. After bidding farewell to Nagato and Conan, he opened the map. The deficiencies he mentioned earlier needed to be addressed one by one, and the first priority was to select a suitable location. The ninja school was not like the schools in ninja villages that would recruit ordinary residents. It was inevitable to have a large number of students. Through age and various screenings, a conservative estimate would involve tens of thousands of students, so the location must be spacious. After on-site investigations, the desolate area at the junction of the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass was finally selected. Ninjutsu Flat as a whetstone. Using Earth-released ninjutsu to alter the surrounding terrain, the land spanning hundreds of thousands of square meters became as flat as a whetstone. Ryokai was not satisfied with this. He repeatedly cast the technique until the area covered nearly 200 hectares before he stopped, believing that it was better to prepare more in advance regardless of whether such a large area would ultimately be used. With the geographical environment improved, the next step was to construct necessary buildings. Would release 4 pillars house. Dozens of different tall buildings rose from the ground, including classrooms, cafeterias, dormitories, indoor training grounds, and gyms, all equipped with the enhancement of sage chakra strong enough to rival steel and concrete. Then came the most important outdoor training grounds and the necessary seating and benches for various buildings. Fortunately, Ryokai's abilities were quite comprehensive, otherwise if he had to allocate funds for construction, it would not only delay the time, but also make Kakuzu the first high-level ninja to suffer a heartache. Immortal technique, inorganic rebirth. Liang Jie floated above the campus occasionally, making adjustments to the flaws present. Hearing the sound of breaking air, Liang Jie turned to look at Sasuke, who was rushing through the sky. The commotion from the construction of the school was quite significant and easily noticeable. How do you like the school I built? Liang Jie said proudly. It's impressive, much larger than the school in Konoha. No, it's probably hundreds of times bigger. Can the students really fill such a large school? The first batch of students certainly won't fill it up. This space is meant for 5 academic years, Liang Jie replied. Sasuke nodded, casually scanning the school. When he spotted a bizarre object, his expression stiffened as he blankly asked, "What is that?" "That's your statue, but can't be that hard to tell who it is, can it?" Liang Jie said in surprise. "I'm not talking about that. Why is my statue erected in the school, and so large? Do you think this is the Valley of the End?" Sasuke said, embarrassed. "We have to let the children know who has given them the opportunity to enjoy systematic ninja training," Liang Jie explained. "Can we not put it up?" Sasuke sought one last opportunity. "What do you think?" Liang Jie replied with a smile. Sasuke opened his mouth, the words he was about to say getting stuck in his throat. Liang Jie always had a mischievous expression that promised trouble. If the statue had to stand, then so be it. After all, Hokage also had to carve the Hokage rock. Comforted by this thought, he shifted the topic, asking, "How is the arrangement for the teachers going?" "I'm planning to have the ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village teach. Since the Rain Ninja Village is connected to the Akatsuki's financial system, they don't need to take on missions for money and aren't participating in wars. They are free to help. Nagato and Konan are also quite familiar with them," Liang Jie explained. The Rain Ninja Village isn't a major ninja village. With only about 1,000 Chunin and Jonin and accounting for the regular guard force, we can spare roughly 600 ninjas. It's not a lot, but it's enough, Liang Jie added. Now we need to recruit kitchen staff, maintenance workers, and various miscellaneous personnel. Let Kabuto handle the interviews. He's quite capable at that, Liang Jie suggested. Isn't Kabuto still assisting Orochimaru with experiments? Sasuke inquired. Orochimaru's recent experiments are all conducted alone. Kabuto has plenty of time, Liang Jie reassured. Is there anything else we need? Sasuke pressed. We need the cultists of the evil god to spread information about the school. The start date is set for 20 days from now. The age requirement for the first batch of students is slightly relaxed. Children aged 7 to 10 can enroll. For the second recruitment, we will only accept 7-year-olds, Liang Jie detailed. Let me think carefully if I've forgotten anything. Liang Jie paused for a moment before saying, for now there's nothing to add. We'll handle it when we discover any needs later on. Setting up a dual barrier for perception and defense, the two returned to the Akatsuki base, diligently preparing for the upcoming enrollment. On the other hand, Liang Jie did not let the allied forces rest easily. While compressing their living space, he continued to exploit the information asymmetry of the residents, using the name of the allied forces to wreak havoc on the town, while the cultists of the evil god created obstacles. Ideally, he hoped to annex the neighboring bird country and river country before the ninja school opened. With everything happening lately, Liang Jie had not had a proper rest for a long time. The surge of chakra from the immortal technique brought clarity, and he opened his eyes to handle affairs. As for the enrollment personnel for various villages and towns, leave it to the cultists of the evil god. Additionally, we need to purchase clothing and ideally clear a piece of land behind the school for cultivation, which will save a significant amount of expenses, Liang Jie noted. Liang Jie continuously wrote and drew, making changes from time to time. He increasingly admired Ko. If managing a ninja school with tens of thousands of students was so laborious, how complex would it be for the cult of the evil god, with its members exceeding 1 million? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed as the protagonist he had just thought of pushed the door open. Kakuzu quickly walked to the desk, his eyes fervently fixed on Liang Jie. I heard you're starting a school. That's right, Liang Jie admitted. That's a great idea. I can't believe I didn't think of it. Under normal circumstances, residents would hardly have the opportunity to receive systematic ninja training. Even with the highest tuition fees, countless eager students would still flock, and Kakuzu praised. Kakuzu was eager to pry open Liang Jie's head to see if the structure inside was different from ordinary people, as he could always come up with marvelous money-making ideas that were truly admirable. Wait a minute, I never said I would charge tuition, Liang Jie interrupted. No tuition. Kakuzu was taken aback. Yes, it's free education, of course it won't cost anything, Liang Jie stated matter-of-factly. Oh, free schooling. Are you going to make money from food, clothing, and daily needs? Kakuzu speculated another possibility. You should understand the meaning of everything being free. Food, clothing, and daily needs are all covered, Liang Jie clarified. You would even engage in unprofitable business. Kakuzu questioned in disbelief. I'm not a money cat, of course I can't make money from everything, Liang Jie said amused. Kakuzu left in a dejected state. Liang Jie prepared to continue perfecting various matters when suddenly Kakuzu, who was at the door, reacted, rushing back in 2 quick steps. Wait, if everything is free, where will the money for maintaining the school's daily operations come from? Kakuzu's voice trembled slightly. Liang Jie sighed lightly, standing up to pat Kakuzu's shoulder. Everything was unspoken. I've seen the financial reports of the cult of the evil god. It only requires a small portion of the funds. Moreover, the land of rain and the land of grass will also provide corresponding financial support, Liang Jie reassured. But that's all my hard-earned money, Kakuzu exclaimed angrily. A portion of my initial funding is included in that, Liang Jie stated calmly. Kakuzu was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Seeing this, Liang Jie did not want to completely crush the financial director's spirit and comforted him. No matter what business it is, initial stages always require significant capital injection. Establishing a completely free school might seem like a loss, but considering the benefits of having tens of thousands of ninjas in the future, the potential profits are enormous. You should be able to understand that. Fine, but every penny spent must go through me, Kakuzu reluctantly agreed. No problem, Liang Jie replied with a smile, then brought up another matter. How are the financial situations of the land of rain and the land of grass? After the merger of the land of rain and the land of grass, the financial affairs were fully entrusted to Kaku. A few days had passed since then, and he must have completed the initial organization by now. It's very bad. The treasury of the land of grass and the land of rain was already not optimistic. Now you've reduced taxes and increased subsidies. It will likely be even worse next year, Kakuzu said weakly. That's not an issue. Although we are providing certain benefits, the flow of funds is directed toward our residents, and their wealth will only increase. Money doesn't necessarily have to be forcibly taken. We can also extract it from the 8 aspects of their daily lives, such as food, clothing, and entertainment. This way, the money gained will not only remain unchanged, but will also enhance residents' happiness and sense of belonging, Liang Jie explained eloquently. Using harsh taxes to rob money is undoubtedly the most primitive method. Making residents happily take money from their pockets is the most sophisticated approach, Liang Jie concluded. Speaking of ways to make money, Kakuzu perked up, his previous desire to leave disappearing in an instant as he engaged Liang Jie in a heated discussion. In the kingdom of grass, there lies an ordinary village. It was autumn, and the villagers toiled in the fields, each sporting a broad smile. Although this year's harvest was significantly reduced due to weather conditions, the kingdom of grass had issued a decree to reduce taxes. Consequently, they faced no losses and could even expect greater profits. How could they not be joyful? If you ask me, the happiest one must be Sato, as his land is the largest. But it's too taxing on the body. Even with the downtime from farming, he still has to do odd jobs. Even machines need rest after all. Watching the burly man laboring diligently in the fields, others whispered among themselves, occasionally calling out to urge him to take a break. The man merely stood up, gave a hearty smile, and then returned to his hard work. Originally, it would take 4 more years of saving to move into Shinobi Village. Now with the tax reduction, 2 years will suffice. Child, your father may not have the chance to become a ninja, but I will surely fight for your opportunity. Sato clenched his fists, feeling the goal draw ever closer, his resolve strengthening. For an ordinary person to become a ninja, there are only 2 paths. One is to encounter a kind ninja willing to teach, a chance rarer than being struck by lightning multiple times. The other is to move to a ninja village where one automatically qualifies for admission to a ninja school. However, moving to a ninja village is not something just anyone can do. Sato had been saving for over 20 years for this. Sato, stop what you're doing. Something big has happened. A shout echoed as Sato turned to see an elderly woman running towards him from the edge of the field, his hands never stopping their work. The old woman rushed into the vegetable patch and pulled Sato by the arm. Oh dear, I told you to stop working. Fearing he might pull her down, Sato could only follow her, his gaze darting anxiously towards the crops. I haven't finished my work yet. What's going on? Shinobi Village and Rain Village have jointly established a new ninja school enrolling children aged 7 to 10, and little Asaka happens to meet the admission criteria. The elderly woman spoke urgently. Everyone in the village knew of Sato's lifelong wish, and upon learning of the school's enrollment, she immediately thought of this earnest man. The ninja school is accepting children from ordinary families. Sato exclaimed in disbelief. Not only are they accepting students, but tuition is free with meals and lodging provided costing not a single penny. The old woman said excitedly. Is that true? It can't be a scam, can it? Sato felt a twinge of doubt. Given his understanding of the ninja village, how could they broadly recruit children from common families and offer everything for free? Could it be a ploy to abduct children? How could a notice from the Lord be false? I've already sent Asaka to line up, the old woman reassured him. Thank you, Granny. Sato expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. You've helped my family so much, I should be the one thanking you. The old woman released her grip. You run fast, hurry over now. Sato thanked her again and hurried towards the village entrance. By the time he arrived, a long line had already formed. Scanning the crowd, he quickly spotted his daughter. Daddy. Asaka waved her little hand. Sato's resolute face softened immensely as he approached her and gently ruffled her adorable little head. Now you can finally become a ninja. Yes, Daddy won't have to work so hard anymore. Once I become a ninja, I'll earn lots and lots of money, Asaka said gleefully. Looking at his understanding and obedient daughter, Sato fell silent for a long time, his voice hoarse as he said, Asaka, I never asked about your thoughts and selfishly imposed my wish for you to become a ninja upon you. I am truly sorry. No, it's not like that. Asaka shook her head, holding Sato's rough hand firmly. I have always wanted to be a cool ninja. It's not something Daddy imposed on me. Hearing Asaka's response, Sato lowered his head in relief. As time passed, they soon reached the front of the line. In truth, there weren't many people waiting. The village had less than 100 households, and those who met the admission criteria were even fewer. Most were merely there to witness the event. The cultist responsible for admissions was a local resident familiar with the Sato family, so without asking too many questions, they granted the student eligibility. Be sure to arrive on time at the designated location. There is no need to bring clothing or daily necessities. The ninja school provides everything for free. Additionally, do not prepare any money, as it has no value within the school. The cultist emphasized. Is it really free? Sato asked incredulously. Of course. The ninja school is established by Lord Sasuke and Lord Ryukai, with the cult providing all financial support. Graduates can freely choose their path, whether to join the cult or become independent ninjas. Both are permitted. The cultist patiently explained the situation, as every student may potentially become a colleague of the cult, so being polite never hurts. The phenomenon observed in Sato's village was merely a microcosm of hundreds of villages. With assistance from cultists nationwide, the enrollment process was completed in just 3 days. A few days later, parents brought their children to the border according to the school's opening schedule. Gazing at the magnificent campus, they were not only shocked, but also filled with anticipation for their children's bright future. With a heavy heart, they bid farewell to their children, tears streaming down their faces. The ninja school operated under a closed management system, and they would have to wait at least 5 months to see their children again. With up to 40,000 students lined up, they began a completely different life amid Nagato's inspiring speech. After the speech, the students followed their homeroom teacher back to the classroom. Before classes officially began, the teacher first explained the special rules set by Ryukai. The rules were simple. Although everything at the school was free, it didn't mean students could use them at will. Each student would receive 1,000 ninja points at the beginning of the month, which would be required to purchase daily necessities and food. 1,000 points sufficed for normal living, but if one wished to enjoy a better school life, 1,000 points would be utterly insufficient. There were many ways to earn ninja points, but all required hard work. Regardless of age, whenever humans gathered, competition was inevitable, and this system thoroughly prevented students from being complacent. When the system was first established, Ryukai immediately thought of this school system from other anime and made modifications based on the actual circumstances. As for the cards that recorded ninja points, they only needed to inject chakra to display the remaining points. This invention was thanks to Orochimaru, for which Ryukai paid the hefty price of 2 tubes of blood. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's experimental base, the base master was focused on operating intricate instruments. Tick-tock. Several drops of an unknown solution fell into a test tube, causing the blood within to emit a faint golden glow, intensifying in richness. Pulling a test tube from the ice, Orochimaru shook it gently, his eyes gleaming with fervor. As long as I merge this tube of blood, the 8-headed serpent technique will undoubtedly become more perfect. And Orochimaru turned his head to look at a transparent experimental tank filled with nutrient solution, where 2 human embryos floated with tiny bubbles occasionally rising around them. You too are the same. In the following period, Liang Jie spent each day at school observing various aspects and modifying unreasonable details according to the actual situation, such as the pricing of daily necessities and the ways to earn ninja points. Assigning the clearing of land to students can serve to exercise their physical abilities tentatively set to earn 3 points daily. The pricing of extravagant toys and decorations can be set a bit higher, while the pricing of the cafeteria's simple meals should be lowered along with the pathways and costs for practicing advanced ninja techniques. Additionally, regarding the summoning techniques, currently, there are very few summoning beast tribes available for communication, and the Dragon Cave cannot be casually disclosed. The remaining abilities are too weak, so it seems necessary to gather a group of ninjas to attempt to acquire new summoning beasts. Summoning beasts are quite mysterious beings, and conventional methods cannot communicate with them. However, beginners practicing summoning techniques have a certain chance of gaining the favor of a summoning beast tribe. As long as there is a method, even if it's not difficult, gathering several hundred ninjas to do nothing every day and solely communicate with the summoning beast tribes should yield dozens of tribes to fill the school's summoning beast pavilion. As for the final library, it is an important place for students to acquire ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion techniques. It contains the techniques that Liang Jie obtained from reading memories, covering most techniques except for bloodline limits and forbidden techniques. The scrolls can only be borrowed and the costs vary according to the level of ninjutsu. Is such a tedious organization of ninjutsu really necessary? Frequently reading others' memories, even you would feel exhausted. No matter how many ordinary ninjas there are, they cannot match the strong ones. Sasuke said in confusion. Bang! Liang Jie inserted the last scroll about Earth release ninjutsu, gently massaging his swollen temples, his face filled with fatigue. Just as Sasuke said, long-term lack of rest and frequent memory reading was too much for even Liang Jie's physical condition to bear. Currently, he was relying entirely on sage chakra and mental energy to hold on, vigorously shaking his head to drive away fatigue and explaining, "Indeed, if we solely discuss power, let alone the children who are about to become ninjas, even the existing coalition is no match for us. But the world is vast, and every moment many things happen, a large part of which has nothing to do with battle. The stability of the world requires everyone to fulfill their roles. Not all children's destinies are to become ninjas. Ninjutsu is merely a tool to assist them in their work. There is still wind-release ninjutsu left to organize, which will take some time. You should walk around. After all, you are the founder. It would be unreasonable not to understand the school." Liang Jie dismissed Sasuke to enjoy some peace and focused on organizing his memories. Sasuke stood desolately in front of the library's entrance. The students were in class, and besides a few scattered teachers on the playground, there was no one else. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped away, wandering aimlessly on the playground, eventually stopping in front of a magnificent statue. The statue, which commanded respect and admiration from the students, only served to irritate Sasuke more. While ordinary people viewed it as an honor, he felt it was incredibly shameful, especially since the establishment of the ninja school was clearly Liang Jie's idea, yet the statue solely depicted himself. No way. There has to be one more. Sasuke decided to act. He could use wood release, and although he might not be able to achieve perfect detail due to his inability to perform non-organic reincarnation, he could at least sculpt a human figure. Plus, with the iconic reverse scale and Rinnegan, anyone who had seen Liang Jie would surely recognize it. Looking at the two statues on either side, Sasuke was immensely satisfied. This is more like it. If we are to be embarrassed, we should be embarrassed together. Clapping his hands, he left the playground contentedly. After feeling better, he unconsciously felt hungry and decided to check out the school cafeteria, as he had not seen it yet. What Sasuke did not know was that when Liang Jie finally finished organizing the scrolls and stood by the window feeling the breeze, seeing the suddenly appearing ugly statue in the playground, his mood was quite dismal, and he wondered how much suffering he had to endure because of it. "Sasuke." Liang Jie gritted his teeth, his fists turning white as he looked at the bizarre statue that tarnished the school's image. To be honest, at first glance he almost thought it was some unidentified creature, but in the end he could only barely recognize it due to the Rinnegan and reverse scale. Liang Jie nearly laughed in anger, thinking that this place truly resembled the Valley of the End. Moreover, even if it were to be done, it should at least look presentable. What on earth is this unidentified creature? In an instant, the 8 great tortures of the Qing dynasty flashed through Liang Jie's mind. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was far away in the cafeteria, couldn't help but shiver. Are there enemies? Sasuke instinctively expanded his perception net. Reaching the level of 6 paths, abnormalities in mental and physical states somewhat symbolized certain omens. But are there any noteworthy enemies in the current ninja world? Could it be Kurizetsu? Sasuke cautiously scanned his surroundings, naturally failing to notice anything unusual. Your complexion looks poor. Is the food not to your liking? Ayane Asano asked nervously. No, the food is quite to my taste. Sasuke retracted his perception, quietly thinking, perhaps it was just an illusion. Looking up at the familiar girl in front of him, he couldn't help but recall his initial life of anxiety after fleeing. He said with a hint of nostalgia, "I didn't expect you would come to help manage the cafeteria. Lady Orochimaru has recently reduced the number of experimental subjects, and coming here to help lets me see many children, which feels quite good." Ina had a beautiful smile on her face. The two of them met at Orochimaru's base, and as the dedicated chef, she naturally had more opportunities to meet the Uchiha brothers. Although Sasuke's expression remained cold, they could at least communicate. After a brief chat, Sasuke left the cafeteria. Coincidentally, it was break time, and students poured out of the classroom into the supermarket and cafeteria. No matter how mature the world of Hokage was, they were still just a few years old children, easily captivated by delicious food and novel toys. Standing at the entrance of the cafeteria, Sasuke inevitably collided with the crowd. He intended to dodge, but with students everywhere worrying about accidentally injuring them, he who was not capable of flight could only stand awkwardly in place. The children, with their minds full of lunch, did not overlook Sasuke's presence thanks to his iconic Rinnegan. "Is he Lord Sasuke?" The teacher said. "Lord Sasuke is the strongest ninja today." "That's not right. It's clearly Lord Liangjie. This school was established by Lord Liangjie." "Then why does that statue stand for Lord Sasuke?" "It must have been established by Lord Sasuke." The children pointed at the statue, standing in the center of the playground amidst their debate. It was only at this moment that they noticed a strange object had appeared next to the statue, and they began to discuss it. "What is that thing? It wasn't there during class. It looks like a person. With those eyes, could it be Lord Sasuke? No, it has a reverse scale. It should be Lord Liangjie. No way, who made this statue? It's so ugly. Exactly how could Lord Liangjie's statue be so casual?" Sasuke's face turned slightly red. As the saying goes, children speak without restraint. He couldn't get angry and looked for an opportunity to leave the cafeteria in a flash, leaving behind a group of students who regretted not chatting a bit more. Floating beside the statue, Sasuke stroked his chin, scrutinizing it, and murmuring to himself, "Is it really that ugly? But I think it looks fine. Why not let Scorpion come and help out?" "Don't let Scorpion help, let Itachi come instead." Liangjie's voice suddenly rang in his ear, startling Sasuke. Seeing Liangjie's sideways expression, especially given the current peculiar situation, he hesitantly said, "What do you need Itachi for? He doesn't understand art." "Itachi may not understand art, but..." Liangjie raised his right hand, ice and rage surging simultaneously. "He can help you collect the corpses if thieves shall perish." The art of summoning. As the black spell expanded, a cloud of smoke erupted on the conference table, and the high-ranking members of the allied forces looked at Shinazuki with eyes full of anticipation. The Akatsuki organization has surrounded the allied forces for nearly a month, during which the allies have completely lost contact with the outside world. This feeling of being kept in the dark is quite uncomfortable for anyone, yet the Akatsuki's encirclement is so tight that several renowned Edo Tensei ninjas from the ninja world monitor them around the clock with sensory ninjutsu, leaving no one able to escape quietly. With no other options, the allied forces could only rely on summoning beasts to gather intelligence. Among them, Shinazuki, who is small in stature, yet powerful, experienced, and capable of appearing in other locations in the ninja world without relying on a contract, naturally became the top choice. "Lord Shinazuki, what is the current situation in the ninja world?" Jiraiya asked hurriedly. Shinazuki knew that this was not the time for suspense. He quickly organized the intelligence he had gathered and described in the most concise terms. "The Akatsuki has used the name of the allied forces to destroy hundreds of small towns, and then the followers of the evil god have meddled in the aftermath. The residents, now kept in the dark, have a very poor impression of the allied forces to the point of harboring resentment." Boom! Suddenly a loud bang erupted and several thick cracks spread across the wide wooden table. The startled crowd turned to see Tsunade, her face filled with rage, with her right hand covered in wood shavings. "How dare those bastards lay hands on civilians?" Tsunade exclaimed in anger. "Calm down." Shinazuki slightly moved to the side, finding a stable place, and continued. "While it is true the Akatsuki destroyed the towns, they did not harm the residents. The evil god's followers paid for the damages and also helped to build new homes. The residents were not affected. The only thing lost was the reputation of the allied forces. Additionally, the land of rain and the land of grass have reformed into a single nation, with the official reason being a desperate response to the pressures of war, but in reality, it is under the manipulation of the Akatsuki." In the following time, Shinazuki recounted everything he had observed recently. The expressions of Tsunade and the others shifted from initial anger to contemplation and finally to deep dread. What exactly does the Akatsuki intend to do? From the current situation, it seems they not only want to unify the ninja world, but are also coveting the entire world. "We can no longer wait," Inoki stated in a deep voice. Fortunately, Ryokai and Sasuke's clones are growing weaker. I really don't know what kind of technique could create such terrifying clones, Mabuya said. After a month of frequent battles, the allied forces confirmed that the Ryokai and Sasuke outside the encirclement were merely clones, and their powers were becoming increasingly weaker, having long lost the terrifying strength to crush the allied forces. Otherwise, even with a hard push using lives, they probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Confirming the battle plan that night, under Naruto's power, the allied forces broke through the encirclement. The technique of transformation has its limits. Being able to trap the allied forces for a month has already exceeded expectations. As the Edo Tensei army was dismantled far away in the Ninja Academy, Ryokai sensed everything, turned his head to look at the starry sky outside the window, and murmured, "Finally out. I wonder what Naruto will think when he sees the current lives of the residents of the two countries. I still don't understand." Sasuke, leaning against the bookshelf, spoke up. Why keep Naruto alive? It would be much simpler to deal with him directly, and it would save a lot of trouble. Ryokai turned back to look at Sasuke, who was filled with confusion and felt increasingly helpless. The Sasuke in his memory, despite various shortcomings, was not considered reckless, but the current Sasuke for some reason seemed unwilling to think deeply about things and relied solely on brute force. Before I answer, let me ask you a question. Do you think that after killing all the allied forces and unifying the world, and then implementing the policies of the two countries across every nation, even if we truly did that, would there still be no one opposing the rule of the Akatsuki? They are merely powerless lowly beings, Sasuke replied. Even ordinary people possess an undeniable power. As rulers, if we cannot completely eliminate hidden dangers, we must at least firmly control them. The only ones opposing the rule of the Akatsuki are the original residents of the major ninja villages. Their numbers are vast. If we were to kill them all, it would be too brutal, not to mention that you and I wouldn't be able to do it. The beliefs of the ninja villages are deeply rooted and cannot be uprooted by mere small favors. Even if we do our best, they still won't recognize us. Overthrowing a regime is not something that can be achieved through mere talk. Power is indispensable. Naruto is the strongest among the current ninjas of the allied forces and is unlikely to be surpassed in the future. He will naturally become an indispensable piece for the rebels. Having a clear backing for the rebels is far better than hiding in the shadows. Ryokai spoke at length, but there were 2 points he did not mention. One was regarding Naruto's character. Although he is stubborn and sometimes reckless, he never harbors ill intentions. Faced with a world of peace and prosperity, it is hard for him to bear to break it, and he might even help maintain it. His pure and dogmatic nature is difficult to sway, making him a reliable ally for the rebels. If it were someone else, they would surely think of ways to eliminate him at the first opportunity. The second point concerns the power of the 6 paths level. Excluding the 10 tails, Naruto's only path to obtaining the 6 paths level is through the ever-present Sage of 6 Paths. However, this is not a battle against Uchiha Obito, who could potentially resurrect Kaguya, but rather a conflict resembling a brotherly feud. Surely the Sage of 6 Paths would not intervene, and as long as he does not reach the 6 paths level, Naruto cannot be considered a top-tier powerhouse. Thinking of this, Ryokai felt a surge of frustration. Had he known it would come to this, he should have read more related books in his previous life, otherwise he wouldn't be struggling so much now. I still need to find a few trustworthy people to help strategize sooner rather than later, Ryokai thought. In any case, as long as you understand, I'm leaving now. Sasuke casually stuffed the book back onto the shelf, stretched, and turned to leave. Looking at the disordered bookshelf, Ryokai sighed, got up, and began to tidy up. On the other side, the allied forces that escaped the encirclement did not have time to rest. The pursuing Edo Tensei ninjas attacked once more, followed by the second and third waves, among which were even Sasuke's transformation clones. The allied forces fought while fleeing, and their plan to enter a small town in the Land of Fire to restore their reputation had to be abandoned. Unbeknownst to them, the allied forces had already left the Land of Fire and stepped into the territory of the Land of Rain. Finally, there are no enemies left. Jiraiya wiped the rain from his face. Medical team, quickly treat the injured, Tsunade commanded. Inoki let out a sigh of relief, painfully hammering his lower back, and lamented, I really am getting old. I can't keep up with days of continuous fighting. Along the way, Inoki's dust release played a crucial role, rescuing the allied forces several times in critical moments, costing him to the brink of exhaustion. What should we do now? Naruto, on the other hand, remained full of energy. Tsunade looked at the sensing team, and Yamashiro, I walked over, saying, there are 2 nearby small towns, neither of which has a ninja-level chakra response. Upon hearing this, Tsunade hesitated. Given that they were in the heart of enemy territory, they should leave quickly, but it was an opportunity to hear the opinions of the residents of the Land of Rain regarding the Akatsuki. After much hesitation, Tsunade ultimately decided to enter the small town to investigate. The attitudes of the local residents were crucial, as the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass were currently under the control of the Akatsuki organization. After careful consideration, the final decision was to send Jiraiya and Kakashi together. Naruto wanted to join them, but faced unanimous opposition from everyone and had to give up. If you won't let me go, we'll find a way to go. Naruto seized the opportunity, using the shadow clone technique to deceive everyone, quietly heading to the small town. By the time the sensing ninjas detected Naruto's chakra leaving, it was already too late to stop him. That brat. Tsunade angrily smashed a giant tree. She wished she could instantly teleport in front of Naruto and give him a heavy punch, but reason kept her restrained. With Naruto's strength, if he truly did not want to return, sending more people would be useless. Moreover, if too many people rushed into the small town at the same time, it would raise suspicion. After an anxious wait, Naruto, who had left a little later, returned even earlier than Jiraiya and Kakashi. Facing the furious Tsunade, Naruto showed no reaction, leaning against the tree roots in a daze, lost in thought, while Jiraiya and Kakashi rushed back half an hour later. The situation is worse than we imagined. Jiraiya's first words made everyone feel heavy-hearted. He sighed deeply and began recounting his observations and the attitudes of the townspeople. While the coalition was gathering intelligence from various small towns, Ryokai finished handling the remaining affairs and handed over all powers to Nagato. He then left the ninja school, with Sasuke heading straight to the coalition. It was about time to deal with the coalition, the biggest trouble, otherwise it would always be an obstruction. As for the outcome, it would depend on whether the coalition recognized the situation. The Land of Rain was not a large country to begin with, and with the two of them traveling at great speed, they crossed the Land of Rain and reached the temporary station of the coalition in less than an hour. Two unusually large chakra signatures are rapidly approaching. The sensing team immediately raised the alarm. Could it be Uchiha, Ryokai, and Sasuke? In which direction? Tsunade hurriedly asked. South. Before the sensing team could respond, two figures suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, they were Ryokai and Sasuke, the ones who had left the coalition at their wits' end. Seeing the enemy leader approaching alone before Tsunade could give the order, the ninjas immediately launched a full-scale attack. In an instant, thousands of ninjutsu flew out simultaneously, their overwhelming power changing the color of the surrounding sky. Ryokai remained expressionless, and three Tomo in his right eye rapidly spun and fused into a coiling dragon. Takamagara. The ocular power enveloped the battlefield as if a deity had pressed the pause button on time. Thousands of ninjutsu froze in midair, and everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief, their mouths agape, appearing quite comical. It was a shared understanding that Ryokai and Sasuke were powerful. However, no matter how strong they had been before, there had always been an end in sight. Yet now, without even moving, they had negated the combined attack, filling everyone with despair. They had thought they had reached the peak, only to find there was an even higher mountain above it. Susanoo. Takamagara merely sealed the space and had no offensive capability. To break the ninjutsu, they needed the intervention of other powers. While the two could leave the area covered by the ninjutsu, Ryokai wanted to make the most shocking entrance. A pale golden phantom flashed, and everyone felt a blur before their eyes. Before they could discern what it was, the frozen ninjutsu exploded into fragments. Tap, tap, tap. Ryokai and Sasuke slowly approached, and the pressure on the coalition grew heavier. Just as they were about to crumble under the pressure and strike again, the two finally stopped. Long time no see, everyone. How has the past month been? Ryokai was the first to break the silence. Looking at the vigilant crowd, he knew he wouldn't get an answer, so he continued, How is my country? Ryokai showed no signs of concealment in his demeanor, which only made Tsunade and the others feel heavier. Ryokai was no fool. The more reckless he was, the less threat the coalition posed in his eyes. Akatsuki. No. What exactly do you two want? Do you intend to conquer the world? Tsunade questioned. That is one way to interpret it. Ryokai admitted. Kid, the ninja villages and countries are two different concepts. What you're doing will only plunge more people into suffering. Jiraiya said. But the residents of the two countries are better off than before, aren't they? Ryokai retorted. The facts were laid out, and the two had no rebuttal, especially after witnessing the residents who more readily accepted the rule of the Akatsuki. Seeing the two at a loss for words, Ryokai chuckled softly. Sage chakra surged down his legs into the ground, solidifying rocks and soil into tables and chairs, gesturing for everyone to sit down. He began, I didn't come here to discuss whether or not governance is possible. The fourth great ninja war has lasted too long, and it's time to end it. Ryokai extended two fingers, saying, There are two solutions, one relatively peaceful, requiring your cooperation, the other benefits neither side. I hope you consider carefully. The first solution is for all ninjas and residents of the four great ninja villages to relocate to the Land of Whirlpools and the four nearby islands. The existing residents of the Land of Whirlpools will gradually evacuate, and from then on we will have nothing to do with each other. Impossible. The coalition erupted in an uproar. Hearing the noisy shouts, Sasuke, who had been silent since their arrival, opened his eyes. The cold gaze of his Rinnegan swept over everyone, and the noise gradually weakened, eventually quieting down. Looking at the silenced crowd, Ryokai said leisurely, "It's fine to refuse because there is a second solution, which is very simple. Anyone who opposes will be killed, and the remaining agreeers will move into the land of whirlpools." His smile was as warm as spring, but his words sent shivers down spines. "If not necessary, I do not wish to execute the second solution. You are no match for the Akatsuki, even with Naruto included." Ryokai looked at Naruto, who was staring at Sasuke, and said, "Ask the nine tails within you. It should know better than anyone the gap between us. You don't have much time left, but it's still sufficient. 3 days, I will return in 3 days, and you will need to give me an answer: compromise or continue fighting. Think about your families and the residents of your village. I do not like killing, but that does not mean I won't do it." Ryokai's words seemed both comforting and threatening. After leaving a few words, the two vanished in an instant. On the way back, Sasuke couldn't help but ask, "Will the coalition really choose to relocate to the land of whirlpools?" "They definitely will," Ryokai replied confidently. The confidence stemmed from the nine tails within Naruto. No one in the coalition understood better than it what the 10 tails represented. During their conversation, Sasuke, who seemed to be doing nothing, secretly infiltrated Naruto's mental space and used the power of the 10 tails to intimidate the 9 tails. Faced with an overwhelmingly unresistible power, and in a situation where sacrifice would have no effect, the choice became painfully obvious. Considering the aspect of permanently eliminating future troubles, both the allied ninjas and the residents of the ninja village should be exterminated for safety. However, their numbers are simply overwhelming. There are tens of thousands of Chunin and Jonin remaining from the allied forces, not to mention numerous genin and ordinary residents within the village, adding up to well over 1 million. With the combined strength of Liang Jie and Sasuke, killing 1 million people would be effortless. However, they cannot cross their moral boundaries. Despite having taken many lives in the past, their humanity and conscience still remain. Instead, they decided to take a more moderate approach, gathering the obstructive forces together. Out of sight, out of mind, as long as the rules are followed, they would allow them to act freely. Returning to the ninja school, someone had been waiting in the exclusive office for a long time. Liang Jie closed the door and took out the Kimyu Sharingan from the scroll, tossing it back to its original owner. Without hesitation, Obito took the glass vial and immediately replaced his own Mangekyo with the 3-Demo Sharingan. Mastering the divine technique, Liang Jie assisted in healing, re-establishing the connection between the Sharingan and the brain. Watching this scene, Liang Jie suddenly picked up a nearby ornament and hurled it forcefully at Obito. Kimui. Obito's eyes widened as the space twisted around the focal point of his gaze, and the ornament instantly vanished into the Kimui space. It's about 3 times faster than a single eye. Liang Jie estimated the difference between a single eye and dual eyes. It's not just a matter of speed. The current Kimui is truly a perfect combination of offense and defense. Obito rarely showed a smile. "That's good, otherwise it could be quite dangerous," Liang Jie implied. "Is there another issue? Is it still Kagaya?" Obito picked up on the implication in his words. "It's not Kagaya, it's another Otsutsuki," Liang Jie replied. "Another Otsutsuki?" Obito frowned deeply. The Otsutsuki clan didn't just send Kagaya, they sent 2 members. This individual is named Ishiki, who controls the second 10 tails. Currently, he resides within a man named Jigen. He poses a significant threat to the future world, and the ninja world has paid a considerable price to eliminate him. As of now, Ishiki still has many restrictions, and his strength has not reached its peak. If we can find and eliminate him early, it would reduce many losses. Liang Jie explained. He wasn't sure whether this world had any involvement with the events of Boruto, but it was better to be cautious and investigate early. If there was no connection, that would be ideal. If there was a connection, it was better to be prepared. As for why he asked Obito to go, it wasn't because he had free time. The dual Kimui Mangekyo abilities were perfect. Even when facing Liang Jie and Sasuke, if he didn't act immediately, Obito could still escape and deal considerable damage to beings at the Sage of the 6 Paths level. Moreover, giving him something to do would enrich his life and prevent him from overthinking. This is the appearance and abilities of Otsutsuki, Ishiki, and Jigen. You're not his opponent, so don't act recklessly. Liang Jie activated his Sharingan, constructing a mental space to display the information in visual form. Obito examined it closely several times until he memorized all the details before exiting the mental space. "Then I'll take my leave first." As Obito turned to leave the office, the moment he opened the door, the loud conversations outside reached his ears. "Scorpion, you should just give up early. Eternal art can never surpass instantaneous art. Only children would enjoy your rigid stuff. After all these years, you're still so naive." "Well, even if that's the case, the outcome will still be my victory." The art group approached, and the 3 exchanged glances, but did not stop brushing past each other. Bang! The wooden door was slammed open violently, and seeing the shattered door frame, Liang Jie's blood pressure skyrocketed. 3 times. Since the school was founded, he had already replaced the door 3 times. Could these damn guys not be a bit gentler? That was just a poor and innocent door. Trying to calm his emotions, Liang Jie asked in as neutral a tone as possible, "What do you need from me?" "You should fulfill your promise now," Deidara said. "Promise? What promise?" Liang Jie asked, curiously wondering if he had ever made any promises to Deidara. After thinking carefully, he still had no clue. "You didn't forget, did you?" Deidara asked in surprise. "There have been too many things lately. Could you give me a hint?" "A great artist. Didn't you promise to make me a great artist?" "Now it's time," Deidara said, rubbing his hands. If I'm not mistaken, that promise was supposed to be fulfilled after unifying the world," Liang Jie replied. "But I can't wait, and even a genius artist has to accumulate fame bit by bit. This school is good. Let me be a teacher. By the way, Scorpion will also participate." "Teacher, you too." Now it was Liang Jie who was astonished. "That's right. What's wrong?" "With my artistic attainments, teaching these little brats is more than enough," Deidara boasted. No, it's not about the art. It's not even about the ability. Scorpion is definitely capable of being a teacher, even somewhat wasting his talents, but can you really do the job?" Liang Jie questioned. "What? You think my art isn't as good as Scorpion's?" Deidara shouted, slamming the table. Watching the trembling wooden table, Liang Jie's heart raced. After destroying the wooden door, they were now starting to destroy the table. "Damn those huskies. That's why I said this isn't about art." Liang Jie rubbed his forehead, looking through his fingers at Scorpion, feeling even more helpless. "How could you start fooling around with him too?" "It's not fooling around. We want recruit students on a large scale, probably around 10 or so. And even with Deidara's flamboyant personality, he is still more outstanding compared to the ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village," Scorpion interjected. "Since you say so, then fine," Liang Jie sighed. It was the first time since Scorpion agreed to the invitation that he made a request, and as long as it wasn't excessive, he would try to accommodate it. Before Deidara could cheer excitedly, Liang Jie immediately added, "Don't get too happy too soon. Since it's an art competition, don't reveal your identities. Attract students solely based on art. The school will not assign students, nor will it force them." "How does that sound?" "That's exactly what I want," Deidara approved. "Not bad." Scorpion also recognized the plan. "The teaching period is tentatively set for half a year. After the lunch break, I will gather the students, and you should slightly reveal some of your powers, and then we can select from the students who sign up." Liang Jie finalized the plan. Receiving a satisfactory response, the two no longer lingered and left the room, pondering ways to attract children to enroll. In the relationship between teachers and students, excellent teachers are crucial, but talented students are equally scarce, especially in the field of art. The more students available for selection, the greater the chance of finding geniuses, so the two naturally needed to prepare well. "I hope nothing unexpected happens in the afternoon," Liang Jie sighed, looking at the empty playground. After pondering for a moment, he helplessly closed the plan and instantaneously set up a defensive barrier above the playground. After the lunch break, the students notified gathered in a line on the playground. With a wave from Liang Jie, the clay giant dragon and the puppet of the third generation simultaneously flew out from the rooftop. Boom, boom, boom. The clay giant dragon continuously spewed bombs, eliciting excited cheers from the students. The final explosion left everyone in awe. The power displayed in just a few seconds surpassed even that of the elite ninjas in the school. Scorpion, unwilling to be outdone, controlled the third generation of Wind Shadow to perform the sand iron technique, refreshing the students' understanding of puppet techniques. Liang Jie's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "I believe everyone is curious about why the school suddenly organized an art exhibition. It's not merely for appreciation. There's a great opportunity for you. These two artists are currently looking for students. Those interested can line up to register." Liang Jie's words instantly ignited a frenzy among the students. They didn't understand what art was, but it was clear to anyone that both individuals were undoubtedly powerful ninjas. To become disciples of such figures would surely pave a smooth path in their future as ninjas. Roar! The floating clay giant dragon suddenly roared, causing the excited students to look up. They saw the giant dragon circling once before obediently stopping beside the rooftop of the teaching building as a figure leaped onto its head. The dragon slowly descended, and when the students saw the person's face, their excitement intensified. Powerful strength, youthful and handsome features, all attributes that captivated them. The strength of a teacher forms the foundation for the student's power. Youth implies better rapport, and a handsome face brings joy. Judging merely by appearance, Deidara was undoubtedly a perfect teacher. "I am Deidara. Those who wish to learn instant art can come here to register." Deidara felt fabulous, relishing the adoring gazes of the students. "From now on, not just the students of the ninja school, I want the whole world to look at me with such eyes." Deidara silently vowed. "Come on. Let this great artist guide you confused beginners." Deidara smiled even more radiantly. Magnet release, sand, iron triangular prism. At that moment, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the air, a massive sand, iron triangular prism fell from the sky, crashing right in front of Deidara, just an inch away from his face. Watching the still trembling prism, Deidara nervously swallowed, his heart racing wildly, likely unable to calm down for a moment. The petite Hiyori gracefully landed on the prism, glanced down at Deidara, then ignored him, raising her gaze to meet the shocked students. Scorpion puppet technique. Scorpion introduced himself succinctly, but he overlooked one thing: his abrupt entrance, coupled with Hiyori's appearance, which might scare the children, stood in stark contrast to Deidara's first impression, causing many students who were initially interested in puppet techniques to hesitate. Mariyama, didn't you say you liked puppet techniques the most? Why don't you go register? Forget it. The school has teachers who teach puppet techniques too. Many students held similar thoughts, yet some remained undeterred, their interest only deepening. Learning puppet techniques wasn't merely about looks. As long as the teacher's strength was sufficient, all other factors could be overlooked. Isaka, are you really going to register? That person is too terrifying. You should consider enrolling in the puppet class taught by the ninja school teachers instead. I've compared a lot of information. The puppet masters at the ninja school are not strong, while Lord Scorpion is a renowned puppet master in the ninja world. This opportunity is truly rare. A determined little girl stepped out of the line, her conversation catching Liang Jie's attention. So it's her. She really has a good temperament. Even if she doesn't meet Scorpion's standards, perhaps we can find another teacher for her. Liang Jie thought to himself. After some time since the ninja school opened, Liang Jie had previously gathered data on students' spending of ninja points. Most students spent all their points within just a week, while a few only had significant expenses initially and gradually learned to control their spending. Only a handful of students began controlling their expenses from day one, buying only necessary supplies and saving their ninja points mainly to borrow library resources. One of them was Sato Isaka. At such a young age, she managed to restrain her desire to purchase new things, coupled with a diligent and serious attitude towards learning. Leaving aside other factors, these 2 points alone made her stand out among the many students. With the first person leading the way, the other students no longer hesitated, and a crowd quickly gathered in front of the triangular prism. Seeing that his spotlight was overshadowed by Scorpion, Deidara jumped out from behind, waving his arms and shouting, "Scorpion, do you know how dangerous this is?" Scorpion lightly landed on the ground, responding with indifference, "Aren't you the one without any issues?" Deidara, hearing this, became even angrier and shouted louder, completely throwing away his artist demeanor. "Let's go." Scorpion ignored the shouting Deidara and led the registered students away from the playground. I will definitely make you realize the difference between instant art and eternal art. Just watch." Deidara dramatically swished his sleeve and left with the students. He still had to select his students and had no time for bickering. Upon arriving at the pre-prepared testing site, Deidara discovered an awkward fact: no student could successfully detonate the clay. After all, explosive clay in a sense differed from ordinary ninjutsu, and all the students were beginners, it was hardly easy to master. In contrast, Scorpion's side, while not exactly smooth, was significantly better than Deidara's. One student, after simple training, surprisingly managed to clumsily manipulate the chakra lines to control the puppet to crawl. Having engaged in systematic training for just a month, not only can she manipulate her internal chakra at a basic level, but she has also mastered a more advanced chakra usage method in a short time. This girl truly has potential. Seeing Sato Isaka's pale face due to excessive chakra usage, Liang Jie nodded inwardly. Such talent and determination warranted a tilt in resource allocation. He waved away the image in the crystal ball, which was obtained from reading Sarutobi's memories, perfectly suited for monitoring the school. "I didn't expect you to agree to those two's antics." Nagato put down the teacup in his hand. "It can't be said to be mere antics. If the students can truly learn Scorpion's puppet techniques, or Deidara's explosive clay, it would surely be stronger than conventional ninjutsu. Even if they can't, the teachings during this period will be beneficial for a lifetime." Liang Jie said. "I hope so. Have there been any issues on the school side?" Liang Jie inquired. Currently, all affairs of the school were under Nagato's full responsibility, and he had no way of knowing the specifics. "Your previous arrangements were perfect. I just modified some details." Speaking of issues, there is indeed one. Nagato picked up a report from the side and handed it to Liang Jie, continuing. "Our school has 35,000 students, yet only 400 teachers. Just for one academic year, it can barely manage. If we wait until next year to enroll students, the number of teachers will be completely insufficient." "The evil god cult has another batch of ninjas numbering around 1,000, Liang Jie remarked. "Most of the ninjas from the evil god cult are rogue ninjas or traitorous ninjas. Given the usual atmosphere of the evil god cult, I worry it will mislead the students." "That is indeed a problem. It seems we need to proceed with the plan we discussed earlier," Liang Jie pondered. What plan? Nagato asked with interest. The reform plan regarding the evil god cult, Liang Jie replied languidly. Starting with Hidan. When the evil god cult was first established, Liang Jie employed many underhanded tactics to undermine the faith of the believers, making them dependent on the sect, one of which was gambling. While being utterly unrestricted aligns with the practices of a cult, Liang Jie did not wish for the foremost sect to be fundamentally corrupt in the future. The reform plan must be implemented sooner or later, but it is not suitable for sudden large-scale application, as this could easily provoke resistance among the believers. The reform should be gradual, and there is no better entry point than Fei Duan, the leader. As the leader and the highest authority of the sect, he must set an example. However, it is not necessary to eliminate everything at once. Currently, Shui Yu's state is quite good. As the saying goes, a little gambling can bring joy. Ultimately, the money ends up in the evil god cult's overall accounts, so Liang Jie is not entirely unsympathetic. Reverse spirit communication technique. First, returning to the dragon cave, he utilized the abilities of the white snake immortal to lock onto the position of the evil god cult's Shichu Island and teleport there. Ever since sealing the white snake immortal within himself, Liang Jie's status in the dragon cave has been on par with the immortal, thus taking this opportunity to promote the spirit beasts from the dragon cave. High-ranking members from both the evil god cult and the ninja academy exist in the dragon cave, facilitating the assessment of qualified candidates. Pushing open the base's main door, Fei Duan was still playing in the gambling area. Liang Jie quietly summoned many high-ranking members in batches to issue commands before leaving immediately. When Fei Duan realizes something is amiss, he will certainly come to confront Liang Jie. It is better to hide away in advance. Moreover, since he is already in the Land of Fire, he might as well handle the matter of relocating the residents of the Land of Whirlpool. To relocate the residents of the Land of Whirlpool, the geographically advantageous and resource-rich Land of Fire is the best choice. Forcing people to leave their homeland is ultimately a cruel act, and compensation must be provided. Indeed, the residents of the daimyo of the Land of Fire is far more impressive than those of the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass. Liang Jie exclaimed as he gazed at the magnificent architectural complex. Should we also raise some funds while we're at it? As he pondered while entering the daimyo's residence, the guards immediately approached with their weapons drawn. Halt. Liang Jie slightly raised his gaze, and the crimson Freedomo Sharingan emitted an eerie glow. The two guards froze in their tracks, their expressions dull as they stood still. A total of 176 guards truly valuing their lives. The concealed guards could not escape his perception. In the past, he would have sent out spirit beasts to deal with the sentries first, but now he no longer needed to be cautious. In this vast world, there was no one who could make him hide or retreat. Entering the daimyo's residence openly, the guards who attempted to intercept him all fell before the power of his Sharingan. In the long corridor, over 100 people stood frozen along the sides. Creak. As he pushed open the wooden door of the inner cabinet before he could assess the situation inside, a barrage of sharp projectiles whistled through the air. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous repulsive force erupted from his palm, shattering the projectiles. The fragments returned at an even greater speed, causing the guards to clutch their wounds and fall to the ground. Universal pull. Using gravitational force, he threw the excess people out of the room. In an instant, only Liang Jie and the daimyo of the Land of Fire remained. Gravitational force pulled a chair over, and he sat down gracefully, smiling as he addressed the daimyo. Allow me to introduce myself, Uchiha Liang Jie. You should be familiar with me. The daimyo gripped the armrests tightly, striving to calm himself, revealing an expression he deemed dignified, but was actually extremely fearful. Uchiha Liang Jie, I certainly know who you are. What brings you here today? Although Konoha belongs to the Land of Fire, your ninja battles should not involve the nation. It is understandable that the daimyo of the Land of Fire is fearful. The news of the Akatsuki organization, unifying the Land of Rice and the Land of Rain, had spread throughout the world. In other words, Liang Jie's willingness to engage in such actions indicates that he has never regarded the status and rules of the daimyo with any seriousness. When faced with ninjas from various countries, he could maintain his composure because he knew the ninjas dared not act against him. However, if he angered Liang Jie, he might really lose his life, something he was acutely aware of. Hearing the daimyo's trembling voice, Liang Jie reassured him, "Do not be nervous. I am not here to rule the Land of Fire today, nor am I here to replace you as daimyo. You are quite safe." After hearing this, the daimyo relaxed slightly. As long as he was not planning to kill him, everything could be negotiated. What are your thoughts on the coalition ninjas? Liang Jie asked with a smile. A bunch of useless individuals who can't achieve anything and only cause trouble. If it weren't for various reasons, I would have long wanted to eliminate them. The daimyo responded, recognizing the situation. The Akatsuki organization and the coalition were adversaries, so speaking ill of them was not wrong. It seems we are on the same side. The coalition's defeat is already a foregone conclusion. However, there are too many residents and ninjas in the ninja villages. To be honest, I am quite troubled about how to resettle them. Killing them all would be too cruel, so I would like to negotiate for a place with you. This should not be a problem, right? Liang Jie inquired. No problem. How much space do you need? The daimyo forced a smile that was more painful than crying. Not too much. The land to be vacated is not for the coalition, but for the residents of the land of Whirlpool, Liang Jie stated. Residents of the land of Whirlpool. The daimyo's expression suddenly improved significantly. There were only a few 100,000 residents of the land of Whirlpool, and their danger level was much lower than that of the coalition. No problem. You can choose as you wish, the daimyo replied. When issuing the notification, let it be stated that it is a voluntary relocation of the residents of the land of Whirlpool, and that the two daimyos will not interfere with each other. Is that acceptable? Liang Jie asked. No problem. The daimyo hurriedly replied. The cooperation of the daimyo of the land of fire made Liang Jie feel somewhat embarrassed to ask for money. Daimyo, please rest early. Good health is more important than anything else, Liang Jie said as he stood up to leave. Yes. The daimyo agreed. Creak. The wooden door closed gently, and the daimyo lost all strength, slumping in his chair. Even though Liang Jie maintained a smiling demeanor throughout and did not release any imposing aura or chakra, he still exerted tremendous pressure. The daimyo was merely an ordinary person, and his ability to communicate normally was thanks to many years of his leadership position. Ninjas. The daimyo sighed deeply, his face aging significantly in an instant. He had a feeling that the relationship between the nation and the ninjas would undergo a tremendous change. After leaving the daimyo's residence, Liang Jie headed straight for the daimyo's residence in the land of Whirlpool. Although the Uzumaki clan had been destroyed long ago, there were still ordinary residents living there who did not belong to the Uzumaki. After explaining his intentions, the daimyo of the land of Whirlpool was even more straightforward than the daimyo of the land of fire, smoothly resolving all matters. Liang Jie felt at ease, and his actions were exceptionally generous, providing various subsidies and benefits to the residents of the land of Whirlpool. In an instant, the pain of relocating their homeland vanished, and everyone was filled with happiness as they prepared to welcome their new home. After several busy days, the residents of the land of Whirlpool fully moved to the land of fire. To facilitate the move, Liang Jie generously purchased all the harvested grains from the autumn harvest. With tens of thousands of mouths in the Ninja Academy, digesting this amount of grain was not a problem. As the appointed day approached, Liang Jie and Sasuke arrived on time. Looking at the high-ranking members of the coalition who attended, Liang Jie was the first to ask, "What have you decided?" "Before answering you, Liang Jie, I have a request," Naruto said. "What request? Is it about not accommodating the residents of the land of Whirlpool?" Liang Jie asked. "No," Naruto denied, shifting his gaze to Sasuke, his expression serious as he said, "I want to fight him." "It seems the previous battle has given you a considerable amount of confidence," Sasuke said with a cold snort. "This has nothing to do with the earlier fight. If I lose, the coalition will relocate to the land of waves." "Sasuke, let us duel," Naruto replied. "Since you are so insistent, we indeed need to make a decision between us." In an instant, Sasuke appeared beside a nearby clearing, crossing his arms and waiting for Naruto to approach. "Be careful," Tsunade advised. "Yeah, don't worry," Naruto replied, a reassuring smile on his face. He turned around, his smile gradually fading, his gaze becoming exceptionally resolute. "Although I have no intention of killing you, if you are weak enough to fall to ordinary moves, don't blame me," Sasuke mocked. Naruto did not respond. His body was enveloped in golden chakra as he entered the Nine-Tails mode. Now he and the Nine-Tails had truly achieved a meeting of minds, resulting in a significant enhancement of power compared to before. Whoosh! Naruto's figure became illusory, suddenly appearing directly in front of Sasuke, raising his fist to strike at his chest. Sasuke, unfazed, effortlessly blocked the punch and quickly launched a counterattack. In an instant, the two exchanged blows multiple times, seemingly ordinary taijutsu, containing the terrifying power capable of shattering mountains. Rather than saying that Naruto wants to make a decision, it's more accurate to say the coalition wants to test Sasuke's true strength. "Even with the facts laid bare, you still harbor doubts," Ryoji said with a sense of helplessness. "It seems the impression left by killing the fourth Raikage was too profound, leading to doubts about whether the true strength of the two could even be displayed. The Nine-Tails would undoubtedly reveal everything about the Ten-Tails, yet they didn't even trust its words. This was indeed excessive caution. But have you forgotten the Akatsuki's plan to collect tailed beasts? This is an excellent opportunity to retrieve the Nine-Tails. Or do you naively believe that merely relying on those present can stop me, eh?" Ryoji asked with a smile. "It's simply that Naruto wants to completely say goodbye to his past comrades, that's all," Tsunade replied. Ryoji shook his head in disapproval, no longer paying attention to the stubborn coalition, and turned to admire the battle between Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke, having been in his normal state, was temporarily suppressed. Senjutsu Super Giant Rasengan. Accidentally, Sasuke was hit by a Rasengan infused with Senjutsu chakra. I really underestimated you, didn't I? Sasuke's expression darkened significantly. No longer playing around, he instantly entered the Ten Tails Jinchuriki mode, chakra waves sweeping across the battlefield, making the coalition feel an overwhelming sense of suffocation. This is the power of the Ten Tails. Naruto felt a heaviness in his heart. Naruto, you must be careful from now on. It is impossible to contend with the Ten Tails relying solely on my strength. The Nine Tails said anxiously. If Naruto fails, the outcome for it is predictable. Having survived for thousands of years with self-awareness, the Nine Tails does not wish to be reabsorbed into the Ten Tails. It's over, Ryoji said softly. Sasuke is not like Obito, a half-hearted Jinchuriki. There exists an insurmountable chasm between Naruto and him. As expected, under Sasuke's serious demeanor, Naruto, who had just held the advantage, quickly fell to defeat. Had it not been for Sasuke recalling Ryoji's words and stopping in time at the last moment, perhaps Naruto would have already met his end. I hope you will abide by the agreement. If there is any violation, the Akatsuki will show no mercy. Ryoji's calm words were filled with threat. Ryoji has always adhered to a style of minimizing killings, but if the coalition chooses to fight to the death without recognizing the situation, he would not hesitate to strike hard. There are many members in the organization who kill without blinking. The two then departed, and the coalition members immediately rushed to the pit created by Sasuke's attack. Naruto lay at the bottom with a vacant expression. Upon seeing them, he struggled to rise, saying, I'm sorry I lost. Don't blame yourself. We knew this would be the outcome. We just didn't want to admit it. Tsunade looked up at the sky, her youthful face revealing a sense of despair. Tsunade, don't give up. We still have a chance, Jiraiya consoled from the side. By gathering the strength of all the ninja villages, we may be able to cultivate stronger ninjas. We all know that at a time like this, there's no point in comforting me, Tsunade replied with a weary will. Jiraiya's unfinished words were caught in his throat. Yes, they all understood that gathering the strength of all the ninja villages was utterly futile. The gap posed by the Ten Tails could not be bridged by village resources. On the other side, after dealing with the coalition's issues, Ryoji and Sasuke headed to the land of rivers and the land of birds to complete the merger of the nations. The evil god cult began injecting substantial funds, and the residents of both nations enjoyed benefits far beyond their usual welfare. But that was all. The two countries did not establish ninja schools like the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass. The reason for this still lies in the lack of teaching resources. At least for the next 5 years, this issue cannot be effectively resolved. The earliest they could expect is for the first batch of students to graduate, and then for those graduates to teach the new students the basics, creating a cycle. It is estimated that in about 10 years, ninja schools could be established worldwide. Finally, we can take a break for a while, Ryoji said, stretching lazily. Major issues had been resolved, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. What are your plans recently? Ryoji asked. Training, Sasuke replied. Since there's nothing important, come with me for a trip. Where to? To the moon. The moon. Sasuke repeated in surprise, even doubting whether Ryoji was overly excited and speaking nonsense. Do not doubt I'm referring to the moon. Ryoji pointed to the sky and explained the hidden history. It was the Otsutsuki brothers who sealed Kaguya, yet the historical records in the ninja world only mention the Sage of Six Paths, while the other one left no traces. Don't you find that strange? Is his disappearance related to the moon? Exactly. The moon seals the body of the Ten Tails and Kaguya's will. After the sealing, the Sage of Six Paths spread the fire of ninjutsu on Earth, while the other went to the moon to suppress, both preventing any accidents from occurring. Nowadays, there may still be descendants of that person on the moon. Perhaps a visit could yield unexpected rewards. Ryoji did not forget about the Otsutsuki Shura on the moon. He possessed the pure bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. As long as he could acquire the pure white eyes to awaken the Rinnegan, he would immediately become an effective combat force. For both emotional and rational reasons, Ryoji could not let this opportunity slip by. So how do we get there? Are we supposed to fly? Sasuke asked curiously. Of course not, we're not rockets. Ryoji said with a wry smile. Rockets? The first thing that came to Sasuke's mind was a burning arrow, but his instincts from understanding Ryoji told him it wouldn't be that simple. It's a type of vehicle, a product we discussed with Orochimaru before, but we currently lack the capability to produce it. Ryoji casually made up an answer, then shifted the topic. The will of Kaguya suppressed in the spiritual space resonates with the complete will on the moon every moment, and it has recently responded, allowing me to find the spatial link between the moon and Earth. This was yet another lie. Over the past 2 years, Ryoji had become increasingly adept at lying. Although he felt somewhat guilty towards Sasuke, he had no other choice. He couldn't tell the truth. The details regarding the moon channel in the original world are presented very vaguely. Even the country where the channel is located remains uncertain. However, the world of Naruto is relatively small, and after countless shadow clones searched day and night, they finally discovered something unusual on a plain last evening. Is this the place? Sasuke stared at the plain, unable to find the lake that Liangjie had mentioned. Look closely. Liangjie activated his Rinnegan, his ocular power enveloping the plain, and with a strange sound a lake slowly emerged. Don't forget what I just said. During the descent into the lake, we may be subjected to illusionary attacks at any moment. It probably won't affect us, but still be cautious. Liangjie cautioned. The two released their floating state and plummeted down. At the moment they sank into the water, several mental attacks surged from all directions. Their strength was far greater than any illusion they had encountered before, but with their current mental strength, they did not need to retreat, braving the illusions to sink to the bottom. The pitch-black surroundings were occasionally filled with eerie sounds, instilling a fear at the soul level. I feel something is watching us, Sasuke warned, spreading his sensory network. It's probably the fish or chakra beasts living in the water. The two chose a random direction and swam side by side. The concealed creatures seemed to sense their difference and did not seek trouble. After an unknown amount of time, a beam of light shone down from above. The two exchanged glances and quickly swam to the surface. Pua! Fresh air filled their lungs, and the slight dizziness in their heads vanished. Even with the power of the six paths level, they still needed to breathe air. In an environment without air, they could only last longer than ordinary people, but could not survive for an extended period. We've finally arrived. Looking at the rock fragments embedded in the cave walls, Liangjie realized he had set foot on the moon, breathing in the incredibly fresh air. Beneath his calm exterior lay extreme curiosity and astonishment. Logically, the moon's environment could not sustain human life, primarily due to the issue of oxygen supply. However, it appeared that the Otsutsuki clan had perfectly solved this century-old problem of relocating to the moon. If they could master this technology as the technology of the ninja world matured, they might usher in an era of planetary migration, even staging a counterattack against the Otsutsuki clan. Right now, we can't even produce an electronic component. Wanting to fly before learning to walk is indeed a bit too ambitious. Liangjie dismissed the useless thoughts from his mind, realizing that contemplating such matters only added to his troubles. We're at the end of the path. After turning another corner, the two finally reached the cave's exit. Peering out, a strange sound suddenly came from above. Liangjie remained calm, lifting his gaze to see a Shinra Tensei. Boom! The repulsion barrier easily sent the attacker flying. Their head and right arm shattered from the violent impact. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed from the gory wound. A puppet. But there are no chakra threads, Sasuke remarked curiously. After all, it's an Otsutsuki, it's not surprising for them to have some special methods. However, it seems that the attitude of this palace's master is quite unfriendly. Liangjie shot out several ice spikes to deal with the puppet, then unleashed chakra to rush towards the palace, which could only be discerned as a silhouette in the distance at maximum speed. Along the way, the puppets seemed endless. As they dealt with, a few more appeared, becoming a nuisance. Susanoo. Sasuke's eyes sharpened as his pale purple chakra mixed with ocular power rapidly expanded. Unable to endure the provocations any longer, he directly activated the complete form of Susanoo to display his power. With his sword drawn, he swiftly cleaved down. The hundreds of puppets in front were reduced to dust. The sword energy swept across the ground, creating a ravine that led straight to the palace's entrance. Now it should be a bit quieter, right? The two set off again, and indeed, after Sasuke's astonishing strike with complete Susanoo, the enemy no longer sent puppets to carry out meaningless interceptions. A simple blow was enough for him to understand the gap between them. According to history, the moon was created by the Sage of Six Paths to seal the Otsutsuki Kagaya rite. Sasuke suddenly asked. That's correct. Why? A sealing sphere the size of the moon, can we achieve that? Sasuke pondered softly. It's a bit difficult. If time is not limited and in perfect condition, we might be able to create a similar sealing sphere. Liangjie mused. Sasuke took a deep breath. The stronger his power, the more he could understand the might of the Sage of Six Paths. He could not be satisfied with his current strength. He needed to become even stronger. Regarding plans for unifying the world, the development of the evil god cult, and the details of the school, Sasuke did not inquire further. He could not forgive himself for not being at his strongest in such circumstances. I must focus on training once we return, Sasuke decided. Liangjie did not notice the change in Sasuke's mood. His attention was entirely focused on the palace, which was getting closer. Whether they would gain a reliable ally or have to eliminate a foe beforehand depended on the upcoming interaction. Before that, Liangjie stopped, closing his eyes against Sasuke's puzzled gaze, spreading his mental power as if searching for something. After a moment, he opened his eyes with joy, saying, As expected, this makes things much easier. Let's go. The two instantly arrived at the magnificent palace. Before Liang Jie could act, the grand doors slowly opened by themselves, and the wall-mounted candles ignited, illuminating the surroundings. They saw a boy of similar age sitting in a stone chair, his eyes tightly closed. He asked in an emotionless tone, "You dare to invade the forbidden area, outsiders. What is your purpose?" "Strictly speaking, we are not purely outsiders. We should be considered distant relatives," Liang Jie replied. "Are you from the Hyuga clan of the wrong world?" The palace master tensed inside. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to seize the Byakugan from Earth, but unexpectedly the other party came first. Moreover, with the brief display of power from Sasuke, he clearly knew he was not a match. Wrong world. That's a name I've never heard before. Could you please use a different term in the future? Liang Jie inquired. The world created by Otsutsuki Kagaya is fundamentally flawed. Regardless of how you see it, this world now belongs to the two of us. Whether it's a mistake of Kagaya's will or your will is irrelevant. I will create a brand new world. Create a new world. What an arrogant fellow, the palace master scoffed. It seems that some people will never understand the simple phrase of adapting to circumstances. Liang Jie felt quite helpless. Being stubborn is a flaw, and a good beating is often the best remedy. Shall I take care of it, or will you? He'll handle it, Sasuke said. In the current ninja world, there were hardly any opponents who could match his strength. Having finally encountered a seemingly formidable Otsutsuki, he certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. As an orphan of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, Shirin possessed the corresponding pride. Sasuke's attack that annihilated 100 puppets was nothing extraordinary. He could do the same if he wished, yet he did not expect that astonishing strike was merely a casual blow. Since they dared to step onto unfamiliar land, the strength of these two must be formidable, possibly even the strongest in this incorrect world. Not having obtained the Byakugan yet puts me at a disadvantage in a Oniantuo confrontation, but it is still an opportunity. I must find a way to entangle them, and taking advantage of the weak defenses in this incorrect world, seize the Byakugan. Shirin was determined, but in the next moment he profoundly understood how naive his thoughts were. I will defeat you and completely change this flawed world. Bang! Before Shirin could finish his words, a heavy fist struck his right cheek. After rolling awkwardly on the ground for 3 laps, the sound of air being torn apart finally reached his ears. Boasting without shame, and yet you can't even block a simple punch. Sasuke shrugged his right hand, his tone extremely indifferent. When it comes to mockery, he had never been defeated by anyone. Damn it, you damn bastard. Shirin could not withstand such provocation. Without fully getting up, his legs erupted with powerful force as he charged towards Sasuke in a series of instantaneous movements. Even without the Rinnegan relying on the Otsutsuki clan's innate physical prowess and his own talents, Shirin's strength was not weak. However, compared to Sasuke, who had activated the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki mode, he clearly did not qualify. Too weak, truly disappointing. He didn't even bother using ninjutsu, relying only on taijutsu and the insight from his Sharingan to beat Shirin into a state of disarray. Damn it, I will kill you. Each powerful punch not only harmed Shirin's body, but also shattered his pride. Yet with the absolute disparity in strength, anger was of no use other than causing his movements to falter, leading to even harsher beatings. Senjutsu, Evil Serpent Arm Explosion. Boom. With a clean and decisive use of Senjutsu to end the battle, Sasuke looked at Shirin, who lay in a deep pit, and disdainfully remarked, "The Otsutsuki are nothing special." Damn it. Shirin clenched his fists tightly. From the moment of his birth, he had shouldered a mission to fulfill his ancestors' wishes, yet now he had easily lost to someone from a failed world. Shame, fury, and unwillingness made him nearly lose his sanity. As long as I can awaken the Rinnegan, I can definitely kill this damn bastard. Shirin did not give up. Chakra surged into the ground from his hands, and the statue of the Otsutsuki clan rose from the earth. Relying on the statue's indestructible characteristics and the remaining puppets in the palace, he could certainly delay for enough time to obtain the Byakugan from the failed world, and then it would not be too late to determine the victor. To prevent the two from destroying the golden Rinnegan while he was absent, he specifically transferred it to an underground barrier. Enjoy yourselves, I will soon plunge you into despair. Shirin's plan was good, but he underestimated one person, Ryokai, who had yet to make a move. Takamagara. Shirin's escape was abruptly halted. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not move an inch. For an enemy who had not mastered space techniques, Takamagara was virtually unsolvable. What kind of power is this? Shirin was utterly horrified. Got you. After capturing Shirin, Ryokai released Takamagara, and Shirin seemed to finally recognize the disparity, no longer making futile resistance. Have you given up? Ryokai asked. I have lost. If you want to kill me, go ahead. Shirin's voice was choked. Why would I want to kill you? Ryokai replied with a laugh. There aren't many helpers at the 6 paths level. I'm not so wasteful. You want kill me? Shirin asked suspiciously. If I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead long ago, Sasuke sneered. Shirin felt a surge of blood rise in his chest. He took a few deep breaths to suppress his turbulent emotions and asked in as calm a tone as possible, what is your purpose? In simple terms, there is a high possibility that Earth will once again face an attack from the Otsutsuki. I can help you awaken the Byakugan into the Rinnegan under the condition that when Earth is in crisis, you will assist in the fight against it. The destruction of the failed world suits my intentions. Why would I help you? Shirin sneered. You? Sasuke. Ryokai blocked Sasuke, retorting. You always talk about the failed world. Let me hear why the world is deemed a failure. The world created by Otsutsuki Kagaya has been in turmoil for 1,000 years without end. That is naturally a failure, Shirin declared. The fundamental reason for 1,000 years of war lies in human depravity, which has nothing to do with the right or wrong of the world. Ryokai countered. Indeed, humanity has its flaws, and there are even purely evil individuals, but that does not overshadow the bright side of humanity. What we need to do is amplify the goodness of human nature to suppress the evil. That is change, not like you, who indiscriminately wants to erase everything. You come from the failed world, so naturally you want to admit failure. The words of the ancestors are never wrong, Shirin insisted. Ryokai held his ground, so stubborn. He gave up on communication. Since this unfortunate child chose to heed his ancestors' wishes, let the so-called ancestor speak to him directly. After the Sage of Six Paths died, he could survive for thousands of years as a remnant soul. Otsutsuki Kagaya had no reason to be completely dead. The previous search confirmed the suspicion. Otsutsuki Kagaya indeed had a remnant soul left behind. Having watched the play for over 1,000 years, it's time for you to come out right. Ryokai called out. He looked around but received no response. Not coming out. He pointed his right hand at Shirin, and an ice pillar emerged from his palm. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. That old bastard really has patience. Ryokai smirked as the ice pillar left his palm and was about to pierce Shirin's neck. A reluctant sigh echoed through the palace. I have long since died and should not disturb the later generations. Clan leader. Shirin exclaimed, shocked as he crawled up from the ground. Although he could not see anything, his intuition told him that the speaker was the first clan leader, Otsutsuki Kagaya. You let things unfold for this pathetic reason, even if your descendants kill each other. Ryokai mocked. That is the rule, Kagaya replied, eyes closed. Rules are always meant to be broken. It's just that to you the lives of the Otsutsuki descendants are not worth it. Ryokai scoffed. Seeing that Kagaya did not respond, he huffed and motioned for Sasuke to leave the palace. This misguided little brat is up to you now. Enough, Kagaya sighed again, slowly opening her eyes. Looking at Shirin, who was lost in confusion from their conversation, she softly said, Child, come here. Clan leader. Shirin stood dumbfounded in place. Kagaya beckoned him to come before her and began to reveal the true legacy. After leaving the Moon Palace, the two did not wander aimlessly. At the moment they exited the connecting passage, the will of Kagaya, suppressed in the spiritual space, suddenly fell into a frenzy, almost causing the unprepared by Shinrin to break through the seal. Sasuke deeply resonated with this. The Ten Tails chakra, which he could wield like an arm, had inexplicably become difficult to control. Given their current location, there was only one possibility. The will of Kagaya is right beneath us. Keeping it here will eventually lead to disaster, Liang Jie said, furrowing his brow. Is there no way to completely eliminate it? Sasuke asked, knowing it was somewhat fanciful, but Liang Jie often had ingenious ideas that could potentially resolve issues. If there were a way, the Sage of Six Paths wouldn't have chosen to seal it. Our powers ultimately do not surpass those of the Otsutsuki brothers, but just because there is no method now doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. Let's consider it again after a while, Liang Jie replied. That's all we can do for now, Sasuke said reluctantly. No matter how strong he became, there was always an insurmountable peak before him. Not strong enough. I need to become stronger. Sasuke roared inwardly. The two stood in place, each with different thoughts, gazing at the earth, while Liang Jie momentarily lost in thought. The ocean occupies a much larger proportion than imagined. Is the land really only as large as depicted on the map of the Hokage world? Liang Jie felt immense disappointment. He had hoped to explore the world beyond the ocean once the situation stabilized, but it seemed that outside the Hokage continent there was nothing but ocean with no second continent. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy sound of the door opening interrupted his thoughts. He looked towards Shirin, whose delicate face was filled with pain. What meaning is there in the slaughter and sacrifice among our kin? Shirin wanted to relieve his sorrow with tears, but being born without eyes, he didn't even have the right to cry. At least you're still alive. Carry the hopes of the entire clan and live on. That's the only thing a survivor can do. Perhaps resonating with Shirin's fate, Sasuke rarely comforted someone. Thank you, Shirin whispered. What do you plan to do next? Liang Jie asked. I will undertake the mission of the Otsutsuki to guard the will of Kaguya. Then I entrust this to you. There are many matters in the ninja world that need to be addressed, and we cannot stay for too long. A few days later, I will bring the Byakugan over. It is not just your mission to suppress the will of Kaguya, it is equally important for our world, so please do not refuse. Liang Jie continued without giving Shirin a chance to decline. Shirin hesitated for a few seconds, accepting the goodwill. If you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out. There will be no shortage of trouble. We will take our leave now. Watching the two leave, Shirin turned around as the heavy doors slowly closed. Though he was still alone, his feelings were completely different. The journey to the moon came to an end, and the two returned to the ninja world through the passage. Sasuke chose to train alone, while Liang Jie planned to rest for a few days, but everything went against their wishes. So what brings you here? Liang Jie gazed at the uninvited guest with resentment. If it were Fei Duan and the others interrupting, he would have completely shut the door on them. However, since Xiang Lin was not the type to seek trouble, he could only endure the resentment. Residents of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Birds have been causing disturbances for several days, and the situation is becoming increasingly severe. I wanted to ask for your opinion, Xiang Lin said. Is it because of the ninja school, eh? Liang Jie said, looking unsurprised. The main reason there was no resistance from the residents when the two countries merged was the ninja school. Now that they know it will not be established temporarily, it is bound to cause large-scale unrest. Should we forcibly suppress them? That's a temporary solution that doesn't address the root cause. Notify both countries that a ninja school will open at the border of the Land of Rivers in 3 months, recruiting 7-year-old children from both nations. 3 months. Do you have a way to quickly resolve the teacher issue? Xiang Lin asked curiously. Well, although I am somewhat reluctant to use it. Liang Jie said helplessly. If they forcibly suppress them with military force, the residents would certainly not dare to speak out, but that would go against their original intention. As long as there's a solution, that's good. By the way, where did Sasuke go? I couldn't find him after searching the entire base, Xiang Lin wondered. He went out to train by himself, Liang Jie casually replied. I see, Xiang Lin said, feeling despondent. Since taking over the Land of Rain, her opportunities to meet Sasuke had diminished. Today she had finally gotten a chance, but sadly missed it, which was inevitable. If you really want to find him, why not check the Uchiha clan's territory? Liang Jie suggested. What if I go to the Land of Fire? What will happen to the Land of Rain? Forget it. The situation in the Land of Rain has stabilized. Leaving for a few days wouldn't be a problem. Really? Xiang Lin raised her head in surprise. Liang Jie nodded. Go ahead. Thank you. Xiang Lin excitedly burst out of the door. Watching the wooden door wobble again, Liang Jie's blood pressure quickly rose. Just fixed. Do you really have a grudge against the door? Otherwise, let's replace it with an iron door this time, Liang Jie said with a headache. Calming his emotions, Liang Jie called over Jinwei Quangu to inquire about the situation with the evil god cult. How many of those filtered out for being unqualified during the selection of teachers? About 4,000. Most of them are Jinin and do not meet the minimum requirements for teachers, Jinwei Quangu respectfully replied. Notify them that there is now an opportunity that requires passing a test. Interested individuals should sign up, Liang Jie said. Yes. Jinwei Quangu exited the room, pausing briefly as he passed the wobbling wooden door. 10 minutes later, the personnel responsible for repairing the wooden door came on their own. Seeing this, Liang Jie sighed slightly. No wonder Jinwei Quangu could rise from being a wandering ninja to his current position. Just this level of insight is quite rare. If he is so attentive to small matters, how much more so with commands issued by Liang Jie himself. 2 hours later, Jinwei Quangu returned with the list. Except for 3 who were injured and unable to participate, all the remaining volunteered to sign up, he reported. Very good. Notify those who signed up to gather in the courtyard tomorrow, Liang Jie instructed. Yes. The next day, nearly 4,000 believers of the evil god cult gathered here. Liang Jie wasted no words, directly casting an illusionary barrier to begin testing. The strength of the illusion was not high, but those without steadfast will found it difficult to endure. Soon groups of people fainted to the ground due to their inability to hold on, and Liang Jie subsequently increased the intensity, causing even more people to fall. In the end, less than 400 managed to stand. After the failures were taken away, Liang Jie said, You are fortunate to have earned this rare opportunity through your own efforts. Liang Jie looked around at everyone and slowly uttered words that left them all in stunned silence. You are qualified to obtain fragments of memories of the ninjutsu knowledge of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The concept of granting memories may sound like a fairy tale at first glance, yet Liang Jie has done it more than once before. Long ago, he utilized the Sharingan to create a genjutsu space to replay the memories he had acquired. If that could be likened to unknown tutoring, then now it was akin to building a group face-to-face. Liang Jie's plan was quite simple. While it may take a long time to cultivate a Jonin, imparting the knowledge and qualities of a Jonin to a ninja would be much easier. By replaying the memories related to Sarutobi Hiruzen's training, lower-ranked ninjas with foundational knowledge could learn in a hands-on manner, not necessarily to master it, but just to be able to answer when questions arise. When it came to selecting the memories, Liang Jie had indeed given it considerable thought. Ignoring the boundaries of sage techniques and bloodlines, although Sarutobi Hiruzen might not be the strongest ninja in the ninja world, in terms of the comprehensiveness of ninjutsu, few could match him. He was the perfect template for a teacher's training. Considering the mental endurance of his students, this time only the basic 5 elemental ninjutsu would be played. Half a day in the jinjutsu space would pass in the blink of an eye, while only a second would elapse in reality. You have half a month to familiarize yourselves with the knowledge acquired. Those who qualify will be able to continue accessing the remaining memories of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing Liang Jie's words, the crowd erupted in excitement, ignoring the pain in their heads, sitting or lying down, quickly organizing the theoretical knowledge they had just acquired. Barrier technique, protecting foot of the leaning tree. With a casual gesture, Liang Jie set up a defensive barrier and stepped out of the courtyard. Since the rest period had already been disrupted, he thought it best to complete the previous plan before seeking comfort. Transformation technique. Liang Jie transformed into a child with the white snake sage assisting him in concealing his chakra fluctuations. However, the characteristic scales around his neck could not be hidden, so he had no choice but to wear a scarf to cover them. Fortunately, it was now winter, and wearing a scarf would not attract any strange looks. Since the Ninja Academy was established, Liang Jie had made many adjustments that from the school's perspective were quite perfect. However, he was still unaware of the students' opinions. There would inevitably be some discrepancies between the two. Today, he decided to experience the life of a student at the Ninja Academy. Just as the lunch break ended, Liang Jie blended in with the returning students and chose a classroom to sit in the corner. The class division system at the Ninja Academy was relatively flexible. Apart from basic training classes, subjects like summoning, puppet techniques, perception, and medical ninjutsu were all electives. Students could freely choose their teachers, and the number of students attending classes was quite variable. Teachers were also very welcoming to students outside the official roster who wished to audit the classes. The more students attended, the more it symbolized their recognition of that teacher, which also allowed them to earn more ninja points. The library housed various techniques which not only the students craved, but also the teachers found enticing. The class in session was the summoning class. Summoning techniques were quite common, and summoning beasts were regarded as the best companions for ninjas. However, in terms of overall ratio, summoning beasts were actually very rare. There were only 2 ways to master summoning techniques. One was to be taught by the previous contract holder, and the other was purely based on luck. Hence, very few succeeded in signing contracts, making the summoning class highly sought after among students. However, most of the students were not truly eager for summoning beasts. They merely wished to earn ninja points. The Summoning Beast Hall offered more than a dozen types of summoning beast clans for selection. They were entirely there for the ninja points, and any new summoning beast discovered and brought to the school would yield a considerable amount of ninja points based on the clan scale. Summoning technique. A puff of white smoke erupted from the podium, and a shadow leaped onto the teacher's shoulder. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a weasel. That is the method for performing the summoning technique. Oh, everyone can give it a try, the teacher said. Yes. The eager students laid out their papers, bit their fingers, and quickly formed seals with voices of encouragement ringing out one after another. This student, why aren't you trying? The teacher noticed Liang Jie, who was observing the surroundings. I'm sorry, I was just contemplating the steps, Liang Jie said, mimicking the others as he laid out his paper, bit his thumb to draw blood, and formed the seal summoning technique. With the restrictions of the White Snake Sage, although his actions met the requirements, it was no surprise that he failed. Liang Jie gently clenched his right fist to cover the healing wound, putting on a facade of disappointment. Don't be discouraged. Mastering the summoning technique requires many factors. Keep trying, and you will have the opportunity to master it, the teacher consoled. I understand, thank you, Liang Jie expressed his gratitude. For some reason, his ordinary words of thanks caused the teacher to feel an inexplicable pressure, which he could not rationalize and could only attribute to a misperception. After class, Liang Jie went to the general supermarket, which had become increasingly well-stocked. A dedicated section for manga and novels had recently been established. He casually picked up a few books to browse through. Regardless of the protagonists and plots, all the books shared a common trait: the final antagonist was always one of the 5 great ninja villages. This was Liang Jie's directive. Once game consoles and televisions became widespread, industries related to entertainment, such as manga, novels, games, movies, and television dramas, would all follow suit. People would remain bombarded with false information for a long time, especially the new generation of children unaware of the truth. One day history would surely be obscured by deception. After attending a few more classes, Liang Jie discussed with several students and received very positive feedback. Once considered an extravagant wish, the knowledge of ninjas, unimaginable luxurious food, comfortable dormitories, and well-equipped recreational facilities could now all be obtained without spending a penny. The students were delighted and had no complaints. However, if one were to pinpoint a problem, there was indeed one. The students were all 6 or 7 years old, unable to see their families for half a year, which seemed a little cruel. Liang Jie had considered this issue, and due to various reasons, he could only set it aside for the time being. Lord Nagato, Lady Conan. The respectful greetings from the students interrupted Liang Jie's thoughts as he looked at Nagato and Conan surrounded by children. Both wore genuinely warm smiles, indicating they were enjoying their current work. There were no issues at the Ninja Academy, so Liang Jie quietly left and headed to Konoha. On the moon, there was still a blind man eagerly waiting for the Byakugan. Although Sasuke was also in Konoha, if this matter were left to him, negotiations would surely escalate into forceful seizure. As he infiltrated the Hyuga clan, the senior members were in a meeting discussing various matters post-relocation. Liang Jie listened quietly for a while before losing interest. Even at this point, the Hyuga clan was not entirely united. The meeting ended unhappily, and Hayashi sat alone in his room with a worried expression. Liang Jie jumped down from the rooftop and suddenly saw one of the leaders of the Akatsuki organization. Hayashi's muscles tensed as he prepared to attack, but in the next moment reason suppressed his impulse. With the opponent's strength, there was only one possible outcome to a fight. "What business do you have with the Hyuga clan?" Hayashi asked in a deep voice. Liang Jie smirked, and his next words caused Hayashi's expression to change dramatically. "I want Hanabi's eyes." Compared to her 2 daughters, Riju favored Hwa even more, having even cultivated her as a successor. Upon suddenly hearing that Liang Jie wanted to take Hwa's Byakugan, she nearly lost control and erupted in fury, but ultimately suppressed her impulse in the face of the other party's terrifying combat power, saying, "The Byakugan is of no use to you, and there are many others." "Why Hwa?" A friend specifically requested Hwa's eyes. "I can understand a father's desire to protect his daughter, but unfortunately, I must acquire them today. As compensation, the Akatsuki can agree to a condition for the Hyuga clan, and I will also assist in transplanting uninjured eyes for Hwa." "Really?" Riju asked seriously. If one disregards the feelings between father and daughter, exchanging the Byakugan for the Akatsuki's promise seems like a gain. Moreover, even if it weren't, the other party was prepared to forcibly take it, and the Hyuga clan has no strength to resist. The current outcome is already perfect. Indeed, no need to rush for conditions. You can present them when facing difficulties, Liang Jie replied. "I have a condition right now." "Oh, what is it?" "Let Hwa teach at your ninja school. Although she is young, her foundation is solid and she can teach first and second graders without any issues." Riju unexpectedly said. "Have you thought this through?" "The Akatsuki can help the Hyuga clan with greater matters," Liang Jie said with surprise. He had imagined many extreme possibilities, even preparing to retain some members of the Hyuga clan in the ninja world, but he never expected such a simple condition. "Being too greedy will only lead to ruin. This is sufficient," Riju stated. Liang Jie looked at him deeply. "No problem, let Hwa leave with me shortly." "Thank you," Riju expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome." Having taken his daughter's eyes, the father still thanked him, which felt strangely odd. Seeing Liang Jie agree, Riju brought Hwa, explaining the situation along the way. Although the little girl was still fearful, she remained relatively calm. Liang Jie extended his right hand to prepare for the eye extraction. Watching Hwa tremble slightly, he sighed and changed his usual rough method of extraction, first injecting a paralyzing toxin that would not harm the body to lessen her pain, and then carefully removing her eyes. Liang Jie placed the Byakugan into a glass container, covering the hollow eye socket with his right hand, and a large amount of yang released chakra surged in. Moments later, Liang Jie withdrew his hand. "Open your eyes and take a look." Hwa obediently opened her eyes, seeing the black and white eyeballs in the sockets, while Riju looked as if he had seen a ghost. Having experienced temporary blindness, Hwa did not understand what had happened, but Riju saw clearly. He initially thought Liang Jie would help with the transplant, but unexpectedly, it was a creation out of thin air. After surpassing conventional combat power, Liang Jie once again shattered humanity's understanding of ninjas. "You may say your goodbyes as father and daughter now." Liang Jie left the room understandingly. "Father," Hwa looked at Riju reluctantly. "I originally planned to have you succeed as the leader of the Hyuga clan, but now there is a better choice. The students in the ninja school are the foundation and the future's backbone. You are the hope of the Hyuga clan and must bear the family's expectations." "Understood." Hwa wiped away her tears, a determination beyond her years rising on her face. "I will not let the family down." After saying this, Hwa pushed the door open and walked out. Liang Jie said nothing further. Using gravity, to pull her along, flying away from Konoha with the help of the White Snake Sage's levitating abilities. Who is Liang Jie taking with him? Sasuke's gaze pierced through the mist to the two of them. He had sensed something when Liang Jie approached near Konoha, thinking he was looking for him, but unexpectedly, he was there to take away a strange girl. From her clothing, she appears to be from the Hyuga clan, but her eyes are not right, Sasuke pondered. Sasuke! An excited shout came from the side as Karen, wearing an apron, waved and called mealtime. She ran over and proudly said, I learned to cook for a long time with Iam. It's all your favorite dishes, come and try them. Sasuke nodded absent-mindedly. What's wrong? Karen keenly sensed his unusual emotions. It's nothing. Sasuke entered the room and sat cross-legged at the dining table. Over the years he had spent with Liang Jie, he had learned many things from him, such as increasingly disliking kneeling. Sasuke must be hiding something from me. Oh, what could it be? Karen bit her teeth inwardly, finding the exquisite dishes tasteless. Before the sun completely set, Liang Jie returned to the ninja school with Huohua. Since he promised Riju he would not go back on his word. Considering Huohua's abilities, he ultimately decided to have her be responsible for teaching the students physical techniques. As night fell, Liang Jie stopped a passing dormitory manager to allocate a dorm room for her. This will be your room from now on. If there is anything you are dissatisfied with, please let me know at any time. If you want to buy daily necessities, you can go to the nearby general supermarket. Use the ninja value card that Liang Jie entrusted to you for payment. Most items in the school require ninja value, which can be obtained through teaching. The administrator introduced the situation of the ninja school to Huohua, and because she was brought by Liang Jie, the administrator's attitude was extremely flattering. Thank you. Huohua thanked her with ease, as the daughter of the clan leader was already accustomed to others' flattery. After going out to buy toiletries and returning to her room, whether it was because the bed was too comfortable or the fragrance had an effect, she surprisingly fell into a deep sleep on her first night in the enemy's camp, contrary to her expectations. The next day, Huohua explored the ninja school. Naturally, Liang Jie would not let her start immediately. As a teacher, she needed to become familiar with the school first. The training hall, leisure facilities, hospital cafeteria, and more dazzled her. Is this a ninjutsu scroll? She stopped, looking through the glass at the neatly arranged scrolls on the bookshelf. Her heart stirred again. This level of reserves is not inferior to the 5 great ninja villages. Seeing Huohua standing at the door, the librarian put down her books and looked up. Miss, are you the new teacher? Hearing the voice, Huohua tried to calm her emotions, sort of, but I haven't officially started teaching yet. I see. I can help introduce the rules of the library. Would you like that? The librarian asked. That would be great, thank you. Huohua replied. The library is divided into 5 floors. The first floor has C and D level techniques, the second floor B level, the third floor A level, the fourth floor S level, and the 5th floor is currently vacant. Teachers can browse the first and second floors for free and can borrow 1 ninjutsu and 1 jinjutsu or taijutsu at the same time. Scrolls must be returned within 7 days. Browsing the 3rd floor costs ninja value, and the 4th floor requires permission. The administrator explained in detail. Are both teachers and students allowed to browse freely? Huohua asked. Students need to spend more ninja value, and the 4th floor is also not open. The administrator replied. Looking at the dazed Hanabi, the administrator wore a familiar expression. For the past few months, anyone with a bit of knowledge about ninjas who visited the scroll library had the same look. After the introduction, the administrator paid no further attention and resumed studying the incomplete materials. Hanabi took several deep breaths to adjust her mentality, and after much contemplation, she ascended the wooden stairs leading to the 2nd floor. On the other side, Ryosuke handed over Hanabi's eye roll to a servant and returned to Earth to accelerate the training of teachers and the construction of a new campus. As time passed, Hanabi gradually became accustomed to the ninja school system and quickly integrated into it. Various matters were settled, allowing Ryosuke and Sasuke to focus on their training. The concept of time differed between having tasks and being idle. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. The commoners were not accustomed to the world of ninja villages. The evil god cult took on the responsibility of commissions, and the existence of ninja villages seemed to have no adverse effect on everyday life. On the national front, aside from the 5 major countries, the remaining nations all belonged to the Akatsuki organization. The financial organization kept Kakuzu extremely busy, but he still found joy in it. During this period, world technology made groundbreaking progress, and Orochimaru's cloning technique was truly completed. Although the lifespan was not long, it was sufficient to meet the needs for replacements. Today, 2 major events lay before them: the graduation ceremony for the first batch of students from the ninja school, and the long-awaited reunion of Obito, who had been searching for 5 years, finally finding the weakened Tsukuyami. Faced with the peak Ryosuke and Sasuke, along with the skilled servant who mastered the rebirth, even if Otsutsuki Ishiki forcibly resurrected himself, he remained at a disadvantage. In a moment of desperation, Ishiki summoned the second Ten Tails hidden in another dimension, but at the critical moment of merging powers, Ryosuke used his hidden eye technique Kimui to freeze him for 2 seconds. 2 seconds may seem brief, but it is enough for a ninja to accomplish many things such as Indra's arrow or the demonic illusion Tsukuyami and Obito's Kimui. After dealing with Ishiki, they did not let the newly freed Ten Tails go. The servant voluntarily relinquished, and Ryosuke and Sasuke shared the Ten Tails chakra. Including the previous Ten Tails, both of them now possessed a complete Ten Tails within. Once everything was completed, they checked the time and found they could still attend the afternoon graduation ceremony. Ryosuke invited the servant to join, but the latter politely declined. Otsutsuki Kagaya's was still suppressed on the moon, and each moment away intensified the unease in his heart. After bidding farewell, Ryosuke and Sasuke unexpectedly met a familiar face at the entrance of the ninja school, the Allied Forces Naruto Uzumaki. Compared to the others forcibly confined in the land of whirlpools, Naruto had the freedom to move around without restrictions. Over the years, he had traveled to many places. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the world had indeed achieved a certain level of peace. If it were Konoha, if he were Naruto Uzumaki, he lacked the confidence to do as well as the Akatsuki did. Thus, he held complex feelings toward the Akatsuki, where once fallen comrades now existed in this peaceful world, constantly conflicting within his mind. This is your first time here, right? How do you find it? Ryosuke greeted casually. The cold Sasuke beside him nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. How do you plan to arrange these students? Naruto asked, looking at the students lined up in the playground waiting for the ceremony to begin. As per the students' own wishes, Ryosuke replied. The school had already communicated with the outstanding students eligible for teaching or other positions. As for the remaining ordinary students, to be honest, Ryosuke did not care about their future. The graduation ceremony began on time. Nagato stood on the high platform, gazing at the students he had lived with for 5 years on the verge of tears. Sasori and Deidara stood on the rooftop of the teaching building, just like when they initially selected students, watching them. Among them stood 2 of their most proud disciples. The balance of competition between the two remained unshaken. After the graduation ceremony, the students bid farewell to their teachers, packed their belongings, and stepped out of the campus. From this moment on, they were no longer children, but qualified ninjas. Students from other grades had already gone home for vacation days before. With the graduates leaving, the school became quiet. Conan sighed softly, appearing somewhat lonely. Taking advantage of the break, Ryosuke renovated the campus. The damaged training equipment needed to be replaced. After bidding farewell to Naruto, who was preparing to travel to other countries, he utilized wood release and non-organic reincarnation to quickly complete the repairs, while the training equipment required someone to purchase. He thought he could rest well for the remaining 2 months, but unexpectedly Orochimaru sent over something that could be considered either a surprise or a shock. This child. Ryosuke looked at the little boy clinging to Orochimaru's right leg with a confused expression. Judging solely by his shape and features, he looked exactly like a younger version of Ryosuke. You over the years. Sasuke's brow twitched slightly. While I was going to introduce you to a girlfriend. No wonder you refused so decisively. Karen exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. Kid, come call me uncle. In the future, if anyone bullies you, we'll take care of them. Suigetsu squatted beside, poking little Ryosuke's fair face with his finger. Speaking of which, this child does resemble you. Look at that nose and those eyes, they are identical. Suigetsu examined the boy clinging to Orochimaru's other leg, clapping his hands happily. Hey, they are twins, aren't you impressive? Get lost. Ryosuke kicked out, and the observant Suigetsu dodged just in time, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and ceased making jokes at Ryosuke's expense. I think you should explain yourself, Ryosuke said to Orochimaru. Orochimaru placed his right hand on little Ryosuke's head. Your genes, the power of the Ten Tails and the cells of the White Snake Sage. Since your genes take precedence, the appearance will be quite similar. He then placed his left hand on the other boy's head and said, this is the gene I extracted when performing the 8-headed serpent technique. Your cells, the power of the Ten Tails combined with the neutralizing cells of Yugo. I named him Izuki. Little Ryosuke hasn't been named yet, I'll leave that to you. Bo. Never mind. Ryosuke stifled the wicked thought that had just emerged and contemplated carefully. Tetsuya, Uchiha Tetsuya. Not bad. Orochimaru gently nudged the shoulders of the 2 boys. I've been quite busy lately and haven't had time to take care of them. They both carry your genes, so for now I've entrusted them to you. There's one more thing. Follow me, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru turned and walked away, and Ryosuke stepped up to follow. They reached a place where a few people couldn't hear their voices. To ensure absolute security, Orochimaru also set up a barrier he had recently mastered. Why are you being so careful? What else is there? Ryosuke asked curiously. Orochimaru smiled slightly and took out a glass container from his pocket, the contents causing Ryosuke to freeze in shock. Sharingan, and not just any ordinary 3-Demo Sharingan, but a pair of astonishing Mangekyo. And it didn't end there. Orochimaru continued to pull out the containers 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. Ultimately, he produced 5 pairs of eyes, and at the end, he even took out a pair of Mangekyo with a complex pattern. Instinctively, Ryosuke recognized it as a pair of eternal eyes. Ryosuke clenched his teeth tightly. Where did you get these Mangekyo from? Wait, could they be clones? Since Orochimaru could create Izuki and Tetsuya, creating pure-blood Uchiha should be a piece of cake. Is this the reason you wanted to learn mind-reading techniques? Ryosuke's gaze was cold. Orochimaru showed no fear and replied with a smile. Mastering mind-reading techniques indeed took a long time, but compared to developing a technique to implant memories in a clone brains, it is trivial. Clones pure-blood Uchiha mind-reading techniques, implanting memories. These 4 conditions linked together, and Ryosuke had already deduced what Orochimaru had done. I said I wouldn't restrict human experiments, but you have crossed the line, Ryosuke said coldly. What does it matter? 1 pair of eternal eyes isn't enough to lower the threshold. What about 2 pairs? 3 pairs? 4 pairs? If that isn't enough, I can provide more. Orochimaru picked up the complex pattern Mangekyo and said, this is a pair of eternal Mangekyo. Its abilities might be lacking, but with more experiments its capabilities will eventually become perfect. The Otsutsuki clan is lurking outside, and with just you and Sasuke, it isn't enough. You must understand how much chaos this technique would cause if it were to spread, so it will never be disclosed. Can you guarantee that? I can assure you. Ryosuke suddenly laughed, glancing back at the 2 children that Suigetsu was teasing, slowly retracting his smile. Never let anyone know about this. Watching Ryosuke's back, the curve of Orochimaru's mouth widened, and a hint of unnoticed scarlet light flickered in his golden vertical pupils. Of course, Orochimaru is a remarkable being akin to a whimsical creature that shifts between male and female. Oh, of course, his peculiarity extends beyond his fluctuating gender, as he represents the pinnacle of biological research in the ninja world. However, every situation bears dual aspects. The fundamental reason Orochimaru can master such techniques lies in his experiments that continually surpass human ethical boundaries, which many deem as abhorrent. For instance, in the past, if Konoha had not driven Orochimaru away, allowing him to focus on his research, their strength would undoubtedly have surged. Ryuko admitted he was not a good person, but he had not sunk to the depths of conducting human experiments without restraint. However, faced with the prospect of mass-producing the Mangekyo Sharingan, he compromised. Sighing with a complex mood, Ryuko lowered his gaze at the timid Tetsuya and Ijetsu, feeling troubled. What should I do? He certainly wasn't going to raise children. As for others, kid, call me Uncle Mizuki, and he'll take care of you from now on. This guy must be eliminated without a doubt. There could be no negotiation. He was not a biological son, but at least had a genetic connection. He did not want Tetsuya and Ijetsu to stray further down the path of folly. Karen seemed quite suitable, but she had many things to attend to. As for Shugo, he was not even worth considering. Daidara Sasori Hidan Kakuzu Itachi. Looking around, Ryuka realized a crucial issue. Every core member of the Akatsuki organization was utterly clean, not a single thorn among them. In desperation, Ryuka could only consider members outside the Akatsuki. After much contemplation, he finally thought of Konan, a former member of the organization, who seemed suitable from every angle. Determined, Ryuka sought out Konan, who had not yet left, but was informed that she had already planned a vacation. Otherwise, I could stay to help you. Traveling can be done anytime. No need, enjoy yourself a little more. I'll look for someone else, Ryuka replied nonchalantly. Once he left the office, his expression instantly fell. The path with Konan was entirely blocked. He could not think of a second suitable candidate. If it comes to it, I'll just handle it myself, Ryuka thought, fiercely refusing to believe that 2 mere children could defeat someone who had once dominated the ninja world. That said, when it came to the actual confrontation, Ryuka found himself at a loss. Fortunately, what Orochimaru sent was not infants. The 2 possessed independent consciousness and were remarkably sensible. Back in the ninja school's office, the 2 sat beside the desk, flipping through books filled with ninja knowledge, while Ryuka pondered over future training plans. The 2 were naturally endowed with Ryuka's precious genes combined with the chakra of the 10 tails. If nurtured carefully, they might grow into the next 6 paths level powerhouse. First test, if they can awaken the Sharingan, then the Sage mode, but they must first undergo the baptism of natural energy. Tetsuya has white snake cells and Ijetsu has Shugo cells, so there shouldn't be any accidents, and then, as Ryuka's plan grew increasingly refined, just as he was modifying the last few items, the door was suddenly kicked open. Bang! The wooden door slammed against the wall, echoing loudly. Tetsuya and Ijetsu trembled in fear, glancing at the wobbling door and the person outside, causing Ryuka's blood pressure to spike. What are you doing here? Just came to see my big nephew. Hidan barged in with a carefree attitude. Hurry up and take a look, then get lost. No need for that. Ryoka replied irritably. Just a broken door. Hidan casually remarked. A broken door? This is already the 38th one. Ryoka said angrily. Sometimes he really wanted to knock on Hidan's head to see what was inside, as something so simple as knocking before entering was never followed. Don't mind the details. Hidan stepped up to Tetsuya, sizing him up. You really do look just like him. Now come call me uncle. 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 Tetsuya said timidly in a small voice. Uncle Ijetsu stated straightforwardly. Hey. Hidan grinned widely, looking like a big fool. Ryoka turned his head away, unable to bear the sight, quietly jotting down a line in his plan. Stay away from Hidan to preserve intellect. What are you all doing with that useless knowledge book? If you want to learn about ninja intel, Uncle will take you to a good place tomorrow. Crack. Ryoka's pen snapped in his hand. He could guess just from Hidan's words what kind of place it would be. If you dare take them to gamble, I will dismantle the evil god cult, Ryoka threatened. Just looking, not playing. Not playing. Hidan chuckled awkwardly. Looking is not allowed. Ryoka slammed the table. If it's not allowed, then it's not allowed. Why shout? Hidan said pitifully. Stop pretending to be pitiful here, take your broken cards, and get lost. Ryoka pulled the two children closer with a repelling force, his eyes glaring at Hidan. Then go, big nephew, I will come back to play with you in a while. Hidan dashed out without giving Ryoka a chance to respond. Tetsuya Ijetsu, you must keep your distance from Hidan in the future. It's best to maintain a 100-meter distance. Low intelligence is a disease and can easily spread. Ryoka spoke gently. Understood. Tetsuya nodded vigorously. The office fell silent again, but not even 5 minutes later footsteps echoed once more. What is Hanabi's chakra doing here? Ryoka paused his writing and looked towards the door. It had been 5 years since he brought Hanabi to the ninja school, and the once little girl had grown into a graceful young lady. Most importantly, having spent years among students, she had ample experience with children. How could he have forgotten her just now? What brings you here? Ryoka asked proactively. Hanabi slowly walked into the room, her gaze sweeping over Tetsuya's face, and her expression turned somewhat subtle. Ryoka, now 22 years old, looked like he was taking care of a child no older than 6 or 7. Doing the math. Understanding the meaning behind Hanabi's expression, Ryoka helplessly said, These are not my children. It's a bit complicated to explain. Hanabi wore a look of disbelief. Given their striking resemblance, how could they not be Ryoka's children? However, she did not refute it. Who Tetsuya belonged to was none of her business. According to our agreement from a month ago, since my class has passed the graduation exam, you should fulfill your promise and let me return to the Hyuga clan for the holidays. I will grant you an additional 4 months of vacation, and you can freely select 2 techniques from the 4th floor of the library allowed for external dissemination as a New Year benefit. Hanabi stepped back half a step, skeptical of Ryoka's good intentions, suspecting a hidden agenda. Sure enough, after stating the reward, Ryoka continued, However, to receive these benefits, you need to help me with a little task. What task could be so difficult that you need me to help? Hanabi asked curiously. Ryoka smiled sheepishly and said softly, Help me take care of 2 children. Nurse the child. Hua's voice suddenly turned sharp, and she stepped back several paces, clutching her chest, panicking. How could I possibly nurse a child? I'm only 17. You can kill me, but don't insult me. Although she was in a precarious situation, Hua still possessed a strong sense of pride and would never agree to such an immoral condition. Seeing Hua's reaction, Liang Jie realized the ambiguity in his previous statement and awkwardly explained, It's not what you think. The child I mentioned refers to them. You only need to watch over them briefly. Liang Jie pointed to Ji Yi and Yi Yue, and upon seeing this, Hua's emotions slightly eased. You'll be responsible until the Ninja Academy starts. No problem, Hua readily agreed. Once Hua left, Liang Jie continued to organize the incomplete plan. After a moment, he paused and looked at Ji Yi, whose face was filled with grievance, and asked, What's wrong? You and I can take care of ourselves. We don't need anyone else. Please let us stay here, Ji Yi said softly. I didn't say you had to leave. You can stay as long as you want, Liang Jie said, placing some sweets on the table in front of them, gently adding, Don't overthink it. If you're tired, go to bed early. The reason for finding someone to help watch over them was not to send them away. Children need to grow up healthy, and psychological issues should not be overlooked. Hua had been a homeroom teacher for 3 years and had a thorough understanding of children, which could help avoid such problems to some extent. As for whether the other party would take advantage of the situation, Liang Jie's mind-reading ability was not for show. During the following period, members of the Akatsuki organization nearly flattened the threshold of Liang Jie's office. Genetically speaking, the 2 of them could be considered part of the 2nd generation of the Akatsuki. When encountering this group of laid-back uncles, Hua began to question her purpose. Liang Jie felt quite helpless about this, but it was precisely because of this group that he could confidently guarantee that their mental state would definitely not have any issues. Knock, knock, knock. A slow 3-part knock sounded, and Liang Jie paused to say, Come in. Hearing this, a man with a small mustache pushed the door open and respectfully saluted, saying, "Master Liang Jie, the film has been completed. Please take a look, and if you could provide some valuable feedback, it would be an honor for our entire crew." This person was named Okamura Tenji, a world-renowned film director. 3 months ago, Liang Jie had commissioned him to shoot the film. Although it was essentially an order, Okamura Tenji showed no resistance. Films on the Akatsuki theme were already blockbuster material, especially with the authorization from the Akatsuki and a generous payment. Any director would not let such an opportunity pass. Okamura Tenji led the way to the school's screening room, and under the tense gazes of the crew, the film began. The film had a total runtime of 2 hours and mainly told the story of a child accustomed to slaughter from a young age who, after graduating, joined the Dark Division. With extraordinary talent, he quickly rose to the position of captain, indoctrinated with the idea that the mission comes first. However, after witnessing a massacre and seeing the corpses of a family, he began to question the meaning of life. Thus, he chose to change, but how could the ninja village as the antagonist allow an anomaly to exist? After intense conflict, he was forced to defect. During the chaotic chase, he encountered followers of the evil god cult, and after their introduction, joined the Akatsuki, ultimately defeating the ninja village and bringing true peace to the world. The plot was quite cliched, but thanks to the outstanding performances of the lead and supporting actors combined with absolute realism, the special effects created by ninjas using chakra were quite well done overall. There are some minor flaws, but nothing too serious. Liang Jie provided a positive review. The crew let out a collective sigh of relief. As long as this esteemed individual had no issues, there would be no problems anywhere else. Sir, there are still half a month until the new year. How about releasing the film on that day? Okamura Tenji asked. Don't set the time too late. Leave some time for family celebrations on New Year's Eve, Liang Jie replied. All right, I'll take care of the subsequent promotional matters. Thank you for taking the time to come and watch this. There's no need for thanks. The hard work is yours. The film is excellent. I add an extra 20% to your payment as a New Year's gift for your crew, Liang Jie said as he stood up. Thank you, Master Liang Jie. The crowd erupted in excitement. Leaving the screening room, Liang Jie called over Kinomoto Izumi, who had been waiting nearby. He deeply appreciated the way she handled tasks. 2 years ago, she was transferred from the evil god cult to the Ninja Academy and was now doing work similar to a specialized secret technique. Prepare to notify the evil god cult to deliver New Year's gifts to every household before the Spring Festival, Liang Jie instructed. We're already working on it. Additionally, this year marks the graduation of the first batch of students from the Ninja Academy. Should we prepare some extra gifts for these residents? Kinomoto Izumi suggested. That sounds good. Go ahead and take care of it, Liang Jie agreed. Kinomoto Izumi's attentiveness was evident in every aspect, and this is precisely why she earned Liang Jie's trust. Although she currently held no official position, her actual status was now significantly higher than before. Then I should prepare as well, Liang Jie thought to himself. New Year's is an important holiday, especially with Liang Jie's presence. What could have been a trivial New Year became very ceremonial within the Akatsuki. On this day, every year numerous bachelors would gather at Liang Jie's home, so a lot of preparations were needed in advance. In the past, such tasks were always left to others, but this year he wanted to take matters into his own hands. After arranging all the necessary details, Liang Jie went to the nearby market alone. Originally a desolate area, it had now developed into the largest trade hub between the two nations thanks to the Ninja Academy, with countless families relying on this place for their livelihoods. Liang Jie decided not to interfere. Before entering the market, he used a transformation technique to change his appearance. Otherwise, no one would accept his money. By the time he finished buying everything, the sky was darkening. He walked out of the market along the street, where promotional banners for the new film had already been hung at the entrance, surrounded by a crowd. Upon returning home, before he could even take off his shoes, Ji Yi came stumbling towards him. Liang Jie caught him in his arms while his other hand wrapped around Yi. After a few days of contact, perhaps because of their genetic connection, Liang Jie naturally accepted their presence. The two children felt a genuine closeness to Liang Jie. How's your mastery of Sage Mode? Liang Jie asked about their studies. Still a little short. Ji Yi answered, lowering his head while stealing glances at Liang Jie's expression. Yue, who wanted to say she had mastered it, heard her partner's response, and the words she was about to say were swallowed back, instead replying, also a little short. I see, take your time. Liang Jie gently patted Yu. He knew very well how she was progressing. This child was young, but extraordinarily sensible, making one feel pity. Why are you back so late? Sasuke emerged from his room, holding a cup of hot tea. I bought some New Year's goods. Hidan and the others will definitely celebrate the new year at our place, Liang Jie replied. Sasuke casually sat on the opposite sofa, crossing his legs and sipping tea. Seeing this, Liang Jie suddenly said, by the way, why don't you hurry up and find a wife? As the clan leader, you need to take on the responsibility of expanding the Uchiha clan. Why don't you find one? Sasuke countered. I already have 2 sons, Liang Jie replied. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Sasuke immediately changed the subject. So what if I'm hungry? With your terrible cooking skills, do you want to poison us? Liang Jie retorted. Sasuke fell silent for a long time before turning to leave without a word. Where are you going? Liang Jie asked. To sleep. Bang! The door slammed shut and Liang Jie laughed heartily. Rolling up his sleeves, he said to the 2 hungry children, What do you want to eat? He'll show you some cooking skills today. Go wash the vegetables. Just staring won't get them cleaned. Hurry up. Hearing the call from the kitchen, Sasuke lowered his crossed legs and obediently dashed over to rinse and prep the produce. Tap, tap, tap. The gleaming kitchen knife chopped with astonishing speed and precision. Within seconds, every vegetable on the cutting board lay neatly sliced. Ryosuke gathered the prepared ingredients, cracked an egg, separated the white, and whisked it smoothly. Iane scooped the cut vegetables into the wok and stirred them swiftly with her spatula. I'm truly grateful for your help. I'd have no idea how long this would have taken otherwise. Ryosuke expressed his thanks. It's an absolute pleasure to assist you. Iane replied, adding seasonings one by one with practiced ease. Cooking to her was child's play. Knock, 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 knock. Without turning away from the stove, Ryosuke called out, Tetsuya, Mikazuki, go see who's at the door. Yes, sir. Tetsuya set aside the half-eaten apple and tugged Mikazuki toward the Jinkan to open the door. Hey there, my dear little nephew. Let me give you a hug. The voice arrived before the speaker did. Then in a flash, a pair of arms swept around Tetsuya in a bear hug. You insufferable brute. Go easy on him. A second figure standing outside growled fiercely. What does it matter? Our Tetsuya is built like a sturdy oak. Hidan produced 2 flamboyantly decorated red envelopes and handed one each to Tetsuya and Mikazuki. Thank you, Uncle Hidan, they chimed in unison. Glancing at the thickness of Hidan's envelopes, Kakuzu let out a disdainful snort and withdrew 2 far more substantial ones, each at least 5 times as thick. At the sight, Hidan recoiled with a ghostly expression and cried in disbelief. You're not Kaku. You're an imposter. What have you done with the original miser? Though spoken in jest, the remark betrayed genuine shock. Could Kaku, the legendary tightwad, actually part with money so freely? Has the moon risen in the west? Peering curiously at the night sky, he spotted the full moon hanging serenely in the east. Nothing amiss there. So why then had Kakuzu gone utterly mad? Are they stuffed with nothing but 10-yen coins? Hidan muttered suspiciously. If true, that would explain everything. Kakuzu ignored him entirely, crouched low, and placed the envelopes gently into their hands. Thank you, Uncle Kakuzu. They beamed with delight. Better open them now, just in case they're filled with scrap paper. Hidan added sourly. Those 2 envelopes represented his entire fortune. And now Kakuzu, who rigidly rationed his allowance, had deliberately countered with such extravagance. Wasn't that pure calculated provocation? Don't block the doorway. Snow's drifting in and will soil the floor. You'll clean it yourself. Ryosuke emerged from the kitchen. At those words, Hidan scrambled inside and slammed the door shut. Asking him to mop floors was worse than death itself. You 2 wait in the living room for now. They should arrive shortly. With that, Ryosuke returned to the kitchen. Before long, the remaining 3 members of Team Hawk arrived together. Bored out of his mind, Hidan immediately roped Suigetsu and Kisame into a card game. Those stakes required negotiation. Lend me some cash, would you? Hidan pleaded pathetically, gazing up at Kaku. 1 million. 9 out 13 back, Kakuzu stated coldly. What does that even mean? Hidan frowned in confusion. Borrow 1 million. You take 900,000, repay 1.3 million. Kakuzu clarified. That's loan sharking. A black market den. A rogue merchant. Hidan gasped in horror. Take it or leave it, Kakuzu retorted, glancing aside indifferently. I'll take it. Hidan gritted out through clenched teeth. Fine. You win, I yield. If you show no mercy, don't expect mine. I simply won't repay, not a single coin. Let's see what you do about it. After several rounds, the rest arrived one by one. Kisame and Itachi brought conventional red envelopes. Sasori gifted 2 handcrafted puppets that spoke autonomously. Udaidara, however, remained coy, insisting on unveiling his gift only at the stroke of midnight. Suigetsu, originally slated to join the card game, was displaced by Daidara's late arrival and resigned himself to watching a dull television program beside Kisame. Karen slipped into the kitchen to pester Sasuke. Sasori animated his puppets to amuse the children, and Itachi, sipping tea with quiet composure, observed the entire scene with serene, unwavering gaze. The card game ended abruptly when Suigetsu, furious, overturned the table. With no further entertainment and dinner still unfinished, everyone gathered on the sofa to play with the children. A dream is never mere fantasy. The distinction between them often spans a profound, contemplative, and deeply aspirational distance. To hold a dream in one's heart and act upon it is to sanctify it. As this line played on the television, Hidan suddenly sighed. Well, my dreams basically come true. Your dream? Expanding the Jashinist faith. Deidara interjected. Exactly. Say, what are your dreams? Hidan shifted gears. Mine's nearly complete too. I'm a world-renowned artist, Deidara declared. I aim to collect all 7 swordsman's blades. Only one remains. Suigetsu glanced at Kisame. He'd secured 3 blades long ago. Recently, he recovered 3 more from the corpse of Kurabi's brother Mangetsu Hozuki, leaving only Samahata unclaimed. Looks like your dream won't materialize for decades, Kisame grinned. TCH. And what's your dream, you shark-faced brute? Suigetsu sneered. I have none. If pressed, perhaps, to never choose between comrades and duty. Kisame mused quietly. And if that choice arises again? Suigetsu asked curiously. Duty, Kisame answered without hesitation. Just as I expected. Suigetsu twisted his mouth wryly and turned to Karen, and yours. To marry Sasuke, they both replied in perfect unison. Knew it. Utterly meaningless, Suigetsu scoffed. Thud. Humiliated and furious, Karen punched Suigetsu square in the face, shattering his jaw, and quickly pivoted. Kisame, what's your dream? I want to open a zoo, Kisame said bashfully. No need to ask Kikuzu. He's a walking vault, Hidan quipped. After circling the group, all eyes settled on the silent figures of Itachi and Sasori. Mine has already been realized, Itachi murmured softly. Mine can never be, Sasori whispered, closing his eyes. Silence descended upon the room, until Ryosuke arrived bearing steaming dishes, breaking the heavy stillness. The mood eased, yet no one dared revisit the subject of dreams. Suigetsu, ever thoughtful, even switched to a different program. Once the meal was laid out, Ryosuke retrieved a recorded film disc, and amid good-natured ribbing about cinematic taste, the New Year's Eve feast finally began. Iain's cooking was a masterpiece of color, aroma, and flavor. Even the most fastidious eaters found themselves ravenous, all except one. Sasori. His puppet body rendered him incapable of eating, leaving him seated alone and quietly apart. As the film concluded, the New Year's chime rang out, and Deidara's eyes lit up. Wiping grease from his lips, he vanished in a blur of motion, bursting outside with a triumphant cry, Nephew, behold your uncle's gift. Soaring upward atop a clay crane, he swallowed specially formulated clay, compressed it into dense spheres, hurled them skyward, and formed hand seals. Channeling chakra with a shout, art is grand fireworks, ha! At his cry, the spheres bloomed instantly, expanding into radiant kaleidoscopic bursts that painted the heavens in shimmering brilliance. Countless people looked up in awe at the firework-lit sky, lovers embracing beneath the glow. Deidara stood tall, hands on hips, declaring proudly, behold, the signature gift of a true artist. The final match of the Ninja School Grand Tournament, I really wish I could watch it live. Stop daydreaming. There are only a limited number of seats at the competition venue, and our Fire Nation only received 100 spots. How could we possibly get one? The Ninja School Grand Tournament is akin to the former Chunin exams, but on a much grander scale. After unifying the smaller nations, Liang Jie spent another 2 years absorbing the 5 major nations before setting about establishing a new ninja school. Now ninja schools are scattered across all nations, each boasting several graduating classes. Liang Jie plans to host the first Ninja School Grand Tournament with participants selected in advance from each ninja school. After an intense competition, only a handful of the 1,000 participants will qualify to enter the finals. Watching the broadcast at home isn't bad either. There are dedicated commentators. Otherwise, who would understand it? All right, finish your meal quickly and get back to work, or we won't make it in time to watch the matches. Hey, no need to rush. They'll have my son come over and use Earth Release to help out. Isn't your son a Wind Release ninja? When did he learn Earth Release? A while back. He's doing well at work now. In my opinion, when your kid reaches the right age, he must attend the ninja school. That's for sure, but doesn't cost anything. If he learns some skills, that will be a lifetime of benefits. The two chatted with great anticipation. The ninja school established by Liang Jie has given everyone the opportunity for a different life. His status in the hearts of the residents is unparalleled, with even devout individuals erecting altars in his honor. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the doors to the enclosed duel arena slowly opened and the audience lined up to enter. In the 4th row from the top, several individuals of special status were seated, including Naruto and other coalition ninjas. After several years of development, Liang Jie had lifted the restrictions on the coalition in the land of whirlpools 3 years ago, and they no longer posed a threat. The principals of each ninja school sat in the 3rd row above, followed by the feudal lords of each nation. Naturally, the 2 seats at the very top were reserved for Liang Jie and Sasuke. Walking to their seats amidst the enthusiastic gazes of the crowd, Liang Jie nodded in acknowledgement to the judges below. Upon receiving the signal, the staff responsible for the name indicator pressed the button, and the names on the screen quickly darted around before slowly settling. Their appearances, names, and affiliated ninja schools were displayed, allowing the audience to gain a clearer understanding of their basic information. With the judge's instructions, the first match finally commenced. Both contestants had graduated 2 years prior, and with assistance from the ninja school library revealed an array of hidden cards showcasing powers far beyond that of ordinary chunin. The audience was captivated, especially those watching from their televisions. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to witness such spectacular ninja battles. One battle followed another. Both Tetsuya and Ijetsu, who had attended classes at the ninja school, naturally participated in the tournament. They exerted little effort, smoothly overcoming adversaries due to their innate bloodline advantages. Not to mention these students, even seasoned shadow-level experts would struggle against them. After fierce competition, only 2 contestants remained standing: Uchiha Tetsuya from the Rain School and Uchiha Ijetsu. I believe everyone is familiar with these two. Their previous battles displayed extraordinary ease. Let's see if they can showcase even more strength in the final battle. The commentator energetically stirred the atmosphere, and the audience responded enthusiastically with waves of cheers. To be honest, even without the commentator's prompts, the 2 surnames alone would have captured everyone's attention. It was indeed these 2 who stood until the end, said Hidan. There could be no other outcome unless they faced each other prematurely. Mastering Sage Mode at 8 and mastering 5 elemental jutsus by 10, each possessing 2 bloodline limits. Even I would struggle to win against them. Not necessarily, Deidara replied. Tetsuya and Ijetsu have too little battle experience. As long as they can inflict damage, there's a chance for victory. Don't forget about recovery. If they can't quickly resolve the fight, they can recover from various injuries in a short time before exhausting their chakra. And both of them have an abundance of chakra. These so-called graduates are essentially 2 little monsters. Who do you think will win? Deidara asked. Ijetsu will win. Tetsuya's personality is too impulsive and easily exposes flaws. I also believe Ijetsu will win. This child possesses a much higher battle IQ than Tetsuya, said Kisame. After polling everyone, the final answer from all was Ijetsu. This left Deidara slightly disappointed. He had hoped for differing answers, to initiate a betting pool not for the sake of money, but simply to have them promote his artworks with their fame, which is far more valuable than money. Both contestants, please enter the arena, said the judge. They emerged from opposing tunnels and stopped 5 meters apart. Tetsuya, brimming with combat spirit, declared, no holding back. Let's have a real battle. All right, Ijetsu replied succinctly. I am not the same as I was 6 months ago. Do not underestimate me, or you may lose the match in an instant. Remember, the one who moves forward isn't just you. Ijetsu calmly assumed an offensive stance, natural energy converging from all directions. Seeing Ijetsu make his move, Tetsuya felt reassured and readied himself to enter Sage Mode, waiting for the judge's signal. The duel begins. After the judge issued the command, he quickly vanished, but the 2 contestants were even faster. Bang! The 2 fists smashed together fiercely. In an instant, they exchanged blows several times, neither gaining the upper hand. Growing up together, they understood each other's habits too well, often predicting each other's moves in advance. Ijetsu has utilized the combination of ice release and crystal release, said the commentator. Such a strike was effortlessly dodged by Tetsuya, who launched a powerful counterattack. The commentator's words flew as the audience's eyes were glued to the duel arena, but Liang Jie, their nominal father, was not focused on the match. We are all gathered here. Do those 2 Otsutsuki still dare to come? Sasuke inquired through the mental space. The Otsutsuki's mission is to hunt Kaguya and retrieve the chakra fruits. If they retreat because the chakra is concentrated in one location, then they are unworthy of coming to Earth to hunt Kaguya. One day prior, the resident of the moon, Shirun, reported that he observed 2 individuals descending from space. There was no doubt they had come to hunt Kaguya. The reason for inviting Naruto was to protect him from ambush. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Tetsuya and Ijetsu intensified, causing the entire arena to tremble. Thankfully, a barrier protected it, ensuring the audience's safety. As the chakra erupted more intensely, 2 strange signals approached rapidly, like fish rushing towards bait. They finally arrived, Liang Jie said, standing up as he looked at the small black dots in the sky. Evacuate the audience, guard team. Yes. From the previously empty area in the audience, black-clad ninjas emerged, all equipped with Sharingan. Shirin, concealed among the audience, tore off his disguise. The 3 entered their strongest states, chakra surging toward the 2 Otsutsuki. Meanwhile, on the distant moon, a dark, mysterious substance slowly moved into the palace, seeking the golden Rinnegan and greedily absorbing its energy. Yamashiro, that old ghost who won't go away, has been dead for 1,000 years, yet is still so troublesome. But a dead person is just a dead person. A few tricks can easily handle it. The dark substance revealed features unmistakably the black Zetsu that escaped from Liang Jie years ago. The Otsutsuki hunting my mother has descended into the ninja world. This is an excellent opportunity. Mother, please be patient for a little longer. I will definitely resurrect you.